I found a book called The Book of Heavenly Secrets on the bookshelf, and after studying it, I actually gained the ability to peek into the secrets of heaven. However, few people believe in fortune-telling and divination nowadays, so I opened a psychological counseling center, but I simplified things too much. People who truly need this kind of service go directly to well-known institutions, and no one comes to me at all. Just as I was worrying about what to do, I came across some mental health popular science on a live streaming platform. After some twists and turns, I also started live psychological counseling by learning from others. Soon, the first guest arrived. She is a game female anchor with millions of fans, saying that she has been feeling upset and unable to calm down recently. Online it says it might be depression, so she came over to learn more about it when she saw the popular science here. She was stunned as soon as she entered my live broadcast room. A young and handsome psychologist? A large number of fans followed her into the live broadcast room, causing a sudden surge in popularity in my live broadcast room. Hello, do you have any psychological issues to consult about? Joe Curson nodded and said, yes, recently I have been feeling tired and insomniac all day, and my mood is restless. Turn off the beauty filter, and I'll take a look for you. Joe Curson was a little incredulous when she heard me. Dr. Chen, did you just say to turn off the beauty filter? Yes, as the ancients often said, appearance reflects the heart. A person's external appearance is influenced by their internal state of mind or mood, and even a person's personality, thoughts, and experiences can be reflected in facial features. Joe Curson was very surprised and blurted out, how is this possible? Why does it feel like fortune-telling? Although she said that, she still turned off the beauty filter. Dr. Chen, you must pay attention. The fans in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Absolutely impossible. Micro-expression psychology can at most see a person's true feelings and emotions. Sister Zhou is still without makeup. She looks too beautiful. At this moment, as I closed my eyes and opened them again, Joe Curson's life trajectory flashed before my eyes like a movie. Just as Joe Curson was about to speak, I directly said, there is a pointed protrusion in the middle of your forehead, forming a pointed peck like a golden chicken pecking at the Intang acupoint, also known as a beauty spot. Joe Curson glanced up, touched her forehead. This? But what can be seen from this? It shows that you have experienced your parents' divorce since childhood, lack of family care, making your personality particularly persistent. But your academic performance is not satisfactory. In order to avoid being bullied, you appear very tough on the outside, but in fact, you are very weak inside. After graduation, you wanted to make a name for yourself, but due to your low education level, you were looked down upon. You could only work in a coffee shop with an anime theme. By chance, you and other female workers formed a girl group and made a debut. Despite having a lot of enthusiasm, due to the immaturity of the girl group idol industry, it eventually came to nothing. You accidentally came into contact with the esports industry, seized the opportunity to become a game anchor through learning, and developed to this day with strong entertainment skills. Listen to me. Joe Curson smiled slightly, not very surprised. She has talked about it during the live broadcast, and even used her own experience as a reference to warn fans to study hard. Dr. Chen, are you also my fan? I naturally understood the implied meaning of her words. Let me tell you something that others don't know. When you were studying in a vocational school, a senior sister threatened to beat you up. You, who had always been timid, were so scared that you took the bus home every day. One day, on your way home after evening classes, you were followed by someone. Stop, don't say any more. Joe Curson's face changed drastically at this moment and she quickly interrupted. At that time, she was young and was completely scared silly. She didn't tell her parents when she got back. It can be said that no one could have known about this incident. Seeing her reaction, I naturally didn't continue speaking, but the fans in the live broadcast room were in an uproar. Hurry up and tell us, what happened afterwards? Don't talk nonsense, maybe nothing happened. Judging from Sister Zhou's reaction, it's most likely true. Joe Curson saw that the netizens were thinking in the wrong direction. Just as she was about to explain, I spoke up and explained, it's not what you guys imagined. Although Sister Zhou is timid, she won't back down easily. In the end, she ran away very quickly. Joe Curson rarely blushed, then looked at me with an incredulous look and asked, how did you know about this? Don't tell me it's through physiognomy. I don't believe it. This is all based on science. Human emotions can affect neurotransmitters and change a person's appearance. As soon as this was said, only Joe Curson, who had only a junior high school education, was stunned for a moment, while the fans' reactions were surprisingly unanimous. This script is good. I almost believed it. If you can tell, I wear a bikini in public. Everyone thought it was for the show effect. At this moment, Joe Curson directly asked the purpose of the live broadcast. Dr. Chen, is the reason for my recent poor mental state depression? I shook my head and said, "No, but if I tell you the reason later, you might really get depression." Pohahahaha. This psychiatrist is hilarious. You'll be depressed when I tell you why. Ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard all day. Is this psychiatrist predecessor a comic actor? He's so funny. I'll take it even if it's scripted. The effect of this show pulls straight through. The water friends in the live broadcast room could no longer be tensed at this time, and the pop-up screen instantly laughed into a mess. Chenyu wasn't affected by the pop-ups and said nonchalantly, "You bring the cup next to you." Jo Kersen had a puzzled look on her face, but she still followed Chenyu's words and took the cup from the side. This is the cold and flu spirit that my best friend specially prepared for me before the live broadcast for fear that I wouldn't be able to carry it. At the mention of her bosom friend, Jo Kersen could come to be interested. "I'm telling you, you and I are divine BFFs." Look at her braggadocio tone of voice. Divine. I've been sick lately, and she's taken care of it all herself. It's a good thing she's there, or I wouldn't be able to manage. The past 2 days I've been in a daze like a lost soul. It's been hard. You guys must take good care of yourselves. This silly girl is talking while still caring for her water friends. She served tea and water and made me so many loving meals. Nothing to do but even help me top the live broadcast. That's not something your average BFF can do. The water friends were envious. It's true that people are more angry than each other. My bestie, who poses every day, hoping that each other will get rich and bag themselves. Don't stop me, family. I'm going to snatch Sister Joe's BFF back right now. Chenyu let out a light laugh and did not comment on Jo Kersen's words. So, you guys are really close. After Jo Kersen heard this, her head nodded straight like a sieve cup. That's for sure. She did not in the least realize what Chenyu meant beyond his words. Only Chenyu sighed deeply. Oi, what a false friendship. Jo Kersen looked at Chenyu in front of the screen with a confused face. The pop-ups were full of question marks. Chenyu faintly said, "Are you recently at first will suddenly be very excited. Easily excited but over will head chest tightness shortness of breath. How do you know?" Jo Kersen froze when she heard it. Good lord. This Dr. Chenyu is really a god. What was said was almost exactly the same as her current symptoms. Is it really a living god? You poured the cold spirit out of the glass, leaving only the last bit. Jo Kersen listened and obediently did as she was told. When the cold spirit was about to finish pouring, Chenyu opened his mouth and asked, "Is there some residual powder at the bottom of the cup?" It's Chinese medicine granules, so if it's not completely melted, there will be some. Maybe Ian was busy and forgot to stir it. Chenyu snorted coldly after hearing this. Sure, take a closer look for yourself. Jo Kersen stared wide-eyed at the bottom of the cup, and only then did she notice the difference. Normal cold and flu granules should be brown in color, but in the bottom of her cup, a tiny trace of a fine white powder was found. Just a little bit though. People with bad eyes won't even notice this tiny detail. Jo Kersen instantly felt cold all over her body, and the more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. What the is this? The tone was shaky. Chenyu had long guessed Jo Kersen's reaction and said indifferently, "This is a medicine for mental illness. The scientific name is amphetamine. If overused will lead to nervousness, dizziness and headache and many other discomforts. Long-term use will lead to liver and kidney failure. The former is the symptom you're facing right now. Not only that, this stuff is addictive." Jo Kersen's whole body trembled and her face turned white. It's only then that I reacted to the fact that it's no wonder it's been getting harder and harder to get up and go live lately. Dizzy and depressed all day long. It turned out to be drugged by people. The water boys got excited to see this as well. I didn't realize that this live broadcast was actually witnessing history today. That's exciting. Jo Kersen asked in a trembling tone. Dr. Chen, why is there such a thing in my cup? That's for you to ask yourself. How did the cold spirit get here? Jo Kersen froze for a moment and instantly understood. All this time, it was her best friend, Anne, who took care of her, due to her poor condition, and worried that she would be out of energy during the live broadcast and thoughtfully prepared coffee for her every day. Instead, the results are getting worse. Isn't the answer obvious? Jo Kersen really couldn't figure out why Anne would do this. Is she thinking that when she goes down, she'll be able to move her fans to her as a matter of course? At the thought of this, Jo Kersen's heart throbbed. On weekdays Jo Kersen didn't spare any time in introducing resources to an N, and she even took care of an N in her daily life. I really can't imagine that she would do such a thing. Why would she do that? I've been good enough to her. Jo Kersen's tone was significantly lower. She's still in the next room. Should I go confront her? Chenyu had a black line on his face. This rough and tumble woman. You've been drugged. Don't save it for New Year's without calling the police first. It was only then that Jo Kersen reacted. No. I have to call the police before I do that. The thought of being in such a situation made me panic. Panic ensued as he fumbled for his cell phone on the table. The water friends who witnessed this live broadcast in the live room were shocked. Crap, witness history. Such a drama actually exists in life. It's not going to be scripted again, acting to deceive our feelings. It doesn't feel like it. Really, the script probably wouldn't dare call the police. Holy shit, I'm getting chills down my back just listening to it. The pop-ups were scrolling so fast it was hard to see them. A famous and beautiful game anchor was drugged. This is big news. It must be on the level of a bib hit. Just as everyone was watching, someone broke into the broadcast. Kagome. No. She was seen wearing a tight wraparound skirt, showing off her hot and sexy body, with a mouth-watering front and back, and a strong contrast between her innocent and delicate face and body. At this moment, he was frowning and staring at Joe Kerson's cell phone with a deadpan expression. It was Joe Kerson's best friend Inan. Just learned the news and ran in a panic from the next room. If this gets filed, hers will be over. She stopped Joe Kerson's hand with one hand. We can't call the police. It's not good for any of us if this gets out of hand. Anyway, let's deal with it privately. Shall we? The tone of her words was slightly supplicating, and her tearful eyes were as pitiful as they could be. How could Joe Kerson not expect that it was actually her closest friend who stabbed her? The scene that flashed before my eyes was all about the wonderful friendship of the BFFs in the beginning. Please, Kagome, don't call the police, and flopped to her knees. The knee muffled a sound and came into close contact with the wooden floor. Joe Kerson froze in place, not knowing what to do. Kagome, give me a break. I'm really rushing into this. Seeing Joe Kerson look lost in thought, Inan immediately tugged on her coat corner and pleaded mournfully. After all our years of sisterhood, does it really have to come to this? Joe Kerson hesitated. At the end of the day, they used to have a happy time. The heart always left a place of defense for Anne. Joe Kerson looked at Chen Yu in front of the screen and inquired. Dr. Chen, Before the words were finished, Chen Yu smiled faintly. Ms. Joe, I'm just a doctor. Everything is up to you. Joe Kerson froze, and only then did she react to the fact that Chen Yu was nothing more than a psychiatrist. It was Chen Yu's maneuver just now that was to blame for really leaving a stereotypical impression on Joe Kerson. That's not a psychiatrist. It's an omniscient guru. Joe Kerson hesitated for a moment and said, since she already knows she's wrong, let's forget about it this time. Chen Yu shook his head with some disappointment. I am not suggesting you do that, because she has no remorse at all. All the sandwiches in your refrigerator are drugged. You're going to be a fool if you keep eating them. Upon hearing this, Joe Kerson's face instantly paled, the last trace of sisterhood in her heart breaking. Okay, thanks Dr. Chen. I'll call the police now. Anne, who was sprawled on the ground beside her, became anxious at the sound of it. He even directly went up to snatch Joe Kerson's cell phone. At the same time, he yelled in annoyance. No police. If you dare to call the police, I'll be finished. The live room was instantly thrown into chaos. When the watermen saw this, they couldn't help but worry as well. Holy shit, what does this crazy woman want? Get away from my sister Joe, it's pissing me off. This woman is really crazy, so scary. Just as the netizens wanted to see how the situation was changing on the scene, Joe Kerson's live broadcast room was forcefully closed. A window popped up in front of the waterman's screen. The live stream you are watching has ended. Several thousand fans watching the live broadcast were instantly confused. I'm in the middle of something exciting, and you changed the channel for me? Is this killing me? I can't close my eyes at night. All the fans were tickled inside. Many fans directly searched for Chen Yu's live broadcast, wanting to go to see the follow-up. In a flash, the number of people in Chen Yu's live room soared, from a few hundred to a few thousand to tens of thousands. It didn't even stop there. With a steady stream of fans pouring into the live stream, the number of people watching Tigerfish live online can be real. Until the number of viewers close to 30,000 this stabilized. And at this time, Chen Yu's background has long been full of messages. The performance of Chen Yu just now has already been recognized by the water friends. Whether it is the effect of the program or not, they are not stingy to give Chen Yu a concern. The continued fermentation of this matter has attracted a lot of people who come to eat and flock to Chen Yu's live broadcasting room. That was really scary just now. I wonder if Sister Joe succeeded in calling the police. I don't know. I watched and sweated for her. Don't worry, I just called the police for her. It's true that fire and theft prevent girlfriends for the sake of a little bit of money actually do such a thing. Dr. Chen, how is it back there? Sister Joe, she won't be in danger. Right, Chen Yu slowly spoke. Don't worry, she's fine. The authorities will be here soon. Be patient. She'll be on the air in a little while to tell you all about it herself. Once they heard Chen Yu say this, the water friends put their hearts down. It was only after seeing this that many people came back to their senses and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Originally, many people have questioned Chen Yu and Joe Kerson jointly sing a double act. Acting playbook bow traffic. Now this scene to make so much noise, but not like the script hype. Of course, there are a number of strong-willed waterboys who still doubt that this is scripted. No, you guys are believing this. It's properly scripted. That's right, even if the fortune teller comes, he doesn't have the power. Chun Yu, however, did not care at all, and with so many viewers now, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Keep looking for the next victim. Nope, it's the coming defenders who need counseling. Any more inquiries? As soon as Chen Yu's words fell, there was immediately an imperial title with the screen name ID of Waiting for Rain Under the Cherry Blossom Tree, who grabbed the opportunity to apply for a continuous mic. Immediately a young chubby guy in sportswear and black-rimmed glasses appeared on the screen. Behind him is a wide array of luxury homes that reveal the depth of his family's wealth. Chen Yu's face did not change in the slightest and wore a smile. Hello, this water friend. Hello, Dr. Chun. Waiting for the Rain Under the Cherry Blossom Tree was a great initiative once he came up and talked about it. I'm a longtime fan of Sister Zhou's, and I've chased her all the way here on other platforms before. I'm an old fan when she's on another platform. A small part of the water friends in the live room also know that Zhou Curson before in another platform that is a sister general existence. A lot of new fans on this platform just following her really don't know about this. Chen Yu shook his head after hearing this and said with a serious face, no, not what? Waiting for the Rain Under the Cherry Blossom Tree was a shock to hear. You did hear about her before on other platforms, but didn't even pay attention. Came over here just in time for Melon, too. In fact, you usually don't even like to watch her live. Waiting for the Rain Under the Cherry Blossom Tree was confused. How did you know about this? Unable to help his mind, he secretly said in disbelief. Is it possible that I have surveillance on me? How can you lie so calmly and get caught? What a hell of a thing to say. Chen Yu smiled faintly and lightly pointed to his eyes. I'm a psychiatrist. Every movement and expression transmits a message in my eyes, so lying to me won't work. Well, that's obvious to you. Waiting for the Rain Under the Cherry Blossom Tree had a depressed look on his face. There was a flurry of agitation and some surprise from the other waterbenders when they saw this. Holy shit, how is that possible? Totally out of nowhere. I'm new here. Is this another fine for the trust? Why I'm so unbelieving. On the other hand, the revealed Sakura tree Waiting for Rain said directly and openly. I did just eat melon to get here, and I came on the mic this time to find out if you guys are scripting this. It's impossible for anyone to go back in time and know the future, especially when you got more and more out of line later on, like you were there in person. I knew you guys had discussed it beforehand. Disconnecting the live feed at a critical moment just doesn't want to be found out that you guys didn't actually call the police, because you guys know that if you do call the police, you won't be able to get away with it. Waiting for Rain Under the Cherry Blossom Tree perked up, getting more and more energized the more he spoke, as if he really seemed to have seen through their ruse. Chun Yu laughed lightly. Since you don't believe it, why don't you try it yourself? Just try it. I'll reward you with 20 carnivals if you can accurately tell me my personal history. Waiting for the Rain Under the Cherry Blossom Tree has been full of backbones since I was a kid. Mentally snapped. Vow to expose the scam. You were born into a wealthy family. The last thing you needed growing up was money. Chun Yu said slowly, and because. That's it? Without waiting for Chen Yu to finish, the Rain Waiting Under the Cherry Blossom Tree showed disdain. And you dare to say you're not playing a double act? Showing yourselves. Waiting for the Rain Under the Cherry Blossom Tree was transformed into a deaf elementary student on the spot. It's written on his face in big letters. There is only one truth. You're a liar. I just promised that if you're right, I'll reward you with 20 carnivals. That statement proves that I'm not bad at all. With a little analysis, anyone can guess that I was born into a wealthy family. Waiting for the Rain Under the Cherry Blossom Tree sneered. 666,666. Death Pupil Ben God. You see, the bedroom behind him is richly decorated. 100% rich second generation. Go away, go away. Stonehammer Anchor is a liar. Identification is complete. Instantly, pop-ups filled the air. Chen Yu smiled faintly. One of the things you're most proud of in your life is the banner above your bedroom bed that says Little Hero, right? At the head of the bed, a faded red banner hangs. There are 5 small letters written in the lower left corner. A gift from a certain department. When you were in elementary school, you were kidnapped by 2 traffickers, a man and a woman. On your way home alone, you detailed playing demented to make the 2 traffickers lose their guard against you. One night after that, you escaped the den while your trafficker was asleep and found the authorities to report the crime. Again, he personally led the way and assisted the police in catching the 2 evil traffickers. And at the time, you were just a 7-year-old kid. With every sentence that Chen Yu said, the face of Waiting for Rain Under the Cherry Blossom Tree was shocked. Toward the back, the mouth was wide open. A look of living hell. How did Chen Yu know in such detail about something that happened more than 10 years ago? Is the anchor really a psychiatrist? I feel more like Daisy. Dude, is he telling the truth? What else to ask? You didn't see the shocked look on his face. Some smart-minded water users had already gotten the answer from the expression of the rain waiting under the cherry blossom tree. Master, you are truly divine. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree yelled and quickly clicked the mouse. Continuous carnival giveaway. For a while, the live stream dazzled. 3,000 a carnival brings not only monetary gains for Chenyu, there's also a large number of new watermen who have come in on the scent. This patient don't talk nonsense. I'm not a guru. I'm a doctor. Please call me Dr. Chun. Chenyu's tone turned playful. I must say, you have unique tastes. Seeing the number of anchor room directly approaching the 100,000 mark, Chenyu decided to put a big melon. The words came out of the live streamer's head. Numerous question marks surfaced. Anchor is playing coy again. I like spicy tofu brain. It's kind of a unique flavor. Burn this heretic. Unlike the amusing waterboys who spam pop-ups. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree. I felt a thump in my heart. Your parents were busy with their business, which caused your family to get together. Over time, you become desperately hungry for affection. Over time, the desire for affection begins to influence your taste in choosing a spouse. Unlike other young men, you have no interest in big leggy ladies with white skin. Only like young, big sisters over 30. Glancing at the screen, he waited for the rain under the cherry blossom tree. Chenyu put in another big move. Since you've been an adult, you've pursued a total of 9 older sisters over the age of 30. 3 of them are divorced single moms with babies. As soon as these words came out, countless pop-ups floated up in the live broadcast room. Man, you sure have unique tastes. The young do not know the goodness of their aunts, and mistake the maiden for a treasure. A teenager knows that auntie is good, but it's a pity that auntie thinks I'm old. The 2 upstairs. What a model for my generation. How are you different from that chow thief? Auntie, hungry, eat rice. Is the spiritual world of rich kids so colorful? Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree hated to find a crack in the ground. An immersive experience. What does it mean to die on the spot? Dr. Chen. No. Ancestor Chen. Please don't say it. If I say it again I won't have the face to hang out on the platform in the future. Okay, everyone, let's not joke around. Now let's move on to inquisitive relief. Chenyu duly helped to round up the rain waiting under the cherry blossom tree. Questioning session? Am I really sick? Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree without realizing it, he was completely brought up to speed by Chenyu. Hearing that he was going to give himself a medical consultation. Thought I had some kind of mental or psychological illness. Chenyu asked with a smile on his face. Quite depressed lately, aren't you? Ugh. Hearing that, Rain, who was waiting under the cherry blossom tree, hung up a bitter face. It's more than depressing. It's scratching my head. Without waiting for Chenyu to say more, the rain under the cherry blossom tree waited for the rain to take the initiative to open the box. He was madly pursuing an older sister, but the other party always treated him as if he was not there. From time to time, contact is initiated. At times it was very cold. Not returning message calls for days. If it isn't boiling goat, be confident upstairs and remove the discord? Why are you guys so unsympathetic? Don't you know you have to care for the little animals? Brother Die, my brother sends you 2 words as a person who has been here before. Licking a dog is good. Asking for food is early. A large number of senior lickers have been present to say. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree defiantly said, I'm not a dog licker. She has feelings for me. On 5/20, she offered to transfer me $520 in a red envelope. One time, I invited her to dinner at the big mall and all she wanted was a bowl of ramen. Talking about the little moments with the big sister. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree could not hide the happiness on his face. How can a girl with such a good personality and character be a slag woman who hangs and licks dogs? Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree sends out soul tortures. Hearing him say that, the waterman then changed his mind. After all, in this day and age, very few girls initiate red envelopes and don't pick fancy restaurants for dinner anymore. So what? Let me ask you 2 questions first? Chenyu interrupted at this time. Okay, go ahead and ask. How much did you transfer to her before she transferred $520 to you on 5/20? 52,000. Chenyu asked again. When you invited her to the mall for dinner, besides asking for a bowl of noodles, what did she ask you for after the meal? $100,000 shopping cart for the mall. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree truthfully. There was a brief moment of silence for a few seconds from the live streaming aquanauts. Instantly, pop-ups filled the air. Crap, that's a brain circuit I wasn't expecting. Brother, I'll transfer $520 to you too. Can you transfer $520,000 to me? While waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree, he didn't bother to pay attention to the pop-ups and looked at Chenyu with a sad face. Dr. Chen, can you help me analyze how she thinks? Why have you been hot and cold with me lately? Instead of answering, Chenyu opened his mouth and asked, do you have a picture of her? Give me a look. Without saying a word, waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree carefully took out a picture from his wallet. See what the woman in the photo looks like. Nearly 100,000 people live-streamed, and all of a sudden, they were howling. The goose was wrong. The goose was really wrong. The goose shouldn't have taunted him about being a bull and a horse with a big wrong seed. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I'd be willing to dump my family's money. Cute young ladies are really worthless in front of mature imperial ladies. Brother Sakura, I've made you my friend. The abacus beads upstairs are crashing into my face across the internet. Looking at the flirtatious pop-ups of his water friends, he waited for the rain under the cherry blossom tree with a proud face. The woman in the photo is tall and has slender limbs. She's got a beautiful face, a royal face. Do you guys think such a woman is worth pursuing with all my heart and soul? Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree asked. So damn worth it. It's said that women hold gold bricks. Brother, you found a gold mine. I'd take 10 years off my life if I could have her as a wife. Being a woman myself, I'm a little ticked off. This time, the winds were highly uniform among the watermen. Dr. Chen, you've seen the photos. Now can you tell me why she's hot and cold towards me? At the mention of this issue, the face of the rain waiting under the cherry blossom tree became dull again. Since knowing her, waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree asked himself to be obedient to her. Not only do you get messages back in seconds, once you receive news of a meeting, even if it's raining or windy in the sky, waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree will also be the first thing to go. Are you sure you want to know? Chenyu's tone was odd. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree was about to open his mouth when his heart suddenly stuttered. Previously answered questions for Zhou Kurson. Chenyu seems to have the same tone. Is the goddess in your heart really that kind of woman? Using yourself as a dog-licking backup, an inexhaustible ATM? After a long moment of silence, Rain waited under the cherry blossom tree and let out a long sigh. Dr. Chen, she won't be a female sea king, right? At the moment, waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree looks like a prisoner waiting for judgment, becoming restless inside. Both are afraid to hear the truth. Again, very much wanting to know why the other person is hot and cold to them. She's not a female sea king, and so far, has only dated one of you. She sure is a good woman. Chen Yu's words were like immortal sounds. Waiting for rain under the cherry tree's face flushed with excitement as he slammed his fist into his thigh. The reason why she's hot and cold with you is because she hasn't thought it through yet. To go out with you all the time. She didn't see you again for a whole half month after our last meeting, did she? Yes. 15 days and 7 hours. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree said bitterly. She said she's traveling abroad and she'll see you when she gets back. Half a month when you can't see the goddess. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree can be like counting the hours. She did go out of the country, but not to travel, but to the hospital for post-op maintenance. She had surgery. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree was urgent. Immediately afterward, it became full of self-condemnation. Dr. Chen, please tell me quickly what kind of disease she has, and is the situation serious now? The goddess is sick and undergoing surgery, and she knows nothing about it. Associated with the previous meeting, the goddess was listless and distracted. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree really wanted to slap myself a few times. Listlessness indicates that the goddess is not well. The distraction should be worrying about whether the surgery will be successful. She doesn't have a disease, and it's not the kind of surgery you're thinking of. Chen Yu's words caused the rain waiting under the cherry blossom tree to fall like a cloud. You don't have a disease. Why do you need an operation? Ha, I can't. This brother is so simple that it hurts. Brother duh. Your goddess is not making a cut on her stomach, but on her face. What an artificial goddess. Technology and ruthless living race high. After a reminder from the waterman, it dawned on him that he was waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree. She had plastic surgery before? Sort of plastic surgery. Get a definite answer from Chen Yu. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you Dr. Chen for telling me this. I love her and naturally tolerate everything about her. It's not like plastic surgery is a fault. As long as she likes it, no matter where she goes under the knife on that part of her body, I will support it and love her as much as I always have. There's not much to say about plastic surgery. Waiting for the rain under the cherry tree. Plastic surgery is all the rage these days. Goddesses can't be exempted from this. It's not even a question. Just don't get sick and have surgery. Chen Yu asked. Are you sure you'll always love her? Sure as well as sure. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree. The words carried an unquestionable firmness. To like someone, accept all her strengths and weaknesses and tolerate everything about her. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree was a serious talk about his understanding of love. It wasn't just the goddess's body and looks he was after, and the goddess within. If the goddess is all good, waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree instead makes you feel inferior, feeling like I don't deserve people. Nowadays it is known that goddesses like plastic surgery. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree was a lot easier instead. Why is my nose a little sore? It's so windy. It's blowing me to tears. Mom, I believe in love again. Sakura's trippy. If he didn't like Missy, people would want to go out with him. I like Missy. Asking for a relationship. LSP fuck off. To desire a priceless treasure. It's hard to find a lover. That's true love. After listening to the declaration of love of waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree, the water friends were all moved. In today's materialistic society, it is not money that people are most deprived of. Rather, it's genuine. Everyone could see that the words waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree were 100% sincere. Dr. Chen. I understand. Waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree shouted coldly. What do you understand? Chen Yu asked rhetorically. The reason why the goddess is hesitant to go all the way with me is definitely because of my second generation rich status. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree had a certainty on his face. She's afraid that I'm just like those dudes and that I'm just having fun with her. After enough fun, it's likely she'll be dumped. I'm going to go abroad to find her, propose to her in person, and swear with my heart to be true to her for the rest of my life. After saying that, the rain waiting under the cherry blossom tree once again sent Chen Yu 20 carnivals. Dr. Chen, tell me quickly, which country's hospital is she recuperating in? I'll buy a plane ticket to go look for her right now. Feeling the urgency of waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree, the watermen sent their best wishes. Brave young man, go after love. Go for it. I work for a shipping company and I can book you the fastest ticket out of the country. Little brother, you must be happy. Looking at the blessing pop-ups flying all over the screen, Chen Yu closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Dr. Chen, please. I was so anxious to wait for the rain under the cherry blossom tree that I was on the verge of crying. The water boys followed with kind words, pleading with Chen Yu to help wait out the rain under the cherry blossom tree. Tell him the name of the country and hospital where the goddess is located. She's hospitalized at Siam National Hospital, Gender Orthopedic Conditioning Center. Boom! Chen Yu's words were like a heavy bomb. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree brain went blank. Holy shit, no wonder he's so tall. So he's a big guy. It was pretty exciting, but now it's even more exciting. I unilaterally declare that Siam is more amazing than San. What a nasty prick chicken. Upstairs better be a typo. My friend asked me to help ask if going to Siam for that kind of surgery makes them all as beautiful as the people in their pictures. Brother, tell your story boldly. Siam, the words gender dysphoria stand for something. For those who know what they stand for. The water lovers were greatly shocked at the same time. All sorts of wonderful stems are coming out of the woodwork. Just a dozen words. Fried under the cherry blossom tree waiting for the rain outside crispy. You lied. You must be lying to me on purpose. Rain growled and yelled as he waited under the cherry blossom tree. The pure and flawless goddess of the heart can never be a Han Yu. Chen Yu said slowly, her penguin space will give you the answer. As for finding her penguin number this way, I don't think I need to teach you, do I? Hearing that, waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree immediately picked up his cell phone. Download the Penguin app on the spot. With the popularity of WeChat, first-generation dating apps like Penguin have seen a significant drop in usage. Only the 80s, 90s, still holding on to it. To keep up with the times, Penguin has added the ability to find friends on your cell phone just like WeChat. Once downloaded, waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree, click add friends. Entered the goddess cell phone number directly. Immediately afterward, a name appeared in the add friends field. Cute bunny. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree, immediately click on each other's avatars. Enter into the midst of Penguin space. The space is filled with a lot of photos, but also a lot of written moods. The first day of estrogen injections was so exciting and exhilarating. Rogue traders have doubled the price of hormones. So depressing. Can't afford to fight anymore. It costs $500,000 to go to Siam for that kind of surgery. And people have to work hard to become pretty ladies as soon as possible. I learned the royal voice today. So enlightening. It's really nice to be a girl and have people offer to give up their seats on the bus. The words are filled with a feminine and sweet writing style. The biased content, which is unbearable to watch. About to approach the petrified cherry blossom tree waiting for the rain. His fingers trembling as he clicked on the photo album in space. Tap in on the first photo. It's a tall, red-lipped boy art photo. In the first few, the boys still have distinctly masculine features. As the photos were clicked one by one, The image of boys is also gradually changing. Long ponytail, double ponytail, sailor suit JK outfit, Lolita long dress. Various styles of women's dress and attire are successively seen on the boys. Toward the end, the style begins to change from sweet to sappy. Dry short hair, royal dress. It's a completely different person from the photo I took before waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree. In the last photo, the boys are wearing women's clothes, standing in front of a large hospital with foreign language written all over it. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree face is more bitter than eating yellow fever. I really don't know how I got the courage. One by one, go through these photos. A great man can really bend and rise. It's easier to dig a hole than to plant a tree. Just out of curiosity, is it possible to have a child in this condition? A bunch of stinking straight men. It's none of your business if people change or not. Can hospitals do female-to-male transitions? After this type of surgery is done, post-operative maintenance is very costly. Surprise one wild expert. Are you guys talking about no chickens? Okay, everyone, no jokes. Chen Yu opened his mouth, interrupting the one-sided flirting rhythm. This patient, do you still think I'm lying to you? Waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree shook his head woodenly. Why would she do that? I'll tell you about that later. How are you feeling right now? Chen Yu asked. It's hard to hold it in. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree said bitterly. Is this an obvious depressive symptom that needs to be treated by me? Needed. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree reveals a look of hopelessness. Turns out you really do have a mental illness. The goddess turned out to be a hunk. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree hates hitting your head against the wall. Your own eyes. When did you go blind? Anyway, you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. I counted on it. Just a few words with Dr. Chen and you can get sick even if you're not sick. Summarizes eloquently. Why do I always want to laugh when he's obviously miserable? Want to laugh +1, plus 10,086. How many times have you and your goddess, brother, gone deep? What sin did I do to be maternally single for 30 years to get into this live room? It's so damn hot. As one large melon is thrown, the number of people in the live room exceeded 150,000. It's really fun every day, but today is special. Dr. Chen, has she ever been true to me or not? When these words came out, Chen Yu almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. I can handle it. Dr. Chen, please tell me the truth. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree said. To say there isn't is not quite true, but if I were to say how much, I could say yes, but not much. Chen Yu weighed his phrases. Speaking of the two of them, this mournful and long, twisted and complicated love story. One day a year ago, you were driving through the shopping district and heard someone yelling for help to catch a thief. When you saw that the owner was an older sister, you drove off to catch the thief without saying a word. Because of this incident, the two of you met and exchanged contact information. After that you pursued her like crazy because you were a good person and she couldn't bear to strike you down even though she had no feelings for you. Solely try to get involved with you. During the course of the relationship, you continued to send her money, making it possible for her to have sufficient funds for her post-operative conditioning. Waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree listened in disbelief. After half a day's work, the person agreed to try to go out with him or her. Not impressed by their own sincerity. Just for being a good person. You can't wipe your face before you accept the quest. I'm sorry, you're a nice guy, you're so ugly. 3 Great confidence in life. And she has a crush on me. People are tough. If a man is not bad, not only women don't love him, but even men don't love him. Ha ha ha, talented upstairs. Chen Yu looked at the contents of the pop-up screen and said, do you want to know what the future holds for you guys if you stay together? And psychiatrists can predict the future? Isn't that something only a fortune teller can do? Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree was silly. Science, omnipotent. Chen Yu's face was serious. Psychological diagnosis is a complex scientific discipline that covers much more than you can imagine. It is only necessary to project on the basis of each person's character as well as his existing condition to naturally know his future. The Waterboys followed a piece of foolishness. Chen Yu blatantly opened his eyes. Is this really good? Predicting life's future. Sure it's not metaphysics? Are all psychiatrists so wild these days? Dr. Chen, go ahead. I can carry it. The face that should be disgraced is done for today. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree solely went out on a limb. Decided to ask for clarification. This brother can handle it. He really doesn't treat us as outsiders. Night sound brother. I was strongly opposed to this master's withdrawal from the literary world back then. Bah! I remember you screaming the loudest. Their future. It must be pretty rocky. Ha! The waterman continued the whole job. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree no longer had the heart to go against them. Just wondering what the future holds for myself and her. If you didn't find out today, you'd be very happy. A model couple in everyone's eyes. Spend the rest of your 60 years in peace and harmony. Never a red face or a quarrel. Shen Yu throws another melon. Model couple? Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree with a shocked face. That is to say, he's going to marry her. Why, it's not at all what I thought it would be. After decades of living together after marriage, didn't this brother devil notice anything different about each other? First-rate supporting cast, second-rate acting, third-rate script. Is it hard to be day-to-day? Water users have sent out pop-ups with questionable content. No matter what kind of plastic surgery facility, it is impossible to completely transform a man into a woman. The body, more or less, retains some gender characteristics, unless you're blind waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree. Otherwise, there's always a day of discovery. Dr. Chen, will we really live happily ever after? Rationally, waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree thinks this is impossible. On the contrary, these words came out of Chen Yu's mouth. Chen Yu slowly said, she was abandoned by her parents on the side of the road since she was a child, and was later found by good hearts and sent to the orphanage. Most of the abandoned children in the orphanage are girls. Living for a long time in an environment where there are many girls, the character unconsciously and gradually tends to be feminized, plus naturally red lips and delicate vocal cords. Ever since she was in elementary school, her classmates around her have referred to her as a sissy, fake girl. When she went to college, she began to access the internet and developed the idea of becoming a woman altogether. Shen Yu paused. The mood diary and photos you just saw in Penguin Space are the starting point of her heart path change. She saved for a whole decade for the deformity surgery, and finally saved enough for $500,000. I thought I would become a woman through surgery and never be discriminated against again. However, she overlooked one thing. What is it? Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree interjected and asked. Post-operative maintenance regimens require large sums of money to back them up. Shen Yu explained, transformation surgery is extremely damaging to the body. $500,000 for surgery is just the beginning. Next, millions more will be spent on conditioning. As the words fell, a large number of science pop-ups appeared on the air. The anchor is right. I once read on the news that most of the many local people in Siam who have had this surgery don't live to be 40. I'm a medical student, and these types of surgeries, even if they're successful, have a very high risk of organ rejection, and you can die if you don't get it right. If you don't know something, don't you get old fast? I'm afraid I won't even get a chance to grow old. As long as the money is there, and all kinds of high-dollar post-op regimens and overpriced potions keep up, it doesn't necessarily reduce life expectancy and early death. When the Water Friends had finished popularizing the dangers of this kind of surgery, Shen Yu continued on. With the money you're giving her, she'll soon complete the first phase of post-op conditioning. After returning home, she was still hot and cold towards you, and you staged a big proposal to show your true heart. Seeing as you're a good man and have funded her with a large sum of money, she's made 2 marriage offers, no children for the rest of your life, and you can only play poker once a month. You choose to say yes through and finally marry the goddess of your heart as you wish. After the wedding, you kept your promise strictly to room with her only once a month, even when she had to travel abroad alone for a month every 6 months for the first 10 years of her marriage. You never had any resentment or suspicion. 10 years later, she finally fell in love with you. You guys are so good as a couple. Neighbors, friends, relatives, all around you think you married a virtuous woman. Even your parents, who are unhappy with your dink, have thoroughly approved of this daughter-in-law. Before they died, they personally handed over the financial reins of the company to her to manage. And so it was that you were together for 60 years. And in the end you all went peacefully. Shen Yu spent 5 minutes telling the story of waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree and her. The next 60 years of life. There was silence in the live room. Take the love story alone. The life romance between waiting for the rain and the goddess under the cherry blossom tree is touching. But, the water boys always felt that something was not right. Brother Sakura is too pathetic to have never touched a real woman in his life. As this pop-up appeared, the water boys finally realized why it felt awkward. A partner who has lived together for 60 years turns out to be a male to female. It's equivalent to saying that waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree has been a lifetime with a man. Love makes you blind. That's true. Sakura, let me know when you get married. I'm going to the banquet. Count me in. I'll sit at the kids' table. Husband and wife love, X. Husband and wife love, square root. Brothers look forward to the day you get married. I don't believe they'll get married unless I'm allowed to visit the cave. Thunder and lightning Dharma King Dr. Yang is here. All idle people get out of the way. In addition to flirting, there are a lot of water friends feel sorry for waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree. The little hero who outsmarted his traffickers at the age of 7. How is it that the older you get, the lower your IQ gets? Is it true that a man's IQ bottoms out in front of his beloved? Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree. on the other hand, was a crying shame. The story is very touching. His own intelligence is equally touching. The bitter pursuit of true love turned out to be a hanky-panky, and also lived with someone else for the rest of his life in a confused manner. Other people's mothers are single for 20 or 30 years, and they always get married and have children. It's good to be on your own. Never touched a real woman in my life. Chunyu smiled faintly. Now that you know your future, you also have a chance to reselect your destiny. Dr. Chen, is it possible that if I leave her, I can change my fate and have another life? The IQ of waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree has finally reclaimed the high ground of the brain. The phase is born from the heart. The heart determines everything. If the heart changes, life follows. Chunyu nodded and said. There was a moment of consternation among the watermen. The more he felt that Chunyu was a godly man in the skin of a psychiatrist. After breaking ties with that woman, your destiny will change radically and gain a different ending in life. Chunyu's words changed. Only, second life ending. Anchor must have spoken commentary before. So damn good at selling it. Listen to my uncle's advice. Psychiatrists have no future. Or go to a street stall to tell fortunes. You'll definitely become a generation of fortune-telling masters. But once it's out, it's going to be fun. You guys? Sakura's face is turning bitter. I'll bet a chorizo that the anchor's next words are guaranteed to make Sakura's heart pull out of her chest. Add half a packet of bubbly stud, a carton of AD calcium milk. Somewhat different from what the water boys had guessed. The heart that waited for the rain under the cherry blossom tree is now cold. How is one's life so bitter? Just listen to Chunyu's tone. The other future ending is expected to be even bumpier. This patient, do you want to hear more? Chunyu said with a concerned expression. Listen to. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree is breathless. Respecting patience is part of a doctor's professionalism. So I'll tell you more about your second life future. Chunyu hit a cup of water and drank it. Moistening his throat, Chunyu said, after you severed your ties with her, you continued to devote yourself to the path of no return in search of true love. The injury was so deep that it caused you to fall ill. Whenever you meet an older sister you have feelings for, you first scrutinize whether she's a man or a woman. The act fell on the women and was taken by them as lewd. Over time, your lewd reputation spread throughout the city and you became the most loathed man by the women of the city. There isn't one. Even gold-digging women are afraid to approach you, lest you have that kind of weird fetish. After 7 or 8 years, love completely closes the door on you. You are over 30 and have a business marriage arranged by your parents. After your marriage you had a son, whom you doted on as if he were the apple of your eye. It wasn't until a child was injured once and needed a blood transfusion that you realized he wasn't your son. Hit again. You have a complete breakdown. Divorce your wife and choose to drink to escape reality. Alcoholism caused you to be unmotivated to run the company. And your family's business collapsed after 2 years. When you were 50, you went into the hospital with alcohol poisoning, and when you got out, your nose was so crooked that no one would give you food. A year later, you got drunk on the street and never woke up. Spare a thought for waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree. Anticipate that your second life may not end well, but it killed him to think about it. It's nifty more than bad. It's almost as if the unlucky mom opened the door for the unlucky. Bad luck. Being treated like a molester by women all over the city is stifling enough. And that is just the beginning. After the marriage, he was happy to be a father, raising children for people for decades. From being a non-drinker myself, I eventually became an alcoholic, finally dying a miserable death on the streets. For a moment then, waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree gave birth to the intention to disappear. Don't anyone stop me? I'm going to send him a big, miserable word. Why do I feel like the first ending was better? Please remove the how. I declare Sakura the winner of the second prize for the most tragic character of the year. Who's the first prize? Of course it's the next unlucky person to ask the anchor for advice. Flirting is flirting. People genuinely feel that disregarding the premise that the goddess was once a Hanyu, the first ending was really quite good. Husband and wife are in love, envied by family and friends, and live to a ripe old age. Waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree bit his lip hard. What will become of her life after she cuts off contact? The water boys were delighted by this statement. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree. This is going back to the old ways. Think about it. Compare that to the second ending. The first ending, aside from being slightly flawed, waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree definitely qualifies as a life winner. Miserable. Chunyu sighed. Worse than me? Rain asked in a low voice as he waited under the cherry blossom tree. Half a pound. Chunyu said indifferently. Without your financial help, she is unable to pay for the latter installments of her conditioning. In order to prolong her life and continue with her current beauty, she went to work in nightclubs where she could earn a good salary. Prolonged escorting has led to deteriorating health and a lifetime of medication. Then she was discovered by a paparazzi reporter who made a big deal of it as a headline. All kinds of obscenities and harassing text messages. The dual pressures from the outside world and her body eventually broke her down, and she chose to end her life by jumping into the sea. Waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree closed his eyes in pain. Being miserable by yourself doesn't count. Once a goddess, the level of misery was not unlike his own. What the hell kind of ending is this? Les Miserables would qualify as joy to them. This patient, is there anything else you'd like to ask? Chunyu said in a harmonious voice. Waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree, she broke open her eyes and frowned tightly. Dr. Chen, if she could get enough money for the next few periods of conditioning, would her future life still be so miserable? Upon hearing this, Chunyu was silent for a few seconds. Start taking measurements with the Tenjizi. No. Will she be happy? Will. Hearing this, the rain waiting under the cherry blossom tree was visibly relieved. $5 million. Is that enough for her next conditioning? Chunyu fixed his eyes on the back of the screen, waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree. Are you sure you want to do this? Okay. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree chopped it up. Enough. Thanks. Getting a clear answer. Waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree took out his cell phone and opened the bank app. Without hesitation to the other account. Hit the past 5 million. Tick-tock. A few moments later, the phone waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree rang. On the phone, a pleasant and delicate woman's voice came out. Why did you transfer so much money to me? Here's to your conditioning. And good luck with your future in finding a man who doesn't mind you. An imperceptible flash of pain flashed across the face of rain waiting under the cherry blossom tree. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep this from you. Waiting for rain under the cherry tree said nothing and hung up. Delete all contact with the other person on the fly. Dr. Chen, even though I've lost face today, I still want to thank you. Having experienced great joy and sorrow, the face of the rain waiting under the cherry blossom tree was calm and unruffled. I don't want either of the first two endings of my life. I want to get out on a new path. One that is mine. With an anti-bone character, he is convinced that he will be able to find true love. Brother, why are you so bitter? Isn't it good to be a godly couple who are in love with each other? If life is doomed, why make it hard on yourself? Waterbender spoke up to discourage it. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree shook his head and got up and bowed deeply to the screen. Chunyu said, since you have already made your choice, as a doctor, I respect your decision. Dr. Chen, how much should I pay you for the treatment? You've already rewarded dozens of carnivals, so forget about this visit. Chunyu smiled faintly. Life is so miserable. Waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree still has to go forward. That's a fierce man. You don't see many of them. After posting his feelings, Chunyu made a surprising move. Quickly go off the air. Chunyu chose to go off the air without warning. The 100,000 or so unknown water users did not expect Chunyu to come with this hand. Didn't Tigerfish claim to have countless servers and never disconnect? How come it drops the chain at critical moments? Is there any chance that the anchor took himself offline? No way. Never. More than 200,000 people in the live room. Not to take the opportunity to suck a wave of powder, but instead, without saying a word, directly offline. Anchor brain what? There is only one truth. The anchor hired an actor as well as a script that can only last so far. A wise netizen is transformed into a student of death. Analyze Chunyu suddenly off the air. It's because the hired help ran out. In the event that someone approached him for a consultation again, Chunyu was bound to reveal himself. The live studio is really full of talents. The water friends analyze too much sense. I don't think it's like an act. Not to mention the fact that a big anchor like Sister Zhou is not something he can even invite. Even if Sister Zhou is a trustee. Sakura, a rich second generation like that. What makes her cooperate with the anchor to put on an act? Just now, waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree is equal to transferring $5 million. Everyone saw it. Easily taking out $5 million shows that people waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree is not bad money. Maybe they're all on the same team with these guys, hitting out for money, but it's just left hand to right hand. Yes, that's definitely it. A psychiatrist telling people's fortunes and checking their luck is definitely a new script. This pop-up below drew other netizens to follow suit and agree. For the average person, psychiatrists do have some mystique, but in mystery, it's not a god. Spaced out and measured the addition of amphetamines to cold medicine. Can you believe that? The dozens of carnivals rewarded for waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree can't be fake, can they? It looks like you're a recent college graduate. Stupid and naive. It's called publicity money. Waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree might really be a rich kid. And maybe he's the one who put together this team. Are you guys getting the wrong emphasis? As long as there's fun to be had, who cares if it's not scripted? There was a silence in the live room. Yeah, does it matter if it's scripted or not? Only if it's fun to watch? Not important. Regardless of the fact that Joe Curson was still waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree. The expressions were all exaggerated enough just now. Just the thought of it still makes the Waterboys laugh. Brothers go ah. Sister Joe live broadcasting room posted a video. Ditto ditto ditto. Ha ha ha, another big melon. In an instant, the water friends who stayed in Chen Yu's live broadcast room to eat melon and nag have shifted their positions. With Joe Curson's sudden video, the empty live room was flooded with more than 100,000 water friends in an instant. The video is about 3 minutes long. The location of the shoot was in front of the emergency department of a hospital. Joe Curson held the checklist in her hand. Tells about the results of hospital tests. What Chen Yu said was not at all wrong. Cold remedies and sandwiches that do contain amphetamines. After a blood test, amphetamine was also present in the body of Kosen Chow. After saying this, Joe Curson pulled out another report receipt, and has been taken away by the police. If there is any new news, Joe Curson will, in the first instance, inform the netizens who care about her. At the end of the video, Joe Curson sincerely expresses her gratitude to Chen Yu. Per the doctor, if she continues to consume food and drinks with amphetamines, in a little while, the potion will cause irreversible damage to her brain. Even if it doesn't change idiocy, serious impairments such as speech disorders and slowness of movement will also occur. Above the checklist and the return of the report, both are stamped with a big, bright red seal. There is no doubt about the authenticity. The keyboard warrior who said Sister Joe is an actress came out and walked around twice. If the keyboard warrior dares to come out, I dare you to eat shit live. A non-real ghosting? I guess it won't be possible to come out of it without 8 or 10 years. For the sake of popularization, intentional poisoning is aggravated and is punishable by 10 years or more, life imprisonment, or even the death penalty. A phrase came to me. Thanks to my roommate for not killing me. The Waterboys had a big sigh of relief. The argument that Chen Yu and Joe Curson sang a double act according to the script was directly unassailable. Psychotropic drug poisoning. That's no joke. The writer's script and the actors are afraid to screw themselves. Besides, Anne's arrest was proven by a police return. To make the script realistic, first, he arranged for Joe Curson to drink the medicine, and then he sacrificed an anchor with not much influence. What kind of shady operation is this? Relying on the sexy route. Anne's fan base was not as large as Joe Curson's though, but only relatively speaking. Then the little anchors that no one watches, and definitely called it a big anchor. Nice guy, talking about sacrifice. Think about it. The scripted actor argument doesn't hold water. Chen Yu was once again carried out by his water friends. Almighty water friends, do any of you know which hospital Dr. Chen works at? I seriously doubt that he's not a psychiatrist at all, but a reclusive preceptor of the arts. Upstairs read less fairy novels. This stuff hurts brain cells. The anchor may be a private investigator, holding a lot of strange and bizarre black information, and making a fuss to break them out to create gimmicks and traffic for themselves. Immediately, the water users had a heated discussion in response to Chen Yu's identity. Detectives, magicians, paparazzi reporters, fortune tellers. There is no possibility that can be thought of that a waterman can't say. Anyway, just one sentence. Chen Yu was by no means an ordinary psychiatrist. Inside the store, Chen Yu's eyes were tightly closed as he plopped down on the ground. The reason why it was rushed off the air wasn't that Chen Yu was intentionally doing tricks. It is really a last resort. Helping 2 people in a row to change their destiny. A large amount of merit and chi luck poured into their bodies, if they are not refined in time. Next, Chen Yu will transform into a steam engine covered in white gas. Soothing. The 2 strands of meritorious chi were digested. Chen Yu was indescribably comfortable all over his body. The whole thing was light. It's as if you're lying on a big, soft, cozy bed. The benefits that merit and chi fortune brought to Chen Yu were countless. The comprehension of cultivation was taken to the next level. Physical fitness, as well as longevity, is significantly improved. The general outline of the opening chapter of Tianji Kai says it all. If you want to cultivate immortality, you must first refine your chi. Nascent energy is the foundation for cultivating immortality. And in this age of the end, the aura between heaven and earth is thin. Rely on the normal way of cultivation. Chen Yu might not be able to break through the chi refining stage in his entire life. The appearance of Tianji gave Chen Yu a shortcut. There is no need to painstakingly search for places where auras exist. Just keep changing people's lives and fortunes on a consistent basis. Before long, Chen Yu would be able to break through the chi refining stage, formally stepping into the realm of immortal cultivation. Feeling a little hungry, Chen Yu went downstairs and opened the door, preparing to go buy some food. Excuse me, can anyone here tell fortunes? An old man with gray hair and a cane appeared in front of the store. Chen Yu had a black question mark on his face. There is clearly a sign outside the store that says Psychological Science Counseling Room. Moncler outlet store come in and ask not for science but for fortune telling. Is one's own godly attribute that conspicuous? Can't even hide it? Grandpa, this is a psychoscientific counseling room, not a fortune telling store, and there are no fortune tellers, Chen Yu explained while observing the old man's face. The old man's face is ridiculously good. The only house that represents recent fortune is the natal house. An ominous sign appeared. What do you mean by psychological science? The old man looked puzzled. Chen Yu patiently explained. Psychological science, also known as psychology, is a type of medical treatment. The psychiatrist analyzes the patient's physical body, mental activity, and other aspects of observation, helping patients with mental illness. That means this is a clinic? The old man listened as if he understood. Thick disappointment surfaced on his face. Just now, the old man passed by the front of the store. It felt soothing all over. The tension that had haunted him for days disappeared in an instant. A few steps toward the front, the tension resurfaced. Back at the front of the store, the mind and body became soothed anew. The old man guessed that there must be a mystery in the store. I didn't realize it was a clinic. Chen Yu nodded and smiled. It's not wrong for you to say that. Since you're here, why don't I take a look at your illness? Never mind. I'll look on the street again. With that, the old man turned around and was about to leave. You won't find those people. Moncler, I'm afraid they won't be able to return for several years. Hearing this, the old man immediately stopped. Turning around, he stared at Chen Yu with a strange expression. Boy, do you know who I'm going to find? Sure. Chen Yu smiled faintly. Those celestial masters you're looking for. The mage hosts went in for a reunion a week or so ago through and through. They went in? The old man was shocked. No wonder he slipped back and forth multiple times on River Street. Not a single fortune teller in sight. So, after half a day's work, we're all going to jail. Feudal superstition is a must. The only way to cure you is to believe in science. In addition to tourists, the streets of Hafang Street are also filled with a large number of uneducated jungle magicians. Tourists have been duped from time to time. With that in mind, the relevant departments have launched a vigorous campaign to combat feudal superstition. That's why. Chen Yu beat a dead horse and refused to admit that he knew spell reading. Once you recognize it, you may have to go in and step on the sewing machine too. But I'm not sick. No, you're sick. Chen Yu revealed a serious face. Point out that the old man suffers from a very serious anxiety disorder. I'm anxious? After hearing this, the old man became even more confused. My son has a successful career and my grandson excels in his studies. The family has a big house and a big house, with tens of millions of dollars in the bank. Although my partner left early, I still have a ton of understanding old square dancing ladies around. I can't tell you how much the days have gone by. How can you be anxious? Chen Yu's smile did not diminish as he said, one of the jobs of our psychiatrists is to help patients discover the mental illnesses lurking within and give them the most timely treatment. You feel like you don't have a mental illness, but you don't realize that you've had it for years. Seeing Chen Yu talking in a decent manner, the old man's heart was also flooded with mutterings. Is it convenient for you to tell me? Moncler, your name? Earlier, Chen Yu helped Zhou Kersen and Sakura change their fortunes. The merit in chi fortune he gained directly allowed him to jump from an ordinary person to the early stage of chi refining. The old man has blood on his hands. They say saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Chen Yu doesn't want a 7-story pagoda. As long as the merits of the chi, the merit of saving a person's life in chi will never be less than that. I'm sure. My name is Zhang Qingshan. The old man finished and asked, unsure of himself, do I really have anxiety? Were you anxious when your son never married in the first place? Anxiety. Zhang Qingshan said without thinking. Are you anxious when your son finally marries and has children in his 30s and then divorces due to emotional problems? Anxiety. Anxiety about the recent spate of nightmares about a family losing their lives? Jiao, how do you know so much about my family? Zhang Qingshan looked like he had seen a living ghost. Chen Yu says he's not a fortune teller. How do you know everything? Indirectly being informed of the patient's personal and family situation by communicating with the patient is a necessary competency for us psychologists. Chen Yu said it as a matter of course. But I only said my name. Zhang Qingshan was completely bewildered. Fortune tellers tell people's fortunes. Ask for the birth date and look at the palm and face as well. Chen Yu, the psychiatrist, was informed of a name alone. And you can tell so much about what's going on. After thinking about it, Zhang Qingshan seemed to glance in the direction of the doorway. You're afraid of getting caught, so you disguise yourself as a psychiatrist to tell people's fortunes, aren't you, Master Zhang? My indeed is a psychiatrist. And what I say is all based on science. It's the same old story. Beat the hell out of it. You were anxious for a long time about your son's marriage, and when your son got divorced, you proceeded to be anxious again. Whenever your grandchildren are a little something, you become agitated again. Over time, Anxiety has become a persistent problem in your body. Recently, I've been having continuous nightmares, all because of the effects of my condition. Zhang Qingshan listened in awe. It always felt like something wasn't right, but Chen Yu said it like it was. Can't find a single rebuttal. Do I still have a cure? Zhang Qingshan asked carefully. Don't worry. Treating anxiety is a piece of cake for us psychologists. I have 2 types of treatment on my side. Would you prefer medication or physical therapy? Zhang Qingshan wondered. What's the difference? As the name suggests, medication means taking pills. As far as physical therapy is concerned, I'll prescribe a therapy device for you. Do as I tell you. Either keep it at home or keep it close. With time, the condition heals itself. Chen Yu explained. I want physical therapy. Zhang Qingshan was most afraid of taking medicine and chose the latter without saying a word. Okay, you wait a moment and I'll go get your healing instruments. Chen Yu took out his key and opened the door to the first-floor storage room. A large number of dusty miscellaneous departmental goods were piled up in the house. Granduncle said he left him the curio store. Found out after taking over. There's not a single antique to be seen here. I don't know who converted it into a grocery room for piling up groceries. Food, ornaments, New Year's paintings, dolls. That's it. After some selection, Chen Yu chose a New Year's picture. The fingers of his right hand transformed into sword fingers, shooting an aura at the yearbook. The next second, the yearbook floated up by itself. All evils retreat. Chen Yu's right sword finger, gesturing at the yearbook. A warlock mage drawing a talisman needs to work with a magic brush. Vermilion sand, astral steps, and the hour. Chen Yu, who had already stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation and possessed the chi refining realm. There is no need for these steps at all. As for the power of the effect, it's also just a billion points stronger than a normal rune. A few moments later, Chen Yu walked out of the storage room with the aura-imposed yearbook. With just one look, Zhang Qingshan's entire body was dumbfounded. Having lived for more than 60 years, Zhang Qingshan saw this kind of therapeutic apparatus for the first time. Master Zhang, when you go back and hang it on the wall, I guarantee you won't have any more nightmares and your anxiety will be cured soon. Zhang Qingshan didn't enter a single word of what Chen Yu said. Both eyes were firmly fixed on the New Year's Eve painting in Chen Yu's hand. After a long time, Zhang Qingshan said with a wooden expression, Is this a therapeutic device for my treatment? Yeah. Chen Yu nodded. Getting a clear answer from Chen Yu, Zhang Qingshan's nose almost became crooked. He can be sure. What Chen Yu was holding was a yearbook. The manufacturer and date of manufacture are written in the lower right corner. The painting depicts 2 big, fat, festive dolls. And then, the picture is starting to get weird. 2 big fat dolls in a sports car. One of them is in charge of driving. And a fucking convertible. The back of the car carried a large amount of gold, silver and jewelry. Looking at Zhang Qingshan, whose old face had changed color, it was not difficult for Chen Yu to guess that the old man was cursing in his heart. Master Zhang is not aware that there are various instruments for the treatment of mental illness. Not a machine or instrument as one would normally imagine. Chen Yu began to explain. New Year's paintings represent joy and celebration for the people of the country. Anxiety is a derivative of a negative emotion. Looking at the festive New Year's paintings every day can effectively alleviate and cure mental illnesses. You see what a good moral it has. A car, a son, and a fortune. Chen Yu carried the New Year's Eve painting in one hand and pointed at the little fat man driving the car. Use positive energy yearbook paintings to treat mental illnesses that represent negative energy. And you're still afraid you can't get better? Makes sense. Zhang Qingshan changed his earlier dismay and displeasure. The more I look at this yearbook, the better it looks. It feels like a big fat kid on a yearbook. It looks exactly like his own grandson when he was a child. Carefully rolling up this New Year's Eve painting, Zhang Qingshan pulled out his cell phone and asked, Young man, how much should I pay you? Counting the cost of the consultation and equipment, you're old enough to give $5,000. So expensive. Zhang Qingshan was stunned. In the past, when I came here to get my fortune told and measured, it was only a few $100s each time. Chen Yu opened his mouth to ask for $5,000. You old man mustn't think $5,000 is expensive. Compared to your condition, $5,000 is too cheap. Chen Yu asked Zhang Qingshan to think carefully. Once the anxiety worsened, it led to the hospitalization of Zhang Qingshan, not to mention how much it cost for hospitalization. Son and grandson alone. One doesn't work. The other one, I'm afraid, doesn't have the heart to go to school, counting inside and out. I don't know how good a deal $5,000 is to get cured. Fine. I'll turn it around for you. Zhang Qingshan has always had a soft ear. Thinking about it, he felt that Chen Yu was thinking of himself. 2 words. Transferred $5,000 to Chen Yu's QR code. The old man is playing quite fancy. Zhang Qingshan was using the latest model of fruit cell phone. Open the payment software process. Chen Yu saw a large number of social software and live streaming apps on his phone. Young man, I'll go back first. You take care. With such a high-quality clientele, it is only natural that after-sales service should not be lacking. Chen Yu politely sent the person to the street, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Zhang Qingshan. Back at the store, Chen Yu was struck by an idea. There are many ominous things in the world. There were some troubles that Chen Yu could help people dissolve by pointing out the bright spots. But there's something else. Requires the use of a magic potion. Being a believer in science, how can such things appear in the treatment room? Chen Yu found out the folding shelves in the storage room. Took half an hour to assemble and put on the first floor. Again, the goods inside, such as snacks, jewelry, toys, etc., were set up. Specialized therapeutic drugs for mental illness. Specialized therapeutic devices for mental illness. Looking at the two pieces of paper that were separately affixed to the shelves, Chen Yu wiped the sweat from his head with satisfaction. Counseling offices sell medications and therapeutic devices. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Of course, the two types of items are still a little bit different from the usual medicinal devices. For example, each item was infused with aura by Chen Yu. It's the equivalent of an open light. After resting for a while, Chen Yu opened his cell phone and entered the Spelling CC website. Find a store in the same town and place your order. The other side. Zhang Qingshan clamped the New Year's paintings and returned home with joy. Standing in the living room while ordering the babysitter to make dinner. Finding the right spot to post your yearbook. After some consideration, Li Qingshan pasted the yearbook to the back of the TV show. Every day when I watch TV, I look up and see the festive New Year's Eve paintings. 2 for the price of 1. Grandpa, what is this? An hour later, his son Zhang Jian and grandson Zhang Xiaobei returned together. Just entering the living room, the father and son stared suspiciously at the painting above the TV. This is the healing device I bought. Dad, did you get sick? Hearing the words treatment device, Zhang Jianzhang's face changed. Ugh. Zhang Qingshan sighed and revealed that he suffered from mental illness. Grandpa, you've been had. His grandson Zhang Xiaobei, who is in his 3rd year of junior high school, is straightforward. Thinks Grandpa met a crook. How dare you ask for $5,000 for a disreputable New Year's Eve picture? How come the crooks don't go robbing? Dad, Xiaobei is right. You've been tricked. Zhang Jianzhang sighed in his heart. Father Zhang Qingshan is good at everything. Just one thing. Soft ears. He believes whatever people say. Spending money without any hesitation at all. The Zhang family is not poor in money, but also cannot hold father like a money-scattering boy. Send money out day after day. Nothing else. Let's just say those old ladies on the dance team. Knowing that Zhang Qingshan is a good talker and spends money generously. Every day, he called me Brother Zhang, calling me a thief. Coaxed Dad to pay out of his own pocket to raise a square dance team of dozens of people. Don't talk nonsense. There's no way that little doctor is a liar. Zhang Qingshan retorted. What people say can be accurate. When you get married and when you get divorced, the lad says exactly. As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhang Jian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Zhang Jian's status is that of vice president of the university, a local education celebrity. If you want to know about his personal situation, you can find out in minutes with a finger on the doohickey. Grandpa, did you look at his business license? His license to practice medicine? Zhang Xiaobei asked for the highlights. No. Zhang Qingshan shook his head. Father and son Zhang Construction looked at each other. Make sure the old man falls for it. To say that the scammers are also too unethical, not to mention cheating Zhang Qingshan out of $5,000. The sale is still an incoherent picture. Babies drive sports cars, or convertibles. Thanks to the crooks for taking it. Father and son have a word for each other, said Zhang Qingshan, his old face turning red. Zhang Qingshan's soft ears didn't mean he didn't have a brain. Come to think of it, there is indeed quite a bit wrong in it. Grandpa, I'll accompany you to settle the score with that crook tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobei took out his cell phone and prepared to contact a few taller classmates. A piece of it went to trouble Chen Yu. Don't you fool around. I'll handle this. Zhang Jianzhang took out his phone and was about to call the authorities to report. In the meantime, a black gas that was hard to see with the naked eye emerged along the top of Zhang Qingshan's head. The black gas condensed into threads. It floated straight to the crystal chandelier above the heads of the 3 men. Boom! In the next second, the yearbook hanging on the wall spontaneously combusted without fire. Seeing this scene, the grandparents and grandchildren were shocked. Get water to put out the fire. With a shout from Zhang Qingshan, the 3 of them ran to the kitchen and the restroom to get water. Claptrap. A more unexpected scene appeared. The 3 men and the babysitter were just about to catch water to put out the fire. The huge crystal chandelier above the living room fell to the ground with a bang. The crystal chandelier fell to the ground and shattered. The New Year's paintings, which had previously ignited a fire, were reduced to flying ashes in an instant. Confronted with several strange events that were difficult to understand in front of him, a few people in the room fell into a deathly silence. Did you guys see that? After a lot of time, Zhang Qingshan said with a pale face, son, grandchildren, and the family nanny, nodding successively with complex expressions. Thank you for saving Master's life. The old man salutes you. Zhang Qingshan was as if he was insane as he plopped down on his knees, rushing to the location where the yearbook had previously been hung. He cowed out 3 times with a respectful face. If the yearbook hadn't burned without fire, the 3 will just continue to stand still and talk. The crystal chandelier falls. None of the grandparents and grandchildren will escape. Not to say that he would be smashed to death, but he would definitely be seriously injured. Could it be that in this world, there really is a strange man who has not foretold the future? Zhang Jianjiang, who was certain that Chen Yu was a liar, began to collapse his worldview a little bit. Even Zhang Xiaobei, who was still studying and firmly believed in science. At the moment, he was also in 2 minds. There are no circuits within the yearbook. It is not possible to have a short-circuit spontaneous combustion. Offhand, the impossible really did occur, and saving their lives at the same time. I get it all. Zhang Qingshan stood up after kowtowing, his appearance becoming more and more insane, giggling in the direction of the wall. Dad, is Grandpa irritated and out of his mind? Zhang Xiaobei nodded his temple. Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Jianjiang slapped his son in the face without any good humor and asked cautiously, Dad, what do you understand? Say no more. Say no more. A high man does not show his face, and showing his face is not a high man. Zhang Qingshan was so excited that he forgot about it. No wonder he feels soothed when he passes by the store. It's clear that someone high up is giving out power. Father and son Zhang Jian and Zhang Xiaobei looked at each other. It all feels a little short on brain cells. Grandpa, could it be that the psychiatrist is just his disguise, and his real identity is that of a celestial master who can foretell the future and exorcise evil spirits? Zhang Xiaobei, who had returned to his senses, tried to voice out his guess. Zhang Qingshan boarded up his face and corrected, Don't talk nonsense, all of you. Little Heavenly Master is indeed a psychiatrist. Hearing these words, Zhang Xiaobei and Zhang Jian were utterly speechless, calling Chen Yu a Little Heavenly Master and saying that people were indeed psychologists. It's no longer inconsistent. It's simply a case of no silver in the ground, no silver in the sky. The Divine Master changed his profession to become a psychiatrist. Who believes it? Telling my son and grandson not to mention anything weird in the future. Zhang Qingshan was secretly pleased in his heart. There was no doubt that Chen Yu was a high achiever in arts and crafts. The reason for this reluctance to reveal his identity? Probably worried about the number of mortals looking for him, delaying his practice. After all, most of the high rollers like to be quiet. If Chen Yu knew what Zhang Qingshan was thinking, only 2 words can be said. Brainstorming is a persistent disease that no one can cure. At 11 o'clock the next morning, Chen Yu received the courier that he had ordered last night. Well, this is more like a counseling room. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu looked at the walls on the left and right sides of the first floor with a satisfied face. On the walls on either side, a dozen portraits of master psychologists were plastered. There is also a biography of the master's life and accomplishments below. Ready? Chen Yu skillfully clicked on the live broadcast software, entered his live feed. The moment the broadcast started, the number of people in the live room was in the tens of thousands. Chen Yu couldn't help but be skeptical. These people don't live on the Tigerfish platform anymore. The missing anchor returns. Brothers, charge the duck for me. Place your bets and guess how many people the anchor will make depressed today? 1 for the bottom, 2 no less, 3 no more. Dare I ask who upstairs learned nonsense literature from, and take disciples? I'm new here. Is the anchor a fortune teller or a psychiatrist? Of the tens of thousands of aquatic friends that flooded the anchor room, only a few thousand were old fans who had watched the live broadcast yesterday. Absolute majority. All see the headline hot search. Today specially squatting Chen Yu open broadcast new powder. Last night at 12 midnight. A new day to get the hot list started updating. Ranked in the top 4 hot keywords. Beware of girlfriends and fall in love with men, respectively. Metaphysics or science, as well as a psychiatrist. A key name can be found among the 4 headline hits. Chen Yu, Tigerfish live streaming platform, and as a result, there was an unprecedented rarity. A live room without an anchor suddenly gathered hundreds of thousands of water friends. The heat of the discussion and exchanges exceeded that of a big tier of anchors that started at midnight. By the latter part of the night, Chen Yu live broadcasting room survival number, but also broke the million mark. I don't know how many anchors have looked red in the eyes. Sister Joe came in and must have come to say thank you. A sharp-eyed water user noticed that Joe Curson had entered Chen Yu's live broadcast room. Chen Ran glanced at the pop-up. I was about to open my mouth to say hello when 10 carnivals jumped into view. Dr. Chen, thank you. If it weren't for your timely reminder, I'm afraid I'd be a fool before long. Kokocho sends out paid special effects pop-ups. You're welcome. It's our duty as psychologists to help others. Chunyu smiled slightly. Harmony comforted Joe Curson that there was no need to keep this matter in her heart. Thank you Dr. Chen for helping me recognize scummy green tea. Many thanks, Dr. Chen, for saving my sister Zhou's little life. Dr. Chen preserved my academic performance, and the kindness is remembered. An interesting scene emerges. The carnival effects given out by Kokocho have just ended. There were more carnival rewards that appeared on the air. The pop-up trend has also changed from flirting and playing with stems to being genuinely thankful. Ever since Chunyu uncovered his best friend's poisoning plot against Joe Curson, beware of girlfriends became a hot topic. Many teenage waterbenders saw it and recalled some of their BFF's uncharacteristic behavior. It's so unchecked. Some girlfriends hook up with their boyfriends. There was also a BFF who stole an academic paper from a certain female waterbender. Intend to preempt the release. 666,666. The anchor has now become a public enemy of her girlfriends. Ha ha ha. The term plastic sisters is so true. Congrats to the anchor for the large number of additional female black fans. Looking at the pop-ups on the screen, Chunyu really cried and laughed. I didn't realize it would capsize so many friendship boats overnight. It took more than 20 minutes for the ongoing carnival bounty to end. Thanks for all the favorites. And we'll continue our back-to-back clinics today. Brother Sue teaches you to buy a house with full payment and gives away a carnival. As this reward reminder appeared, a $1 million anchor entered the live broadcast room. Oh my god, the sun is coming out of the west. I must still be dreaming of someone coming to my house and slapping me. Sue's number should have been stolen. Having that Sue spend money on a gift is more unbelievable than the world ending tomorrow. Through the pop-up content of the Water Friends, Chen Yu roughly understood. This Sue who came in. What a bully. The anchor, whose screen name is Sue, teaches you to buy a house at full price. Is 35 years old? Stayed at Tigerfish lived 3 years ago. Main content. How to save money on buying a house at full price. The very beginning. The Waterboys dismissed him as a real estate agent under the guise of saving money. Sue flashed his proof. Prove that you have an average family. Yet he was able to buy 2 buildings in the city in 10 years by saving money and paying for them in full. Hello Sue. Thank you for the reward. Chen Ran politely thanked him. Dr. Chen, can we link up? Of course, but there is a fee for receiving my visits and treatments. Chunyu took this opportunity to lay down the rules. $5,000 for even a McDonald's visit. Need treatment? Pay another $5,000. Soon, a weathered man's face appeared on the screen. Are you guys sure? This guy is only 35? 53 is more like it. A new waterbender questioned. At a glance, you're not a fan of Brother Sue. This old face of Brother Sue represents the great days of the past. Do you know how Sue was able to buy 2 houses in 10 years with full payment? Please look at his face, and then please look at what Co is wearing. Brother Co, save the most money. After being reminded by Sue's fans, the new aquanauts who had signed up for the Tigerfish platform because of Chenyu looked at what Sue was wearing. Sue's face was dark and covered with wrinkled furrows. Clothes and pants covered with patches and pieces of cloth. It's like the cassock worn by Jeet Kune Do. On his feet he wore a pair of tattered sneakers. Says he's $1 million anchor. More like street scavengers. Dr. Chen, do you have plans to buy a house? If you do, you're welcome to follow me live. I can help you buy your favorite property in the fastest time possible. At full price. Sue raised his hand with a big smile and greeted Chunyu. By the way, I advertised myself. If you want to buy a house, look for Sue. Save money his way. Buying a home with full purchase is not a dream. Brother Sue deserves to be called Brother Sue. Every penny is spent on the knife edge. I was wondering if the sun was coming out of the west today. So it turns out that Sue is using this money as advertising money. A million big anchors running to someone else's live room and advertising themselves in front of the other anchor. There's no one else but Brother Sue. Looking at the water friends flirting, Sue didn't take it to heart at all. Saving money is both his way of life. It's more of a sign of fame. Chunyu smiled and said, I don't have the intention to buy a house for the time being, but, it's coming, but it's showing up. Brother Sue, it's not too late to run. Dr. Chen made a diagnosis of mildest depression to start. Sue, hurry up and go. If you don't, you'll be finished. The first victim has appeared. What victims? Clearly patients. The water boys were either kind or flirtatious. Waiting to see the fun for a while, Sue laughed and asked, Dr. Chen, you're not trying to say I have a mental illness, are you? I can tell you unequivocally that I have no problems at all, and I don't know how happy my mind is. Chen Yu said, a happy mind does not mean there is no mental illness. I don't believe it. As water friends familiar with Co chortled, Sue who breaks a penny into $1. breaking the bank to reward a carnival worth $3,000. It is indeed to rub it in. Advertise yourself for traffic. Then let's talk first. Seeing as you sent me a carnival, I'll say a few words about the origin of your illness for free. Yeah, there's nothing that Sue doesn't like about anything that's free. Chen Yu said indifferently. Your parents are dual income earners, and your family's conditions are more than adequate. Due to work, your parents sent you to be raised by your rural grandparents since you were a child. The second old man went through hard times and taught you every day to be frugal and save money. From now on, the word save is embedded in the marrow of your bones. You took over your father's job as a laborer at 19, leaning on scrimping and saving to buy 2 houses in the local downtown area at full price in just 10 years. Sue listened quite carefully at first, got to the back and laughed outright. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Dr. Chen to pay so much attention to me. You usually don't watch my video recordings, do you? This thing that Chen Yu said, Sue had once used as a talking point to tell his water friends. Usually when a big anchor broadcasts live, someone will be recording it. It's not hard to learn all this by going to the taping. I'm not done yet. Chen Yu did not panic and continued. Every day you leave work to save money. You go to the trash to pick up shopping bags that other people don't want. Use the free water from the public restrooms. Clean them up and take them home for your own use. Once a plastic shopping bag broke and you chose to sew it back together with a needle and thread to continue using it. Hearing this, Sue was shocked. Chen Yu was right. He did do this. Nima, this isn't saving money. This is sick. I've heard of sewing clothes and socks, but for the first time I've heard of sewing plastic bags to continue using them. It's no wonder you can buy 2 sweets in 10 years at full price. You can't beat that. Forcing myself not to laugh in the middle of a classroom lesson. Brother Sue, I'll give you a reward of $10. Can you send me the sewn plastic bag to look forward to? Why don't you use clear tape to stick it on? Topic enders appear. The water friends who don't know Sue. Today is a complete eye-opener. Collecting plastic bags as garbage bags is common, but it's all about collecting your own home. Sue shall not be allowed. Going to the dump to pick up trash bags doesn't count. Also stitched the notches with needle and thread. Sue said seriously, don't laugh. Everyone, using plastic bags that don't cost a fortune is also a wonderful way to save money. The waterbenders were speechless. Chen Yu continued, your money-saving tricks are more than this. To save water, you keep a jar in the bathroom and pee into it every time you pee. Wait until the jar is full and use it to flush the big one in the toilet. The water friends felt like they had received a 10,000 point storm inside. To think that the trick of sewing plastic has been invincible. Alas, I am still young. Sue's kidneys are powerful. You guys talk first. I'm going to the bathroom to throw up for a while. Wouldn't it be a little more sanitary to accumulate saliva and flush the toilet? I'm naming you and Sue the crouching dragon and phoenix of the money-saving world. Original soup for original food. Even if Sue was thick-skinned, he was a bit overwhelmed this time. 3 years ago, you almost gave your entire family away. During his hospitalization, your brother was just a hair's breadth away from being sent away from you again. Chen Yu wore a smile on his face as he lightly exposed a new melon. The world is a big gut. Brother Sue, what kind of grudge do you have against your brother that you have to send him away? Chips and fat house water at the ready. Sit back and listen to the story. What a loving family. Water users who watched yesterday's live broadcast have vaguely summarized some experiences. Once Chen Yu started to say nevertheless, combined with that smirking expression, not only will there be a big melon to eat, and the fun will continue. Netizens who followed along from Sue's live broadcast. I don't usually hear about his money-saving tips. Go around more trash piles in upscale neighborhoods, near apartments with lots of young people. There's a good chance. Pick up 70 to 80% new furniture, clothes, shoes, toiletries. Go to the major toiletry websites and do a prize survey to get them. Do not do laundry unless it is necessary. When you go to the popular baths, take your dirty clothes with you and wash them in one piece. On top of that, there is another way to save money on your water bill. The whole family eats from pots and pans. The list goes on and on. Fans have exclaimed more than once. It's an absolute miracle that Sue's family of 4 has survived this long in good health. Now I hear that CO almost sent the whole family away. The atmosphere in the live room reached its first climax. When you were 10 years old, your mom gave you 50 cents to go to the store and buy a bag of salt. Passing by the downstairs trash can, you see a clear plastic bag with a small half bag of white powder in it. Mistook the laundry detergent inside for table salt and took it home and poured it directly into the salt shaker. The family was poisoned as a result, and it was only because they were taken to hospital in time that their lives were not in danger. Since your brother was the youngest, he recovered the slowest. To supplement his nutrition, you go to the fruit store with the intention of getting some fruit. Picked up a red-hearted cane that the boss threw away and sent your brother to the emergency room once again. Chen Yu was like the person in question. Tells the whole story like it is. Boy, Sue is so obsessed with saving money that he can't tell laundry detergent from table salt. A little science trivia. Red heart means spoiled sugarcane, and spoiled sugarcane contains high levels of neurotoxins. Ching cane. Race the snake. Brother Sue, what's the smell of laundry detergent? How dare you eat something you found in a garbage dump? And Sue is in such a hurry to send the whole family away? If I were Sue's younger brother, I'd have to shout out that it's good to be alive. The water friends who didn't know Sue, one word appeared in their hearts. The devil's days man. I thought a penny saved would be a penny saved, not realizing it would cause a family to be hospitalized. I tasted that bag of laundry detergent and it did taste a little salty, thus assuming it was table salt that had been thrown away. Sue blushed like a monkey's ass. Spare me the fact that he had practiced his face to the point of being invulnerable in order to save money. Still can't help but feel my skin burning when I think of that incident. Chen Yu laughed. On the road of saving money, you made a lot of oops jokes, but you never changed your mind. Under your unified management, your family's living expenses are strictly limited to a few $100s a month. Your parents and brother grumbled at you, but as you bought 2 second homes, one after the other, within 10 years, their grudges disappeared. A couple years ago, you got into the live streaming industry, leaning on a variety of money-saving tips to draw millions of fans in 6 months. Last year, you bought 2 more new homes and have millions in savings on hand. Sue was dumbfounded. Chen Ran is a psychiatrist after all, or a private investigator. How come you're so uninvolved in your own family's affairs? Whether it's an oops joke to save money, or how many flats have been bought in the back and how much deposit you own. None of this content was ever shared by Sue with his water friends. Other anchors are the team to help set up a persona. Sue saves money to the bone. It's a fucking real persona. Are anchors all making so much money now? Another house to buy. Another million in savings. I admit it. I'm sore. The whole family lives on a few $100s a month. This family is a ninja turtle. Looking at the sentiments sent out by his water friends, Sue was quite proud of himself. Brothers, if you want to buy a house, feel free to come to my booth. I have a million money-saving tips that will definitely allow people to take a house in full payment within a few years. The water boys called out the good guys. At this point, not forgetting to advertise his live room. It is estimated that this live broadcast will increase Sue's fans by tens of thousands at least. Give away a $3,000 carnival for tens of thousands of fans. Sue's abacus beads were on fire. Facing Sue, who kept digging into his own live room, Chen Yu was neither angry nor said much. Just like that, quietly watching him. After 7 or 8 consecutive advertisements, Sue finally stopped. Dr. Chen, I admit that you have some discipline and are basically right about all of these things. But still, I'm not sick. With the desired purpose accomplished, Sue waved goodbye to the vast number of netizens in the broadcast room. Prepare to end the streak. Open his little money-saving class with CO. Chen Yu said, not only do you have a mental illness, you will soon give birth to a second mental illness. When this was said, the pop-ups rolled in on the air. 2 blooms. Wonderful. Dr. Chen, just don't sell out. What kind of disease does Brother Sue have? Speak out and let everyone care. Sue is in danger. Sister Joe and that Sakura. One depression alone is already making them miserable. And CO is hitting new heights. Elder Brother Sue, listen to my elder brother's advice. Withdraw quickly. Don't hesitate. Someone drag this 250 out. Sue laughed bitterly. Since the waterbenders have said so, Dr. Chen, then you can tell me exactly what those 2 mental illnesses are that I have. For the anchors, the sky is the limit, and water friends are the biggest. The clothes horses were in high spirits. Leaving without the wheat at this point is tantamount to not giving face to the parents. The result is a massive drop-off. Even their own fans, who will switch to other anchors. Chen Yu said indifferently. Next, the formal diagnosis and treatment can begin. When he heard about the formal medical treatment, Sue looked embarrassed. Spending $3,000 to give away the carnival. Sue had a mental struggle all night. Tell him to take $5,000 for a visit. Honestly, not much better than cutting a piece of his flesh. I'll pay for the $5,000 consultation fee. Dr. Chen, start the consultation. A special effects pop-up appeared on the air. CO's big brother on the list parachuted in. Thank you for the favor of Big Brother Pengji. Sue was overjoyed. Rushing to the top of the list, Brother 1 thanked him 1,000 times. Chen Yu said with a wry smile, this patient, your first mental illness is pathological self-control in emotional disorders. What is this disease? Sue subconsciously asked. I'll explain it to you later. Chen Yu brushed off Sue's question, turning to his second mental illness, mania. And it's also the most dangerous of the manias. Aggressive mania. Me? Aggressive mania? Dr. Chen, stop it. Sue was stunned at first, then laughed out loud. I'm not afraid to tell you that I was raised to be an aggravator. It's never just people bullying me. I'm simply too scared to fight. Sue's belly split open with laughter. What constitutes pathological self-control is unclear to Sue. Mania, though, has nothing at all to do with myself. Come on out with your reading and explain what morbid self-control means? Little Sunflower class is in session. Pathological self-control, a type of emotional disorder. The pathology manifests itself in a prolonged period of harsh demands on the self amounting to self-mutilation, commonly known as self-mutilation addiction, which in turn leads to a sense of security and fulfillment. Doesn't that say Sue? Remove? Sue is family rubbing towel with rotten not change. Chopsticks moldy still can continue to use. I was thinking that he has a kind of self-mutilation mood. Really sick. The waterboys flirted with a sigh of relief. Read the explanation of the term by one of the waterbenders. People can't help but feel that. CO still seems to have really sick self-control. Frugality is a virtue. How can it be a mental illness? Sue retorted. Chen Yu said. You're right. Thrift is indeed a traditional virtue, but once it goes to the extreme, it is a disease. You're bullshitting me. Hearing Chen Yu call frugality a mental illness, Sue couldn't help but get a little riled up. This patient, please calm down. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to continue our conversation. Chen Yu points out that Sue already has the beginnings of mania. Sue suppressed the fire and said, I'm not angry. Go on. I'd like to hear what else you have to say. Chen Yu said, when you learn that the most precious thing is about to disappear, your mania is about to completely kick in. My most precious thing? Sue was filled with confusion. The most valuable thing a man can have is, of course, his chastity. Alumni. Shake hands. I graduated from boys' virtue school too. Sue's most valuable thing should be money, right? Congratulations to this friend for learning to snatch. Could it be that Sue was about to be cheated out of his money? For a while, the waterboys engaged in speculation. Analyze the ways in which Sue's money will go missing. Dr. Chen, I'm afraid you're wrong this time. Sue flashed a confident smile and got up to leave the front of the screen. Back again, with a passbook in his hand. As Sue unfolded the passbook, a long list of numbers appeared in front of the water friends. 5,588,000, $7,620. Sue is well aware of the numerous cases of telephone fraud and cyber theft in the past 2 years. As a result, the account where Sue deposited the money was neither a bank card, no online banking either. Even the phone bank transfer function is not available. The only way to get money, it is to be taken in person, with documents and passbook, to the bank counter. Dr. Chan, may I ask how a thief or a crook can take my money away? Hearing Sue's questioning, Chen Yu said nonchalantly, the one who rides a white horse is not necessarily a prince. It could also be the Tang monk. The ones who take your money may not be thieving crooks. And who is that? Sue's tone was aggressive. Your loved ones. No way. Sue exclaimed. I have a very good relationship with my family. My mom, dad, and little brother obey me. They have no reason to steal my money. Taking a step back, even if they were to steal it, there's no chance at all that they'd get it. I've always had custody of the bank book, and my parents, and my brother, don't know where it is. Sue was really annoyed this time. The more Chen Yu talked, the more outrageous he became. How dare you falsely accuse your own family of stealing money? It is simply outrageous. Mom and dad have always been proud of themselves. My little brother is a good boy, though a little out of tune. Anyone can steal their own money. None of them will. Brothers, I have a feeling that Sue is going to get punched in the face. I vaguely see in CO the honeyed confidence that Sakura and Cho had in the beginning. What's next? A family feud drama? Upstairs is knowing how to summarize. There's one way to put it. Would CO's relatives really do such a thing? Is it rare these days for loved ones to turn against each other for money? Sue didn't bother to pay attention to the content of the pop-ups and sternly demanded that Chen Yu apologize in public. If you don't believe me, you can call the housing authority. Chen Yu opened his mouth. The housing authority? Why would I give to call them? Sue asked. Of course I'm asking about the status of several houses in your name. Hearing this, Sue even smiled coldly. You're not going to say that they mortgaged my house, are you? Chen Yu nodded, acknowledging Sue's guess. Ha ha ha. In the next second, the entire aquatic community in the live broadcast room heard Sue's wild and unrestrained laughter. Is Sue mad as hell? Looks like it to me. Otherwise, why the sharp smile? You guys are the ones who are stupid. If I were Sue, I would have laughed out loud too. Why? According to the relevant regulations, a mortgage on a property requires the presence of the homeowner in person. Otherwise the mortgage cannot be processed. How much money did the big brother upstairs carry on his mortgage? Is it hard to pay the mortgage? Zap iron. Old heart. If earlier, Chen Yu said that Sue's relatives wanted to steal his money, people are more or less convinced. This time, The water boys couldn't believe it anymore. In addition to the hordes of mortgage veterans showing up for science, the water boys also checked out the doohickey. Got the same results as Lau said. It doesn't matter if the property is mortgaged or sold. The homeowner must be present in person. It's a hard standard. This patient, whether I'm telling you the truth or not, the answer will be clear to you when you make a phone call. Chun Yu still had that same lofty stance, not in the least bit nervous by the questioning of the waterbenders and Sue. Just fight. In order to prove that he and his family are emotionally unavailable, Sue really called the housing authority. What? Not long after, deafening shrieks rang inside the live room. OMG. That scared me. The headphone party is going deaf. Old me was chopping vegetables and cooking, and with this wolf howl at Sue's throat, I almost cut my finger off. Dr. Chen won't be right again? This plot is getting more and more interesting. Decided. Skipping class this afternoon. Skip school +1. I'm calling in sick and skipping work. Zhao Taiju. Don't think I can't recognize you after changing your vest. I'm the personnel manager. You'll go to the finance department tomorrow to collect your salary. Ha ha ha. The water boy skipped work to flip the scene. Dr. Chen's crow's mouth is really living up to its name. How to talk. What do you mean by crow's mouth? It's obviously Sue who didn't listen to advice and had to stay and look for abuse. Aren't you guys curious as to how the property in Sue's name, without him being present in person, could have been mortgaged? The live stream pop-ups, all of a sudden, disappeared without a trace. The watermen are all racing monkeys. Hearing that scream from Sue alone, the answer has surfaced. The house is 100% mortgaged. The thing is, it's not scientific. Sue, who had returned to his senses, no longer knew how to describe his feelings. The housing authority staff responded clearly. 4 houses in his name, all of which are in foreclosure. The collateralization procedures are complete and the intermediaries are in compliance with the regulations. It was also the words that startled Sue into shouting out. What does it mean to be compliant? The proper homeowner, himself, knows nothing at all. Chen Ran continued. Your parents took the real estate certificates you stored in their hands and mortgaged your 4 houses, successively, to the bank. As for the loan that was obtained, it was given to your brother through and through. Boom! Sue's brain was about to explode. He or she has worked hard to save money for this family. It's hard to have millions in savings in 4 houses. Just when you're living a good life, your parents mercilessly backstab you. What kind of parents are these? A gift from a phone bill. I've only heard of ruthless stepdads and stepmoms, but this is the first time I've seen my own parents screwing over my son like this. The youngest son and the oldest grandson. The life of the old couple. Bullshit, that's clearly parental favoritism. First there's the Fu D demon, then there's the Fu Air demon. That's nasty enough. The waterbenders are on the same page. All of them are on Sue's side, voicing the unscrupulous hearts of Sio's parents. This patient, how do you feel right now? Anger, suffocation, sadness. Sue's face was bitter. Still think you don't have a mental illness? Chen Yu asked with a smile. Sue was about to nod, then shook his head violently. Chen Yu's smile did not diminish as he said, do you want to know how your parents got around you and mortgaged the house? Think. Sue didn't think twice. Not only did Sue want to know, but the majority of water users were equally puzzled. Claims are claims. How can the old couple be in Sue's absence? Mortgage the property in the normal process? Show everyone your brother's picture and the water boys will give you an answer. Upon hearing this, Sue immediately looked for family photos, pointing up at a young man in his 20s. I see. I get it too. All of us understand. With just a glance at Sue's brother's looks, the water friends all came to a realization. Sio and his brother aren't twins, but the looks, at least 8% similar. A little more head shaping and it's pushing 9. Did my brother impersonate me and take out a mortgage on the property with my parents? Sue's heart was as good as dead, but his mind was clear. The 2 of you brothers look like twins, and it's still hard for the surrounding neighbors to tell you apart, let alone the bank staff. Chen Yu paused and added, you are now planning to go to your brother and ask for the money back. Sue's face turned blue as he gritted his teeth. You're right, Dr. Chen. I'm going to get my money back. It's been 3 years since my second brother graduated from college. Can't get a decent job. Daydreaming unrealistic daydreams. If we don't get the money back soon, we won't be able to get it all squandered. Chen Yu crossed his arms and shrugged his shoulders. There's no need to go. The 4 sets of house mortgage payments have all been spent by him. All spent. Sue felt blood rising to his head. Both eyes were bloodshot and red. 4 houses mortgaged to the bank. How can the mortgage payment be $2 to $3 million? Brother Sue's second brother spends too fiercely. Suddenly it feels like not having siblings is actually kind of nice. Sue is too pitiful. Working hard for more than 10 years. All of a sudden back to the pre-liberation era. In his last life, how many sins did Sue do to deserve this kind of parents and brother? Look guys, Sue's eyes are bloodshot. It seems like he's really manic. Sue, calm down. Don't do anything stupid. You can earn money again when it's gone. Don't put yourself in harm's way over this. Playing and fooling around. The waterbenders were really worried about Sue doing something stupid, while comforting Sue to calm down. While consulting the specific manifestations of mania, the more people checked, the more alarmed they became. Bipolar disorder is the most aggressive of all mental illnesses. Once stimulated to develop, will do horrible things that are reckless. Did he take the money and gamble with it? Your brother didn't gamble. The money was spent on his business. Pop. As soon as the words fell from Chun Yu's side, Sue was furious and clapped his hands. The brat. Sue cursed as he said, a few months ago, he borrowed money from me to do business and was severely lectured by me. It must be because I don't borrow money that I'm putting my mind on my house. Mom and Dad are so senile that they would agree to go along with the second brother's mortgage on the house. The conversation returns to Sio's parents once again. The water friends lamented that Sue's parents were indeed senile. The youngest son said business. The two did not say anything. Cooperate with him to mortgage Sue's house. Parents confused. Sio's second brother is even less of a thing. It was no wonder that Sue's eyes were bloodshot and he was furious. In their place, they are stalled with this kind of brother. Long ago, I went to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife. Even if you don't cut him, be sure to put the rabbit in the hospital too. Chen Yu said coldly, you still have a chance to get your house back. Do you want to believe that? Willing to be willing. If we can really get the house back. Dr. Chen, you are the bodhisattva who saves suffering. I'll put up a tablet for you. Learn that the house that was mortgaged out has a chance to get it back. Sue was as if a drowning man had come across a life-saving straw. This patient, please calm down. Bodhisattvas, pagodas, are all products of feudal superstition. Don't say it again. The approaches I pointed out to you are backed by science. Chen Yu seriously reiterated the word science. It's easy to get the house back. Go to court and sue your second brother. When they heard this solution, the waterbenders screamed. The fact that Lao Er disguised himself as Sue for the mortgage of his house is already illegal in itself. The process is illegal and the mortgage contract is naturally voided. As for the bank loan, will be repaid by Sio's second brother. Unlike the swarming waterbenders, Sue, at this time, was instead flooded with hesitation. To put it mildly, that man was his own brother. After all, can the parents stand it if they take him to court? Besides, a couple $1,000,000 is a lot of money. Second brother will have a hard enough time paying it back in his lifetime. If I go to court against my brother, what will happen to him? After him? Sue looked somewhat nervously at Chen Yu across the screen. Your brother couldn't afford to pay back so much money, and 2 months later, chose to throw himself into the river. Chen Yu said slowly, and both of your parents fell ill as a result, and soon passed away. It's not a broken home. Sue's heart was pounding out of his chest. It's true that the house is broken, but you keep your house. Chen Yu's expression was high and deep, and his gaze looked at Sue playfully. Is there any other way to keep the house besides going to court? Sue asked again. Yes. Chen Yu said succinctly. Use the savings you have on hand to help your brother repay the bank loan. Hear this. Sue really wanted to grab his second brother in front of him and slap him dozens of times. What is all this called? Sue usually hates to break a penny into a dollar. Rewarding Chen Yu with a carnival. He was hesitant to stay awake all night. Now it's a good thing. The second brother joined his parents in mortgaging his house. Not only did Sue not see a single son, another big chunk of real money to pay off the second brother. This solution would have prevented the tragedy of a broken home. But, Chen Yu paused for a moment and asked, are you sure you want to listen to this? Shocking, a psychiatrist would say such a thing to a patient. My CU News Editor-in-Chief. You're coming to work in the editorial department tomorrow at a rapid pace. Dr. Chen is going to be whole again. When you watch him live, it's best to go to the bathroom ahead of time or you'll be pee-free the whole time. Dr. Chen, go on. Sue put his heart on the line and chose to listen. Since you dropped the prosecution of your brother, he and your parents are all alive and well, but in a few years they will eventually leave you. You take out $4 million of your savings to pay off your bank loan, and after that you worry that they'll continue to take your money and stare at them like they're thieves. After a few years, your parents and your brother finally couldn't take it, choosing to leave without saying goodbye and traveling to live in another city. By the time Chen Yu finished speaking about the second choice ending, Sue's entire body was petrified. Prosecute your brother and your family will be destroyed. Waiver of prosecution. Replace your brother's payments and you'll still be alone in a few years. I admit that CO is pathetic, but I just want to laugh. Two-way deadlock. Jedi son. It's still a no-brainer. Water users who watched yesterday's broadcast were reminded of poor Sakura. Chen Yu gave him 2 choices. They all seemed to be flawed as well. CO no longer wanted to lecture his brother, just trying to preserve the family. But the first and second choices all end up losing their families. there's no solution at all. Seo feels like he's not only suffering from pathological control, as well as mania. More depression. No, it's very depressing. Dr. Chen, isn't there a third way? Sue, who was clueless, once again chose to ask Shenyu for help. Yes. Instantly, Sue was overjoyed. It was meant to be a casual question without any hope. I didn't expect a surprise, Chen Yumayan said. The third approach is divided into 2 stages. Phase 1, put up 4 million to pay off the bank to keep the house. In the second stage, give your brother all of the remaining $1 million you have on hand to do business with. What? Still letting him do business? Isn't this taking money down the drain? Sue's head shook like a rattle. And to think that Chen Yu's third approach was so brilliant. I didn't expect it to be all disappointment. Hear me out before you decide whether you agree or not. Chen Yu signaled Sue to be at ease. Turning to him, he began to ask questions. Who suggested you start a live stream? It's my brother, Sue said truthfully. Chen Yu nodded and asked again. And who told you to focus on saving money as a lifestyle? Also my brother. These 2 things prove that your brother has a keen eye for business and is not, as you might think, an idle man with nothing better to do. Chen Yu next tells another side of Sue's brother. You 2 are brothers and look alike, but your personalities are the opposite. You believe that money is saved. Your brother strongly disagrees and believes even more that it is earned. Seeing Chen Yu say that, Sue admitted that he was right. Erdi did speak of this. The 2 brothers had argued about this several times. In Sue's opinion, it's hard to make money in business. The slightest mistake can cost you a fortune. It's still more prudent to save money. Even the reason for starting a live stream was because my brother said the cost of live streaming was minimal. All it takes is a computer and a cell phone. You think you're right when you say that saving money is the way to go. Unbeknownst to me, it's a sign of a sick mind. Sue's pathological self-control is not only hard on himself, it's just as tough on the house. In the whole family, no one can do anything that Sue doesn't agree with. Not long ago, your brother found a great business opportunity and had the audacity to borrow money from you. And as it turned out, you've already told me. Stunk him up pretty bad. After this opportunity passed, your brother did not die and soon found a new business opportunity. With no funds in hand, I had to borrow money from your parents. Unfortunately, with their pensions, they can't support the business. With that, the second oldest remembered the real estate license you stored in their possession. After much deliberation, they were going to use concealment and mortgage the real estate license temporarily in exchange for funds to help their second son close the deal. By the time your brother gets the money, the business opportunity has turned around. Sue couldn't help but interject. My brother, he's not at all. What if I told you that both of these business opportunities, but any time he seized one, he would have gotten a tenfold return? Would you still say he's not business material? Tenfold return. Sue was dumbfounded. You're not lying to me, are you? We've been talking between doctor and patient for so long. Which of my words are false? Chen Yu asked. Sue carefully thought about it, and it seemed like everything Chen Yu said seemed right. Unfortunately, good business opportunities are like shooting stars. They pass and they never come back. Chen Yu slowed down his tone and brought a hint of regret in his voice. With the millions he got from mortgaging the property, your brother started looking for new business opportunities. However, this money, which is his start-up capital, is a heavier burden than Tarzan. Jittery every day. Worried that one day you'll find out about the house. Soon your brother's mind began to grow anxious. Lost his old wise and cool business acumen and was cheated in his haste to get ahead, throwing away all the money in hand at once. Chen Yu finished telling the unknown journey of Sue's second brother. Another story about why he asked Seo to support his second brother's business. With the experience of being scammed and the full support of his big brother, Seo's second brother will get his act together soon. Not only will you be a rising business star in the future, and will repay Sue tenfold and 100-fold. Sue asked, how much can you pay me back? Chen Yu raised 3 fingers. $30 million? Sue was stunned. No, 300 million. The live feeds were all abuzz at once. Invested over $1 million and ended up with a profit of $300 million. If anyone else said that, they'd definitely be taken for a liar. But these words came out of Chen Yu's mouth. 99% credibility. The remaining 1% of disbelief comes from new waterbenders who have just entered the livestream. The plot is more than peaky. It's almost too fast to break. What kind of family can raise 2 crouching dragons and phoenix chicks? One saves money to the point of sickness. The other heckler is a little genius at business. Thrift and frugality are virtues, but there is a limit to everything. Once that degree is exceeded, things tend to go to extremes. Your parents cooperated with your brother in mortgaging the property without your knowledge, and this incident is indeed their fault no matter what. But have you ever wondered why they do it? Chen Yu issued a soul torture question. Let Seo think it over. He has always obeyed him and treated Sue as a proud parent. Why do such an uncharacteristic thing? In an instant, the broadcast room was silent. The water boys are wondering the same thing. Sue's parents did this because they favored the second one after all. Or is it something else? Sue thought for a moment and asked uncertainly, wasn't it Lao Er who convinced my parents with his words? No. Chen Yu shook his head. Dr. Chen, I really can't think of anything right now, and I don't have the heart to think about it, so just tell me the answer directly. Also, listen carefully. Chen Yu said word for word. In the few words just now, I have actually given you the answer. Gave me the answer. Sue recalled what Chen Yu had just said and snapped out. Could it be related to my savings? You're right. It's to do with your savings. Chen Yu nodded. Not all seniors like to live frugally. Just because your parents are older doesn't mean they don't want a better life. The only reason there are no complaints about your so-called frugal style is because they are your parents. Chen Yu began to list in detail. Sue has led his family through the years, living what is called a frugal life. To save money. The rice that Sue's family eats is the kind of special rice that's about to expire. The flavor is average, not to mention. Some of them appear to be damp and reek because they are nearing the end of their shelf life. Except for the rice, vegetables and fruits. The quality is even worse. Almost all of them are rotten vegetables and moldy fruits that Sue went to the grocery store and picked up at the fruit store. After living like this for upwards of a decade, your parents are afraid in their hearts even if they love you. They say you know your son as well as your father, and your parents are well aware that it's in character for you to save money. It's equally clear that your second brother isn't the kind of brat with a hairless mouth. That, combined with your second brother's promise to take them out and move them to another life when he earns the money, is what prompted your parents to mortgage the property without your knowledge. Chen Yu glanced at Sue, who had a shameful expression. Your frugal lifestyle is so deep in your bones that you believe that money is saved, and there would have been no excuse for it. After all, it's your personal way of life and habits, and there's nothing an onlooker can say about it. Forcing your family to live on chaff with you. Have you ever considered their feelings? With these words, the water users couldn't help but sympathize with Sue's parents and brother. Chen Yu was right. Everyone has the right to choose their own lifestyle, but have no right to demand that others live the same life as they do. What a life to lead. My pets eat better than theirs. If I were Sue's parents, I would have flipped him off on the first day. I suspect you're taking advantage of Sue. I suddenly understand Sue's parents. Among this matter, both Sue's parents and his brother, and even Sue himself, are actually at fault. Good point upstairs. In the past, when conditions were bad, it was hopeless to eat chaff, but now that times are better, there's no need to give up all the joys of life just to save money. Brother Sue, why don't you forgive your parents and brother? A happy family together again is happier than anything else. The water boys were transformed into street moms. You talk and I talk and persuade Sue to forgive his parents. After Chen Yu's explanation, everyone understood. Sio's parents really aren't favoring their youngest son. It's really that kind of day that scares me. The idea was that the oldest two would earn money in business and be able to bring them to a better life. This patient, would you like to accept my pointing out the treatment to you? Yes. Sue threw himself on the ground and said, you're right, Dr. Chen, I am indeed sick, and it's not a bad sickness. Always thinking you're the one who's right, not thinking about your parents or your brother's feelings. If I didn't come to your live room today, I'm afraid that this family of mine will soon be scattered. Sue stood up with red eyes, inwardly emotional. He bowed at the screen. You cured me and saved my family's lives. Starting today, I will change my frugal style appropriately. A proper thrift and frugality based on ensuring various living conditions for the family. In addition to gratitude, Sue was more afraid of the aftermath. If it wasn't a whim to run to Chen Yu's live broadcast to rub it in, what would happen after a while? He couldn't even think about. Saving money is avoiding unnecessary expenses, not eating chaff and wearing rags every day. Being frugal and not taking into account the realities of the situation is like putting the cart before the horse. Chen Yu revealed a smile. Help reunite families on the verge of breaking up. There should be quite a lot of merit and chi that comes as a result. Dr. Chen's lesson is true. What you said, I will remember it in my heart for the rest of my life. To change himself, Sue starts with knowing how to be grateful. Next, Sue did something that, in his life, he had never done before. Reward Chen Yu 10 carnivals at once. Brother Sue has really turned his personality around and is willing to take out this much money to thank the anchor. In my place, I'd give up 20 carnivals. Dr. Chen saved Sue's family. This is a life-saving gift. In ancient times, it would be a long life tablet. Tigerfish's #1 stingy anchor. Sue, break out 10 carnival bounties. It was tantamount to giving Chen Yu a wave of living advertisements. Noon. Not the peak time to watch the live stream. However, relying on this live advertisement by Sio, as well as the call of the water boys, the number of people in the live stream is pushing the 200. 000 mark. And the numbers continue to grow. Dr. Chen. I'm going to get off the air first. We'll talk later. Before leaving, Sue did not forget to pay $5,000 for treatment. After Sue got off the mic, Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, "Welcome the next patient to the mic." The words just fell. A colorful carnival effect appeared on the live feed. Another person bounties the carnival. And 100 bounties at once. Didn't Sue leave? How come the carnival is still going on? This kind of earthy style is not like Sue. Definitely not Sue. 100 carnivals is $300,000. Could it be a reward from some rich kid who isn't bad with money? The watermen were discussing which tycoon was so generous. Someone had already connected to Chen Yu's mic. Seeing who the person who is linked to the microphone is. The 200,000 water friends in the live broadcast room. There is only one word in their hearts. Crap. How could it be him? The person connected to the microphone was a man in a suit. A man of about 50 years of age. The screen name is Mr. Dingsheng Su. It's not hard to see through the camera. The location that Mr. Dingsheng Su was in should be the office. The office is tastefully decorated in a luxurious style. The office was more elevated than the bedroom in Sakura's house. Come and see. Our local real estate predator, Mr. Su, is in the same live broadcast room as me. Mr. Su, I'll be your fan. Can I get a discount for buying your group's properties in the future? For the first time in my life, I'm so close to the big boys. As if in a dream. Through the pop-ups of his water friends, Chen Yu learned that the man who was linked to the microphone had a big name. Identified as the boss of the local Dingxing real estate group, Dinosaur Realty was founded more than a decade ago. Just in time for the bonus period of the real estate market blowout. By today, the group has a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars. Mr. Dingsheng Su. It is even listed as one of the 100 richest people in the area. A small gift is no honor. Mr. Su smiled faintly and said, "I've heard that Master Chen has great powers. I wonder if he can help me measure my fate. If there is an answer, I, Su, will have a generous gift." Wait a minute. Chen Yu interrupted Mr. Su. With a serious expression. He corrected the error in his words. One is a psychiatrist, not a guru. Fortune-telling is superstitious behavior. Chen Yu's live broadcast offers only mental health clinics. Do not engage in any feudalistic and superstitious activities. Mr. Su obviously didn't expect it. Before he could finish his own words, he was lectured by Chen Yu. What was even more unexpected for Mr. Su was yet to come. Let me take this opportunity to make a statement to everyone once again. No feudal and superstitious words or activities are allowed in my live room. Popularizing scientific and systematic psychological knowledge and helping people with mental illness come out of the shadows is the main theme of the live broadcast. Chen Yu's face was serious. And then there are people who say things like unforeseen and godly. All of them are blacked out. Mr. Su was stunned by Chen Yu's righteous words. Having been in business for decades, his eyes are far beyond most of the people on the air. It wasn't hard to see that Chen Yu was somewhat of a wunderkind. After all, there's no place like home. Just because it's unknown to the onlooker doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just how it's not expected. An honorific for the odd man out. The master. To Chen Yu's ears, it was as if he was scolding him. After declaring the rules of the live broadcast room, Chen Yu turned his gaze towards Mr. Su. I just love the anchor's open-eyed and righteous demeanor. Those who understand the skills of the anchor understand them, and those who don't can only say that they are not enlightened enough. Dr. Chen says he reveres science while making light of what your family's ancestors have done for 8 generations. Ha ha ha. Sums it up eloquently. It should be butt head, dog's head. How can you mortals recognize the likeness of a high man? Report. Report +1. Mr. Su, who only registered his account half an hour ago, for the first time appreciated what it means to have a lot of fun in the live room. Looking at the marvelous pop-ups, Mr. Su shook his head with a bitter smile. It seems that this group of netizens is not stupid. Most people knew that Chen Yu was talking nonsense. This patient, we can begin. That signature high and mighty smile appeared on Chen Yu's face. Mr. Su, withdraw. You can't be depressed. I bought your group's house and it hasn't been delivered yet. Take everyone's advice. This livestream is toxic. Dr. Chen just identified multiple mental illnesses in people before you arrived. So it's not too late to go. That's what the words say. There is not a single waterbender that wants Mr. Su to leave. Big boss if he finds out he has a mental illness. Definitely capable of causing a stir. Chen da. Dr. Chen. I recently had a little health problem and found out that I have liver cancer. Can Dr. Chen take a look at this disease of mine from a psychological point of view? And should I choose that hospital in China for treatment? As Mr. Su said that he had liver cancer, the live broadcast room immediately exploded. Oh my god. Mr. Sue actually got liver cancer. I guess the hot search is going to blow up in a while. I heard that Mr. Sue is only a little over 50 this year. I didn't expect to have this kind of disease. Must be tired out from busy work. Suddenly I feel that lying flat is actually quite good. At least I won't get sick from exhaustion. The Waterboys had a great outpouring of sympathy. There was no longer any idea of waiting for the fun. For successful people, their 50s are in their prime. Suddenly finding out that you have liver cancer is nothing less than the sky falling. There's a segment on the internet. There is nothing more tragic in life than when the money is still there and the person is gone. Chen Yu crossed his hands and said without haste, "Do you really want me to help you choose a domestic hospital to cure you? Why else would I come to see Dr. Chen?" Mr. Sue smiled faintly. "I watched Dr. Chen's live recording and have no doubt about your skills. I'd like to thank Dr. Chen for helping me find a suitable hospital." After that, Mr. Sue gave his promise. As long as Chen Yu helps to choose a hospital, he is willing to pay 200,000 referral fees. Oh, this patient is really wealthy. Chen Yu wore a cold smile on his face. Mr. Sue frowned slightly. It felt like Chen Yu had something in his words. "I'm afraid this patient doesn't understand what counseling is. I feel the need to give you the rules." Without waiting for Mr. Sue to open his mouth, Chen Yu's tone played with flavor. The number one thing a patient must do to get effective help from a psychiatrist is to be truthful. Having something to hide, or coming to counseling with another agenda, can seriously affect the effectiveness of treatment. This patient, see what I mean? Hearing these words uttered by Chen Yu, Mr. Su's face changed a few times. Finally, it became that bland look again. Dr. Chen might as well make it clear. Chen Yu said, "Rather than coming to me to discuss the choice of hospital, it would be better to say that you are here to test my medical skills. In fact, you've already chosen the hospital. The hospital is located in a beautiful country, and you've hired a top-notch foreign medical team at the same time." When these words came out, Mr. Sue was first stunned. With that, he tapped his hands together a few times. Mr. Sue exclaimed, "I'm a businessman, and I only believe in hearing what I hear and seeing what I see. Please bear with Dr. Chen for any offense." As the words fell, Mr. Sue directly 10 carnival. "No wonder people are worth tens of billions of dollars. I can only get a monthly salary of a few thousand per month. Can't compare. Playing guess who I am in the opening round. Mr. Sue is really 666. They say that the more successful a businessman is, the more mindful he is, and it's true. The Water friends were never expecting that Mr. Sue had set up a trap for Chen Yu in the opening round. What's more, I didn't expect that Chen Yu not only didn't fall for it, and in a few words, he dismantled Mr. Su's temptation. Having seen what Dr. Chen can do, I, Sue, am relieved. Mr. Sue smiled. "I did come to see Dr. Chen this time because I have something to ask for. Please ask Dr. Chen to help me advise on a business deal worth $3 billion. Is this how rich people talk to people? Don't say $3 billion. I don't even have $30 a week in pocket money. Which big guy v me $53 million? Enough to clothe and feed me for the rest of my life. That's a bit much to ask. All I need is $2 million. $3 million I can't even spend. I'd be thankful to be able to make $100,000 a year. I must work hard so my boss can become a billionaire. I've never even burned this much paper money on New Year's Eve." At first hearing the figure of $3 billion, the Water users felt as if they were dreaming. Scenes that used to be seen only in TV and movies, now appearing in front of himself. Mr. Sue is also a wonderful person. Not to discuss it with the professional business elite. Instead, they ran to the live stream, looking for Chen Yu to discuss such a big business. People don't have to envy me. I've actually suffered a lot to get to where I am today. Mr. Sue looked at the screen and said faintly, "As long as you all work hard, one day you will surpass me in your accomplishments. Plus, as you all heard, I just got tested for liver cancer. What's the use of having more money and not having a good body? Cherish the moment for what it is." Mr. Sue took out 2 minutes of his time and gave his Water friends a big pot of chicken soup for the soul. "This patient, you can get right to the point." Chen Yu raised his right palm, signaling Mr. Sue to proceed to the next point. Mr. Sue said in a bitter tone, "I'm not going to hide it from Dr. Chen. Before I was checked for liver cancer, the group had just auctioned off a piece of land worth $3 billion. Despite booking a top hospital and the best medical team, how long it will take to cure my liver cancer, no one dares to make that promise." According to Mr. Sue, he's a rich guy who came from nothing. No matter what the project is, he is used to do it himself and supervise it on the spot. This is still the case for projects of several $100 million. not to mention the $3 billion worth of land. This piece of land is the highest value land that the group has auctioned off in the past 10 years, and I really don't feel comfortable letting someone else handle it. But if there is a delay in starting construction, the pressure on the group's capital is also huge. It just so happens that at this time, an old friend of mine came over to see me. Learning of my fretting about the land, he made an offer to purchase the property. If I don't sell it, there is too much financial pressure on the vacant lot, but if I sell it to him, I am more or less reluctant to give it up in my heart. Speaking of which, Mr. Su picked up the teacup on his desk, took a sip of fragrant tea to wet his throat. After listening to Mr. Su's words, I finally understand why rich people are getting richer and richer. All the friends around me are tycoons, and with this network of contacts, it's hard not to get rich. I'll buy the land. $100 of top-grade spirit stones. This sun is terrifying to the extreme. To have so many spirit stones, I'll offer a heavenly magic weapon. So it's you, kid, stealing our clan's magic weapon. Suffer death. The piece of land that Mr. Su bought is near Qinglong Mountain, right? I also watched the news, and it seems that Mr. Su's piece of land is this year's Land King. The pop-up sent out by several water users side by side proof that Mr. Su's hands. There really is a plot of land worth $3 billion, and the land is located on the outskirts of Hangzhou, near the famous tourist attraction Qinglong Mountain. Once the building is built, the sales will never be bad. Mr. Su put down his teacup and said, Dr. Chen, the situation is just as the netizens said. The lot is in a prime location and I just can't afford to sell it like that, but the realities can't be dismissed. I'm not going to be able to supervise the project for at least a year with this illness, counting treatment and post-op recovery. Leaving $3 billion worth of land vacant for a year risks a cash flow collapse. In your opinion, should I sell or not? Mr. Su points out the pros and cons of selling or not selling. With a sincere attitude, he requested Chunyu to help him make up his mind. Someone is willing to buy it, so why not sell it? Chunyu seemed to be smiling. Since Dr. Chen thinks that selling land is the best policy, I'll listen to you. With a relaxed face, Mr. Su maneuvered the mouse and prepared to continue rewarding. It's not that I think, but you're ready to sell your land. All that is lacking is an excuse. Chenyu spoke out of turn. The watermen immediately came to their senses. There was a feeling that something was wrong here. As for what's wrong with it, it's just good enough to be exciting anyway, as opposed to the waterboys who are waiting to eat. Mr. Su was inwardly apprehensive. That relaxed demeanor was nowhere to be seen. In its place was a deep gravity. His brows were furrowed. His expression indescribably complex. Dr. Chen. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Don't you understand? Shen Yu sneered. As I've already said, the most important thing about a visit is honesty. You can hide it from others, but not from me, an experienced psychiatrist. There are some things that even if you hide them deep in your heart, I can still get the real answer through facial micro-expressions and various body movements, paving the way for the next amplification. Chen Yu's words turned sharply. Even if you don't go abroad, that piece of land, you don't have to keep it in your hand for a minute longer. The land is good land. You, on the other hand, are not a good person. What lies beneath the land is a hot potato for you. With every word Chenyu said, Mr. Su's face became uglier, especially when he heard the words underneath the land. Mr. Su's breathing became noticeably short. Xiao Do Sak, Dr. Chen, can you pause for 3 minutes? I can't hold it anymore. Got a feeling there's going to be a big melon next, and I'd like to go to the bathroom. Missy, how about we go together? LSP fuck off. Peanuts and beer and eights. Fruit drinks and popcorn. Anyone? Seeing this, Chen Yu began to play interaction with his water friends. Give everyone 3 minutes. Guess what real estate developers fear the most? Definitely a cash flow break. It should be a security incident at the construction site. I have worked as a civilian laborer at a construction site. Upstairs is right. The construction site is the most afraid of safety accidents. An accident not only fines, but also stopping work for rectification. You guys are simply missing the point. Dr. Chen is ostensibly asking about the construction site, but in actuality, he's asking us what Mr. Su is afraid of. Shenanigans for the little ones. If I had your comprehension, I would have been ashore a long time ago. The watermen maximized their respective comprehension skills, guessing up the exact meaning of Chun Yu's words. In just 3 minutes, large beads of sweat appeared on Su's total head. Time's up, and since people can't think of anything else, I'll be the one to unravel the mystery. Chen Yu's next sentence. The shocked watermen were more than a little stunned, but the biggest fear of any boss in the real estate business is the appearance of ancient tombs underneath the construction site. Chen Yu's side had just solved the mystery, and the number of pop-ups was so high that it was densely packed. I'll answer this one. The discovery of an ancient tomb underneath a construction site could potentially bankrupt a real estate company. What the hell kind of logic is this? How can the discovery of an ancient tomb at a construction site bankrupt the builder? Negro question mark. Begging to be answered. 10 extra points for player number 1. The presence of an ancient tomb at a construction site can indeed bankrupt the builder. And even if it doesn't, it's still going to hurt. There's a lot of words upstairs. So listen upstairs. Immediately, the waterman, who claimed to work at the Heritage Management Center. The scene begins with a science lecture. According to the law on the management of cultural properties, once an ancient tomb is discovered at a construction site, the builder must stop work immediately and make every effort to secure the tomb. All costs required shall be borne by the builder. Secondly, site control was handed over to the archaeology department during the excavation of the ancient tombs. Site downtime. It needs to follow the progress of the excavation of the tomb. For 1 year of excavation, the site will be shut down for 1 year. 10 years of digging followed by 10 years of stopping work. If the size of the tomb is too large, the project will be cancelled outright. The appearance of ancient tombs is a cause of force majeure. Construction costs and land purchase costs are not refundable by the department. Poorly funded construction companies. Once you run into this kind of thing, it's the equivalent of being declared bankrupt. After listening to the science, a pop-up that reads "Good Guy" is reflected on the screen. Looking towards the pale-faced general manager Sue, Chen Yu continued to speak. This patient, according to my psychoanalysis of you, you strongly believe in feng shui superstition. Every time before a construction site starts, you ask a feng shui master to help with the feng shui. After this land was purchased, you likewise sought out a feng shui master. After looking at it for no more than a moment, the feng shui master turned pale with fear and told you that the land was some kind of shady land. There were tombs buried underneath. And afterward you followed directions and sent out a couple of holes and dug up a whole bunch of ancient burial goods. You know very well that this land is considered to be wasted, and on the pretext of going abroad for medical treatment, you deliberately mentioned in front of your friends that you had plans to sell the land. Your friend was also straightforward, and said on the spot that he would accept to take it over, and offered the same price as before. The other guy is a construction group owner, just like you, worried about being seen by the other side. You didn't say yes right away. You just said you'd think about it. You ran into my live stream and deliberately led me to play along with you in this drama. Once I suggest that you sell your land, you'll have plenty of excuses to sell it. In an instant, the waterbenders felt like their IQs were being thrown to the ground and rubbed against each other with force. Are all rich people so terrible? An ordinary person has one mind. They have 100. If I were to do business with Mr. Su, I would still be grateful for being sold. The bad guys teach us to be good and then let them make us bad. Mr. Su, be a man. He's got this liver cancer from doing too many bad things. This is not a live psychiatrist. This is a high-end business course. Believe in the bullshit of the surname Su, and you'll be scolded for deserving it when you die. The vast majority of the water users watching the live broadcast are ordinary people. Where have I seen this kind of setup? Not to say that there is no psychological burden to pit your friends. Plastic sisters pit BFFs, at best, are pawns and risers again. Mr. Su either doesn't puddle, or he puddles $3 billion. Mr. Su, do you know what kind of mental illness you have? Chen Yu asked. What? Mr. Su, who was in a state of shock, returned in a bewildered manner. You've got depression in the form of anorexia. I'm misanthropic? Dr. Chen, that's alarmist talk. Mr. Su's face was grim. Su has been in business for decades. What kind of battles have I not seen before? Even when the group was on the verge of bankruptcy several times, I never thought of death. Ha! Chen Yu smiled coldly. Your group has had 3 bankruptcy crises, all of which you ultimately weathered safely. But this time, you won't get through. Your group, soon to be bankrupt. Mr. Su was furious when he heard this and rebuked Chen Yu for his nonsense. Even if there's an ancient tomb under the plot, at most it's just going to make me suffer a bit, far less than bankruptcy. What if something goes wrong with your overseas properties and you can't pump money into the country in time? Who the hell are you? Mr. Su stood up from his chair with a surprised expression. As you can see, I'm just a regular psychiatrist, Chen Yu blandly said. Years ago, you could see that there was a weak trend in the domestic real estate market, and that the housing bubble boom might burst one day. Therefore, you transferred funds to purchase a large number of items abroad for a rainy day. You haven't given up on the domestic construction business, even though you've moved a lot of money out of the country. Use high leverage to acquire land in a frenzy and quickly open for pre-sale to recoup capital. This play has been used by you for years, so you can say you're familiar with it. By the end of the last 2 years, high leverage was restricted and the housing market wasn't as hot as it had been in earlier years. You can only take the rental income generated by foreign properties and pay off the bank loan. By the time a few projects in hand are sold out, the funds will be back to normal. But as soon as foreign goods don't generate enough revenue, or are simply cut off, your entire business collapses. Chen Yu slowed his breath. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Mr. Su collected the shock on his face and once again applauded for Chen Yu. I didn't expect Dr. Chen to not only have excellent skills in observing people and checking things, but even this real estate business. You know a lot about it. My immediate situation is indeed, as you say, a very tight money chain. You're wrong about one thing, though. Those of my properties abroad yielded good returns, and were fully able to support the various interests incurred by the domestic banks. Mr. Su and Chen Yu's back and forth. Listening to the live broadcast water friends silly. The plot reverses too quickly, doesn't it? The god of the Akamason cars is not as fast as Chen Yu. Writers all come in and take a look. After watching Dr. Chen's live broadcast, you're guaranteed to be bursting with plot inspiration. Everyone, place your bets and guess if Mr. Su will go bankrupt. Reported. Regardless of whether Su will go bankrupt or not, people are living a better life than us anyway. The fairest thing in the world, which is that everyone has only one life. For this plot, in a kimchi country, how could it be 100 episodes? How can 100 episodes be enough? People can shoot 4 or 5 episodes over a meal. At least 200 episodes to start with. At this moment, it was already noon mealtime, and the number of people in the live broadcast room increased instead of decreasing, to an unprecedented 500,000 people. Mr. Su's expression was confident. Chen Yu, on the other hand, had that lofty look that no one could see enough of. If you're so bullish on foreign material gains, why did you fake the liver cancer results? The staged search for foreign hospitals and the hiring of medical teams. Chen Yu said one sentence, and the pop-ups in the live broadcast were overwhelming. Wouldn't it be better to go over there personally to keep an eye on the progress of the lawsuit and figure out a way to get out of those properties in order to cover your ass? Mr. Su was struck by lightning. The body stumbled and fell back into the boss's chair. Naya. Mr. Su, is there any truth in your mouth or not? Look at his disoriented look. Dr. Chen wins another round. I'm new here. What's going on? Bro, have you bought a Ding Sheng group house recently? If you bought a period house, help yourself. I understand why Mr. Su faked the results of his liver cancer. If he left the country normally, the financial reporters would definitely want to follow the story. The only way to get rid of the reporters is to excuse the treatment of his illness. Surname Su. Refund the money. What's going on at the moment is insightful to the watermen who have been watching the whole time. As one of the pop-ups said, Mr. Su didn't have a fucking word of truth in his mouth. Lip service is given to the fact that foreign material goods are doing well. In fact, there have been problems for a long time. Otherwise, Chen Yu wouldn't have said the word lawsuit. Mr. Su used himself as a textbook, an in-person show, the farce of lifting a rock and stoning your own foot, trying to capitalize on the rumor that Chen Yu is as good as God at anticipating things, a favorable excuse for selling the land in question for yourself. Unfortunately, the rollover. Then it was pointed out by Chen Yu that he owed the bank a ton of money. The amount of interest per month is huge. Funds need to be siphoned off from abroad and returned home to level the playing field. Today, foreign objects are in trouble. The chain of transfusion funds is only broken when it is said to be broken. When the financial chain breaks, the collapse is a matter of minutes. Dr. Chen, can you be more detailed? Mr. Su's foreign industries. What legal problems have they encountered? Worried that Chen Yu couldn't see it. A water user specially bought special effect pop-ups. Tax evasion. Chen Yu sneered. And it's still tax evasion in a pretty country. No wonder. Tax evasion is a felony in pretty countries. No wonder Mr. Su had to personally go abroad to deal with it. If he doesn't go any further, the industry is going to be penalized. Mr. Su is really blind. When he runs abroad to buy things, he should at least understand the foreign laws and regulations first. Daring to steal taxes in a pretty country. Mr. Su is purely and simply bouncing in Hades. Some of the water friends who studied or settled in the pretty country have sent out science pop-ups. Tax evasion is not only a felony in the pretty country, there are also huge fines to be encountered. The amount of the fine, up to the top. The tax department of the pretty country is known to kill people. Tax evasion right under their noses. Be prepared to lose your family's money and go to jail. Dr. Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used you, much less suspected you. Mr. Su braced himself. With a humble attitude, he apologized to Chen Yu. I can pay you if you help me through this. Give you more money than you can use in several lifetimes. If you don't want the money, I can give the group shares too. Those words spoken by Chen Yu were like a big invisible hand. The disguise on Mr. Su was stripped clean. He was truly afraid. Do you still think you're not misanthropic? Chen Yu asked. I'm anorexic. Mr. Su closed his eyes in pain. If you can't pass this hurdle, it's true that you can't live. The truth is what makes a good patient. And it's not a good idea to be secretive. Chen Yu nodded and said, it is actually not difficult to cure your misanthropy. The foreign tax lawsuit is bound to be lost. And instead of struggling uselessly, you might as well get it over with. Give up all foreign assets. Mr. Su's eyes widened at his words, suspecting that he had heard wrong. Chen Yu was helping himself to a solution after all. You want to give him another ride? When he first purchased these properties, Mr. Su spent $4 to $5 billion. With one sentence, Chen Yu let himself give it all up. It's really the pups selling their hearts out. With a glance, Chen Yu could see the thoughts in Mr. Su's heart and said without haste, giving up all of your foreign industries is the first step in treating your anorexia. Immediately after that, sell all the businesses and properties except for that land and collect the money to pay off the bank loan. Enough, Mr. Su rudely interrupted Chen Yu and said angrily, do you know what you are saying? Are you helping me or urging me to die? Those foreign objects, I purchased them for a full $5 billion. These same businesses in the country are worth billions, and you let me dump them all with a flick of your upper and lower lips. What's the difference between that and bankruptcy? At those words, Chen Yu neither interrupted nor got angry. It was just a glib return of two words. Bankruptcy is when you have nothing and have to go into debt. The treatment program I pointed out to you is not only debt-free. You get to keep a piece of land worth $3 billion. Chen Yu's words simply sounded like fart to Mr. Su. There are ancient tombs underneath that piece of ground that amount to wasteland. Not necessarily. Chen Yu's voice played with flavor. Mr. Su on the other side of the screen, his face gradually became hideous. Surname Chen, don't think that just because you have some skills, you can mock me at will. I, Su Zhongyuan, have been in business for more than 30 years. What difficulties have I not encountered? Even if you don't help me, I'll be able to get through it all the same. Chen Yu shook his head. To the casual observer, the sanest people in the world are business people. But I don't know that business people are sensible because they haven't encountered a crisis. Once a heavenly crisis comes to the head, they will become more epileptic than anyone else. That plot of land is your only chance to make a comeback. With the idea that saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda, Chen Yu decided to give Mr. Su another chance. That wasteland is my only chance. And you think I'm going to believe that? In the office, the phone rang one after the other. The secretary at the door kept reporting the news. Mr. Su is really finished this time. Banks and various partners have seen this live. The intention was to use the Green Dragon Hill site to recoup funds and ride out the storm. Which thought? The plot of land that was obtained with great effort was a piece of wasteland that could not be developed. An old friend who was used as a receiver by himself. I'm sure I've seen it live as well. Definitely won't be buying another plot of land on their own hands. Chen Yu said. Underneath that plot of land near Qinglong Mountain, there are no ancient tombs at all. You've been cheated by your friend. That's a prime piece of land. And not only do you have your eye on it, but your friend has been salivating for a long time. There is no way that you are skilled enough to get through all the joints and raise a lot of money to take this precious land. You got the jump on me, and instead of dying, your friend started to get his head in the game, bought off your most trusted feng shui master, the manager of the land project department, respectively. The project manager is responsible for filling in all sorts of so-called tomb funerary objects. The feng shui master is responsible for pointing out that this place is a yin house and that there are ancient tombs hidden underneath. As for your friend himself, he went to you on the pretext of visiting a sick man, disguised as if he couldn't get enough of the land to hook you into dumping it. It's not really a disguise. He was already salivating over the land. Know what you are, and have the confidence to hold you to death. Mr. Su's face was frozen. A phrase came to mind. Masterful hunters often appear as prey. Holy crap. This plot is a roller coaster of ups and downs. It should be reversed constantly. If this were a business movie, I'd be bankrupted in the first episode. Ergo, it's all a ruse. Su always thinks he's the smartest person, but he doesn't realize that he's being tricked. Why do you have the feeling of watching a brain-burning detective drama? Movies and television really do come from life. The waterman watched in awe. The original were waiting to see how Mr. Su will look funny when he is diagnosed with a mental illness. Joy didn't see it, but it seems to be a blockbuster business war without the smoke and mirrors. Dr. Chun, I'm sorry, I lost my temper just now. 50 carnivals and a chatty apology. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Mr. Su had experienced the greatest joy and sorrow in his life. Chen Yu seemed as if he didn't see the carnival radiant special effects. His voice serious. This patient, it is necessary for me to remind you, your condition is unique and there is only one treatment option. Do as I say. Shed foreign property, Sell domestic companies and industries. And pay off bank debt quickly. Wait until you're debt-free before your party can figure out how to develop that land. A wry smile appeared on the face of Mr. Su, who was in the midst of ecstasy. The next second, the connection was disconnected. What kind of person Dr. Chen kindly saved his life and didn't even say thank you before breaking the mic. In my opinion, Dr. Chen shouldn't have helped such a sinister villain. I bet Mr. Su would never do what the anchor ordered. Dr. Chen, if he doesn't follow your orders, what will happen to him next? The water users, who were not yet finished, sent out pop-up inquiries for answers. Chen Yu gave a most succinct answer. Bankrupt and bereft. That piece of land in Mr. Su's hand was revitalized by you, so it shouldn't go bankrupt, right? One waterbender couldn't wait to follow up with a pop-up question. He no longer has the money in his hand, and even if he had the land, what would he start with if he didn't have the money? Chen Yu got up and went to get a glass of water, drinking water while answering questions from water lovers. It's not true that Mr. Su has a piece of land worth $3 billion in his hands with good development prospects, but if it's not handled well, the land can kill him just as well. Looking at the questions that littered the screen, Chen Yu mentally gave answers one by one. Mr. Su's foreign properties have been evading taxes for years. Pretty country is determined to take him as a typical case, spending astronomical amounts of money on lawyers and ultimately saving nothing. Ditching those properties now would save hundreds of millions of dollars in legal fees at the very least, and pull out energy to focus on domestic troubles. After talking about Mr. Su's troubles abroad, Chen Yu shifted the topic to the country. Sell the company as well as the various properties and pay off the banks and partners what they owe. Being able to keep the land and not be put into liquidation. It's just a matter of slowly raising funds to redevelop the land later. Taking this land for sale will only kill you faster. Chen Yu cast the Tianji curse and saw Chief Su's future clearly. Learning that there were no ancient tombs under the plot, Su thought he had been given a desperate chance to survive. But I don't know that if you want to be extinct, you need to give up everything first. This is death by death, and psychology calls it shock therapy. Mr. Su, who had no money to develop the land, turned to start selling it for a price. No one will bother to be the wrongdoer. Instead, they will make a concerted effort to speed up the progress of Su's bankruptcy. It took bankruptcy to put the land back on the auction block. There was a brief silence in the live feed. Water lovers always hear people say that the mall is like a battlefield. Thought it was just an adjective. Now, everyone has a new appreciation for this statement. Psychologists are able to diagnose the patient's condition and also give a corresponding treatment plan. Going unable to force the patient to accept the treatment, Chen Yu's tone was not without size. Gave Mr. Su a chance, and yet it's still heading for death. Brothers, there's something to see again. What's the buzz? Hangzhou's No. 1 entertainment journalist. Here it comes. I'll be damned. There's really something to see. I heard that he specializes in pickpocketing the privacy of celebrities, and anyone he exposes ends up all stonehammered. I certify that it is true. Could it be that he's here to break Dr. Chen's blackmail? In a tide of pop-ups, in the upper left corner of Chen Yu's screen, a man with black-framed glasses appeared. Looks like a man in his 30s or 40s. The man held up his glasses. In his eyes, a strange gaze flashed, so much like that signature move of the Shinigami schoolboy. Hangzhou's No. 1 entertainer lights up his signature move before breaking the news. This guy's got big skills. Dr. Chen, be careful. I don't know how many local celebrities in Hangzhou have been stoned by him. As long as Dr. Chen hasn't done anything wrong, what's there to be afraid of? Don't you guys forget how the top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs in Hangzhou who went toe-to-toe with him last time ended up losing their names. There's also the old Taoist monk of Qingshan of the Limitless Observatory on the outskirts of Hangzhou, who was also blasted into infamy. I'm an out-of-town water user. Is this Hangzhou's No. 1 entertainer really as good as you guys say? In the descriptions of local watermen, the number 1 entertainer in Hangzhou is just like a celebrity nemesis. It's only been a few years since I joined the industry. There are hundreds of celebrities who have been outed by Hangzhou's No. 1 entertainer, while exploiting other people's privacy scandals. The number 1 entertainer in Hangzhou is extremely protective of his personal privacy instead. So far, all the waterboys knew was that the guy was an out-of-towner, age 40 or so, gain income popularity by breaking news through live streaming platforms. Hello Dr. Chen, thank you for accepting my streak. Hangzhou's number 1 entertainer politely thanked Chen Yu. Not the slightest hint that it's here to crash the party. Chen Yu's face first turned cold, then it was back to normal. This patient, you have a serious mental illness that has reached the... Sure enough, this is the set. Hangzhou's number 1 entertainer rudely interrupted Chen Yu. The countenance changed from polite to flailing. Your line of rhetoric may work for others. For me it's a 3-year-old's trick. The first entertainer in Hangzhou turned his words around. The tone was full of sarcasm. Chen Yu, 22 years old, a native of Hangzhou, graduated from Hangzhou University with a degree in psychology 6 months ago. Not long ago, relatives abroad gave you a set of the old store on River Street. You converted into a counseling room and opened for 2 days. As soon as Hangzhou's #1 entertainer came up, he came up with a boisterous combination. Not only did he tell about Chen Yu's recent situation, even where he attended elementary school, middle school, and high school, he can tell you exactly. I have been informed of all of your team's ghostly tricks, and right away, I'm going to make the information public. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer picked up a few pieces of printout paper on the table. Chen Yu, I'm your wall breaker. It's so anticlimactic for a big man in his 40s to say such a middle-of-the-road line. It's not important to be contrary. It's important to have melons to eat. Is there really a team behind Dr. Chen? It's possible. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer never fights unprepared battles. Dr. Chen, I just idolized you, so don't flip out. The water users who watched the 2 live broadcasts last night and today couldn't help but become apprehensive. Emotionally, they believed that Chen Yu was a high-ranking person with true ability. There's no way it's going to roll over. But, the #1 entertainer in Hangzhou is also a notorious fierce man. Hundreds of pop-ups, not a single one has gone wrong. The celebrities who had ironed against him, one by one, folded. Plus the first entertainer in Hangzhou just came and boasted about it, holding what looked like survey information in his hand. Can't help but make Chen Yu's true fans feel nervous. Behind the screen, Chen Yu moved his shoulders twice, changed to a comfortable position. Both elbows rested on the arms of the chair. Crossing his arms, he looked at the #1 entertainer in Hangzhou on the screen. Since you're going to be my wall breaker, tell me what you've mastered. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer sneered. Chen Yu, look at what this is. After saying that, the first entertainer of Hangzhou put the first printout in front of the camera. It's a college transcript. The above is in addition to the grades for each subject, and the school number, the name. Chen Yu, this is a summary of your 4 years of college transcripts. It shows that your grades in the psychology program are in the middle to lower end of the class. You almost flunked your senior year finals. The #1 entertainer in Hangzhou is confident. A psychology student with passing grades. Professional competence is predictable. Che, what kind of evidence is this? I'm still not getting good grades in college. As usual, without delaying the big companies. I thought that Hangzhou's #1 entertainer could come up with some kind of evidence, but it turns out that it's just a report card. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer's fighting strength today seems to be off the level. The watermen were greatly disappointed. Waiting for a melon, they ended up being fed a mouthful of bitter melon. Bummer. Don't be in a hurry. People, I have a lot more evidence in my hands. The reason why I brought out Chen Yu's transcript first is to give everyone a clear picture of his professional abilities. The first entertainer in Hangzhou explained. It's true that college grades don't represent an individual's ability, but Chen Yu is merely a social newcomer who graduated half a year ago. It's impossible to have such a high change in professional competence in 6 months. There is only one truth. He's a sucker for the Tigerfish platform to package and build and put out. Saying that, Hangzhou's #1 entertainer threw away the report card, aimed the second printout at the lens. Heck, it was a screenshot of the printed-off chat log. This time, there were only a handful of hundreds of pop-ups in unwavering support of Chen Yu. The remaining hundreds of thousands of water friends, quiet as if they were zombie fans. Hangzhou First Entertainment remembered saying, this is the chat record of Chen Yu and the platform's customer service. Everyone, please take a look. It is recorded in detail. Chen Yu is going to apply for the Tigerfish platform. The conversation of the mental health science counselor. What's the result? Customer service informed Chen Yu that the number of invitees was too high, and told him to be patient and wait for notification. It should be clear to any waterman who has had a job search experience that waiting for a notice is tantamount to a rejection in disguise. The #1 entertainer in Hangtown flashed the third printout. The same chat is on this sheet. The one who talked to Chen Yu was not Tigerfish platform customer service. Turned out to be the superintendent in charge of the event. Eliminate the interview process. SuperTube directly invited Chen Yu into the Tigerfish platform. Become a certified mental health science counselor on the platform. The two attitudes of the platform staff, back and forth, have been very telling. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer pushed up his glasses. How is it that a newcomer to the psychology profession who can't even get past the point of customer service can be contacted personally by the event director? As we all know, the Tigerfish platform is a very professional live broadcasting platform with strict control over the anchors. SuperTubes let Chen Yu open the show without a trial. There's no deal in there, and I'll quit the network tomorrow. The #1 entertainer in Hangzhou is sending out another hard-hitting message. And then, the story of how it all went down. the Tigerfish platform came up with this mental health science campaign. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it, but if you think about it carefully, it's not hard to see the breakdown. Wanted to start a live stream of the mental health science category. With the strength of the Tigerfish platform, it's perfectly possible to go and hire those long-established psychologists as anchors, or a psychiatrist at a major hospital. In favor, the Tigerfish platform chose to reach out to the community at large. An open invitation was issued. It's not like the platform decision-makers are dim-witted for not going to bring in a practicing, experienced, and well-known psychologist to run the show. On the contrary, doing so is the laying of the groundwork for Chen Yu in order to create a divine doctor persona. A newcomer to psychology who graduated not long ago and just started the show exhibiting godly superpowers. Who dares to say this gimmick is not good? Of course, even the best laid plans can go awry. That customer service should not have known that Chen Yu was an insider, and the public service turned him away. Then the head of the program found out and did a play himself. The #1 entertainer in Hangzhou is ruthless. The overall logic is impeccable to listen to. He seems to have a point. You say that Dr. Chen is a toolman created by the Tigerfish platform, but he did see that Ani had a problem, and diagnosed the goddess that Sakura was pursuing as a Hanyu, Hangzhou's #1 entertainer. If you're really good, then tell everyone how to explain what happened to Mr. Su and Brother Su and the others. In the face of questions raised by water lovers, Hangzhou's #1 entertainer appeared unperturbed. Joe Curson and Su, both of them are signed big anchors on the Tigerfish platform. The platform tells them to go east. Do they dare go west? Speaking of I have to say the platform made a good move. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer smiled coldly and said without any shade, if you want to make a new anchor, the first shot to open the door, in addition to the whole of a big enough to attract people's attention to the work, but also to have a topic of conversation. Girlfriend's drugged backstabbing stupid white sweet friend. Millions of female anchors were backstabbed and turned into idiots. Tell me yourself, is this headline gimmicky enough? Eye-catching enough? Topical enough? The 3 enough in the mouth of Hangzhou's first entertainer directly made the water friends freeze. Definitely enough, I have to say. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer cleared his throat and added, you see Joe Curson holding a hospital diagnosis, the return receipt of the report, and subconsciously think that Chen Yu is capable of a great deal, without realizing that there is more room for maneuver. What kind of diagnosis can't you write a certificate for when you're bribing a doctor? The report receipt is not a judgment. It only proves that Joe Curson reported to the police. Next I'll tell you how the Tigerfish platform gets people out. The #1 entertainer in Hangzhou, well versed in law books, the reporting party voluntarily withdrew the report and then issued a letter of understanding. There's a good chance that and will be released. Even if it does go to court, it will be a suspended sentence. It seems ridiculous, but how ridiculous things can come up if enough money is given. For the sake of money, and willingly acted as a bad woman and followed the script to put on a big show with Joe Curson and Chen Yu. As the words fell, Hangzhou's #1 entertainer took out the last piece of printout paper. This is a printout from the Enterprise Search website. Waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree's real name is Yang Bin, and his father is Yang Wenyuan, the general manager of the Yang Trading Company. Yang Wenyuan is associated with 3 businesses, in addition to the principal Yang Trading, a freight company, and, Hangzhou's #1 entertainer said in a long drawn-out tone, as well as the Tigerfish platform. In other words, Yang Wenyuan has shares in the Tigerfish platform. If you don't believe me, go to the official website of Tigerfish Platform Enterprises yourself and look for the list of shareholder personnel. Don't tell me, some waterboy really went to check it out. Not only did he find out that Yang Wenyuan had a 3% stake in the Tigerfish platform, also on the top of the dojo, typed in the names of Yang Wenyuan and Yang Bin. Holy crap, waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree is really Yang Wenyuan's son. I searched for a photo of their father and son together at the annual corporate meeting. How scary. What else is there that Hangzhou's #1 entertainer can't find out? No wonder he can be a celebrity nemesis. For this investigative ability, I'm afraid even Uncle Police T can't compare. Seeing this pop up, Chen Yu, who had been silent, a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Even if the first 3 people have problems, Mr. Su, who is worth $10 billion, wouldn't be a trustee for Dr. Chen as well, would he? A waterman questioned. Regarding this issue, due to time constraints, I have not been able to do a detailed investigation, but I can assure you that Mr. Su definitely has a problem as well. The first entertainer in Hangzhou brought the tablet, opened the drawing program, write the 4 people's screen names on it. Their occupations are noted separately at the end. The 4 people who linked up with Chen Yu, 2 of them are the platform's head anchors. The other 2, respectively, are the second generation of rich people and the first generation of rich people. 4 people, 2 identical identities. I'm afraid it's more than just a coincidence, isn't it? The number one entertainer in Hangzhou sounded certain. The head anchor, which can bring Chen Yu a large number of platform water friends, increasing attention and the number of fans. Rich people come with an aura of success, and their word is more trustworthy than the average person's. An old man and a young man, two rich people endorsing Chen Yu, can effectively dispel the voices of doubt against him. I'm done talking. Who's in favor? Who's against? The water friends' trust in Chen Yu was once again hit hard. Hangzhou's number one entertainer though did not come up with substantial evidence of Mr. Su being a trustee, but the three people in front of him, they were all nailed by him, together with Su, Zhou Kersen anchor identity. Mr. Su, the identity of the rich man waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree. The overlapping careers and backgrounds don't seem like a coincidence by any stretch of the imagination. In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups questioning Hangzhou City's number one entertainer were getting fewer and fewer. A large number of pop-ups began, demanding that Chen Yu open his mouth and offer an explanation. Chen Yu, the water friends are waiting for you to explain. The number one entertainer in Hangzhou is aggressive. Didn't you know how to talk eloquently when four people linked up with you earlier? How did you get to me and suddenly become silent? Wasn't depressed by what I said. Hangzhou's number one entertainer enjoyed this very much. The feeling of crushing people to despair. Learning to speak like Chen Yu gave him a diagnosis of depression. You've decided that there's something wrong with me, and no matter what I say, you'll find a way to refute it. In that case, why should I waste my breath? Chen Yu blandly said. I see that it's not that you don't want to explain, but that you don't have the means to do so. The number one entertainer in Hangzhou takes the position of a victor, taunting Chen Yu for being a toolman for money. Shameless move to keep the majority of water users in the dark. Between Hangzhou's number one entertainer's breath changes, Chen Yu said lightly, whatever you say, I won't have a general understanding with a terminally ill patient. Chen Yu, it's come to this point, and you're still here holding on strong. Hangzhou's number one entertainer has seen too many guys like Chen Yu, who are dead ducks. Hundreds of celebrities who have been outed by Hangzhou's no one entertainer, which is not a dead end. Someone even called the police to sue Hangzhou's number one entertainer for defamation. The results were invariably infamous. I'm not holding strong. Chen Yu's eyes looked straight at Hangzhou's number one entertainer. It's really you instead. It's hard to be strong for so many years. Mental illness to the point where it's irredeemable. And soon, you won't have to hold it together anymore. Upon hearing this, Hangzhou's number one entertainer laughed back in anger. You're a mouthful of mental illness, so I'm sure you're trying to turn the tables on yourself with a staged gimmick. Okay, I'll give you that. Hangzhou's number one entertainer said aloud. Say, what mental illness do I have? Chen Yu said in an indifferent tone. Judging by the development of your mental illness, there are still 4 months to go before you die from it. If I hear about my condition now, my life will be greatly curtailed and I will only have a month and a half left. Hangzhou's number one entertainer said disdainfully. Don't stall for time here. I'd really like to know what I've got that could cause me to pass away so soon. The water boys were a bit puzzled. After watching a few clinics, everyone thinks that Chen Yu is capable and has a pretty good personality. Even in the face of Mr. Su's scolding and yelling, Chen Yu did not move in anger. How did you get here to the number one entertainer in Hangzhou? What about suddenly changing the style of painting and cursing people to death? Could it really be that Hangzhou's number one entertainer has hit a sore spot, getting pissed off and starting to curse? The number one entertainer in Hangzhou sees through everything. What Chen Yu had done was nothing more than a dying struggle. This broadcast is over. Chen Yu, the toolman launched by the Tigerfish platform, will never appear in the public eye again. Since you strongly want to know your condition, as a doctor, I respect that. Immediately afterward, Chen Yu uttered an ordinary person, extremely unfamiliar psychological term. You suffer from severe cold-blooded psychosis. Cold-blooded and psychotic. I'm afraid that's a term you've made up yourself. Hangzhou's number one entertainer sneered. It's so hard for you to make up such exaggerated names for your condition just to undermine me. Dr. Chen didn't make it up. There really is such a disease as cold-blooded psychosis. I also studied psychology and happened to learn about it the other day. A pop-up drifted by. Come on, what does cold-blooded psychosis mean? Isn't it true that with this disease, the blood gets cold? Cold-blooded psychosis is a violent mental disorder, mainly characterized by coldness and indifference, and most cold-blooded psychopaths, possessing a super high IQ, have no fear of all existence. Why does that sound like a sociopathic personality? Non-psychological professional waterbenders, too, have come to be curious about this disease. Cold-blooded psychosis and antisocial personality symptoms are similar, but there is still a degree of difference. With a smile on his face, Chen Yu thanked this fellow sailor, then, personally explained the difference. Antisocial personality is mainly characterized by emotional instability, prone to instant rage, unable to do steady work for a long time. Cold-blooded psychopaths are more violent than sociopathic personalities have ever been. The main manifestation is the exact opposite. Easily mingles with people in life and is able to easily gain the trust of others. Most patients have extremely high IQs and are able to hide their inner thoughts to the point where no one can detect them. Chen Yu finished the pathologic features. Another thoughtful look at Hangzhou's #1 entertainer. On the side of Hangzhou's #1 entertainer, he was already laughing his ass off. The Tigerfish platform has gone to great lengths to protect you. The #1 entertainer in Hangzhou laughed while doing so, while satirizing the Tiger platform for its despicable tactics. To make a person's words and actions untrustworthy, the best way is to label the person as mentally ill. The Tigerfish platform spent countless efforts to create Chen Yu as a money-sucking toolman. If Chen Yu collapses the house, the loss to the platform side will be huge. Tigerfish has quite a team for you. Such a short time to come up with a countermeasure. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer sneered. It's a bit interesting. If you can't solve the problem, solve the person who raised it. Awesome. Just awesome. A large number of pop-ups with shady content flooded the screen. I've been saying for a long time that there's a team behind this anchor. Now stonewall it. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer is bullish, and the brothers support you in your fight against counterfeiting. I thought it was a tall man, but I didn't think it was a liar. I'm a guru too, and in a pinch, you're either looking at your computers or your cell phones. The anchor is not a good psychiatrist, but a good actor. The black fans who have been hiding for a long time have taken the opportunity to come out and make waves. The live feed was a huge mess. The first entertainer in Hangzhou had a smug expression on his face that he couldn't even cover up. The winner is already decided. Another celebrity decimated by himself. Chen Yu ignored the black powder that appeared in the live broadcast. Slowly and methodically, the familiar session of condition analysis began. You were born in a small, third-tier city in the north to an average family. There's a brother and 2 sisters up there. Your brother and sister are all over 10 years older than you, and you've been favored by the whole family since you were a child. The only thing your family asks of you is to go to college and honor your family. The smug expression on Hangzhou's #1 entertainer's face disappeared, turned expressionless. You didn't fail to live up to your family's hopes, ranking first in grades from elementary school through high school. The year of your high school entrance exam, your father died. The loss of your family has seriously affected your performance on the entrance exams. Chen Yu slowly said, when you failed this high school entrance exam, you reluctantly took it twice more. It all ends in disappointment. Chen Yu, I really overestimated the ability of the team behind you. The #1 entertainer in Hangzhou admitted it frankly. The contents of Chen Yu's words were all true. The look on his face was one of utter disappointment. One does have older siblings. Took 3 entrance exams as well. This statement was made. The waterbender sent out all sorts of puzzled pop-ups. What Chen Yu said was true. Shouldn't the #1 entertainer in Hangzhou be surprised? Why do you look so disappointed? Take it easy, brothers. I'll explain it to you. Hangzhou #1 entertainer is assigned anchor on the Tigerfish platform. But whenever you sign up with a platform, you are bound to leave identifying information. It not only has the real name of the first entertainer in Hangzhou, the ID number, and a hometown address, by the 3 points above. Finding out the family information of one in a short period of time is just too easy for the platform, even if you only get a little bit of information from it. With the powerful PR capabilities of the Tigerfish platform, get your own details from the big data department, equally effortless. These days, the least valuable thing is personal information. Chen Yu, continue your performance. Let's see what else the platform team can come up with to keep you from caving in. The first entertainer in Hangzhou said. Without any defense, Chen Yu continued on. After failing the 3rd college entrance exam, you had planned to continue repeating your studies. I'm surprised that my older brother, who had been putting you through school, died in a car accident. With no breadwinner in the family, you had to give up your college dreams and go out to work to support your family. Your illness is closely related to the 4 jobs you work: a factory security guard, a library janitor, a knife salesman, and a restaurant waiter, respectively. In addition to bringing you an income, these jobs also unleash the killing demons in your heart. The Waterboys were thoroughly confused. What does a part-time job have to do with the devil? And Chen Yu says Hangzhou's #1 entertainer suffers from cold-blooded psychosis. Common sense would dictate he must have suffered some major blow in his life. But from what Chen Yu told us, except for the 3 college entrance exam failures, which were kind of a blow to some extent, and nothing else significant happened. As for the 4 jobs of the first entertainer in Hangzhou, many people have also done them. How? You've done these 4 jobs, and you can still let the devil out? Been watching too much Dragon Ball. Dr. Chen. It's not that I don't support you. What you're talking about and the condition are simply irrelevant. I'm also a factory security guard. So don't anyone mess with me or I'll turn into a demon and scare you to death. I'm still a restaurant waitress. As usual. Is the anchor panicking and about to lose his ability to make things up? Black fans, get out of the way. Dr. Chen, I'll give you a reward of $10. Can we just say when he had his mental illness? The watermen have been impatient for a long time. What about the promised fun? What about the reversal? That's it? Chun Yu laughed lightly. The cause of Hangzhou's #1 entertainer's illness originated from the college entrance exam. Thinking that your grades are the best in the school and that it's easy to get into Qingbei. But I don't know that education resources are scarce in small cities. And this first place of his is not very golden. The Waterboys came to a realization. No wonder Hangzhou's #1 entertainer failed the entrance exam 3 times. More than 20 years ago. The college entrance exam is still 1,000 horses crossing a single bridge. The difficulty is not normal. 3 failed college entrance exams led to some degree of psychological distortion. The 4 job encounters further amplify this distortion. When I was a factory security guard, I was hollered at by the head of security who only had a grade school education. Often made fun of him as the #1 in high school. While working in the library, he was absorbed in a book one day and encountered sarcasm from his supervisor. The job of knife salesman, again, is often difficult and bullying by customers. Working as a waitress in a restaurant and being humiliated by a customer. It was also the one that unleashed a demon named Kill. Chen Yu paused, glancing at the face of Hangzhou's #1 entertainer. Shortly afterward, he killed this humiliating guest with his own hands. The live room was silent. How about this? I just said that what Chen Yu was talking about is irrelevant to cold-blooded psychosis. Nice guy. Zoom right in. That's not something to talk about. Dr. Chen, be careful what you say. Beware of Hangzhou's #1 entertainer suing you for libel. The anchor got the script for the casebreakers and put on a good show. The live room became lively again. Except for a few waterbenders who take advantage of this topic to live the whole thing. 90% of the waterboys don't believe it. The #1 entertainer in Hangzhou would do such a thing. It's not like killing a chicken. This is something that touches the bottom line of human morality. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer's eyebrows tightened. Then stretch as usual. Thank you all for believing in me. As the saying goes, those who are clear and those who are turbid are turbid. I didn't do it, so it's useless for you, Chun Yu, to throw more dirty water on me. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer warns Chun Yu to stop before it's too late. Keep up the bullshit. It's legally liable. Whether or not I'm bullshitting you, just keep listening. Chun Yu sneered. The guest was a dirtbag, and when he got drunk he said he'd give you $500 to learn how to bark twice. You took his money and learned to bark twice. 3 days later, you climbed through a window into his home and stabbed him to death. Took the $3,000 he had on him. This is the first time you've killed someone, but you're not scared, not even nervous. Look at the corpse as if it were a small, sparse object. A few minutes later, you took the knife to the restroom and carefully cleaned the blood from your body and the knife. Leaving his house, you threw the knife in the river and went to the store to buy a new set of clothes to change into. The hearts of hundreds of thousands of water users rippled. If Chen Yu wasn't making up stories, the #1 entertainer in Hangzhou is simply a born killer. The first time you kill someone, there are no inner waves. And calmly handling the murder weapon. This Nima, Hangzhou's #1 entertainer in this life, will not be a gangster reincarnated. Didn't drink Mona's soup. You were born with brutality, weren't you? It's no wonder the Tigerfish platform wanted you as a toolman. You've got some talent for storytelling, Hangzhou's #1 entertainer said sarcastically. Offhand, the script is full of holes. Can you be that calm on your first kill? Could there possibly be someone like that in the world? Don't even bother with basic logic for the sake of exaggerated effect. The platform team's brain cells, they're about to run out, aren't they? The first entertainer in Hangzhou did not wait for the water friends to ask questions. Mention that you've actually done these jobs, and did get humiliated. But at that time, he only wanted to use the money to cure his mother. Personal dignity is something that doesn't matter at all. I'll tell you a story. That happened to me, and you'll see how much of a wimp I am. More than 20 years ago, the #1 entertainer in Hangzhou went to a dance hall with his friends. A friend had a confrontation with a couple of punks. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer went over to talk out a fight and was stabbed by a punk with a knife. When the punks were arrested, the first entertainer in Hangzhou was worried about retaliation from the other's accomplices. Active choice of understanding. Don't even dare to ask for compensation. After finishing the embarrassing incident back then, Hangzhou's #1 entertainer once again looked at Chun Yu. Chun Yu, don't you know me like the back of your hand? You wouldn't be unaware of this matter, would you? No. Chen Yu nodded. Everyone heard that. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer said, I don't even dare to mess with punks. so how can I possibly have the guts to harm people? That seems reasonable. I remember the saying that a goon makes a leopard, and once a coward starts a fire, the king of heaven is afraid. That's all bullshit. I don't believe it anyway. It's still hard for water lovers to believe. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer can do things that touch the bottom line of humanity. Chen Yu said. The content of the ballroom conflict is the same as what you said. However, there is one detail you didn't mention. Worried about anesthesia hurting your brain, you chose not to have anesthesia and got 26 stitches. The waterbenders sucked in a breath of cold air. What an endurance it is. Don't say 26 stitches. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand 2 stitches if I were you. General, people with that kind of great perseverance are capable of great things. The second victim, that security chief. Unlike the average murderer, you didn't choose to take out the head of security. You killed his favorite wife. Because you know it's more fun to take out his wife than it is to take out him. Having murdered others twice in a row, you are completely addicted to this morbid euphoria of being in control of other people's lives. Chen Yu read a few pop-up contents. The watermen were curious. How the first entertainer in Hangtown managed to evade sanctions. Chen Yu had a nose for what he said, even without any substantial evidence. It also doesn't help to give one pause for thought. How he escaped sanction necessitates another reference to his work history. He read tons of books while working in the library. There are books on all kinds of criminal investigation, as well as some domestic and foreign detective, murder novels. Invariably, a great deal of experience in crime and counter-surveillance is acquired. These words of Chen Yu were like heavy fists, slamming into Hangzhou's #1 entertainer. A few drops of sweat oozed from the forehead of Hangzhou's #1 entertainer. Spare him the coolness. At the moment, there was also some panic. Other content can be checked. What types of books do you read on your own? This is something that only he, himself, knows. Killing others not only gives you the thrill of mastering their destiny, it gives you a sense of intellectual superiority. Hearing this, the two hands of Hangzhou's #1 entertainer began to tremble. Chen Yu, I've recorded all of your slanderous words. I'm going to sue you for false accusations. The #1 entertainer in Hangzhou got up to get his jacket. It seems like you really need to go out and report it. After all these years of subsiding, you still like to wear dark purple so much. It's for when you're bored and remembering past complacency, I guess. Hangzhou's #1 entertainer instantly froze. Every time you've committed a crime since the third one, you've worn dark purple. You've done the experiment. Blood bursting onto the top of a dark purple dress is the least noticeable. In 5 years, you committed 16 crimes. 20 years ago cameras weren't commonplace, and the authorities in your hometown pulled out the big guns to catch the killer. It took 1/5 of that year's revenue to install tens of thousands of cameras. In the following years, security cameras also became commonplace everywhere. You know the days of indiscriminate killing are over. After a few years of living the life of an ordinary person, I have been unable to repress, within, that urge to take control of other people's destinies. After that you realize that there's another way to master the fate of others, and that's by digging up celebrity scandals. In another way, to get them out of this society. With the scouting and counter-surveillance experience you developed over the course of 5 years, you became a paparazzo. Chen Yu continued to speak. A special effects pop-up sped by. I fucking know who he is. After the last pop-up passed, another special effects pop-up appeared. Dr. Chen, that small northern city you mentioned, is it Golden City? I seem to know who he is. 2. Holy shit, is that really him? Definitely him. The first victim in that case was a rich man, and the second victim, a female employee. The emergence of the word Golden City is like stirring up a hornet's nest. The location is a watering hole for the city of gold. Started to use all kinds of oral gymnastics to greet the first entertainer in Hangzhou, with 180 generations of ancestors. Even after posting profanity, the account was officially banned. Local netizens in Golden are still coming forward. The death penalty is a bargain. This kind of demon deserves to be lynched. Exhausted. Skama. Back then Skynet was too few and far between. In today's world, this kind of devil would be dead already. Are you talking about the Golden City demon? Because of him, the city's elementary and middle schools must be dismissed before dark. A city of 1 million people has been terrorized by this demon for almost 20 years. If this asshole is placed in ancient times, to execute his 9 plans is light. The family earthworms have to cut a knife horizontally. That's 16 lives. No wonder Dr. Chen said he has cold-blooded psychosis. Even if they're not local King City waterbenders, they hate the King City devil just as much. The devil of Golden City, a nickname to be feared. 16 innocent people were killed in just 5 years. Brutal tactics and strong counter-surveillance skills. Unlike the usual cold-blooded murderer, the Golden City devil has committed a crime and has nothing to point to. It is a random killing. Some media outlets have called him a modern version of the Ripper. Chen Yu glanced at the pop-up and said, "The people who were killed by him are more than 16 victims. The first victim, the same dirtbag, was killed when his wife was 8 months pregnant. When she came home and saw her husband's tragic condition, her wife not only suffered a severe mental shock, but the baby in her womb was also not saved. The head of security suffered from severe depression due to the tragic death of his wife and eventually walked away as well. There are also several parents and relatives of the victims who have been hospitalized for psychological treatment. Truly, he ruined the lives of 34 people." The inner workings behind these cases were all seen by Chen Yu through the Tianji curse. It's never been publicly disclosed. None of the local watermen in Golden had any idea that so many others were following the victimization. "I'll give $100,000 to anyone who can locate this asshole." "Damn it, I'll add another 100,000. Is there any hacker expert in the live broadcast room to help check this demon's IP address? I'm in Hangzhou. Are there any local brothers and I'll team up to get him? Sign up." The victim's family is in tears all day long, but this son of a bitch is living a good life. There's no goddamn justice. I've never believed in reincarnation retribution, but I hope he sinks into the 18 layers of hell for all eternity. The sense of justice of the water lovers was manifested at this moment. There are a ton of articles and news related to the Golden City Demon that have been around forever and still can be found. The reason why the Golden City Demon has escaped capture time and time again, partly because of his high IQ. Another reason, on the other hand, it is limited by the technology of the times. 20 years ago, surveillance probes were only found in a few first-tier cities, and there are not many of them. At that time, not to mention the DNA database, even the internet is not widespread. Even if criminal investigation techniques are backward, the local authorities in Golden City, too, have not given up on tracking it down. In 20 years, the leadership of the task force has changed 7 times. 6 of them collapsed at the front line of the investigation. Since the serial murders emerged and it was learned that the killer was a man, the people of the entire city were thrown into a state of panic. With security doors on every house, hardly anyone dares to go out at night. The fear is that the devil will not only kill, but also rob any local woman in Golden City with some good looks. Not marrying out. It's all about dressing up in an ugly way. Even the dresses, they were afraid to wear more. "You devil, give my cousin back her life. Oh son, the murderer has been found, and you can finally rest in peace. I'm buying a ticket to Hangzhou right now to witness the end of you demons." With Chen Yu's revelation that the #1 entertainer in Hangzhou was the devil of Jincheng back in the day, the number of people in the live broadcast room instantly broke through 1.5 million. Most of these are local citizens of Golden. Chen Yu unintentionally created a live broadcast spectacle. Hundreds of thousands of netizens from one city converge on one live stream. "I heard that the anchor line caught the Golden City Demon. Is it really that godly? I'll go. Should we be so exaggerated? Is this the Golden City Fellowship? How come it's full of water friends with Golden City IPs? They're not waterbenders, they're sufferers. Is this the modern Jack the Ripper? It's not as scary as the legend says." Upstairs, is that an appropriate thing to say in this atmosphere? It is recommended that lynching be reinstated. For the first time, advice feels like such a good word. I'm new here. Should I line up and curse, or just start spraying? In the face of overwhelming abuse, Hangzhou's #1 entertainer panicked like hell. Gritting his teeth, he began to weasel his way out of the situation. "How dare you label me a homicidal maniac just because I'm going to beat your vacation? You're so mean. A fake is always a fake, and no one will believe a false accusation without any evidence." He came with the purpose of counterfeiting. Never thought of that. There will come a time when the perfect crime will be recognized. You think you've done a seamless job with this series of cases, but I don't know that there is no seamlessness in the world. Only the net of heaven. Chen Yu sneered. "The first 6 crimes. You did it carefully and left no clues. By the 7th time, you started getting cocky." A large number of personal traces were left at the scene. Restricted by technology, the police solved the case back then with the most primitive human investigation. Compare fingerprints and footprints, one by one with a magnifying glass. By the time the police start collecting fingerprints from the city's residents, you run off to live over 100 kilometers away, in another city. But it didn't stop the crime. On several subsequent occasions, you return to King City by car. After the killing, you'll get a ride out right away. Due to the heinous nature of the case you pulled off, the Golden City bus station became the first city in the country to require the registration of personal ticketing information. In the depot of the bus station, there is still a record of the tickets you purchased that year. At that time, the King City Police had neither a big data analysis comparison system, much less a bioinformatics collection system. But now, it's all there. Those traces you left by provoking the police are about to be the rope that hangs you. Bang! There was a loud bang outside the door. countless silhouettes darted in. The number one entertainer in Hangzhou, who was sitting firmly in his chair, was instantly pounced upon by 4 or 5 police tees. Is there really any unknowing in this world? The Hangzhou No. 1 entertainer, who was dead weighted down, roared loudly. Immediately after that, Hangzhou No. 1 entertainer's side turned into a black screen. Dr. Chen, just confess. If this isn't metaphysics, I'm going to stand upside down and eat shang. Heavy upstairs. But I like it. I can't imagine in a million years how the anchor solved the case, except by being clairvoyant. The water friends waited with interest to see how Chun Yu would explain. I was able to know about these secretive criminal practices because of this expert. Chun Yu got up and walked out of camera range. Made a bit of a scene today. It's good to be prepared. It's time to bring out the blockers. The water boys were confused. What's Chun Yu doing with a portrait of a foreigner? Dr. Chen, we're mentors and brothers, and I'm also this expert's protege. A water user with the screen name Punish the Evil Little Catcher sent a snarky pop-up. As an aside, before the police tee hit the door, why didn't Hangzhou's number one entertainer run? It's not 20 years ago now. Do you think he can run? Dr. Chen, who is this foreign bearded man? The waterboy's pop-ups rolled in. Ask who the person in the portrait is. Chun Yu smiled slightly and said, Clift Ibn, one of the founders of criminal psychology. I took criminal psychology in college. Quite a few lessons learned from this expert's writings, so it can accurately analyze the whole process of the crime committed by the number one entertainer in Hangzhou. In college, Chen Yu did take criminal psychology, simply because there are enough credits. Ghost talk was too much, and Chen Yu didn't blush at all. The waterboys continue to be confused. Is criminal psychology that good? Either that, or get a couple of books on the subject and see what happens. Couldn't be an expert in solving crimes. Cold-blooded psychopaths have a very different behavioral response after committing a crime than common criminals. At the end of a common criminal's crime, he or she can fall into a prolonged period of stress, anxiety, and trepidation. And unlike cold-blooded psychopaths, they develop a game-playing mentality with officialdom. With each successful crime, there is a sense of contempt for police and a sense of smugness that defies everything. Achieve both intellectual and psychological pleasure. Hangzhou's No. 1 entertainer is active on live streaming platforms and takes pleasure in exposing others' privacy. The idea of continuing the game is not lost, except for destroying other people's lives in this way. If it weren't for the help of the Tenjizi, Chen Yu simply couldn't count on the fact that Hangzhou's number one entertainer was not only inhuman, still a scumbag who's arrogant as hell to the grid. Others have done amazing things. It's not about hiding in the shadows and shivering and praying to God that you don't get caught, and must not dare to keep throwing their weight around. Hangzhou's number one entertainer, however, didn't care to do such a humiliating thing. It's about showing up every day. The net of heaven is wide open. Dr. Chen is mighty. Dr. Chen, can you say when this demon will be shot? Seeing this segment of pop-ups, Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, 1.5 months later. Ha, why does that sound so familiar? Of course it sounds familiar. Dr. Chen said it over 20 minutes ago. I wanted to come here. Dr. Chen said that Hangzhou's number one entertainer died due to illness. With 4 months left, and knowing the condition in advance, he could only live for a month and a half. Dr. Chen, what does 4 months mean? Another waterbender was puzzled. Chen Yu said, 2 months from now, the Golden City Police will introduce an advanced comprehensive DNA detector. Next, a citywide DNA collection. The database will send out an alarm when it detects the sister of Hangtown's number one entertainer. She's a high match to the DNA sample the killer left in the present. Following the trail, it was finally confirmed that the number one entertainer in Hangzhou is the devil of Jincheng. Even without the appearance of Chen Yu, the number one entertainer in Hangzhou will soon be in the net of justice as well. Interesting. Hangzhou's No. 1 entertainer hasn't missed out on using the internet and high-tech means to dig up people's privacy over the years. It ended up in the net, also because of high technology. Can't help but make a mockery of it. Thinking of this, a word appeared in Chen Yu's mind. God's way of doing things is not a good thing. Today was a real treat. Starting with a blockbuster business battle, followed by a large crime-solving scene. Foreign commercial blockbusters are a younger brother compared to Dr. Chen's live broadcast. Dr. Chen, you've just let the cat out of the bag. Beware of the authorities arresting you for sectioning. Chen Yu previously invited the Grandmaster of Criminal Psychology. It's still true that the waterboys will believe it. Think Chen Yu sees that the number one entertainer in Hangzhou is the Jincheng demon, from knowledge of criminal psychology. But his next words completely exposed the old man. Being able to tell what happened 2 months later. What else could it be if not metaphysics? Anchor, don't pretend. They're all your own people. What's so deep about pretending? Dr. Chen, why don't you get a small number and whisper it to us old-timers? Good idea. Let's ask the celestial master to show you the way. Seeing that the water friends were going to chat over metaphysics again, Chen Yu sent these guys to be banned for an hour. Fun is fun. Don't joke about science. Get off first. Chen Yu instantly felt 2 strands of merit chi surging into his body. One of the meritorious chi. It's simply to the point of being majestic and vast. It gave Chen Yu the feeling that his body was going to be burst. What the hell is this? It's too late to think about it. Chen Yu immediately unlocked the store door and sat down on his knees. From yesterday to today, in total, Chen Yu had cast the Tianji curse 6 times. Yesterday it was Zhou Curson, waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree, and Zhang Qingshan Zhang Moncler outlet. Today it's Brother Su, Mr. Su and the #1 entertainer in Hangzhou. The 3 strands of merit chi from yesterday had already been digested by Qing Yu. That live broadcast just now, Chen Yu only helped Su change his fate. There should only be 1 strand of merit chi. What's with the extra strand? And it's so pounding. 2 hours later, Chen Yu finally finished digesting these 2 strands of merit and chi. At the same time, understand the mystery. It's true that he only helped Su change his fate, but Chen Yu also found the murderer for the 16 lonely souls who died in vain. Isn't that a great merit? Helping people change their lives for the better is meritorious. To bring justice to those who have died in vain, it is more of a great merit. Think along these lines. Chen Yu stood up directly in excitement. There are quite a few ways to get merit. Change your life and change your luck. Sink your grievances. It has been confirmed. What about persuading people to be good? There's definitely something going on. Chen Yu pushed the door and prepared to eat something. Treat yourself to this clever brain cell. Begin. The gongs and drums sounded instantly at a command from outside the door. Dr. Chen, this is a little token of appreciation I prepared for you. No respect. No respect. Zhang Qingshan stood in front of the store with his grandson and son, smiling. Didn't wait for Chen Yu to react. From a truck, 2 strong men carried down a statue, moving straight to Chen Yu. Chen Yu's eyes went straight for a moment. What the hell? Floyd made of gold? Zhang Qingshan was wearing a colorful face. He lowered his voice and rushed at his son. Kid, now you know what it means to be ginger or old. What does it say about Dr. Chen that he saw the gift I gave him without blinking? Not waiting for my son to answer, Zhang Qingshan asked himself. It means that Dr. Chen likes it very much, which is why he keeps looking at it. Zhang Jianju's facial muscles twitched. Chen Yu's expression is like, any way you look at it, it's like being surprised. Dad, how did you know Dr. Chen was at the store? Zhang Jianzhang then asked an unanswered question. They came in about 20 minutes ago, pushed the door and it was unlocked inside. Zhang Jianzhang believes that Chen Yu is not in the store. Zhang Qingshan, however, insisted that Chen Yu was inside the house. Heaven's secrets can't be revealed. You kid, take your time to learn. Zhang Qingshan's expression was inscrutable. Zhang Jianzhang almost spit out blood. If you don't divulge, what can I learn? By the looks of it, need a chance to talk to Dad. Can't hang out with those square dance moms anymore. Quite a nice old man. Brought so out of tune by a bunch of old ladies. Master Zhang, what is your old man up to? After looking at it for dozens of seconds, Chen Yu had a black line. Determined definitely as well as definitely. This golden statue in front of me. Freudian bender indeed. I brought my grandson and son over to thank Dr. Chen for saving my life. Zhang Qingshan waved his hand to signal the workers to carry the statue inside, pulling Chen Yu aside again. The old man's family will never forget Dr. Chen's saving grace. You are a worldly master who lives in seclusion. The old man does not dare to take yellow and white things and defile your eyes. The statue is a small token of our family's appreciation. Dr. Chen must take it. After listening to Zhang Qingshan's words, Chen Yu always felt that something was wrong. Without moving, he transported the Tianji curse. In the next second, Chen Yu cried and laughed in his heart. That big fat doll yearbook. It dissolved the bad luck of the Zhang family's grandparents and grandchildren. Zhang Qingshan was so excited that he didn't sleep all night, thinking about what to give to show appreciation. Early this morning for dinner, Zhang Qingshan let his son and grandson help a piece of thought. Zhang Jianjian offered to send money. Zhang Qingshan smoked his son's chopsticks. The high rollers treat money like dirt. Giving away money is tantamount to insulting the higher power. Grandson Zhang Xiaobei suggested a gift. Zhang Qingshan thought it was a good idea. Ask about what gifts to give your grandchildren. Thinking that Chen Yu runs a psychological counseling office, Zhang Xiaobei suggested a gift related to psychology. In that case, Chen Yu would definitely not refuse. Immediately afterward, the grandparents and grandchildren used the computer to select appropriate gifts in psychology. Soon the 2 men had their eye on a Floyd statue. Zhang Jianzhang looked at it, almost choked to death on the thin gruel in my mouth. A whole lot of breathlessness. Selling Floyd statues is alternative enough. There's a fucking gold paint job on the outside. Master Zhang, this statue you sent is quite good. Don't send it next time. After saying that, Chen Yu invited the 3 Zhang family members to come into the store and sit down. The Floyd statue is a bit incestuous, but it's not too out of place in a counseling room. If Zhang Qingshan sends any god of wealth and martial arts bodhisattva, Chen Yu wouldn't dare ask for it. Zhang Jianzhang paid out money to settle the bill and sent the Gong team away. As each of them took their seats, Zhang Qingshan began to introduce his son and grandson to Chen Yu. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Jianjian surveyed this psychological counseling room. The small store was small and neatly cleaned up. A large number of portraits of psychological masters hang on the walls. 2 shelves sit along the wall. Above is 2 separate strips attached. Specialized therapeutic drugs for mental illness. Specialized therapeutic devices for mental illness. Zhang Qingshan rubbed his eyes. The expression was stunned as he looked back to the shelves. It feels like there is a side collapse in my perception of drugs. There's happy water. Great. Zhang Xiaobei saw a bottle of Coke on the shelf. Happily, I walked over to get ready to buy and drink it. That's not happy water. That's a cure. Chen Yu said indifferently. Obviously happy. 100,000? Zhang Xiaobei was startled. The happy water bottle has a self-adhesive price tag attached to it. The price tag is $100,000. Hurry back and don't mess with Dr. Chen's healing elixir. Zhang Qingshan glared at his grandson. Chen Yu said that happy water is a cure for illness. Surely it can't be fake. The corners of Zhang Jian's mouth twitched once again. Dad's got this IQ. Really can't have it. Master Zhang, you came over to see me today, and besides thanking me, there should be something else, right? Chen Yu's stomach was already protesting. Just thinking about ending the pleasantries early. Hurry up and go eat. See, Dr. Chen is Dr. Chen. His skills are unparalleled. After last night's incident, Zhang Qingshan trusted Chen Yu's ability to the extreme. Has become a Chen Yu brainwashed fan. Hello Dr. Chen. We came over today, and we do have something else we want to ask you about. Zhang Jianzhang organized his emotions. Indicates that his son, Zhang Xiaobei, is having some problems. Chen Yu can help give it a look. The words were polite. There was not the slightest mention that Zhang Xiaobei had encountered any problems. Chen Yu smiled lightly. Principal Zhang has been bringing his son a lot lately. Running to the hospital, right? Hiss. Zhang Jianzhang sucked in a breath of cool air. Every time, I go in with hope and leave full of disappointment. It's not that the hospital is incompetent. It's that there are so many possible factors for this to occur. On short notice, the hospital can't give you a definitive answer. Chen Yu said every word. Zhang Jianzhuang's face was shocked for 1 minute. When Chen Yu stopped, Zhang Jian turned his head to look at Zhang Qingshan. Zhang Qingshan reprimanded without a trace of anger. I don't know how many times I told you along the way that you had to test Dr. Chen's skills. How about now? Convinced. Dad, you really didn't tell him any of this? Zhang Jianzhang couldn't hide the shock on his face. Bastard nonsense what? We 3 masters come together. You see me use a cell phone? Zhang Qingshan glared at his son again. Don't mind Dr. Chen. My son is good at everything, but he's just too suspicious. Nonsense about seeing is believing. Zhang Qingshan apologized to Chen Yu in embarrassment. In lieu of a son, explain the reason for your visit. This kid, Xiao Bei, is just as smart as his dad, and was always first in his class from elementary school to middle school. But lately, I don't know what's going on, but when I'm in class, I'm fidgeting and I can't stay still at all. The grades are also down. Even the simplest math problems take 10 or 20 minutes to finish one. Thinking that a child's illness interferes with school life. Zhang Construction has taken Zhang Xiaobei all over the city's large and small hospitals in this half-month. A ton of tests were done and the results were varied. There is talk of having ADHD, and the hospital said that Zhang Xiaobei's puberty came early. Even more so, said he'd switch to anorexia. Dr. Chen, please take a look at what kind of disease my grandson has. Zhang Qingshan was worried. What happened to a nice kid? Chen Yu nodded and glanced at Zhang Xiaobei's face. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, your grandson is not a big problem. It's just poisoning. When these words came out, Zhang Qingshan almost fell off his chair. Poisoned? Yet? Dr. Chen, are you sure my son has been poisoned? Don't say that. Zhang Qingshan was startled. Zhang Jian's heart was also in his throat. I'm a professional psychiatrist. I don't make unfounded diagnoses. Chen Yu's words, instead of allowing Zhang Jian to suspend his tension, instead, they worry more. The psychiatrist diagnosed the patient with poisoning. What's this all about? Zhang Xiaobei said nervously. Dad, Grandpa, if I am poisoned, will I die? Don't be afraid, my good grandson. Dr. Chen will definitely make you okay. After Zhang Qingshan comforted his grandson, he rushed his head towards Chen Yu and asked again. Dr. Chen, Which one of these murderers is trying to harm my precious grandson? Chen Yu asked. Your grandson likes drinking Coke a lot, at least 3 or 4 bottles a day, right? Exactly. Zhang Qingshan had a mixed expression. I know it's not good to drink more Coke, but when I think of my grandson as a poor motherless child, I just let him be. Wait, Zhang Jianjian interjected and asked. Dr. Chen, the problem on my son, could it be caused by drinking cola? Right, Chen Yu said. Is that possible? Zhang Jian looked at Zhang Xiaobei with a stunned expression. Father and son looked at each other. The first time I heard that too much Coke can be poisonous. Chen Yu lightly laughed. Xiaobei, in front of your school, is there a grocery store? Yes. Zhang Xiaobei nodded his head in a hurry. Every day before school, you would go somewhere and buy 5 bottles of Coke, 3 to finish at school and 2 to take home. It's been like this every day for 3 months. This time, the grandparents and grandchildren. No one dared to speak. Chen Yu's math was no longer just accurate. It's like seeing it with your own eyes. The poisoning is directly related to this daily drinking of Coke. The owner of the store, seeking to maximize his profits, was encouraged by a salesman to purchase a copycat cola produced in their factory. Coke is inherently cheap to manufacture. Cottage colas are bound to use the cheapest additives if they want to make a profit. This cottage cola with banned artificial flavors, colors, imitating the taste of genuine Coke while dramatically reducing the cost. Chen Yu told Zhang Jianqing in a deep voice. Zhang Xiaobei's grades slipped and his spirits were sometimes high and sometimes low. The cause is artificial coloring poisoning. Son of a bitch, these traitors who deserve death by 1,000 cuts. Zhang Construction, who has always prided himself on being an educational elite. For the first time, he broke out into hard swearing. What are the dangers of drinking large amounts of artificial coloring? As the president of the university, Zhang Jianjian knew it only too well. Artificial coloring can have a huge impact on a minor's intellectual development. The liver function and excretory function of minors are not yet developed. By consuming artificially colored drinks, harmful toxins are simply not eliminated. The result is that intellectual development is affected. Side effects also include interference with metabolism, affects the nerves of the brain. Zhang Qingshan's face blackened with anger. Poor grandson hasn't had a mom since he was a kid. Being a grandfather is the only way he can make up for his grandson with this kind of coddling. Never in a million years. His own pampering almost caused his grandson to become a fool. At this moment, Zhang Qingshan couldn't wait to split the black-hearted shopkeeper and beverage factory owner alive. Principal Zhang, Master Zhang, you guys calm down first. Chen Yu consoled. Fortunately, it was discovered early, and there is still room for the situation to turn around. Once he stops drinking this harmful beverage for about 6 months, he'll be back to normal. I'm afraid I can't make it time-wise, Zhang Jianjiang said busily. Dr. Chen doesn't know. In a little while, this child will be taking the midterm. Is there anything you can do on your end to get him back to normal quickly? The reason was not previously known. Zhang Jianjiang had already dismissed the idea of letting his son sit for the middle school exam, prepare to take him to a major city in the country to see a doctor. Now there is hope. Zhang Jianjian naturally looks forward to his son's speedy recovery. There are ways to heal quickly, of course, but they're a bit expensive. Change to a few hours ago. Chen Yu could only say that he couldn't help. At that time, his cultivation level, it only helps to drive away evil spirits. This time and that time. Ever since he absorbed that majestic meritorious qi, Chen Yu's realm did not dare to say that it had skyrocketed, but it was also on a higher level. Directly from the early stage of qi refining, he jumped up to the middle stage of qi refining, just one step away from the peak of the qi refining stage. It was difficult to detail the benefits that came with the elevation of the realm. One of the most obvious is the acquisition of a large number of spells with different aptitudes. In addition to exorcising and suppressing evil spirits, Chen Yu has also mastered all kinds of magical incantations, such as the magic of calming the house, sheltering luck, marriage, and seeking children. Money is not an issue. Zhang Jianzhuan didn't even think about it and said, as long as it allows my son to take the midterm normally, I'll pay any amount. Then I'll make a list. As the words fell, Chen Yu walked behind his desk and sat down. Grab a pen and paper on the table and swipe the list. Pick up a medication list? The list was in duplicate, and when he received one of them, Zhang Jianjiang was dumbstruck. A bottle of detox tea, oral, contains 500 milliliters, sold for $100,000. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay, Zhang Qingshan urged. Although the Zhang family is not a family of merchants and businessmen, it is not bad. Zhang Jian went out to give lectures, plus various welfare allowances. It's almost a couple $1 million a year in revenue. 100,000 to them. It doesn't count for much. Oh, back to God. Zhang Construction took out his cell phone and scanned the collection code on the desk. Chen Yu filed the other slip. The The counseling room is about science. Prescribing charges, naturally, should also be by a set of scientific and systematic processes. Walking over to a shelf, Chen Yu picked up an item. The right hand turns into a sword finger. Rushing the bottle, he drew a spell of elimination in the air. Xian Men Zhengfa, relieving the evils and eliminating the disasters. 5 thunderbolts of Vajra. All diseases are gone. Reiki with the spell. All done. Drink a sip every morning and evening, and in 5 days the child will be well. As Chen Yu turned around and handed over the tea drink in his hand, Zhang Jianzhang saw the packaging on it. Oriental leaf. Citrus flavor. The cap of the package clearly states that there is exactly 1 month left before the shelf life. This is detox tea? Zhang Jianzhang felt like his brain wasn't enough. This stuff is sold all over the streets. The most expensive is just $5. Chen Yu directly asked for $100,000 for himself, or a bottle that's about to expire. It's only $2 or $3 when you put it in the expiration date grocery store, right? Chen Yu said in a serious manner. Tea can detoxify, specializing in curing your son's bad condition. Take it. Zhang Jianzhang woodenly accepted the bottle of tea drink. Inexplicably, a twinge of flesh was born. Any way you look at it, it doesn't look like this stuff is an antidote to poison. Don't thank Dr. Chen yet, and put it away quickly. Zhang Qingshan once again transformed into a brainwashed fan. Keep winking at your son. Something that transcends the high hand, even if it's a piece of toilet paper. None of it is mortal anymore. This was something that Zhang Jianzhang believed. A $5 tea drink that dares to sell itself for $100,000. Indeed, it is not mortal. It's simply a luxury. If it doesn't work within 5 days, it's all yours. It was not difficult for Chen Yu to see the hesitation in Zhang Jianxing's heart. Immediately, he was given a piece of his mind. If my son can really be cured by drinking it, I will be grateful. After thinking about it, Zhang Jianzhang still chose to believe Chen Yu. After all, Chen Yu sells a yearbook. Save the lives of 3 bites. Again, as if you were counting, you tell the story of your son's condition and how it started. With this, Zhang Jianzhang wouldn't both say anything more, sending off 1,000 thankful Zhang Qingshan and his children and grandchildren. Chen Yu hurriedly ran out to eat. The next morning, Chen Yu stood in front of the shelves, his fingers constantly drawing incantations. The above medicines and therapeutic devices are given different abilities. More than half of the goods on the shelves had been subjected to spells by Chen Yu. It was also that Chen Yu had rich reserves of aura. Switched to another warlock mage. Having been so busy until now, I guess I would have long been exhausted due to the exhaustion of my aura. Besides, no one would really do that. In this day and age, auras are thin. The aura on people who practiced cultivation was more important to them than their lives. Don't say it's all gone. Even if you lose a little bit, all of it will make them flesh so sore they'll cry. Dang it. At that moment, there was a knock on the door from outside. Chen Yu stopped his hand movements and walked over to open the door. Welcome, both patients. Please come in. 2 men stood outside the door. One in his early 20s. The other was about 30-something. Chen Yu wore a smile on his face and reached out to invite them in. Hear the word patient. The young man broke into a smile that he couldn't resist. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, was in tears. Hello Dr. Chen. We're not here to see your patients. We're here to inquire about the case. Entering the store, the middle-aged man pulled out an ID. Hangtown Serious Crimes Brigade. Captain Li Changjun. Here are my papers. The young man likewise took out his papers. Agent Feng Lang, Major Crimes Brigade, Jincheng City. So it's my fellow disciple who's here. Ha ha ha. Please have a seat. Chen Yu moved 2 chairs and placed them beside the duo. Li Changjun looked at Feng Lang suspiciously. Little Feng, you went to Hangzhou University and college? Feng Lang smiled bitterly. Team Li, you've misunderstood. I guess Dr. Chen has already seen my other identity, hence the joke with me. Another identity? What other identity do you have? The more Li Changjun listened, the more confused he became. I'm still a fan of Dr. Chen's live broadcast. Feng Lang's young brain is quick. The first time he understood what Chen Yu meant, he was none other than the water user who teased about being in the same family as Chen Yu in the live broadcast yesterday. The little constable who punishes evil. The reason the leaders sent him over. It was also because Feng Lang had watched the whole thing. The live stream of Chen Yu dismantling the Jincheng demon. No wonder. Li Changjun nodded. Captain Li, Agent Feng, just say whatever you want to ask. I will cooperate seriously. Have long guessed that the relevant departments will be door-to-door questioning. Chen Yu too was not surprised. Seeing Chen Yu's amiable attitude, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid that Chen Yu won't cooperate based on his skills. Dr. Chen, we are prepared to find out in detail this time when you started investigating Gao Dequan. Gao Dequan is the real name of Hangzhou's #1 entertainer. Chen Rant's online crime-solving process can only be described in 4 words. Unbelievable. An anchor who can tell the past of a criminal as clearly as they can. Even the situation of the victim's family, which was kept strictly confidential by the police, knew all about it too. Whether it's the Jincheng police or the Hangzhou police, no one can afford to take this lightly. I haven't investigated him, and I didn't even know he existed on the Tigerfish platform before the streak. Chen Yu was really being honest this time. Upon hearing this, Li Changjun and Feng Lang looked at each other. Feng Lang nodded. He's a senior in criminal psychology. It could be confirmed through the facial micro-expressions that Chen Yu hadn't told a lie. Li Changjun spoke up. Can I understand it that way? You saw that he was the Golden City Demon of the Year, based on professional experience alone, without knowing him? Could be, Chen Yu said with a smile. Would you please tell Dr. Chen in detail which of the elements of criminal psychology enabled you to recognize his identity and how the crime was committed? Unlike a psychology senior like Feng Lang, Li Changjun is better at gradual guidance. Direct the person being questioned to his or her own thoughts. Following that, you get the secrets of the other person's heart, commonly known as the set. That's complicated. Never mind. I'll start at the beginning. Immediately, Chen Yu opened his words. After listening for more than 20 minutes, the more Feng Lang listened, the more wrong he became. After another moment, Feng Lang's expression was extremely speechless. Chen Yu said to start from the beginning. It's also really about starting at the beginning. Lecture was on the Criminal Minds course syllabus, psychoanalysis, the doctrine of the criminal personality, violent criminal minds, gang criminal minds, and psychopathic criminal minds. Feng Lang seems to have returned to his college days. On the podium stood the old professor with the majestic face. The lowly students couldn't breathe. Li Changjun also gradually felt that something was wrong. Glancing at Feng Lang next to him, Feng Lang sighed and pulled out his cell phone to search for the outline content. After looking at it twice, Li Changjun's nose was almost askew. Got half a day. Chen Yu is here to teach them a lesson. Dr. Chen, stop for a moment. Li Changjun forced down his depressed mood. I'm asking you to recognize the identity of Gao Dequan's criminal and how he committed the crime. Not for you to recite the text for us. That's what I was answering your question. Chen Yu had a serious expression. It was only through a psychiatric personality analysis, a violent criminal mind, a gang criminal mind, and a psychopathic criminal mind that I analyzed him as a criminal. Is there a problem? Looking at Chen Yu's deserving look, Li Changjun was defeated. Feng Lang said helplessly, the police can assure you that your statement will not be leaked. I hope Dr. Chen will be honest and straightforward with us. After all, there are still parts of the case that we, the police, don't have. Tic-tac-toe. Before the words were finished, Feng Lang's cell phone suddenly rang. Agent Feng, I'd advise you not to answer this call. Feng Lang had just taken the phone out when he coldly heard Chen Yu say this. Why? Feng Lang subconsciously asked. Chen Yu looked at Li Changjun with deep interest. Li Changjun said, Dr. Chen, what are you looking at me for? Captain Li's sister. She doesn't have a boyfriend yet, does she? Yeah, how do you even know that? Li Changjun puzzled. She's going to have one soon and will marry far away. Hearing this, Li Changjun stood up in a mischievous manner. On the other side, Feng Lang's forehead began to sweat. Seeing Feng Lang's strange appearance, Li Changjun frowned tightly. The eyes stared gloomily at Feng Lang. Team Li, what are you staring at me like that for? Feng Lang tensed. Li Changjun grabbed his cell phone and glanced at the caller's number. Feng Lang, I've strung together a shift with my co-workers. When are you coming to pick me up? The phone connected and a pleasant woman's voice came from inside. Jiao Jiao, I'm your brother, Li Changjun said in a cold voice. Brother, how come Feng Lang's phone is with you? Li Changjun didn't make any explanation and directly hung up the phone. Little Feng, you can do it. I only arrived in Hangzhou yesterday afternoon, and I've been playing with my sister since then. A creepy sneer surfaced on Li Changjun's face. Li Changjun, who was a sister protector, really never expected it. Simply invited Feng Lang to his home for a meal. It's amazing that this kid is getting so familiar with his sister. But one day, it got to the point of watching a movie together. In 2 days, it's all possible to talk about marriage. Li Tin, you listen to my explanation. I and Jiao Jiao actually. Don't you go near my sister. After saying that, Li Changjun wanted to pull Black Feng Lang's cell phone. His sister's number. Captain Li, you'd better not do that. Chen Yu just finished his words. The number has been pulled black by Li Changjun. Why can't we pull the plug? Li Changjun didn't have the good sense to say. Chen Yu laughed. 3 days ago, you borrowed $1,000 from your sister to pay off a debt. Something that, if your wife knew, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat. Upon hearing this, Li Changjun's body couldn't help but tremble. The face also changed from anger to panic. Tic-tac-toe. The phone rang again. Lee Chang-jun swallowed and pulled out his cell phone with difficult movements. If you don't answer it, there's more trouble. Chen Yu reminded. Lee Chang-jun closed his eyes bitterly. In the next second, Lee Chang-jun opened his eyes, tapped the answer button. Lee Chang-jun, you've grown up. I told you to quit smoking for your own good, but you're so good that you went to the little store downstairs to get cigarettes on credit. If you don't have money to pay off your debt, you go borrow from Jiao Jiao. Do you still have the decency to be a brother? Lee Chang-jun was admonished to hang his head, not daring to refute a word. Since you're so capable, the $300 a month allowance doesn't look like you'll need it. Don't be mad, wife. I won't dare next time. Hearing that the pocket money is going to be gone, Lee Chang-jun panicked again. Hand in a 5,000-word check tomorrow, depending on how well you recognize your mistakes. Then there was no sound on the phone. Fong Lang lowered his head and stole a glance at Lee Chang-jun. A slight hint of schadenfreude appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lee Chang-jun looked at Fong Lang. What kind of sin is this? 22 years of raising a little cotton-padded sister. Turns out it's a black cotton. Dr. Chen, wait a moment. After saying that, Lee Chang-jun called Fong Lang and walked down the street. After about 10 minutes, the two men came in again. Fong Lang had a happy face. Lee Chang-jun, however, was sullen. Any more questions, gentlemen? If not, I won't keep you. Chen Yu asked with a smile. Regardless of Fong Lang or Lee Chang-jun, it was Chen Yu who tossed him around. Looking at him again, there was some scorn in his heart. Does Chen Yu have that kind of skill? 2 phone calls have given the answer. After communicating with my superiors, the advice given above is to stay in touch, but don't strain the relationship. Hearing the expulsion order in Chen Yu's words, Lee Chang-jun threw Fong Lang a wink. Wants to be his sister's boyfriend. First you have to learn to take care of your great-uncle's problems. That, Dr. Chen, your store is decorated quite chic. Seeing all these psychologists on the wall made me feel like I was back in a college classroom. Von Lang had nothing to say. Intend to talk to Chen Yu about psychology. Chen Yu lightly said, it's not bad, just a coat of big white paint. Fong Lang had a black line. Brother, you can't answer like this. Ha, is this Floyd? Fong Lang saw the golden statue. Chen Yu nodded his head and said, well, the customer gave it to me. Team Lee, look at this statue of Floyd. Arms for arms, eyes for eyes. It's great. Von Lang started an awkward conversation. Lee Chang-jun glared at him. Let's you break the awkwardness. Find a way to talk to Chen Yu about something useful. Didn't ask you to talk shit here. Immediately, Lee Chang-jun saw the shelves, a wide range of therapeutic tools. Lee Chang-jun felt the urge to bring Chen Yu to justice. Calcium AD milk with a $100, 000 price tag. Wawa snow cake with a price tag of $100, 000. A sheet of black cat sheriff stickers painted in dozens of different shapes, or 100,000. There are dozens of other items like this. Lee Chang-jun was 100% sure. These were exchanged at the mini-mart under your own home. It won't add up to more than $500. Sell small items at sky-high prices. Equal height. Golden statue of Floyd. A psychiatrist with a mysterious background and amazing skills. What the hell is this place? Right? Grocery store? Counseling room? Or is it a fortune-telling store with a sheep's head? For a while, Lee Chang-jun felt the sky rolling with thunder. Captain Lee, for the sake of your condition, I suggest you buy this psychotherapy sticker. As Lee Chang-jun was frantically spitting inside, Chen Yu walked over. 2 words. Pick up that black cat sheriff sticker. I'd be really fucking sick if I bought it. Lee Chang-jun secretly slandered in his heart and said with his mouth, this is too expensive. I'm a squad leader. I can't get 100, 000. It doesn't matter. You can just get the top one. Chen Yu said. There are 50 stickers on it, and they can be sold separately for 20,000 each. Hearing that it could also be sold separately, Lee Chang-jun subconsciously took a step back. Mo felt it. One might have to wallet bleed. The superiors forbid themselves to offend Chen Yu. If Chen Yu insisted on peddling, what should he do? By the way, Agent Feng, you'd better get one too. No. I just joined the workforce. I don't have much. Halfway through his words, Fong Lang suddenly paused. Dr. Chen, the disease on Team Lee and I. Is it serious? Fong Lang asked sharply. You're not too bad. It'll kick in about a couple months. As for Captain Lee's condition, it's nearer than later. Chen Yu shook the black cat sheriff sticker in his hand. The black cat sheriff is the embodiment of justice, and putting its sticker on your chest has a good spiritual healing effect. Buy. We buy. Team Lee, I'll pay for this. Fong Lang hastily pulled out his wallet. Dr. Chen, can you take credit cards here? Could be. A few moments later, Chen Ran brought the POS machine that had just been done. Under Lee Chang-jun's dumbfounded gaze, Feng Lang simply swiped $40,000. Chen Yu said. Pick a look. Feng Lang pursed his lips. It's better if you choose for us. At those words, Chen Ran casually took down 2 stickers. Just stick your sticker on your shirt after 3 months. Chen Yu paused. This one, Captain Lee, had better be posted at once. No matter what anyone says, you can't take it down, or the condition will kill you. High achievers have their own ability to comprehend. Chen Yu repeatedly said that the Feng Lang duo were sick. With that, they were sold Black Cat Sheriff stickers. There is only one answer. It's not a sticker. It's a talisman. A talisman to protect their lives. Police T is supposed to be a high-risk occupation. The duo is again the most casualty-prone serious crime team member. Thinking about Chen Yu's divine skill in the live broadcast, plus their careers, Feng Lang was busy pulling Li Changjun aside, muttering about his analysis. Li Changjun nodded from time to time. At times it was staid. Little Feng, you go back to the station first. I'll be back in a while. But, Li Changjun stared up. Feng Lang immediately swallowed back the latter words. For the flower of love to thrive, I endure. Before sending Feng Lang away, Li Changjun didn't forget to take a Black Cat Sheriff sticker. Dr. Chen, is it convenient for the party to suspend business for a while? Without waiting for Chen Yu to reply, Li Changjun had already unlocked the door. Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, Captain Li believes he is sick? Li Changjun said in a complicated tone. Dr. Chen, there are no more outsiders here, so we might as well open up the windows of heaven. You said I'd soon be sick and die if I didn't wear the stickers you gave me. Does it mean that I am likely to be martyred in the near future? Chen Yu said. It depends on how you choose. If you take 10 days and a half of sick leave, you may not get sick, but as per your character, you wouldn't do that. Chen Yu did not answer directly. However, Li Changjun had gotten the answer he wanted. Can Dr. Chen help diagnose a thing or two about what I'm going to be doing in the near future? At those words, Chen Yu raised his hand and gestured afore. Seeing the situation, Li Changjun's heart was in a state of shock. Who dares to say that Chen Yu is just a psychiatrist anymore? Li Changjun guaranteed to kick him to death. Dr. Chen, I heard from Xiaofeng that you charge $5,000 to see someone, and the treatment is the same $5,000. I'll pay you $10,000 later. Can you point me in the right direction? After Feng Lang reminded and explained, Li Changjun gradually began to get on the road. Follow Chen Yu's set speech. Could be. Thanks a lot. Li Changjun was overjoyed, ran down the street and called for 10 minutes. Coming back again, Li Changjun did not forget to relock the door. Paid $10,000 directly without saying a word. Chen Yu laughed. This patient, you may recount your condition. When these words came out, the corners of Li Changjun's mouth twitched. Chen Yu is such a drama queen. When you didn't pay, call yourself Captain Lee. Collected the money and turned to start calling his patients. I've been teared up lately, all because of a case. Li Changjun said in a deep voice. The nature of this case is very bad, no less than the Golden City serial murder case back then. I'd like to trouble Dr. Chen to give me an assurance. Never breathe a word of this to the outside world after you've heard it. Chen Yu first reached out and asked Li Changjun to sit down. Then tell him. Confidentiality for patients is the most basic professional ethics for doctors. Our local area of Hangzhou has also experienced a serial murder case. Li Changjun's voice was low and deep. A little over a month ago, a socialite was found dead in his home. At first, Li Changjun, who was in charge of the investigation, didn't take it seriously. This big brother of society has done a lot of evil. There are not 100, but 80 enemies who have been offended. The murderer's methods are so brutal. It's probably a jungle vendetta. It wasn't long before there was another murder in the area. The deceased was a woman, a company secretary by profession, missing on the way home from work. The body was later found in an abandoned house. Just as Li Changjun was comparing the two cases to see if they used the same thing, a third deceased person appeared. The deceased was a vagrant, dead in a small alley. As for this fourth victim, speaking of which, Li Changjun winced. He died in the fire. Chen Yu added. Hiss. Li Changjun sucked in a breath of cool air. Subconsciously, he took several steps back. The palm of his right hand lifted the hem of his shirt, and in the process, he was about to pull out his gun. This patient, please calm down. Chen Yu nodded the table in an ungentlemanly manner. Remind Li Changjun that he is now seeing a doctor. Dr. Chen, I'm sorry, I just had an occupational hazard. Li Changjun returned to the table and sat down. The hand never picked it up. Chen Yu said, go on. Li Changjun frowned and said, just as Dr. Chen said, the fourth victim, indeed, was killed by fire. But the death scene, there were no signs of an open fire. Li Changjun took a few deep breaths. Then, in one breath, the last of the dead. The fourth victim was a business owner. Time of death half a month ago. At midnight that night, this boss went home to rest after socializing. Order the nanny to wake him up at 7 o'clock the next day. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the nanny knocked on the door of the room right on time. There was no movement in the house. The babysitter thought her boss was too asleep to hear the knock on the door. Push the door in and call him. Entering the house, nanny saw her boss curled up in bed. He just put his hand on his boss and immediately howled in pain from the burn. The boss was red and hot, like a red-hot branding iron. An ambulance arrived at the scene 10 minutes later. The owner was declared dead on the spot. The cause of death was severe burns and multiple organ failure in the body. Oddly enough, not a trace of fire could be seen in the house. This owner has state-of-the-art smoke detection and fire sprinklers installed in his home. That even a tiny bit of smoke appears, both will set off a whole house alarm. Lee Chang-jun took a few breaths again, suppressing the inner tension and anxiety. Message received. I'll lead an investigation immediately. I found some men's footprints at the scene of that owner's death. These footprints, which were at the scene of the deaths of the first 3 victims, belonged to the same person. For bizarre and strange deaths, for types of identical footprints, the authorities immediately merged the cases. In view of the bad influence brought to the public by the serial killings in Golden City back then, strict secrecy was ordered at a high level. The deadline requires Lee Chang-jun to solve the case. Lee Chang-jun also made every effort to mobilize a large number of manpower and advanced detection equipment. Then so far, except by the footprints left by the murderer, it was determined that he was in his 30s. It's a guy who's about 5 feet 7 inches tall. Adult men weighing around 150 pounds. No more clues. There is no pattern to either the timing or the modus operandi. The 4 are also unrelated and don't know each other. Saying that, Lee Chang-jun took out his cell phone and pulled up the photos of several dead people. Chun-yu glanced at them and blandly said, "These 4 victims deserve to die." Dr. Chen, what do you mean by that? Lee Chang-jun blurted out. You didn't pull out the photos and show them to me because you wanted me to help you see if there was a connection between a few of the dead. Chun-yu said slowly, what I just said is the answer. You told me the answer? Lee Chang-jun was confused. What answer does a deserved death count for? All of these people have private morals. Chen-yu reminded. Lee Chang-jun said, after discovering the deceased, I immediately started the investigation. With the exception of the first victim, who had done a lot of bad things, the remaining few, they were all considered decent people. Pretty good reputation for personal character, both at work and in life. Investigate the deceased's social relations, professional background, information on any enemies, foreign debts, etc. It is a basic step in the case management of the serious crimes team, Chen-yu said without haste, due to the time constraints and heavy tasks, coupled with limited manpower. You have only checked the information of the last few years, right? It might be a good idea to extend the timeline forward a bit, like finding out what they did 10 years ago. I understand. Lee Chang-jun made a quick call. Lieutenant Wang, immediately investigate the deceased's information from 10 years ago. Focus on what bad things they've done, including the school years. It's all to be checked as well. Cell phones, computers, emails and chat logs, all of it. I'm in charge of making calls and coordinating to request the cooperation of the Internet Security and Household Affairs in the investigation. The phone had just been connected, and Lee Chang-jun's tone flew as he gave a number of orders. There will be news back in an hour, so you can go ahead and get something to eat. Chen-yu pulled out his cell phone and looked for a small game in the meantime, knowing that news would be returned in an hour. How could Lee Chang-jun be in the mood to eat? Chen-yu was playing with his cell phone in a leisurely manner. Lee Chang-jun waited anxiously. Jingle bells. The sound of the cell phone rang, and Lee Chang-jun tapped the answer button in a swift manner. What? My God. How dare he? Good. Organize it into a text right away. I want to read it when I get back later. Hang up. Lee Chang-jun's eyes were filled with believer-like heat as he looked at Chen-yu. It's so nifty. Say an hour caller. Not a minute too soon. And the report given by the deputy matched exactly what Chen-yu had said. 4 dead. None of them innocent. Finding common ground, I guess. Chen-yu smiled. Found it. Dr. Chen, you really are this. Lee Chang-jun was so excited that he didn't know what to say. One can only express one's reverence with a thumbs up. Chen-yu waved his hand and smiled in disbelief. Now you don't blame me for talking bad? At those words, Lee Chang-jun's face turned red. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Dr. Chen, don't be ashamed of me. It's me who has the eyes to recognize a superior person. As reminded by Qingyu, the major crimes team moved the investigation timeline forward by years. It's really a big deal. The 4 dead. None of them were saved. 10 years ago, private lending was in full swing. The first deceased secretly ran Campus X loans. After a preliminary investigation, there were dozens of girls he set up to lead astray. 3 of them did not want to fall into the dust. The final choice was suicide. This was followed by a severe crackdown on illegal private lending. That's how he got out of the business. The know-it-alls were sternly told to shut up. The heart is black as pitch. Second, deceased female secretary. High school through college years. Habitually fanning the flames and spreading rumors. Once you see a girl looking better than you, immediately concoct a set of plausible rumors. Scattered across campus and online. Proper Snow White stepmother. Keyboard warrior among women. There were at least 8 female classmates that she screwed over. Suffering from varying degrees of mental illness. As for the beggar, even more so, they deserve to be lynched alive. After face matching, is a black coal mine owner who has been on the run for years. There have been tragic cases where a dozen miners have been killed. The fourth owner, a construction company owner. The beginning of the business. To earn more and spend less. Violent evictions are carried out every time. Not only was the evicted family displaced, but 3 members of the family died in a violent eviction. After becoming famous, he hid these bad deeds tightly. If it were not for the mobilization of net security and household help, it's not really possible to find out the dirty things these people used to do. Several people have different offenses. The law may not condemn them all to death, but in the minds of people with a conscience, these people are guilty as hell. Dr. Chen, where is that murderer hiding now? That being said, the killer should be caught. I'm not an immortal. How could I possibly know the location of the murderer? Chen Yu shrugged his shoulders. Dr. Chen, I'll pay another 10,000 for the treatment. You see? Thinking that Chen Yu wanted to add money, Li Changjun was ready to sweep the code. It's not about the money. I really don't know the location of the killer though. Chen Yu lengthened his tone. If this moment was in the live broadcast room, the water friends would have boiled over. Water users who are familiar with Chen Yu know that. As long as Chen Yu said nevertheless and stretched the tone. Definitely throwing big melons. But what? Li Changjun asked urgently. But I can try to help you analyze it with some knowledge of criminal psychology. Fine. Please Dr. Chen. Li Changjun's face was hyperactive. Excited about catching the killer right away. This man is 35 years old. Male. 5'7", weighing 152 pounds. Occupation as a nightclub hitter. The family lives in the know. 5 courtyard on Pingan Street in the Old City. The first room on the left. At this hour, one should be at home sleeping. Chen Yu paused and said, in another hour and a half, he should get up and go out. You call this criminal psychology? Li Changjun kept spitting in his heart. He himself is at least the captain of the serious crimes team. I don't know how many bandits and robbers I've tried. In front of a professional. Chen Yu lied without even blinking. Brother, you're so close to telling me what color pajamas the killer wore. By the way, the killer didn't wear pajamas and slept naked. Chen Yu added. Bam! Li Changjun fell straight out of his chair. After getting up, Li Changjun awkwardly patted the ash on his body. Thank goodness I didn't drink any water just now. Otherwise you have to choke to death. Dr. Chen, I'm leaving first. I'll see you later. Spit it out. You must go over and arrest it right away. Chen Yu made it clear that the murderer would wake up in an hour and a half, then go out and leave. It's a problem if the crime continues. Though the murderers killed a wicked, the law is hard to forgive. Abusive lynching is wrong, no matter how righteous the reason. Wait a minute. Chen Yu walked to the door and called out to Li Changjun. What's wrong? Li Changjun turned back. Black Cat Sheriff. Oh. Li Changjun came to a realization. Immediately slapped the Black Cat Sheriff cartoon sticker hard onto his chest. That man is not simple. Tell your co-workers to be careful too. After saying that, Chen Yu turned around and walked back inside. If you want to buy cigarettes again, go to a big supermarket. Don't try to save yourself the trouble of going to your neighborhood supermarket or buying from the little store near the police station. All these places, they're not safe anymore. When these words came out, Li Changjun almost fell stumbling. Since believing that Chen Yu is capable, Li Changjun's reaction also became much quicker. Stores near neighborhoods and police stations. I'm only afraid of being planted by my own wife. If you're doing the people a favor, just kill them with a knife. Why abuse them? Inside the store, Chen Yu frowned. One hand rested on his cheek and the other nodded at the table. 4 of the dead had committed so many sins that they died in hell for eternity. Born and bred, unable to be reincarnated. Several cases again carry an indescribable oddity. The 4th victim was incinerated by fire. No open flames were visible at the scene. It was obvious that it was definitely someone from the Xianmen who had done it. On the contrary, the murderer is just an ordinary fighter who can fight well. Chen Yu was 100% sure. The killer doesn't know any spells. The first 3 victims were equally problematic. The murderer used a flower not from the intestines of the first victim. It was very much like some sort of talismanic spell pattern for the practice. The second victim's jaw the small of the back of the third victim. All of them show signs of having been smeared with blood. The marks are a little blurry in the photo. Chen Yu vaguely recognized that it was the same talismanic spell pattern. Ha! Thinking about it, Chen Yu suddenly smiled. It is also a great merit to exterminate evil demons and demonic paths and to keep the world clear and peaceful. The more Chen Yu thought about it, the happier he became. Divergent thinking is just fine. Always thinking of unique new ways to do things. After this incident, Chen Yu could already be certain. There are monsters and demons in the world. There were quite a few ancient metaphysical masters, relying on keeping the right from the wrong and eliminating the devil to gain merit. One can likewise follow suit. First try to draw people to goodness and how much merit and chi you can acquire. Then the attempts to destroy the demons and devils began. Comprehensive comparison. Pick an optimal method of acquiring merit and chi. Look at the time. It's getting dark in a flash. Chen Yu decided to give himself a day off today. We'll play with the patience again tomorrow. The following morning, Chen Yu washed up, ate breakfast, and walked behind the desk on the first floor. Grandpa, the anchor you follow is on. The return of missing persons is a welcome sight. You cruel Lang. People waited from morning until dark yesterday. Oh, Mama, yeah. It's a dainty hunk upstairs. Anchor's color is red and vigorous. Xiao Dao pinched his fingers and counted. Last night must have gone to do the great treasure sword. Dr. Chen is clearly going to a nightclub to volunteer for young ladies with psychological needs. Dr. Chen is on the air. And we, the patients of the Abnormal People Research Center, are definitely here to help out. Chen Yu's poker face nowadays had reached a level that other head anchors could not be jealous of. It's been 2 days from morning to night. The live feeds are manned 24 hours a day, not dozens or hundreds. The number of people didn't go down past 100. 000. Lookout Rock isn't even as persistent as they are. Other anchors open the show. It takes 10 or 20 minutes before the popularity of the live stream heats up. Chen Yu comes with heat properties. There are at least 100,000 water friends on the opening broadcast. Good morning, patients. I had a bit of business yesterday and didn't start the broadcast, so I've kept you patients waiting. Chen Yu put up his signature affable smile and waved at the camera. I feel like Dr. Chen is CPUing me, but I can't find any proof. It's time to go to the bathroom, take time off work, and when the first patient shows up, there's no chance to do anything else. Dr. Chen, I'm a longtime fan of yours. I've clicked follow since you first started broadcasting. Can I give you a suggestion? Seeing this pop up, Chen Yu smiled and said it was okay. Can you be the same as other anchors? Arrange a fixed start time. Always engage in sudden attacks. We water friends can't hold back off. The number of water users who were concerned about Chen Yu was already as high as over 1,100,000. Engaged in a variety of industries. Not everyone. All with plenty of time to stay on the air and wait for the broadcast to start. Even if you wait until it opens, it can also affect viewing for a variety of things. With a regular start time, it's also easier for people to free up their time. Enjoy watching Chen Yu's whole life. No, the cure. This patient's offer is very constructive and I will consider it carefully. Today's psychiatric clinic streak is the same as the previous ones, with 3 slots, but in a different way. The previous way of connecting the mic was whoever grabbed it. With the number of people on the air skyrocketing, this approach no longer works. Chanu will be sending out a $100 bonus with a 3-minute time limit. The 3 lucky winners of the day are chosen according to the top 3 amounts. Is it really good to use the word lucky? Why do I feel like it should be called unlucky? Don't be ridiculous. Watch out, you draw the first 3 yourself. It's fine to talk about unlucky people. That scumbag from the day before yesterday, wasn't he unlucky? That's what he called it. Someone mentions the Golden City Demon, and the winds of the airwaves begin to shift. Jincheng Demon thought he was smart and thought of coming over to step on Shenyu to become famous. It's a dead giveaway. It would be the last live broadcast in his life. Even after a few days, the waterbender's hatred for this demon has not been cut down in the slightest. Take the initiative to popularize it to newcomers to the water. How Chen Yu recognized the identity of the devil. Let the brute get away with it for 20 years. Be duly punished. Mr. Su is dead. Suddenly, a special effects pop-up appeared on the screen. Really dead? My god. Dr. Chen has opened his mouth too, right? Mr. Su is really dead. I just got a news pop-up 8 minutes ago. Mr. Su jumped from the top of the tower crane at the Qinglong Mountain construction site in a single leap. Waterbenders have been opening up various news apps and going to the local news page. The news of Mr. Su's suicide made headlines on every news network. The headlines are one more sensational than the other. The head of the $10 billion empire is lightly killed, and the group is riddled with holes. A number of banks joined forces to force the court, and Su Zhongyuan was killed on Qinglong Mountain. Domestic and foreign assets were all wiped out. detailing the inside story of Su Zhongyuan's bankruptcy. Of the many media headlines, CU's Ministry of Shock was the most exaggerated. Shocker! Hangzhou 10 million people crazy rumors, $10 billion worth of male boss suicide, but because of a man. Anchor Chen, you're on fire. Millions of people know that Mr. Su committed suicide because of you. New water friends don't know what they're talking about. The anchor is Mr. Su's lover? Ha ha ha. Dr. Chen, it's your turn to be depressed this time. Laughing won't work. I'm having a township-wide women's work meeting, and the entire women's director is looking at me with the eyes of a caring mentally handicapped girl. Is this what happens when you have a meeting to touch the fish? I'm better than upstairs. I'm on a closed mic video conference. The CU Shock Department's exaggerated news headlines have given the live streamers plenty of fodder to play with. At the same time, it surprised the newcomers to the water. Unexpectedly, Su always got talked to death by Chenyu. Everyone get ready to collect your red packets. After saying that, Chenyu clicked on the giving red envelope function. 3 minutes later, the red packet disappeared. The top 3 water boys have been released. Chenyu said, "Please welcome the first patient to connect, the melancholy Stardew." A moment later, a split screen appeared above Chenyu's screen. A young girl, bound all over, appeared on the screen. Instantly, the broadcast room was silent. What an opening! In Chenyu's live broadcasting room, the water friends are also considered to have seen a lot. Meet the little warrior of true love. Meet the $10 billion boss. Seen cold-blooded demons too. But what the hell is this? Is this an alternative diversion? Why do I get the feeling she's been kidnapped? Should we call the police? This girl is tied up like a dumpling. Who clicked on the mic? There are a lot of opinions among water lovers. Everyone be quiet. Chenyu said softly, she hasn't been kidnapped, and she's strapped with the restraining straps that restrain people with mental illness. Just then, a woman of about 50 appeared behind the girl. Hello Dr. Chen, I'm her mother. The woman began by explaining to the crowd. It's the streak she clicked on. On the occasion of the connection, a call was received. That's why it's not standing in front of the screen. Chenyu said, your daughter suffers from a serious mental illness, and you're binding her with restraining straps because she has tried to lighten her life many times. That's right. Dr. Chen, you're really as God as they say. The woman kept nodding. Speak without hesitation about your own daughter's situation. Her husband died over a decade ago, leaving her mother and daughter a small garment factory. She puts all her trust in her husband in the garment factory that the couple co-owns. The factory grew bigger and bigger and became the first local taxpayer. As his career was sailing along, the bad news came. The daughter in college actually cut her veins. Good thing the resuscitation was in time. The daughter was soon out of danger. The daughter said she was trying to kill herself because she didn't feel loved. It's my fault that I've been so busy with my business all these years that I've neglected to care for my daughter. And that's what makes her feel like she lacks care. The woman wiped tears from her eyes as she blamed herself. After that day, I left the factory in the hands of my deputy and went to my daughter's college to accompany her. I didn't realize that she hated me so much that she killed herself 4 more times in between. I was so scared that I really had no choice but to take her back home and watch over her every day. Even so, she took advantage of my lack of ideas and killed herself twice more. There was no choice but to tie her up. Women used to find psychiatrists. The doctor said that his daughter was suffering from severe depression. Suicidal tendencies are very evident. It can only be treated with medication and counseling. Money well spent. However, the effect is almost non-existent. The night before last, the woman heard someone say that the Tigerfish platform had produced a psychiatrist who was too good to be true. Maybe he can cure his daughter's depression. Women didn't choose to believe blindly. I watched Chenyu's live video all day yesterday. Finalization. Chenyu was a psychiatrist even if he wasn't one. Must be a powerful immortal too. I'm not depressed and I'm not lacking in motherhood. Melancholy Stardew suddenly cried out. Dr. Chen, you have to help me. My daughter is sick again. The woman panicked uncharacteristically and couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. Chenyu smiled faintly. This patient, I believe in you. At that, the melancholy Stardew stopped shouting, eyes alertly staring at Chenyu. Chenyu nodded and said, I am a professional psychiatrist who never lies about a patient's condition. You don't have no depression, and you don't lack a mother's love. Melancholy Stardew pursed her lips. Continue without a word. That's not the right picture. Why do I feel like I'm in a fake live room? Dr. Chen, if you're being intimidated, just wink at us. In the past, none of the people who were linked to the microphone could not escape the link that you have a disease. Dr. Chen seems to be the first time that he said that other people do not have a disease. You on phone. What do you think? Is Dr. Chen using psychological comfort therapy? First telling the depressed Stardew that she's not sick, and then opening her heart a little bit? Anyone who can live with the whole thing any longer is at a loss for words right now. Hearing Chen Yu say that his daughter was not sick, the woman hurriedly took out the diagnosis sheet from the psychological clinic. Look, Dr. Chen, this is a diagnosis from several of our local psychiatric clinics. It all says my daughter patient has severe bidirectional affective disorder. You must not delay my daughter's condition just to comfort us. Some doctors, before, had said similar things to Chen Yu. Tell your daughter that she is not sick or that her condition is not serious. Slowly gain your daughter's trust. The approach didn't work, but made my daughter more agitated. Ma'am, your daughter really doesn't lack mothering, much less have two-way affective disorder. Chen Yu patiently explained. Why would she kill herself over and over again if it wasn't two-way affective disorder? What is the lack of love she claims to have herself? If not a lack of love from me, her mother? The woman's trust in Chen Yu began to diminish. I thought it was a capable and high-ranking person. I didn't realize it would all but reverse my daughter's condition. For more than 10 years after my husband's death, I made the factory my home. Most of the time, a nanny takes care of my daughter. If I could have spent more time with her, maybe she wouldn't have gotten sick, the woman said, holding her face and bawling. Auntie, I especially understand how your daughter feels. Is she particularly introverted and keeps everything to herself? One of Chen Yu's regular customers came in. He's kinda in the same boat as depressed Stardew, with a rich family but no caring parents. Brother Sakura, still running on the path of true love these days? Ever run into a big bird munchkin again? You guys are so damaged. Little brother, why don't you come after big sister? Yawn. I ordered the personal information upstairs. My eyes are ruined. Auntie, how old are you? Waiting for the rain under the cherry tree sent a special effects pop-up. Dr. Chen, why don't you let me talk to her? We both have the same experience. Maybe I can open her heart. Chen Yu smiled and shook his head. Her situation is completely different from your teenage experience, and you can't enlighten her. She is neither lacking in mothering nor is her condition a two-way affective disorder. But, the water boys were abuzz at once. Master Greenback, it finally feels like a normal picture. Well, there's that flavor, but arrived though late. This sound of Chen Yu's but was like a horn leading the charge of an army. Pop-ups weaved in and out of the live stream. After waiting a lot for the big job, it's finally going to start. Chen Yu said with a serious expression. This patient doesn't have bidirectional affective disorder, but she does have a mental illness. As I said at the beginning, she has a serious mental illness. The condition has dragged on to the point where it is no longer a mere psychosomatic disorder. The body's organs have reached a point of being overwhelmed. The name of the disease, it's called broken heart syndrome. Melancholy Stardew's eyes went wide. The heart was overflowing with astonishment. Chen Yu said in an odd tone. The reason why this disease is getting worse is entirely because you tossed it out yourself. The water boys are happy. Familiar flavors, familiar recipes. Dr. Chan is still the same Dr. Chan. Always when everyone thinks that's the case, play a big pirouette in place. First, it says that the melancholy Stardew is not depressed. People really think she doesn't have a mental illness. With that, start backing up in place. Speaking of melancholy, Stardew is not depressed but has other mental illnesses. Dr. Chan, what is broken heart syndrome? Being able to manage a garment factory with thousands of people, a woman has always been a good judge of character. It's not hard to see. The shocked expression on my daughter's face represents something. Of the many psychological disorders, heartbreak syndrome is one of the most complex. With most mental illnesses, it's the patient's mental thinking, physical activity, and relationships that are affected. The only thing that is comprehensive about heartbreak is the impact of the condition once it has worsened is here. After saying that, Chen Yu used his hand to nod his forehead. 666,666. Dr. Chen's scope of practice has expanded again and started to involve the diagnosis of physical ailments. I'm 4 months pregnant. Dr. Chen, help me see if it's a boy or a girl. Obviously talking about mental illness. Why do I feel like the anchor is being metaphysical? Upstairs, you've successfully entered the psychosphere. Dr. Chen is full of dry stuff every time he broadcasts. And I'm one step closer to depression, dog's head. The water boys gagged as usual. It was all clear that Chen Yu would immediately speak the answer. Melancholy Stardew's mom doesn't know it. Thought that Chen Yu was deliberately selling out for favors. Immediately, she charged $100,000 directly into her daughter's account. Give away $100,000 worth of carnival. Dr. Chen, please, what exactly is my daughter's illness? Please tell me. The woman tearfully begged Chen Yu to stop selling out. As long as my daughter can get better, she was willing to send Chen Yu another 100,000 reward. Chen Yu said if he had a point, heart disease still needs heart medicine. This patient, understand what I mean? Melancholy Stardew said in a complicated tone. How do you know all this? Chunyu said with a smile on his face. Scientific psychological analysis. Rigorous medical observation. Melancholy Stardew's heart was full of great speechlessness. Analyze the hell out of it. Observe the hell out of it. Count this from the live stream. Just a couple of words myself. One is saying there's no disease. The other sentence inquired how Chunyu knew. No wonder that in the live broadcast, many water friends teased Chunyu to engage in metaphysics. It seems you haven't quite opened up to me yet. Also, I'll tell you more. Chunyu turned to the issue that women relate to most. Heartbreak syndrome appearance signs are very similar to depression. Moody and unemotional about everything. Accompanied by insomnia, nervousness, etc. You're experiencing heartbreak syndrome, caused by liking a boy. You've repeatedly tried to find ways to make contact with him. Once you get in touch, you feel like the happiest person in the world. Instead, heaven forbid, every time you're ready to confess, you lose the chance to confess to him because of various misadventures. As the days go by, the disease gets worse. Hearing this, the water friends in the live broadcast room's eyes glowed. Each one was like a wild wolf that had seen its prey. I know I shouldn't be laughing at this point, but I still can't. The lack of love that Stardew was talking about turned out to be the love of being in love. Amusing. Sakura, come on and walk around a couple times for the new water boys to admire. Where's Sakura? Out society died. I acutely smell a hint of the putrid odor of love. The divergent thinking of the water friends was in no way less than Shenyu almost. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree. He fails repeatedly in his quest for true love. Almost ended up with a man for life. According to what Shenyu said. Melancholy Star Delu, who is also desperately pursuing a boy. Again, it has failed repeatedly. Think of the very beginning. Waiting for the rain under the cherry tree mistakenly believes that the melancholy Star Delu is depressed because she has not been cared for by her loved ones for a long time. Take the initiative to run out and show up. It is mentioned that he shares the same experience as the melancholy Stardew. Now that I think about it, the water boys are laughing outright. For a while, the live broadcast was filled with a joyful atmosphere. One waits for the rain under the cherry blossom tree at home, and spends the entire time watching the various pop-ups flirting with him, turning to look at the bedroom floor, hesitant to get a construction crew over. Dig yourself a hole in the ground. It's so humiliating. Self-righteousness as a psychological mentor to others. Almost got myself into a ditch. You even know that. The melancholy Stardew couldn't care less about being shocked at this point. There was only one thing on his mind. There was something else that Chunyu didn't know. Now will you cooperate with the treatment? Chunyu smiled slightly. Is it still possible for me and him? Melancholy Stardew chills out and asks an irrelevant question. No matter what you do, there is a prerequisite foundation, and that is good health. You can only have everything else if you're in good health. Chunyu said. I understand, and I'm willing to cooperate. For the first time, the melancholy Stardew smiled. Wow. Missy looks good when she smiles, paired with a breathless body. Isn't this Lin Dayu? The sickly beauty in the dream of the Red Chamber. Lin Dayu is too pretentious. I prefer Xue Baochai. I like Sister Shifeng. What a taste. This world is really unfair. I am long and elegant. People love me and flowers bloom. How come I can't run into a girl who chases me backwards? Uncle. Next time, remember to block out personal information before bragging. Are all rich people's romances this bumpy? First Sakura, then Stardew. How can we ordinary people be embarrassed? Not to be used for the joyful banter of waterboys. The woman looked at her daughter incredulously. The daughter is in love. How do you not know that yourself? Obviously looked at her cell phone. Her circle of friends. Her personal space. There's no sign of love at all. Worried about affecting Chenyu's treatment, the woman could only forcefully suppress a variety of complex emotions, concentrating on waiting for Chenyu's next words. Boys are your high school classmates. With your grades, you're perfectly capable of going to a heavy school, and even Qingbei is no problem. Learning that he got into a third-tier college, you decisively enrolled in the same school. You're thinking of waiting until the end of military training to confess to him. I didn't realize that he was hooking up with another girl. You felt heartbroken at once and began your first self-inflicted death. Chenyu paused and said, the last 6 times, they were all because of him as well. This sister is really tough. A man is just a man. There's no need to kill yourself if you can't get it. Sakura was blinded by love, and Missy was hit on the head, or one of those 10,000 ton impacts. Isn't that just heavy love brain? Seeing the word love brain, the waterbenders send little red hearts to this waterbender. The description is all too appropriate. It's bad enough waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree, isn't it? But no matter how badly people are hit, they don't think about killing themselves. Nice guy. Melancholy Star Delu really lives up to her screen name. Looks as cute as Stardew. Once the blues set in, just take a knife and cut your veins. Shortly after failing to kill yourself the first time, You learn that the boys broke up with their girlfriends. This news gives you the motivation to keep living. You would have confessed right away, but your mother was around. Worried that your mother doesn't approve of you being together. You become sad again. It wasn't long before he added you individually to the class group and asked you for math advice. You had the bright idea to intentionally include a numerical formula that represents I love you in a math problem. Continuing to confess for a month with no response from him, you consider this a rejection by silence. Started a second self-inflicted death. Unbeknownst to him, he can't even read your number code. A large number of water lovers who were drinking water and beverages sprayed directly. I'm choking on the water. Call an ambulance. It can still be resuscitated. Is this the love of a schoolboy? Scared. The heavy school bully used math formulas to show love to the third school scum. I give full marks for this wave of operation. Guys, are there any girls who send you math equations too? Yes, my sister. Brothers play slick. My sister is my class math teacher. 5 minutes of silence. The Waterboys really didn't expect it. Melancholy Stardew's courtship would be so netherworldly. But anyone with a bit of a brain can understand. A crush if he could parse math equations on his own. Why even ask for advice from the melancholy Stardew? Chen Yu continued. While you were recuperating in the hospital, the boys came over to see you with a fruit basket and gently enlightened you for a long time. Your heart refilled with the sweetness of love, thinking that he was favorably disposed toward you. After being discharged from the hospital, you learned that the boys are playing a handheld game. You also registered a number right away and teamed up with him every day under the vice. About a month later, the two of you were close in the game. You deliberately reveal that you are a student at the school, and boys immediately offer to meet you. On the day of the meeting, you dress up and wait at the appointed place early. After waiting for an hour and the boys don't show up, you go to the game and ask him why he hasn't arrived yet. He posts a bunch of obscenities and you feel as if a million arrows are piercing your heart and you almost pass out from the heartache. The next day you come back online and his character account has been deleted. You believe in deception. The third time I chose to kill myself. What really happened is that the boys just left the house and lost their cell phones. And he didn't go to the appointed place because he had to go to the police station to file a report. The phone was then picked up by a bear of a child who messed around with the right power on code. As it happens, he plays this game and clicked in by hand. Not long ago, this bear was scammed out of his equipment by a scammer pretending to be a female player. Speaking here, Chen Yu did not continue on. The witty Waterboys had already guessed the following. How abominable are the hands and mouths of bears. Many watermen know this well. Think of the days of being dominated and tormented by the bears. The third time you were saved from killing yourself. You spent your days in tears and your heartache increased dramatically every day. It was at this point that you heard that the boy had been injured by off-campus social workers. Immediately ran to the hospital to see him and brought him food every day. His daily thank yous and smiles to you once again make your heart sing. Think he was touched by your lack of concern. Decided to confess when he was healed. One day, you go to deliver food as usual and find the hospital bed empty. The heartache makes you dizzy, trudging to the roof of the hospital building with the intention of jumping. Luckily, you fainted before you were about to kill yourself, which saved your life. Chen Yu shook his head. She's good at everything, but she's just not right in the head. He didn't leave without saying goodbye, but he had a recurring injury last night and was transferred from the university hospital to a tertiary care hospital. The Waterboys cried and laughed. What Chen Yu said was really right. Melancholy Star Delua's world of love is filled with all sorts of misadventures. Meet the people who have trouble confessing. Never seen a melancholy star do like this. The ones that add up for themselves. At the moment, the woman looked at her daughter with mixed emotions in her eyes. Both herself and her father were men of bold character. Quit his public job to start a business that year. Only 10 minutes of research. When it comes to your daughter, why are you so inked up? It's no wonder I didn't see any signs of a relationship in my daughter's cell phone, dating accounts, or circle of friends. Girls, this routine. Can't even read when you're a mom. The period when you can't see the boys. In order to get rid of your worries, you post your story anonymously on a relationship website. One reader says you may suffer from a heartbreak syndrome chamber, where you want to die once your heart is broken. It also says it's a very elegant condition that only women who are steadfast in their love get. You looked up the manifestations of a heartbreak syndrome attack in general and felt exactly like yourself. Decided to leave this world in a poignant way. Not only did the Waterboys listen to the foolishness, Melancholy Stardew's mother also looked dumbfounded. Is this still your own daughter? The whole sentimental, classical girl, to have something in common with my daughter. The woman goes online every day and learns what young people like in the language of the internet. It was thought that my daughter had killed herself over and over again. It's because you don't care enough. Plus not having a father as a child. A combination of reasons leads to the emergence of psychological depression, which triggers self-seeking tendencies. Never in my wildest dreams. That's the reason. After 5 consecutive attempts to kill yourself, your mother was so scared out of her mind that she immediately took you out of school, drop your career and stay home with you every day. You've thought about giving up on this love. 2. The 5th day after you came home, the boys sent a message to the class group that they were back. When you see the message, your heart suddenly starts beating faster. Consider your bond unbroken. When he comes back to the area for the summer, you ask him to visit his teacher at the high school. Take the opportunity of being alone to express it. I didn't think about it, but I was stopped by your mother. She's worried that you're trying to get killed by going out there alone, and she's dead set on not letting you go out there. Seeing how agitated you were, your mother had no choice but to call in a psychiatrist and give you a burst of sedatives. By the time you wake up, it'll be the middle of the night. Boy sends you a message asking why you stood him up. You don't know how to explain it, feel sorry for the boy, or just die. Chun Yu said calmly. Upon learning that you had killed yourself for the 6th time, the boys immediately came to your house to see you. This time, things are a little different. Dr. Chen's words fall into the category of being leather pants over cotton pants, and there must be a reason for that. Good poem. Whoever marries this young lady will definitely have black smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. Not green smoke? Ancestor gas explodes in the coffin. Not black smoke what? Marrying a sickly girl home who can't move to kill herself and is full of love won't hold up in a hard fate. Even if the confession is rejected, the young lady can justify her self-martyrdom. What is this? Self-martyrdom? Wang Baoshu, the love brain grand mistress, is a little sister compared to her? I think she's the one who should be the love brain grandmother's milk. And you can't find another one throughout history. The water boys sympathized with the boy. I guess boys can't imagine how. This fellow countryman and classmate of his own has repeatedly killed himself because of him. If I knew, I'd wake up in my sleep, Chen Yu slowly said. Seeing you chatting and laughing with that boy, your mother thought that your condition, after being treated by a psychiatrist, had improved. Immediately went to the living room and called to thank the psychiatrist. Your mother had just left before you, and the boys suddenly told you several popular ancient love stories. You feel as if the boys are borrowing the story and confessing to you. Gradually the face began to turn red. The heart beat so fast that it couldn't catch its breath, and afterward it simply fainted. When you wake up, the boys are gone. You stayed home honestly for a few days, and more than anything else, you made your mother think that it was much better. The watch over you was not so strict. You took the opportunity to sneak out of the house and tried to tell the boys that you were willing to accept his confession. When you arrive you realize that the boy's house has been sold, and he didn't go back to school until school started. Thinking it's your fainting that's scaring boys away, you're killing yourself for the 7th time. Since then, your mother has put you in a restraining belt and has taken away all of your means of communication. The process and reasons for the 7 self-inflicted deaths were all told by Qing Yu. The water boys were kind of an eye-opener. Some people charge for love and in the end it proves to be scripted. Some people swear not to renew their marriage for love. After that, it was outed as scum. Melancholy Stardew is killing herself for love. Once is not enough. It's 7 times. By the looks of it, there will probably be an 8th. Zhuge Liang captured Meng Yu only 7 times. Melancholy Stardew's next words proved everyone's suspicions. There is no more light or hope in my world without him. We can't love each other in this life. We just hope we can keep each other in the next. Dr. Chen, no matter how you know that love between me and him, I want to thank you. Melancholy Stardew wore a rueful smile. I'm content to be able to hear bits and pieces of my past with him again. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Death is actually a relief for me. If you can't be a couple in this life, you'll surely love each other in the next. As soon as Melancholy Stardelua's words left her mouth, the live stream pop-ups flooded the airwaves. Fellow Lohan Bodhisattvas, great gods and immortals, step in and collect this love brain demon. I Nima witnessed the reality version of the sick and delicate. The old man directly emo, break away from the wood there. I'm a poor reader, so can someone say if she's a sickly girl or a love brain? Sickly love brain. If 2 love brains get together, they should be pretty happy, right? Good brain upstairs. Amitabha Buddha. The 4 greats are all empty. Master, I've realized. I'm going to break up. I am enlightened as well. Zheng Jindan, you realize old lady is hungry. Quickly go and cook. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree to pursue the goddess. The other party is a Han Yu, but after all, he has confessed his love. Gender aside, the love between the 2 is kinda enviable. Melancholy Stardew's view of love can only be described as head-scratching. Daughter, why are you so stupid? The woman hugged the Melancholy Stardew close to her. Mom only has you as a daughter. What will mom do if you die? You want to be in a relationship. Mom approves 100%. What kind of boys do you like? Mommy will get them for you tomorrow. Fearful that her daughter would engage in further self-immolation, the woman panicked to the point of mouthing off. As long as melancholy Stardew doesn't kill herself, tomorrow she'll give her daughter a big blind date. Mom, you still don't understand me. Melancholy Stardew shook her head. I want the kind of love that is pure love at first sight and committed. This kind of love is like the love of Bao Dai, and like Sima Xiang Ruzhua Wengjun. The woman was completely speechless. Melancholy Stardew's brain circuits are something she can't really keep up with. Missy, stop. Both examples are unlucky. Dr. Chen, please help her. All of us Gmae can barely stand to watch. Melancholy Stardew, this is clearly a twisted view of relationships. A good number of female sailors have sent in pop-ups, except to sympathize with the melancholy Stardew. More than that, she still hoped that Chen Yu could cure her sickly love brain. Two extreme terminal illnesses concentrated in one person. It's killing me. Chen Yu smiled lightly. This patient, you have a little misunderstanding. What did I misunderstand? Melancholy Stardew asked subconsciously. He didn't come to visit you at your house and tell you love stories just to confess his love for you. Rather, I see that your bookcase is filled with hundreds of books on love, both ancient and modern. Guessing that love must have a high place in your heart. I specifically used the story's resilient characters to persuade you to come out of the cloud of mental illness. Chen Yu hesitated for a moment. In other words, he's taking a love story and encouraging you as an inspirational story. Melancholy Stardew was dumbfounded by what she heard. One would be wrong again. The pop-ups on the screen continued though. And yet, there are few pop-ups that continue to flirt and dig at the melancholic Stardew. Anyone can see that. Melancholy Stardew's face began to become pained. But, Chen Yu merely said two words. Live streaming pop-ups dozens of times. The waterboy's eyes were glowing with excitement. Chen Yu was racing again, continuing the straight-line slalom. But he does have a crush on you. And he's going to confess his love for you right out of college. Really? The words were like fairy tones. Melancholy Stardew has a painfully dark expression. 180-degree change has occurred. Chen Yu nodded and said, it's just a pity that he doesn't have this chance. Being injured before has planted a serious health problem in his body. Shortly after he left your house that day, he was spitting blood out of his mouth. Diagnosed with liver damage triggered by an old injury and needing a liver replacement. The punks who beat him up had no money to pay for the damages. And the boy's family had to sell their house to raise money for their son's liver replacement. He had just completed a liver transplant the month before and then had a severe rejection. Counting the time, there are still 2 months to live. Chen Yu gave the following, which was no less than a heavy bomb. Just learned that boys have a good view of themselves. Will initiate confessions after graduation. Melancholy Stardew was so happy she wanted to stand up and celebrate loudly. Yet the next moment, Melancholy Stardew was again struck into the depths of the abyss of all things. The boy he had been crushing on for years had only 2 months to live. Actually, even if he hadn't suffered this crisis, you can't wait for his confession all the same. Melancholy Stardew's mind went blank. Didn't even hear Chen Yu's later words. She didn't hear it. The waterboys and the mother of the melancholy Stardew could hear it all. The woman said urgently, Dr. Chen, could it be that my daughter she? Chen Yu nodded his head and said, it seems that you have already guessed it. Let's go back to the very beginning of the pathology analysis phase. Broken heart syndrome is not as poignant as your daughter thinks. Chen Yu said indifferently, once this disease strikes, it will cause the patient to develop chest tightness, suffocation, and nervousness, getting caught up in sadness and not being able to get out of it and all the other negative emotions. Ancient physicians called it heart disease. It occurs most often in people who have lost a loved one and have had a rough love affair. Your daughter has had a crush on a boy for 3 years and lacks the courage to confess. Getting caught up in the circle of thinking that he loves me, or he doesn't love me, is the cause of the condition. Your daughter's heart stings abnormally every time she sees him, thinking it's a heartbeat, not realizing it's the heart signaling a condition. The condition of broken heart syndrome starts as a psychosomatic illness, and if left unattended, it immediately becomes a life-threatening physical illness. Saying that, Chen Yu once again used his hand to point at his chest. It corresponds to the physical disease that is here. Heart? The woman exclaimed. At this moment, the woman finally understood. Chen Yu recounts her daughter's several self-seeking sessions, why the cardiac response is mentioned several times. Chen Yu nodded his head and said, if discovered early and entered the hospital in time, the physiological condition can be easily cured. Once delayed, the negative emotions generated by grief will continue to cause chest tightness and chest pain and shortness of breath in patients. The nerves split adrenaline and dopamine in large amounts, causing weak heart contractions. At the same time, the blood vessels supplying the blood can be affected by emotions, causing them to continue to twitch. The heart is not supplied with blood vessels in a timely manner, and my daughter could die suddenly of cardiac arrest at any time. Chen Yu slowed his breath, a hint of pity in his gaze. Fourth self-inflicted death. Melancholy Stardew knows, broadly speaking, that she may have heartbreak syndrome. Brainwash thinks. It's a disease that's reserved for people like her who are love-struck. Just now, he used the Tenjizetsu to see that the melancholic Stardew passed away. Shenyu almost couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. You can't die without making a mistake. Absolutely to the point. Quacks. All quacks. The woman gritted her teeth in anger. My daughter's life was on the line and the group of psychiatrists were claiming she was just depressed. It wasn't Shenyu who pointed out the obvious. I'm afraid that until I die, I won't even know the true extent of my daughter's illness. Ma'am, just calm down. You can't really blame them entirely. Shenyu comforted. The disease of broken heart syndrome is so insidious that it is often misdiagnosed abroad, not to mention at home. Add to that the fact that the disease has only been recognized for 30 years, and it's hard to diagnose it without being an expert. As the words fell, Shenyu took another look at the melancholy Stardew who had returned to her senses. The woman said busily, Dr. Chen, if you can speak so clearly, surely you can cure my daughter's illness as well. Is 1 million enough? Not enough, I'll give 2. No. 3 million, Shenyu said indifferently, without curing her mental illness first. Even if her body is cured, she will likewise have to die. And this 8th self-inflicted death is certain. Melancholy Stardew blushed. Can you cure him? After hesitating for a moment, the melancholic Stardew looked at Shenyu with a gaze full of expectation. Could be. Instantly, the broadcast room was abuzz. Once again, Dr. Chen reveals himself. And you dare to say it's not that kind of person. You'll definitely have to deliver the charm water later. I'm guessing it's an elixir. Or it could be the leg-stretching and staring pill. Just confess. Dr. Chen, which immortal in the sky are you? Older sailors who were familiar with Shenyu knew that the psychiatrist was simply a front. Shenyu is going to pretend. Everyone was also tacitly cooperating with him down the line. He had already seen Shenyu's ability to foresee the future and calculate without fail. Next, it was time to bestow Dan and Sen talismans. The woman said, you name your price, Dr. Chen, and I'll pay for that boy's medicine out of my pocket. And please sell me my daughter's medicine again. It's come to the point where a woman can't see it. My daughter's heart is firmly attached to that boy. To get my daughter to take her medication and give up the idea of killing herself, the boy's life must be preserved. Boys die and their own daughters definitely don't live. Besides, Shenyu also said, my daughter's 8th self-inflicted death is sure to be a success. At the thought of it, any amount of money a woman would be willing to spend. Shenyu laughed. 2 pairs of medicines, $100,000 each. Keep the medicine to the disease. That cheap? The woman flinched. It's ready to hemorrhage. I didn't realize it was only a mere $200,000. Auntie, do you still lack a daughter? I'm well behaved. People are more different than dogs. I hope in my next life, I can be a child for this family. A few years later, upstairs was milking Stardew's mom. Miss Stardew has a good personality. Oh, we can be friends. $200,000 and it's still so cheap. Rich people are so posh. I don't eat or drink anything for a year. And it comes to just over $60,000. I'm even less. I only make $50,000 a year. Who gave you the courage to call an annual salary in 5 figures? After several years of worrying, the problem on my daughter is finally going to be solved. The woman was in a good mood. Not only did he not countenance the water boys making fun of him, also generously used the bounty feature, chose to reward the entire water community of the live broadcast with $20,000. At this point, Shenyu left his seat. The water friends had just finished grabbing the red envelopes, and Shenyu rejoined his chair and sat down. 2 more things in hand. That packet is chorizo, right? It's chorizo. I've had it. I have to get glasses again. I'm getting hallucinations from wearing these. That green drink. Why does it look so familiar to me? Of course it looks familiar. The heart is flying. The heart is cool. Dr. Chen, are you sure this is medicine, not a prop to make us laugh? The water friends who were constantly thanking the woman had their expressions uniformly turn into dumbfounded faces. Shenyu took back everything from his hairline to his heels. Can find a little connection to the medicine. The water boys collectively called him Dad. A bottle of green Sprite with a somewhat blackened cap, as well as a pack with rough packaging. Color-coordinated wickedly spicy snacks. Monk's meat. The appearance of these 2 items was like a pot of cold water poured over the woman's head. Earlier, I heard Shenyu say that there was a cure for both his daughter's and the boy's illnesses. Women are even ready to dump their families. The intention to get the medicine as well. Money compared to my daughter's life. So insignificant. Sprite, chorizo. This stuff cures diseases? It killed her to believe it. Ma'am, this bottle is filled with happy water for your daughter's heart condition. As for the bagged medicine, it's a longevity strip for the boy. Shenyu said with a straight face. Dr. Chen, have you sold health products before? Your mouth is too smooth. I've been drinking Sprite for over a decade. but today I realized that I was drinking happy water. Can we stop the whole job for a while? Look at Auntie's face turning white. Hot fries are called longevity fries. And anchors are really marketing ghosts. Hell of a ghost. The water friends were, once again, shocked by Chen Yu's ability to talk with his eyes open. Even if Chen Yu took out 2 power pills, they were more reliable than Sprite and chili strips. Dr. Chen, it's not that I don't believe you, but these 2 things, they don't have the slightest relation to curing the disease. The woman's face was more bitter than a yellow fever. The mind was furious. One thought of Chen Yu's earlier ability to anticipate things, and I don't dare to have an easy attack. Who says they have nothing to do with healing? Chen Yu brought the Sprite close to the camera. Point to the bold advertisement above. It says Heart Flyer. And this Heart Flyer is the key to curing your daughter's illness. The meaning of a soaring heart refers to a happy mood and high emotions. 3 words interpreted piece by piece equate to spreading the wings of the mind and soaring freely. Chen Yu looked at the stunned and speechless melancholic Stardew. Moving on to the next point. Your daughter has a heart condition. And this bottle specializes in heart conditions, therefore, I call it happy water. Upon hearing this explanation, the waterbenders, as well as melancholy Stardew's mom, were surprised that they didn't know how to refute it. Knowing full well that Chen Yu was talking nonsense for a while, offhand, it seems to make so much more sense. As for this longevity bar, it's waiting to happen. Chen Yu tapped the name of the product on top of the chorizo. Monk's meat. Everyone should know what the effects of donor's meat are, and you are well aware of that without me saying anything. Eat a piece of it to eliminate all diseases. Eat a few more pieces to prolong life. Call it a longevity strip? Is there something wrong with that? Chen Yu issued a sole question. There doesn't seem to be a problem. Sitting in front of the computer under the cherry blossom tree waiting for the rain shook his head desperately. He grew up loving Journey to the West. I can't tell you how many times I've heard the demons talk about the Donna Brooke episode. Mom, I trust Dr. Chen. Melancholy Stardew looked up at her mother. She was willing to gamble for the sake of her beloved boy. Okay, when the daughter gives the word, the woman must pay for it, even if she has doubts. Then, Chen Yu sent a private message to the woman. It had his own micro-signal written on it, and the way the deal was made. WeChat transfer. Express delivery. A few minutes later, Melancholy Stardew's side ended the streak. Dr. Chen, these 2 things can really cure diseases? And perhaps deadly. I just reacted to the fact that Dr. Chen just seemed to be talking nonsense in a serious manner. Little friend, do you have a lot of question marks? Dr. Chen, I have a question. Everyone has had a crush. That young lady, why is she so sick? The pop-up immediately resonated with everyone. Both men and women are bound to go through a period of puberty in their lives. 99% of people have had a crush on someone else. Why everyone is fine. What about the only melancholic Stardew, who has a direct crush into heartbreak syndrome? It has to do with her childhood. Chen Yu said slowly, with his father's early death and his mother busy with business. The melancholic Xing Dailu used to read books to pass the empty time. Her father had been a publishing editor of antiquarian books, and the family had left behind a large number of ancient romance novels. Melancholy Stardew, a girl of delicate feelings. I've read a lot of ancient romances, and I've started to fantasize about myself as, in books, an ancient millenarian in pursuit of true love. Lin Daiyu, Xue Baochuan, Zhuo Wenjun. All these women were idolized by her. Chen Yu cleared his throat. Further on, it tells how the melancholic Stardew contracted the broken heart syndrome. Generally speaking, broken heart syndrome affects mostly middle-aged people over 30 years of age. Melancholy Stardew, belonging to the trope of trope. 3 women who are idolized by the melancholy Stardew. Like her, she comes from a rich family. Again, they're both talented women who are academically inclined. Melancholy Stardew, who is also a schoolteacher. In terms of looks, the 3 women were stunning beauties of national color. Melancholy Stardew thinks she doesn't look so bad. It's just one loop after another. And you end up setting yourself up for heartbreak syndrome. The term, self-rating, comes to mind. Not to mention, she really does have a lot of similarities with the 3 beauties. I'm also similar to Emperor Wu of Han, surnamed Lu, a genuine Northwesterner. My son, Lu Che, is in danger for his father, Emperor Jing, Lu Qi, and now he is in danger. So he is quickly calling for money. I, Lu Hong, the Emperor of One, fight for money. Good lord, you guys are stacking buffs here. It's not good to pick anyone to be an idol but these 3. A sickly girl, a love brain, and a hand-me-downstairs. Love brain big sister. Beautiful. The netizens came to a consensus. The heartbreak syndrome on the melancholy Stardew really is something she tosses off on her own. Romance novels are good to read. Whoever takes it seriously is brain dead. Okay, people, let's not make fun of the patient. Let's have the next patient come on. Chen Yu opened his mouth. I'm pinching myself that the next waterboy to connect the dots must have a major illness. I've also figured out that it's mental illness. Caring for the mental health of water users is everyone's responsibility. And today, Thursday, VME 50, whenever Chen Yu uttered the words please next patient, the live broadcast room would be filled with a joyful atmosphere. Holy shit, what a day! 2 in a row are extremely beautiful women. Or 2 different types, one sickly soft and one heroic. It's not too much of a stretch for this official to like a cheerful and sunny young lady, is it? My lord. Wonderful. What a wonderful frog seed eating a wonderful crunch. Wonderful into the house of Mickey Mouse. Wonderful. The second linked water user who caused the water user to create a terrier enthusiastically. It is indeed as valiant as everyone says it is. Aged in his mid-20s, he was similar to the melancholy Stardew. Dressing up the aura is a whole different story. With a simple ponytail, the absolutely beautiful face was full of sunny and cheerful temperament. Skin is a healthy wheat color. It is not a word that can be described as saw. Experiencing the melancholic Stardew, a treacherous love story. Seeing this young lady full of vitality, the hearts of the water friends also followed the cheerfulness. Hello Dr. Chen, I'm so happy to be able to connect with you. Water friends, everyone must have fun today. The female waterbender with the screen name Dear Not a Good Time wore a sunny smile. Waving his hand, he greeted Chen Yu and his water friends. Ma, Missy smiled at me. Love it, this time it's real love. Don't want to resist. Missy, raid me to your heart's content. Bold demoness, how dare you mess with my Tao. Dear not living up to the good times of a smile, a greeting, picking the heartstrings of countless single netizens. Waterbenders scrambled to compare her to the melancholy Stardew. Dear lived up to the good times and finished. Again, it's beautiful. One that makes one depressing and feel cloudy. One that feels energized. The mood was so pleasant that it flew. What a difference between a beautiful woman and a beautiful woman. Hello, this patient. Chen Yu smiled lightly and said, please state your condition. Dr. Chen Yu misunderstood. I didn't connect with you to see a doctor, but to thank you. As for why I thank you, it has something to do with the word sick. Dear lived up to the good times with a sunny smile on her face. The voice was as pleasant as a silver bell. Nor did he sell out, stating the reason for his visit in a barrage of words. I'd first like to thank Dr. Chen for helping us, the citizens of Golden City, to catch the hated villain. The water friends then realized that Dear is not living up to the good times hanging the IP address of the Golden City. The thought of such a sunny beauty coming from the Golden City. Netizens sent out heartfelt pop-ups about her. The Golden City devil fled the field, but the fear brought to the citizens of Golden has gripped the area for 2 decades. Thank you all for your concern for me. It's really nothing. I always believe that evil can't defeat good. Good will triumph over evil in the end. With justice in my heart, I live with natural sunshine. Dear not living up to the good times gave a cheeky grin. Once again, it charmed a large swath of water lovers. As for this second well, Dr. Chen identified the devil of Jincheng and had him brought to justice. It also got my dad out of the psychological effects and his health started getting better every day. With that said, Kagome lived up to her good time and stood up, bowing deeply at the camera. The waterbenders began to post pop-ups speculating. Dear not living up to the good times home. Could they have been one of the victims back then? Otherwise, why Chen Yu catching the Jincheng demon will make Lulu not live up to the good times dad's body gets better. Chen Yu had a faint smile on his face. Look into the gaze of the deer not living up to the good times, with a dash of something else. No, people, don't speculate. My family wasn't a victim back then. Dear not living up to the good times straightened up and saw the speculative pop-ups on the screen. Explanations were given immediately. My dad was the 6th leader of the Golden City Demon Task Force. Then he retired early from illness to recuperate at home because of overwork. After he retired, Dad was always concerned about the progress of the case. Every day I am sad, and I don't know how much it hurts our family to see it. The deer lived up to the good times, and the slightest hint of sadness appeared in his tone. My father was not yet 45 years old when he retired. Originally, he was a dragon's uncle. 4 years as head of the Devil's Task Force in Golden. The body is deteriorating. 365 days a year, not working overtime on a task force, analyzing intelligence information. It's when you receive a tip about a suspected King City demon and take the team on a business trip to verify it. In 4 short years, the body completely collapsed. He was found to be suffering from high blood pressure, gastrointestinal problems, nervousness, herniated discs, and other major and minor conditions. After the illness was withdrawn, the person recuperated at home though. The heart never left the case. It is considered to be incompetent and ashamed of the expectations of the general public. Depression leads to exacerbation of the condition. Now, everything is fine. Deer not living up to the good times clenched her small fists, full of joy. My dad can't tell you how good he's in a mood now that the Golden City demon has been captured. Not only does he actively cooperate with treatment, but he hums a little tune every day and looks at everyone with a smile on his face, kind as Santa Claus. Not to be outdone by the good times, Deer gave a mysterious look. Whisper it. My dad used to be in the Major Crime Squad, nicknamed Detective Cold Face. I haven't seen him smile as many times since I was a kid as I do now in an hour. And oh, I'm a senior forensics major now, kind of following in my father's footsteps. Through what I've learned, I've been able to help rehabilitate the dead and keep the bad guys who deserve it at bay. Deer is not living up to the good times with a straight face. The waterman applauded. Ooh-hoo, crying while in class. My classmates think I've fallen out of love. Missy, I see light in you. I would like to call you Tiger Father and Tiger Daughter. Too old to see this. Little sister. Uncle wishes you all the best in life. Thank you, sweetest man. Water lovers are both touched and at the same time know that Deer is not living up to the good times and why the sun is full. With righteousness in your heart, you are naturally full of energy. Dr. Chen, I have to accompany my father to the hospital for a review this afternoon, so I won't take up any more of your time. Lulu lived up to the good times by warmly inviting Chenyu. When you have time, feel free to stop by Golden. Today's Golden City is well policed and its citizens are kind. It is a beautiful garden city. When the time comes, the Deer Notch will be serving as a tour guide himself. Take Chenyu for a few days of pain and fun. Wait a minute. After a long period of silence, Chenyu suddenly opened his mouth and called out to Lulu not to lose the good times. Dr. Chen, let her go. For the first time, I'm afraid of Dr. Chen's whole job. Does Missy have a mental illness too? No way. Never. I don't want to believe that Missy has a mental illness either. But Dr. Chen has this mouth. The three words "wait a minute" were like a thunderbolt. The hearts of the water lovers all lifted. I can't tell you how torn the mood is. On the one hand, one wanted to see Chenyu treating people. On the other hand, heartily, I don't want to see it. What's wrong with a deer not living up to the good times? Dr. Chen, I've seen a few of your live broadcasts, and I know that you have deep attainments in psychology, but I really don't have any mental illness. A forensic scientist is also a doctor. And really, I wouldn't have failed to notice anything myself. Deer not living up to the good times without worrying that he would be sick by Chenyu said, to show that all is well. Not only is the mind not sick, but the body is not sick either. Not to be outdone by the good times, Deer is even planning to do a set of fighting punches on the spot. Chenyu smiled faintly and said, you know what it means to be able to heal yourself. Just because you do know something about medicine doesn't mean you can find out what's wrong with you. There are diseases that you can't see on your own. It's not easy to get this disease of yours. Deer not living up to the good times expression became a little tense. Dr. Chen, I'm really alright. Not necessarily. Chenyu said in a high context. Boys who are on good terms with you and play well with you, have they all started to alienate you recently? Some even just pulled the plug on you. How did you know? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Deer Lily was not responsible for the good times feeling like he had asked a nonsense question. Watched so many installments of the live recording. Chenyu clouded the mountain every time. I wanted to say it a long time ago. Don't want to talk about it. You pursue it. Another set of cloudy mountains. This patient, are you going to tell us your condition yourself? Or should I do it for you? I speak for myself. Deer not living up to the good times resigned himself to his fate. Chenyu says he's sick. So he's sick. Really let him talk. No guarantee that the ridiculous things you did as a child will be told. Just think of the social death. You're right. Dr. Chen. So many of my friends of the opposite sex have started to alienate me for some reason. Whether it's my local classmates in Golden or my alumni from law school, I always feel separated from them. But I didn't do anything to hurt them. Bring it up. The deer who had been so full of energy were not living up to the good times and were getting a little irritated. Since middle school, not to be outdone by the good times, Deer is known for being a good fighter. See an off-campus hooligan bullying our students. Deer is not living up to the good times and definitely stepping up to the plate to pull out the stops. Except for the good fight. She is also happy to help her classmates and participate in social welfare activities. And also as a result, both boys and girls were happy to make friends with her. This is true in middle school, and it is true in high school. Even when you go to college, you can still get all kinds of good looks from both men and women. But the strange thing is, at the start of this year, the deer is not living up to the good times feeling that things have changed. The girl friends around her, with whom she has the same relationship as usual, boy friends, however, have distanced themselves from her. Even a few of her middle school friends, whom she had known for years, deleted her contact information, pulled the plug on the social accounts. Even my boyfriend, he suddenly broke up with me and dropped out fast. Speaking of this, Dear not living up to the good times expression appeared depressed. These men are crazy to say no to such a good friend. Nobuo would be willing to be a vegetarian for 5 years in exchange for a friend like Missy. 10 years. Double that. 20 years. Missy, didn't you ask them why? When he saw this pop up, Dear not living up to the good times became even more depressed. Looked for it. They said they didn't deserve to be friends with me and that it would hold me back. Dear not living up to the good times replied. What a bullshit answer. Missy is still in college. And to say that it's holding up her future when she hasn't even graduated is all an excuse. In my opinion. Couldn't agree more. Missy should have offended the core of her circle of friends. And the other party played tricks to incite others to isolate her. Ironically, White Lotus. Some White Lotuses can be disgusting. Specializing in making bad moves to isolate well-connected girls. They can't bear to see other women better than themselves. And think that all men should surround them. And once someone like Missy appears, they will do everything to steal the limelight from them. Seeing the various possibilities given by the water friends, Dear not living up to the good times could not help but mutter. Is that really what it's going to be? Deerstalker asked uncertainly, not living up to the good times. Missy, you must not have read romance novels. Modern-day White Lotuses are more lacking than even green tea. Yes, yes, yes. They pretend to be human and harmless, and go to the pits of silly women with good hearts. That's just Missy's simplicity. In the place of the melancholic Stardew, she'd recognize these bitches' tricks at a glance. Love brain plus sickly petite. Self-strategy stacking buff. This kind of ruthless person specializes in White Lotus flower. White Lotus snatch my man. I'll kill myself. White Lotus demonic play bitch. I'll kill myself. Can't snatch you but also scare you to death. Since ancient times, water friends have been so talented that they sit in rows in the anchor room. It feels like the water boys are kind of targeting the melancholy Stardew. Dear not living up to the good times rush to put in a good word for her. Don't say that. People. Stardew has killed herself many times just to get a perfect love. Dear not living up to the good times knew that the melancholy Stardew was not yet out of her sickness, lest these pop-ups be seen by her. Didn't Dr. Chen also say that that boy actually likes Stardew? When they are both cured, love will surely be repaired. In this way, Stardew will become normal. In the future, they will also have a harmonious and happy marriage. Dr. Chen, am I right? Dear not living up to the good times said while turning to Chenyu for help. Hopefully, Chenyu will also help to say a few words to appease the waterbenders flirting with Stardew. Nope. Dear not living up to the good times suspected that he had heard wrong. Unbelievably, he stared at Chenyu. Chenyu calmly and without waves said, except for the first sentence you are right. The next few sentences are all wrong. Their love. Didn't they fix it? Dear is not a good time to be surprised. No. And not married? It depends on who you ask. Chenyu smiled faintly. Are you asking if the two of them are married or one of them? Dear not to live up to the good times. Feel like opening the Pandora's magic box. Dear not living up to the good times is with a first place finish in the province, the forensic science college that I went to, with an IQ as high as 200. She had already tasted out the rest of Chenyu's words. The marriage is consummated, but the bride, is not him, her. Stardew's dedication eventually fizzled out. Dr. Chen, tell us all about it. The brothers like to listen. The Tiburones like to hear it too. College students prefer it. The social animals are in desperate need of energy. Is there a third year, second grade class from Endeavor Elementary School on the air? Little kids get depressed when they hear that. Go do your homework. Kids upstairs. It looks like it's time for class. Third year, second grade. Right? Ha ha ha. The watermen were thrilled with joy. Pleasant extra. Dr. Chen. Just give it all to everyone. 10 carnivals. Send it on. Waiting under the cherry blossom tree for rain to pop out of nowhere. Straight up with a boozy carnival package. Then talk about it. Chenyu adjusted his sitting position. It'll be off the air in a minute. Say what you will about a high-end ergonomic chair. In keeping with the mastery. It's so damn tiring to sit upright all the time. This live broadcast. In fact, that boy also watched it and was deeply touched by Stardew's affection for himself. The two each took the medicine and healed quickly, and managed to hold hands afterward. But for some, it's love that can't be had. It's only after you get it that you realize it's just that. Unfortunately, melancholy Stardew is one of those people. She can't stop herself from indulging in classical love stories, not realizing that stories are just stories. A rich girl falls in love with a poor scholar. A downtrodden boy meets an official lady. Most of this type of content is written by poor scribes, consoling themselves. Ancient golden ladies just rarely go out. It doesn't mean people don't have brains. Do you think it will last if you get along with a love concept fictionalized by the literati? Ancient cool writings. Ancient times were reserved for poor scholars. Modern times for love brains. 2 of Stardew's 3 idols are literary fictional characters. Isn't this the same as taking a relationship strategy written by an author who's been single for 30 years on the mother belt and going after the goddess's great injustice? Dr. Chen has a classic saying, ancient thousands of gold just go out less, not a hole in the head. Not only are there $1,000 ladies who like to pursue true love, but there are also fox demons, female ghosts, and mermaids, all of whom are also running wildly to their deaths on the road of no return to true love. Although Zhou Wenjun is a real person, her end is a bit tragic. Correct a typo. It's not one, it's billion. Chen Yu's previous words were tantamount to waking up the dreamer with a single word. The majority of the watermen successively wanted to get up. Where there is flawless, touching love, 99.9% of it is fictionalized literature, or folklore, waiting for the pop-ups to subside a bit. Chen Yu continued. After the two of them held hands, Stardew had what she thought was a sweet love affair for about a month. But soon enough, problems arose. In Stardew's world, love must be the only thing, and all else must give way to love. But soon she realizes that the reality of love is not like that. Boys have to work part-time and part-time jobs. They have to catch up on their homework. They have to have hacking parties with their friends. And sometimes they sneak in to watch the young ladies sing and dance. Before, her heart was so hung up on boys that she ignored everything in the real world. Life is the best discriminator and time is the best filter. 2 months later, she woke up from her dream and broke up peacefully with her boyfriend. Of course, for patients like her, the condition sometimes recurs. The two split up 3 times before graduation. It was also from this time that she became distrustful of love. Thinking of everything her mother had done for her, she decided to spend the rest of her life guarding the factory that had witnessed her parents' love. With her scholarly IQ, she considered a master's degree from a top foreign institution. Boys went into a corporate job and became business group leaders 7 years later. Bought a house and married a fairly gentle girlfriend. On the day of the wedding, he ran into Stardew at the hotel. Stardew is already the general manager of her own clothing company. The day I went to the hotel was for a press conference for the company's IPO. The two men were speechless in relation to each other, and each staggered away with a slight smile. For the rest of his life, he has not been seen again. Chen Yu once again changed his sitting position. Stardew woke up from her dream with a new purpose. That boy, too, has a wife and children of his own. Dear not living up to the good times can't help but have mixed feelings inside after hearing this follow-up. The follow-up looks like a tragic ending, but it's not the best ending. Stardew found the direction she really wanted to guard. Boys have ordinary days, but isn't that, well, most people's lives? Some sharp-eyed water friends found that the melancholy Stardew entered the no. Live room. Dr. Chen. Stardew is looking for you to settle the score. Brothers cover. Dr. Chen retreat. She can still be that sickly love brain now, and she's definitely going to explode after hearing what Dr. Chen said. According to this grandma's temper, she might have to go to Dr. Chen's doorstep and hang herself. The water boys were half flirting, half genuinely afraid that the melancholy Stardew would play with herself again. Dr. Chen, can the future change? Melancholy Stardew sends out a paid special effects pop-up. Yes, definitely. Chen Yu was about to reply when waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree snatched one. Showing up and being yourself is proof of a change in destiny. He was also afraid that the melancholic Stardew would run to Chen Yu's door and knife himself. Keep sending a $10 special effects pop-up, comforting the melancholy Stardew and believing that man will prevail. Waiting for the rain under the cherry tree. Thank you. Melancholy Stardew sent a pop-up thanking her, before exiting the broadcast. Dr. Chen, will their future ever change? This time, it was the turn of the rain waiting under the cherry blossom tree to ask questions. Chen Yu's heart stirred. One hand goes under the table, thumb pinching 4 fingers. Tianji Su is truly marvelous. Chen Yu secretly said in his heart. Nothing will change in her future with that boy. Though, Chen Yu paused, and turned to start looking at dear luck not living up to the good times. Missy, it's still too late to withdraw. Dr. Chen is starting to build up his chi in preparation for his big move. Dr. Chen, be merciful. If such a sunny young lady gets depressed by you, I'll be depressed too. Countless pop-ups rolled in. Chen Yu's sentence but was worth 1,000 words. A group of Chen Yu fans who were straying away and busy watching the live broadcasts of various long-legged sisters received the message and rushed toward Chen Yu's live broadcast at a speed of 280 mph. The ladies suddenly became unscented. I can tell you right now, in no uncertain terms, that the guy friends you have around you who are alienating you and pulling the plug on you are not the result of a white lotus. They are ashamed of themselves before you. As they say literally, alienating you is indeed not wanting to delay your future. Chen Yu's short few words were like a heavy bomb, exploded in Deer's ungodly good time mind. How is this possible? How can you be ashamed of yourself when you're friends with yourself? And how could you hold back your future? Dear not living up to the good times just want to be a good forensic scientist. With her study skills, she would have no problem passing the forensic exam. Even if you get twice as many friends around you, it won't affect his play either. Ugh, Chun Yu sighed. Up until now, after obtaining the Tianji So, there were more or less around 10 people who had been shown their destinies by Chun Yu. The deer lives up to the good times with the most complex destiny. Everyone else is a destiny. 3 kinds. And it's not fixed to exist. It is a cyclic alternation. Except for Chen Yu. Even if the current heavenly master Zhang of Longhu Mountain reads her fortune, he may still look away. The destiny that surrounds Deer Lily's not living up to the good times. Kill, Break, and Wolf, respectively. Also known as the 3 stars of 7 killers, Broken Army, and Greedy Wolf. This destiny is considered a once-in-a-century occurrence. Deer not living up to the good times on the body of the 3 destinies. Every 12 years cycle. He is 23 years old and now possesses the Greedy Wolf destiny. Greedy Wolf natives are sociable, lead a colorful life, and have a strong sense of justice. Never stand by when others need help. Meanwhile, Peach Blossom luck is strong. Standing still and not talking gets you tons of goodwill. And yet, time is also destiny. Next year is the time of alternating fortunes. Her Greedy Wolf will be transformed into the 7 killers destiny. 7 killings lead to purging and killing. And longrams. The destiny comes with an aura that can make people feel unapproachable. Lone. In-laws. Fate is alternately close. The influence of the Greedy Wolf becomes smaller, and the 7 killers begin to gradually take over. It's what keeps the deer from living up to the good times around her boyfriends away from her. 7 killers for Greedy Wolf. Doomed to the next 12 years. Deer not to live up to the good times will be single. Once a boy falls in love with her, immediately, you will feel a strong inferiority complex, not retreating, but also immediately disappearing from her world. At the age of 36, it becomes a broken army destiny. Things aren't going to get much better. Broken army is the star of brokenness. Will aggravate the deer not to live up to the good times. Peach Blossom defeat luck. In other words, deer not living up to the good times are destined to be alone. But the alternating triple natal stars are not all bad luck. Deer is living up to the good times with a lifetime of career luck. What can be accomplished will far surpass her father. It became a local monumental and statuesque presence. Dr. Chen, why didn't you say anything? Deer not living up to the good times was a bit of a rush. Just now, when Chen Yu said that the boys around her were staying away from her, it wasn't by a villain. A silence ensued. Deer not living up to the good times character in cheerful. Can't hold a big breath like that either. Especially that last sigh from Chen Yu. More than anything else, the deer was nervous about living up to the good times. There are ways to get those friends back to you, but they only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. That means it's only going to bring me back with them for a while. After a while, they'll still turn away from me in droves? Dear Lulu did not miss out on the good times tasting out Chen Yu's words. Chen Yu nodded. Deer is too smart to live up to the good times. And this, it was the 3 fateful stars that brought her blessings. Career, intelligence, courage. Deer not living up to the good times far more than anyone else. Only love. It's a luxury for her. What the hell is this about? Deer not living up to the good times blushed with growing bitterness. Ask yourself if you've never done anything wrong to your friends. Since there's no villainy going on, why do friends stay away from her? The water friends along with the deer not to live up to the good times of the question. A piece of looking at the screen in the middle of Chen Yu, also waiting for his answer. You possess a myriad of fine qualities in you, and stand among your friends like a dazzling red sun. Boys, once they fall in love with you, quickly become so inferior that they are ashamed of themselves again, worried that not only will I not be able to give you happiness, but I will also delay your future prospects. You're about to graduate, which equates to a second life turning point. It's the only reason there are tons of guys that choose to back away from it. If you don't want to lose the friendship of these people, I can give you a prescription. After taking it, your overly dazzling aura that makes others ashamed of themselves will temporarily disappear. This medicine, however, is only valid for 1 year. Things are hard and easy, and the path is high and low. The 3-star destiny of the killing and breaking wolf belongs to the most prominent existence among the Z-Way astrological signs. In accordance with Chen Yu's current cultivation, at most, he could suppress the 3-star change for a year. Isn't there a way to do this once and for all? As for love and whatnot, deer not living up to the good times wasn't too much of a priority. Take a go-with-the-flow attitude. The last thing you want is to be with a longtime friend and die of old age. Yes, Chen Yu said. I'll go with once and for all. Deer is not living up to the good times. Mood is getting better again. Dr. Chen, this is your fault. The young lady is in such a hurry. Why are you always hanging on to people's appetites? Missy, don't worry too much. Dr. Chen is capable. Is it a disease to be too good? Women who are too good for men to pursue. Men are big piggies. I remember a question on Sumhu. Would you be willing to take a female doctor from Qingbei? Most of them are not. That's a fairy. I'm not worthy of a mortal. Looking at the pop-ups, Dear Lily lived up to the good times and emote again. Is it really wrong to be too good? This patient, you mustn't be imagining things. There's nothing wrong with being good. You just keep being good. There's no need to go out and deliberately change anything. Chunyu rare comforting live patients. As for solving, once and for all, the problem of boys being afraid to approach you, there are ways to do it, but the prices charged can be a bit high. I'm afraid you don't have that kind of finances for a while. Upon hearing this, Dear Lust blurted out, how much does it cost? Chenyu stretched out 5 fingers. $500,000. $500,000? Dear not living up to the good times stunned. Don't say you're just a college student who hasn't graduated yet. Even if the family's entire savings are taken out, it's only just over $300,000. More let the dear not live up to the good times did not expect is yet to come. When I say $500,000, you have to earn it. Neither can you accept gifts from friends and family, let alone borrow or take out loans. Chenyu mentioned her word for word. Every cent of the 500,000 miles has to be acquired by both hands. Dr. Chen, you give the young lady a discount. $500,000 is at least 10 years of saving for the average person. I've been working for 5 years and have $4,000 in savings, and I don't even qualify as an average person. Upstairs is so miserable. I just graduated 3 months ago and I have $200,000 in savings. The big man begs to be taken. Tigerfish stage, if you can make it up, you can make it up. Missy, why don't you start a live broadcast as well? I promise to come over every day to support the show. Brother is really a reincarnated Zhuge Liang. The approach is 2-second. Most watermen feel that it is a good way to make money on the air, by virtue of dear not to live up to the good times of the face, temperament, as well as optimism and cheerfulness of the infectious. Becoming a head anchor is not hard at all. Ran into a couple of dirtbags who weren't too bad. One reward for 10 carnivals, $500,000, and it's just a couple of nights. Missy, although I don't like girls who are smaller than me, if you open a live broadcast, I'll booklist one big brother in advance. Waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree sends a pop-up. Join in the effort to persuade dear to live up to the good times as an anchor. Compared to Chinyu's skills, $500,000 for a cure for boy insulation. It's really not that expensive. Any girl with a little bit of poise that can interest the waterboys. Randomly start a live stream. How can you earn tens of thousands of dollars in one night just from the rewards? Thanks for the kind words, but I'd rather be a forensic scientist, not to be outdone by the good times. Dear politely declined everyone's suggestions. Inheriting his father's business of eliminating violence, he works as a forensic pathologist to bring justice to the dead. It's the highest faith she's ever had. Don't even think about making money through live streaming. This patient, in a moment I'll send you my contact information, via private messages. When you make enough for $500,000 on your own, feel free to call me. Chinyu gives people a break, consistently holding on to the principle of you and me. Letters, Chinyu will do everything in his power to help. If he didn't believe it, Chenyu wouldn't say much. With the blessing of the 3 faithful stars, it shouldn't be hard for dear to understand the key to the good times. We have the last patient on the mic, with dear not living up to the good times ending the streak. The screen flickered black and a third sailor appeared in the camera. For a moment, the eyes of the rain waiting under the cherry blossom tree glistened. Is today women's only? What probability? Even Mike 3 water friends are women, but also all have their own unique young lady. 10 years cabinet sister told you guys. This water friend is at least 30 years old. My god, I think she's only 24 or 25. Sister, ask for a list of commonly used cosmetics. The third water user who linked up with Chunyu was indeed a female as well. The screen name is Full Moon Dwelling in the Night. The full moon resides in the night, face slightly powdered, wearing a white shirt with her hair tied up. There is a knowing beauty that radiates from her body. Hello Dr. Chen, I have 100,000 urgent matters to ask for your help. Your rules, I've learned them. Whether it's with money or other treatments, there's no problem. I only have one request. Help me get my husband back. The full moon resides in the night and gets straight to the point as soon as he opens his mouth. Her husband has disappeared and she can't find him by any means. The desperate full moon resides in the night, holding on to the idea of a dead horse. Come over and seek Chinyu's help. Click. Full of joy and infatuation, waiting for the rain under the cherry blossom tree, as if hearing the sound of a broken heart. What's with Sakura brother De leaving? After being reminded by a waterman, the general public found out. From the start of Chunyu today, it has been highly active waiting for rain under the cherry blossom tree. The avatar on the live bounty list suddenly went dark. I know. He got depressed when he heard that people have husbands. I was never expecting Sakura to get to the finish line just as she was getting ready to start. Actually, I like mature ants too, shy face. Are thou that chow thief? That's enough you guys. Didn't you hear the sister say her husband is missing? This is a missing person. Can you have some compassion? That's when the water boys reacted. Mangetsuju Unite said that he tried every possible way to find his husband's whereabouts. The matter is likely to involve a criminal case. After all, in a world littered with Skynet, the age of highly developed facial recognition, it's not easy to vaporize. Once you really can't find someone, either kidnapped or murdered, don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Shenyu appeased the full moon residing in the night to drink a glass of water first to ease the tension. I came to Tigerfish to start a live broadcast in the first place to help a wide range of patients in need. Any patient who connects with me, I'll use scientific psychotherapy to help him get his problems resolved. Water users who were familiar with Shenyu sent out approving pop-ups. Dr. Shen Live is all about science. Auntie, don't worry. Dr. Shen's psychotherapy is old and powerful. Not to mention finding people. Finding aliens is no problem. We were all cured by Dr. Shen's scientific treatment. The ghost story has been heard so much that the old water boys have given up on the cure. Undiscovery is science. Curing all diseases is also science. Changing your life for luck is equally scientific. Not only did the old water boys start the whole job, the new waterman who just came in today followed all sorts of stunt play in the whole job. This is the last live broadcast. If you don't get up in arms, you'll have to wait until tomorrow's broadcast. Following Chen Yu's persuasion, Full Moon Guyu Knight got up and poured himself a cup of warm boiled water. After drinking the water, the full moon residing in the night's anxious mood eased somewhat. Tell us the specifics. When your husband disappeared. January. Shenyu had just opened his mouth to ask a question, and full moon dwelling in the night was just like snatching an answer. Offered to talk about her husband's disappearance. My husband was a newspaper reporter before. A month and a half ago, he suddenly quit his job and said he was going out of town to do business with a friend. When he went out of town, we still had daily phone contact for the first half of the month. After that, I called again and was prompted to turn off the phone straight away. After waiting half a month, I didn't get a single phone call. The full moon resides in the night and her husband is not only a college alumni, but also a classmate of the Chinese department. The two were married upon graduation. Relationships don't know how loving, even if you work during the week. Hubby is sending a couple of greeting texts to full moon residents at night. This time, there was no news for half a whole month. The full moon resided in the night and panicked all of a sudden. Find your husband's classmates, friends, and relatives. Ask your husband who he is going out of town on business with. Didn't realize. People don't even know that the husband of full moon residents at night quit his job to do business. Then, full moon residents night went back to the police station to report the incident. Until now, there has been no reply from the police department. The full moon resides in the night, and the thought of going online to send a message comes up again. Again, there was no response. I've thought of everything I can think of, asked relatives and friends, reported the case to the police station. Even I sent out a missing persons notice, but as of today, there has been no response at all. I'm really out of options. Dr. Chen, please, help me find it. Even if he meets with misfortune, I am able to accept it. The full moon resides in the night with reddened eyes. She hadn't slept a wink in a month, always dreaming about something happening to your husband. The mental state is already highly charged. Just want an answer now. Why hubby has not been in touch with himself? Whether they didn't want to be in touch or had an accident. It's not because he lost money in business and doesn't have the face to see his wife, is it? Could it be that he's gone abroad on business and that's why he couldn't call? Upstairs is living in the last century, isn't it? This is the age of communication without borders. In the last 2 years, aren't there many people who have been tricked into going abroad and then karma waste? People have been journalists. What haven't they seen? Crossing over. And I've ascended. Dr. Chen, I'm reporting that upstairs promotes feudal superstition. There are many opinions among the watermen. One by one, they were transformed into deathly schoolchildren. Unfolds all sorts of cerebral reasoning. Chen Yu spoke. This patient should not worry. Your husband is still on earth. That's good. The full moon resides in great peace in the heart of the night. Hubby is alive and well, and he's relieved. As long as he's alive, we'll find him if we take our time. Dr. Chen, thank you. How does the fee go? Immediately, the full moon resides in the night to be paid. Don't worry about it yet. We're not done with the clinic yet. It's not true that your husband is still on earth. But, the waterbenders instantly went from analyzing the situation to deathly schoolboys. Transform into a volunteer advocate. Call your friends over to see the highlights of the session. This time, however, the appearance time, compared to the previous 2 times of continuous miking, was 8 minutes earlier, as well as 12 minutes earlier. It seems that Dr. Chen is tired and is ready to finish early to go to rest. Master Analyst, Neil. Maybe it's also because missing persons are a big deal, so Dr. Chen doesn't dare to oversell it. Whenever Chen Yu said the word but, in the back, it's time for a wonderful visit to the doctor. Seeing the contents of the Water Friends pop-ups, Full Moon Guyu Knight forced out a smile. Thank you Dr. Chen for your concern. I do have a lot of mental stress lately. I will adjust myself. No, what you have is not psychological stress. It's spousal syndrome. Spousal syndrome. What is it? The full moon resides in the night full of confusion. By the sound of the name, it seems to refer to conjugal illness. I'm considered a senior intellectual myself, so how come I've never heard of it? Full moon residents at night couple are both senior Chinese language students. After graduation, one went to the newspaper, one went to work in a university library. One of the benefits of the public sector is regular annual medical checkups. From the body to the mind, everything will be examined. So, it took a full moon residing in the night to determine that he didn't have a mental illness. Watching Dr. Chen live, not only can you learn science, but also increase your knowledge. Mama, I know the name of another mental illness. Say, is there really such a thing amongst psychologists? Of course there is, but it's a disease that not many people in the country seem to know about. Quick story upstairs. Asked to speak +1. A water user with an IP address of Pretty Country began to post pop-ups explaining. Spousal syndrome was discovered in the 1960s, said of a husband or wife, due to caring for an ailing spouse for many years. Originally healthy, they are often quickly checked for various diseases, including mental, physical, and there are many more spouses that die before the spouse being cared for. Due to the lack of sufficient research data, even pretty countries do not include this disease in their clinical practice. There is even less research on this in the country. The Waterboys were surprised to hear it again. Again, bewilderment. It's truly a world of wonder. It's amazing that there is even a category for mental illness. Dr. Chen, you've got it wrong. My husband is in good health and doesn't have any diseases. The full moon resides in the night, also using a cell phone for retrieval. The answer that came up was the same as what this Waterboy said. Speak implicitly about your work. Indicates that annual medical examinations are available in public units. Chen Yu said indifferently. Since you've gotten married, you can neglect your own affairs, but as long as it's your husband's affairs, you'll treat it as a matter of urgency, right? At those words, Full Moon dwelling in the night nodded. Your husband wrote his dissertation for his job evaluation back in the day, and he wrote it 4 times in a row without passing the review. In the middle of the night, you snuck up and fixed your husband's manuscript. That's what got him rated. Every time your husband stays up all night to catch up on a manuscript, you're there for him and offer to review it for him. Things such as these, and many more. Even if your husband had a headache, you would take him to the hospital right away. The full moon resided in the night listening to the stunned speechlessness. It was as if Chen Yu was witnessing, with his own eyes, the bits and pieces of the full moon residence between the night couple. That's too much detail. For fear of gossip. Sneaking in to help my husband fix his manuscript is something even he doesn't know about. The full moon resides in the night buried in the belly. Could have sworn I didn't tell anyone. What kind of fairy wife is this? Her husband saved the earth in his last life, right? I'm sore. It's no use being sour anymore. This kind of wife can't be found. Humph, that big pig of a husband of mine is dying to get him to cook me packet noodles in the middle of the night. Gee May, one world, one husband. I suspect that you too have installed surveillance probes in my house. If I had such a sweet wife at home, it wouldn't be good for God to ask me to work overtime. Most of the pop-ups were praising the full moon residing in the night sage. Spare the full moon residing in the night due to worry about her husband's well-being in sullen mood. Still couldn't help it either. Showing an embarrassed look. Do you really think that your husband doesn't know that you're silently helping him? Chen Yu's sentence startled the full moon dwelling in the night's face. He knows? Full moon residence at night asked. Chen Yu nodded his head and said, with your style of writing, would hubby not be able to tell? You've been constantly taking care of your husband all these years. In your mind, taking care of your husband's life and work is both a way of loving him and a responsibility. It's exhausting, but you enjoy it. Unknowingly suffering from spousal syndrome. Chen Yu's one sentence nods to the topic. The full moon resides in the night suffering from spouse syndrome. The full moon resides in the night amazed. There's something wrong with helping your husband wholeheartedly. Dr. Chen, can we not talk about this? The full moon resided in the night and said, sure. Chen Yu smiled faintly. What you are trying to say next is, can I tell you where your husband is? Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Though Chen Yu's comment about her having spousal syndrome made full moon residents at night a little upset, but by those words, the full moon resided in the night was able to determine which aspect of the skill Chen Yu knew how to do. If you don't get it, How is it possible to know that she is helping her husband with these things? He's in your local area and will stay until the end of the year, after which he goes to another place. He's in our local area? The full moon resided in the night. Brain went blank. Hubby claimed to have gone out of town on business with a friend. Before there was a loss of connection, the two spoke every time. Hubby would give her some out-of-town feng shui tips. I get it. His husband cheated on him. Fucking scumbag. The wife teared up in a hurry and the scumbag could sleep. Sister, don't want this kind of man. You have such a good heart. And you're still afraid that you won't be able to find someone to love you. If this were my husband, I wouldn't let him get out of the house, and I'd have the same last name as him. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Netting? Dog's head? Don't guess upstairs. It's that purser from the palace. It is better to listen to a man than to read 10 words. Sakura left too soon and missed this opportunity for nothing. That's life. Seeing the water friends analyzing and guessing. Full moon dwelling in the night's face instantly turned pale. Trance. Various images of falling in love in college, graduating and getting married, and couples starting a family together, ringing in the middle of the mind. The full moon resides in the night and many possibilities are thought of. Hubby was cheated out of his capital and had no face to come home to himself. Or maybe there's been an accident and you're lying unconscious in the hospital. It even occurred to her. Hubby may not be on Earth. And it never occurred to me that my husband was cheating on me. Trick yourself into going out on business. Actually, locally, doubled up with another woman. The full moon resided in the night with tears in her eyes. Dr. Chen, do you know where he lives with that woman? There are no women around him. Only men. Man. The full moon resided in the night before his eyes. Almost fainting. The whole big breathless affair. Good guy. It wasn't a demonic bitch who defeated the god's wife. It was actually a man. Her husband was practically born. It's another day when the phobia kicks in. It's nice not to be married. To never experience betrayal. Really disgusted. The waterbenders have begun to fight for full moon residing in the night. The same hatred and denunciation of the scummy husband of the full moon residing in the night. Where is he and that one man? I'm going to find him. The full moon resides in the night hissed. It wasn't one man who surrounded him. It was 3 strong men. Shenyu said slowly. The full moon resides in the night as if it has lost the function of speech. Open-mouthed, he froze in front of the computer. There was a brief lull of 10 seconds or so for the waterbenders, who are good at finding fun in the whole job. It's some kind of netherworld going on. Betraying a thoughtful and gentle godly wife is speechless enough. And fucking with men. And not 1, but 3. Everyone, don't get carried away. It's not what you think it is. Shenyu glanced at the screen. The waterbenders immediately smelled familiarity. Your husband is not cheating on you. As for being surrounded by 3 burly men, it's not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Shenyu reckoned that if he didn't say anything else, full moon Ju Unite would really faint. Really? As long as the husband isn't cheating and not with someone that, all is forgiven. Shenyu nodded his head while saying, I suggest you, don't go directly to him. And why is that? The full moon residing in the night was puzzled. Why can't you go to your husband yourself if he's not cheating on you? Because he's going through one of the most important choices of his life. The 3 burly men I just mentioned are identified as beaters. They surrounded your husband and were torturing him. This time, the full moon resided in the night although his face was pained. Rather less desperate. Dr. Chen, is it true that my husband owed money to a loan shark for his business and now he can't pay it back? That's why he was beaten? Not really. Shenyu denied the speculation that the full moon resided in the night. Your husband is neither in business nor out of town. Lying to you because he's going on a secret undercover mission. Not long ago, the editor-in-chief of the paper took out the last of his funds and bought a big story. A counterfeit drug cartel is headquartered in your local area. Your husband took over the undercover investigation. And unfortunately, his cover was blown yesterday. Shenyu's words once again made full moon dwelling in the night scared to death. Why would he take on such a dangerous mission? The full moon resides in the night knows her husband too well. My own husband is not a brave man. To put it nicely, rest on your laurels. It's really just a lack of motivation. There are so many people at the paper. Anyone could be doing undercover interviews. The only one who couldn't be was his own husband. Shenyu said indifferently. With the advent of the network era, the days of the paper media are getting worse day by day. Your husband's newspaper. He's barely been able to make payroll for the past 2 years. Especially his news department, which is preempted by the online media every time he digs up big news. If he doesn't make some big news, he's going to get laid off and go home and eat himself. Plus you've been the one who's been taking care of him all these years, and he's trying to do the same, to impress you. After all, every man has a hero complex in his heart and wants to be worshipped by those he loves. Upon hearing these words, the full moon resided in the night glowing with realization. Hubby did complain several times about several layoffs at the newspaper. The layoffs were of veteran employees over 35. 1 year to go and he'll be 35. I'm going to save him. Call the police to save him. Dr. Chen, tell me the address. The full moon resides in the night at this point and realizes one more thing. Why didn't Chen Yu let himself go to him? Once you go, you're only afraid that you'll be caught in the wolf's den. Did the anchor used to do comedy? And was too good at staying buttoned up. More than a stay button. Nigga. I'm having a heart attack. Auntie, I'm sorry. I apologize to your husband. That's a man. I think my sister's husband doesn't tell her because he's afraid she'll follow and worry. Going undercover can be dangerous, and any other loved one who hears about it would follow suit. Previously scolded the full moon residing in the water of the night husband. There was a flurry of apologies to her. From what Chen Yu told us, he's actually pretty good. Although being undercover and exposing the counterfeit drug cartel had a selfish agenda. But how many people in this world are not selfish? As long as that selfishness doesn't hurt anyone else, people don't see a problem with it. Chen Yu said, if you call the police, your husband will be safe and sound, but your relationship as husband and wife will come to an end. I'm sorry Dr. Chen. I may have hallucinated in my ears because I was too emotional. Rephrase that, please. The full moon resided in the night and lifted a hand to slap his face. Force yourself to calm down. Once you call the police, you will be divorced. Chen Yu said with a serious expression. Dr. Chen, you must be joking on purpose to make me relax, right? The full moon resided in the night, confirming that he had heard correctly this time. Chen Yu shook his head and said, the reason why your husband exposed his identity was because of those manhunt notices you posted on the internet. Looked at the full-faced, stupefied full moon Ju Night. Chen Yu continued on. The reason your husband stopped contacting you is because on that day, he managed to infiltrate the fake drug production plant. The production plant, which is part of the core of the fake drug cartel. According to a tip received by the paper, every production employee's cell phone is rigged with a bugging device. In order to complete the undercover mission and avoid discovery of his identity, your husband destroyed his cell phone, but he never counted on the fact that you'd be so nervous after the loss. Running to the internet and posting overwhelming search notices. The fake drug cartel felt there was a problem, so they arrested and tortured him. Your husband insists he won't admit that it's been simmering for 2 days. The 3 thugs who tortured him were on the verge of thinking they had hit the wrong man. You called the police, who successfully rescued your husband. The fake drug cartel, and himself, became news fodder for others. The newspaper spent the last of its money and gave it to someone else. On the 4th of July, the newspaper announced its closure. After losing his job, he stayed home for several months and his mind began to wander. Thinking that even if you don't call the police, he'll make it through. And because you were the one who exposed him and drew in the rest of the media, combined with the pain that unemployment brought him, the first business day after the new year, chose to divorce you. Chen Yu finished telling about all the things that happened after he called the police. Immediately after that, he looked at full moon Guyu Night with a playful gaze. The full moon residing in the night was first startled, then remembered something. Dr. Chen, there seems to be a problem in your words. The full moon resided in the night and said, my husband is divorcing me on the first business day after next year. It'll stay home until the divorce. Again, you said before that my husband would be somewhere else at the end of the year. It doesn't even match up time-wise. The full moon resided in the night, keenly noticing the problem with Chen Yu's temporal logic. Chen Yu said slowly, when I said he'd go somewhere else at the end of the year, it was based on the premise that you wouldn't call the police. If I hadn't called the police, where would he have gone? The full moon resided in the night, pursuing the question. Deep jail. Chen Yu raised his hand and made an 8 sign. Imprisonment, 8 years. Learning that my own husband will, by the end of the year, be in jail for 8 years. The full moon resides in the night, bandit. And again, I can't help but feel grateful. Be glad you don't have a heart condition. Otherwise, not waiting to hear about it now. Presumably, before that, had been hospitalized for a heart attack. Chen Yu is predicting the future after all. Or is it a deliberate test of someone's heart's capacity? Dr. Chen deserves to be Dr. Chen. The live content is always so empowering. The twists and turns fall and the peaks and valleys are thrilling. I smashed 10 bookstores in a row and couldn't find any of my predecessors' writings. I give Dr. Chen full marks for this wave of operation. I thought things were twisted enough when it came to the divorce. Or too young. 8 years in jail. What in heaven's name has he done? Definitely a felony. Before soaking in someone else's live room, watching the young ladies singing in Dancing Water Friends. Swear you'll never be a 2-bit player in the future. Once Chen Yu starts broadcasting, 100% stay in the live broadcast room to eat melon. It's more fun to eat melon than to look at a young lady. Dr. Chen, what crime did my husband commit that he has to spend 8 years in jail? The full moon residing in the night tone was filled with worry and bitterness. After experiencing the previous ones, the full moon resided in the night for Chen Yu's words. No doubt about it. Desperate to know why hubby broke the law. Why was the sentence so severe? Chen Yu said, "It starts with you not calling to save him. After 2 days of continuous torture, your husband thinks he's a tough guy. At the end of the night, the woman who owns the fake drug ring personally interrogated your husband. A few hours later, your husband admitted to being a journalist, willingly joining a counterfeit drug cartel. With certain abilities honed from years of newspaper work, it didn't take long for your husband to gain the trust of his female boss. In a few months' time, the fake drug syndicate's profits have risen dramatically and the fraudulent network has expanded into the countryside. Toward the end of the year, a gang member's mother died of an illness that led to this man's conscience. Running to the police station, he turned himself in and guided the police to destroy the nefarious counterfeit drug ring. The case was so bad that the relevant authorities, in the spirit of dealing with the case in a strict and serious manner, took only half a month to complete the prosecution and the judgment. Your husband joined for a short time, but he did a lot of things. 8 years in prison belongs to the crime." Chen Yu leisurely finished telling the full moon residing in the night husband's sentence through another glance at the pop-ups on the live feed. "I'm yet. For that story, NNC reporters couldn't make it up. How do you talk upstairs? What do you mean by story? It's obviously true. Has her husband been kicked in the head by a donkey? It must be hard to be beautiful. Makes sense. So many good men have survived torture and ended up falling under a woman's garnet. How many bad things did my sister's husband do that the court could sentence him severely? It's better to divorce a husband who can't stand the test like that. Support Auntie's divorce. Women need to stand up for themselves." The female sailors have just gotten over the impression that full moon resides with her night husband. A new melon thrown out by Chen Yu. Once again, the girls became on the same page. There is no shame in giving an account of who you are when you can't survive the torture. After all, not many people can stay up. Bias. The husband of the full moon residing in the night saw the female boss. Not only did he give an account of his identity, but he even took the initiative to defect. This nifty is off the mark big time. Not seduced by the female sex, but must have had something else in mind. And it's not a good idea. Otherwise, how did you end up getting 8 years? How did he become like this? The full moon resides in the night with choked words. There is nothing more complex in the world than the mind of the human character. Your husband can survive the torture, but not the money. The answer given by Chen Yu was contrary to the speculations of the water users. There's no beauty queen here. There are hundreds of millions of dollars. The gang lady boss checked out your husband and got all his background files, from college to now. It doesn't matter if your husband admitted it at the time. Chen Yu's voice was deep as he told the full moon to reside in the night. The lady boss is a tough one too. The other gang bosses know there's an undercover agent on the inside. Definitely need to get rid of it. Instead, she went against the grain. Not only do they have people untie the husband of full moon residents at night and prepare medicines and food, and brought boxes of money. He's never seen so much money in all his life. Learning that counterfeit drug cartels are making hundreds of millions of dollars in profits each year. Your husband's 3 views are rapidly collapsing. The lady boss admired your husband's courage in simmering torture, as well as his intellectual ability, and invited him to join the group to make a fortune. After hours of deliberation, your husband jumped the wolf himself. It took hubby only a few months to grow the sales network of the fake drug syndicate from the city to the countryside. In the past few months, your husband has profited nearly $100 million for the counterfeit drug cartel. 8 years in prison. Do you think that's heavy? After Chen Yu finished the follow-up, his expression was inscrutable as he looked towards the full moon residing in the night. The full moon resides in the night with a complicated face and shakes his head. This patient, I've told you all about the implications of both choices. Now it's your turn to make your own choice. At those words, full moon dwelling in the night was silent for a long time. Dr. Chen, I'd like to ask again. What will happen to both of us when my husband comes out 8 years from now? Full moon dwelling in the night asked. Sister, you wouldn't still be thinking about that man by this time? When it's time to break, it's time to break. You can't say that. After all, a day is a day. Reality is always more outrageous than the movies. The water friends were lamenting the unpredictability of the human heart on the one hand, while advising the full moon to reside in the night. Never have any more illusions. With the aim of exposing the counterfeit drug syndicate, he went undercover inside the gang. It didn't occur to me that the reporter who was supposed to represent justice. Instead, he got himself trapped. At the same time, this indicates that the husband whose full moon resides in the night is desperately hungry for money in his heart. Whether the money is dirty or not, all of it could make him sink for it. To go on living with such a man, maybe someday he'll be able to sell his wife. He got out in about 7 years for good behavior in rehabilitation. When he comes out, he kneels in front of you and cries and admits he's wrong. and you choose to forgive him and move on with your life. After this prison experience, he became more appreciative of you than ever before. Though the days ahead are dull, you are together for life. Chenyu gives 2 future outcomes with various pros and cons. The full moon residing in the night was once again silent. She was silent, but the water boys were in an uproar. Sister, think twice. Or maybe it's better to go with the second one. Better to tear down 10 temples than 1 marriage. It may not be unforgivable as long as he knows he's wrong. Have all of you forgotten your 3 senses at home? This is a matter of forgiveness. This is a major event that affects my sister's life. Yo, you're here, Justice Envoy. At the moment, the water lovers were divided into 2 distinct camps. The male waterman suggests that the full moon resides in the night, choosing the latter. Forgive your husband and live your life together. Female waterbenders are the complete opposite. Once unfaithful, 100 times unbelieving. While the full moon resides in the night, the husband is not cheating, but just the fact that he gave in to money and lost his bottom line as a human being. Beaten to death and not forgiven. Everyone stop posting for a while and let her make her own choices. Chenyu signaled his water friends to pause their pop-ups. Where to go from here is up to the full moon residing in the night. After a while, a resolute expression appeared on the face of Full Moon Guyu Unite. Dr. Chen, please tell me the address of the counterfeit drug syndicate's den. The full moon resided in the night without thinking. Sister, if you call the police, your marriage will come to an end. What's there to sympathize with such a man? Just throw him away. But if he doesn't call, he's going to be in there for 8 years. It's going to be a tough time ahead for people to know they have a husband who's been in jail. There are a lot of opinions among water lovers. The content of the live streaming pop-ups once again became pandemonium. Are you sure? Chenyu smiled. Okay. The full moon resided in the night and heaved his head. I didn't pick the first one because I didn't want him to go to jail. It's about not wanting the fake drug cartels to harm people anymore. The full moon resides in the night answer, greatly out of the expectations of the waterman. According to what Chenyu said, after hubby joined the fake drug cartel, they got a massive boost in profits. And it also sells fake drugs to rural areas. Full moon residence at night is not sure what exactly her husband used. Only know one thing. Counterfeit drugs harm people. Let them fall in the net a little sooner. It will allow a large number of ordinary people to be able to keep their wallets and their health. Thank you to all my water friends for caring about me. Full moon dwelling in the night took a cursory look at the contents of the previous pop-up. But you can't be a man and think only of yourself. The full moon resides in the night without calling the police and being able to keep his marriage. Yet, it will also allow hundreds of patients to continue to suffer from the pitfalls of counterfeit medicines. Counterfeit drug cartels receive hundreds of millions of dollars in stolen money every year. It shows how many patients they have victimized. As these words from Full Moon Residence Night were spoken, the live broadcast room was quiet to the point of silence. Not a single pop-up in sight, due to the irregularity of Chenyu's start time. Plus this time of year is working hours. The number of water friends in the live stream is close to 1 million. At this moment, nearly 1 million water users had a general idea born in their heads. Shame. Just play Terry your whole job. Eat melon and make fun of it. There is not the slightest consideration for those who are being victimized by the fake drug cartels. Perhaps patients who are about to experience pitfalls. Maybe they have their own relatives and friends who have fallen for the scam. Both male and female water users can't wait to find a crack in the ground. Who dares to guarantee that they will not be sick for the rest of their lives? Don't even dare. Maybe get sick yourself after a while, taking the fake drugs they produce. Chenyu wore a satisfied look on his face. The full moon resides in the night's answer to true love. Great love has no boundaries. As early as 10 minutes ago, Chenyu mentioned the fake drug syndicate. At that time, the only thing the water friends cared about was whether or not the full moon residing in the night husband was cheating. Should the two get divorced afterward, and whether to forgive her. Does anyone have an extra question about how many people have been killed by the fake drug cartels? Even if Chenyu tells everyone, counterfeit drug cartels make countless profits each year by selling counterfeit and substandard drugs. Still no one has thought about the patients. Only the full moon resides in the night. Giving up my own little feelings. Choosing to call the police to bust a counterfeit drug den. Waking up. The waterbenders sent out pop-ups. Praise the full moon resides in the night, not only the beauty of the people. The mind is more beautiful. The ancients always said that beauty is in the bones and not in the skin. I finally realized it today. Auntie, you are not only beautiful in person, but your heart is even more brilliant than gold. With this decision, my sister is saving not only those victims, but you and I who may be sick in the future. The clown turned out to be me. I'm the most ridiculous when it comes to eating melons on my own head. If there is going to be a selection of moving people, I will definitely vote for my sister. Sacrificing a little love for the greater good. I call you the most beautiful woman. There's no denying that water lovers love to eat melons for the whole job. Doesn't mean they're trippy. This patient, I'll send you the address of the headquarters of the fake drug group and the location where your husband is being held via private message in a moment, Chunyu said with a smile on his face. Thank you Dr. Chun. Full Moon Residence Knight's face turned red at the water friend's words. Ask Shinyu what method he wants to use to pay the fee. This treatment, free of charge. Chunyu smiled faintly. Consider this my way of thanking you, on behalf of the victims in general. The moment the full moon resided in the night offline, a trace of surprise appeared on Shenyu's face. Her destiny is extremely common. For a split second, the face suddenly changed. The seal is surrounded by blessings. According to the description of Tenjizi, a person with this blessed face is either a good person all his life and has never done anything evil, or maybe there has been great merit. By the looks of it, the change in the face of the full moon residing in the night was inextricably linked to the decision she had just made. As long as the full moon resides in the night to be able to hold on to its heart, from here on out, you can put evils to rest and retreat from all calamities. Dr. Chen, can you tell us about the fake drug syndicate? After Full Moon Residence Unite went offline, a large number of water users began to care about the crimes of the fake medicine group. Chen Yu nodded and said, this fake medicine group has been around for 3 years, and the number of patients who have been victimized is in the thousands. Obtaining used targeted drug boxes and vials by bribing janitors at major hospitals across the country. Afterwards it is filled with glucose, or cheap painkiller ingredients, to fake it and sell it for a high price. After this arrest, except for the husband of Full Moon Residence at night, who was sentenced to 8 years in prison due to his short involvement, all the prime movers, including the lady bosses, will either serve life or eat peanuts. The waterman cried out in pain at the sound of it. What is a targeted drug? A quick doohickey check will find out. Specialty drugs produced specifically for critically ill patients. Expensive and unique. No wonder the fake drug cartels are able to profit so much. Bereft of conscience doesn't even begin to describe them. See you next time patients. Bye. Chen Yu went off the air when he said he would, without any hesitation at all. My old back. Leaving the live broadcast room, Chen Yu slumped in his chair without any image. The boss chair looks majestic. Sitting for a long time is too much for an Iron Man. Ha! Chen Yu's heart stirred and he immediately pinched his fingers and measured. In the next second, Chen Yu's face was complicated. One good thing and one bad thing. Two things in quick succession. An hour later, an acquaintance, not exactly a familiar face, walked into the counseling room. Dr. Chen, busy? Li Changjun smiled and greeted. Chen Yu put down the cell phone in his hand, looked at Li Changjun's blouse. The black cat is missing. Have a seat. At that, Li Changjun walked to his desk and sat down. Smoothly, he pulled an envelope out of his pocket. Dr. Chen, thank you so much for last time. Li Changjun thanked him while placing the envelope on the table. It contained a check from the police department. The amount is $100,000. This is a reward from the police department for your bravery and courage. Chen Yu didn't catch the criminals himself though, and yet it's not even close. After all, there is no such thing as his anticipation. Let's not talk about arresting people. I'm afraid the police are still wandering around like headless flies. You're welcome. You're my patient, and it's our responsibility as doctors to help our patients. Chen Yu casually put the envelope into the drawer. That. Li Changjun wanted to say something. I'm the doctor. You're the patient. You don't have to have concerns in front of the doctor. You can just talk about any condition you have. Chen Yu reached out and rubbed his old back. A $5,000 ergonomic chair should work well, right? Since Dr. Chen said so, then I'll say what I have to say. Li Changjun blurted out. The murderer suddenly died violently in the detention room on the night he was captured. According to forensic tests, he died of cardiac arrest. From all the tests, it appears that the cardiac arrest was due to a massive secretion of adrenaline. To put it bluntly, it was scared to death. Li Changjun got straight to the point. The killer died with eyes as wide as those of a dead fish. The facial expression is horrible. Hideous. It was a proper look of being scared to death. I'm teared up again over this. Can Dr. Chen take a look for me? Li Changjun was very uptight and swept $5,000 toward the QR code when he finished. My advice to you for your treatment is to write a formal report on your idea, and take it to the highest levels of the bureau. Never take a bull by yourself. If you insist on an independent investigation, not only will you be in danger, but your entire team will be involved. Behind these cases, there's more at stake than you can imagine. Chen Yu leaned forward, one hand resting on his chin, his face very grave. Ugh. Li Changjun let out a long sigh. He expected that this matter is not simple, and that's why he personally came to find Chen Yu to ask for an answer. Didn't realize. Chen Yu also said that this matter was difficult. According to the rules, all inmates must first undergo a physical examination. There are no questions to be taken into custody. The murderer was in such good health that even Lee Chang-jun was somewhat ashamed of himself. A few hours after the examination, the killer inexplicably died in the holding cell. Surveillance shows the killer going in, alone, staring at the wall. In the meantime, no one went in. The possibility of assassination by outsiders was ruled out. It wasn't until midnight that the surveillance room realized something was wrong. The killer appeared to be looking at the wall for over 10 hours. When they got there, they realized that the killer was already dead, just sitting in a chair, scared to death without warning. Thank you Dr. Chen for your guidance. I'll go back in a while and write a report for the paper. Speaking of this, Lee Chang-jun began to lower his voice. Can you cure me? Not for a while, Chen Yu faintly said. Upon hearing this, Lee Chang-jun was first filled with disappointment. The omnipotent Chen Yu also had things he couldn't do. Immediately after that, Lee Chang-jun's mind moved. What Chen Yu said was that he couldn't for the time being. That is, for some reason, Chen Yu couldn't help him for the time being. Thanks, Dr. Chen. Lee Chang-jun immediately understood. Seeing Lee Chang-jun getting more and more on board, Chen Yu was also happy to relax. No need to bother saying anything more. Rather than being scared to death, the murderer was killed by a spell. Chen Yu estimates that the black hand behind the scenes used the murderer to commit the crime while laying a hand on him. The purpose is to put an end to it. Once the murderer is caught, the means are immediately activated, in order to kill and silence them. As for what means, Chen Yu analyzed it as either a curse or a parasite. It could also be drugging. The medicine being talked about here is not just any medicine. Rather, it's a hallucinogen. Taking it is equivalent to installing a time bomb in your body. If the antidote is not taken daily, every night at midnight, horrible visions appear in my head. Brain damage, death without a sound. Either way, it proves that the person behind the scenes is no slouch. Chen Yu won't agree to help for a while. It's not that Taoism is inferior to the man behind the curtain. Rather, the odds are against it. There's a third thing you've come over here for. Besides delivering the prize money and asking about the condition. Chen Yu looked at Lee Chang-jun's front chest as if he were pointing. Seeing this, Lee Chang-jun nodded frequently. Not only did you help our police catch the murderer, you saved my life. When Lee Chang-jun remembered the events of that day, a cold sweat could not help but run down his back. It's so dangerous. On the same day, Lee Chang-jun took people to the scene, set up a thorough arrest plan. They are given the small size of the house. From his team, he picked out 3 physically fit members to work with him. Rush in first to control the suspect. If the suspect resists fiercely, it proves beyond doubt that he is the murderer. At that point, the 4 would immediately back away. Tasers will be used by the 5th member of the team. Electrocute the murderer to incapacitate him. I didn't realize how seamlessly the plan was laid out. Just rushed in and something went wrong. The murderer seemed as if he hadn't slept at all. The killer woke up the day after a few people went in. A punch knocked out a member of the team. The remaining 3 members of the team were all knocked down in succession. The process took only 5 or 6 seconds. Lee Chang-jun directly froze. I've seen tough guys. I've never seen such fierce tough guys. The murderer found a knife and stabbed at Lee Chang-jun. It's a good thing the 5th member of the team fired in time. Only then did he give Lee Chang-jun the chance to react. Tasers are also known as electroshock guns. Once hit, no matter how strong, all of them suffer from an electric shock to the muscles, which in turn produces spasms and an instant loss of mobility. The murderer who received the electric shock only shook for a few seconds, immediately became like nothing else, swinging his sword again, and that's when it happened. The black cat sheriff on Lee Chang-jun's chest turned into a ray of golden light and shot at the murderer. The murderer, who couldn't even control his taser, immediately fell to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Lee Chang-jun immediately handcuffed him. Have someone get the rope again. Tied the killer up like a dumpling. If you don't get the golden light, Lee Chang-jun is already lying in the box. After telling the thrilling process of that day, Lee Chang-jun took out his cell phone. The other 2 lieutenants and I have talked about purchasing a bunch of Black Cat Sheriff stickers. Can Dr. Chen give a group rate? That golden light was seen by most of the team. After returning to the team, the crowd pestered Lee Chang-jun, all wanting to buy a bodyguard. Lee Chang-jun follows good advice. After discussing the matter with the 2 lieutenants, they were prepared to use the case funds of the Major Crimes Unit to purchase 20 stickers. The name is a new type of body armor. Prices are clearly marked and haggling is appreciated. Chen Yu was crying and laughing in his heart. People, once you open your brain, there is no such thing as being afraid to think. Chen Yu, in order not to be taken for a godly man, named the spells and various types of elixirs as psychotherapeutic drugs and devices. Lee Chang-jun is untutored. Procurement of magic weapons, going so far as to use bulletproof vests as a name. When you think about it, there's nothing wrong with that. It's all about saving lives. The name doesn't matter. So be it. 25. I want them now. Li Changjun paid for the goods with alacrity. Chen Yu from the shelf took 2 full-page Black Cat Sheriff stickers, picked up another one and snapped off 5 of them. Team Li, I need to remind you that these things are disposable, Chen Yu said with a straight face, and must not be defiled with filth. What is filth? Li Changjun said rashly. Feces, urine. Chen Yu patiently narrates the precautions. Filth can break spells. Once they are tainted with these things, the aura that Chen Yu had exerted on it would quickly dissipate. I'll keep that in mind, and I'll have someone keep it safe. It took 5 minutes to memorize the notes that Chen Yu had instructed. Li Changjun can't wait to go back and distribute these bulletproof vests to other team members. The Serious Crimes team specializes in the investigation of major crimes. The opponents encountered were either toughs or outlaws, regardless of the number of people killed or maimed. It ranks first among all public offices in Hangzhou. The effect of these stickers is equivalent to granting the players an extra life. Li Changjun couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. His nose was sore and his eyes were a little red. 5 years as captain, Li Changjun attended for memorial services, went to the ICU 11 times. Dr. Chen, what is this? Li Changjun was about to say goodbye and leave. The afterglow found a Q version of Sun Disheng key pendant on Chen Yu's desk. Obviously, Sun Wukong. Chen Yu shrugged his shoulders. Li Changjun was speechless for a while. He also knew it was the Monkey King. Ask about the effect, not the name. Is this also a healing device? Li Changjun asked further. Chen Yu nodded and walked over to pick up the Q version of Sun Disheng, put it on the shelf, wrote the price tag on the fly. 300,000. Seeing this price, Li Changjun's eyes glowed with envy. Chen Yu dared to write the price of $300,000, representing this Q version of Sun Disheng. The effect is absolutely awesome. Thinking about the symbolism that Sun Disheng represents and the ability in his body, Li Changjun wanted to buy him too much. Unfortunately, the team has limited funds. The financial power of the family is in the hands of the wife. For a while, Li Changjun had thoughts that he shouldn't have had. Chen Yu glanced at Li Changjun. Team Li, you better not be hitting your son's reserve for a prestigious school, Chen Yu slowly said. Otherwise, not only will your wife not let you go, but your mom and dad, your in-laws, and your sister, won't let you live well. At that time, you will be the enemy of the whole family. When these words came out, Li Changjun directly shivered. Li Changjun left, with full of regrets. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined the Q version of Sun Disheng that he treated as a treasure. Next is a giveaway. When I ordered takeout in the morning, the boy delivered a meal with a cartoon keychain attached. Supposedly it was a joint giveaway run by the merchant and the art factory. Based on the principle of saving and utilizing, Chen Yu casually added aura to the Q version of Sun Disheng, opened its eyes again. Eyes of fire can discern between good and evil. After this side of the matter was dealt with, Chen Yu hung up the signboard suspending business. Sitting on the ground with his knees crossed, he began to absorb the merits in qi. The 3 times of merit in qi gained today, with the last one being the most. But it's a shame. These merits in qi were not enough to help Chen Yu break through the peak of the qi refining stage. The higher the realm, the more merit in qi one needs. The kind of breakout that happened before will be hard to come by in the future, especially after breaking through the foundation establishment stage. The amount of merit and luck needed is astronomical. It's a good thing that the heavens gave Chen Yu the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Through live broadcasting, you can constantly obtain merit and luck. The chance has finally come. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Yu finishes his dinner and walks down the street to throw away the takeout boxes. A car drove straight by. Shortly after returning to the house, 2 men walked in together. Dr. Chen. A small token of appreciation is no respect. Zhang's son, Zhang Construction, was full of respect as he presented a gift box. It's like Chinese medicine? Chen Yu smelled the medicinal fragrance in the box. Dr. Chen is truly learned in both Chinese and Western medicine, and he can tell at a glance that it's filled with Chinese medicine. Zhang Jianzhang complimented with an undiminished smile. The box contained a 30-year portion of wild ginseng. Thanks a lot. Without being overly polite, Chen Yu casually placed the gift box on the table. Seeing Chen Yu painfully accepting it, Zhang Jian immediately introduced the man behind him to him. The man's name is Wang Dequan and he is 55 years old. The rich generation that started from nothing, running an herbal business. One of the largest herb dealers in Hangzhou. Total assets are up to $18 billion. Ranked 9th among the top 10 richest people in Hangzhou. Business is not only all over the country, even abroad has his customers. At the same time, Wang Dequan was also a titular student of Zhang Jian. Attended their university's presidential program. Hello Dr. Chen. I'm a rough man who hasn't studied for a few years, and I envy you educated people the most. Wang Dequan, who was more than half 100 years old, speaks with the same big smile as the young man. Reaching out, he shook Chen Yu's hand. If Dr. Chen needs Chinese herbs, feel free to come to me. I can't guarantee anything else. Wild ginseng, musk, he shawu, deer antler, cordyceps sinensis. These rare Chinese herbs, I can get you as many as you want. Price-wise, it's absolutely at cost. Wang Dequan takes care of everything, showing his big boss style. Okay, I'll contact Boss Wang if I need to. Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, what kind of disease is Boss Wang planning to look for me to see this time? Wang Dequan glanced at Zhang Jian. Zhang Jianjiang laughed. Mr. Wang, Dr. Chen is this kind of straightforward character. You don't have to think about it much. Just say it. Upon hearing this, Wang Dequan said, to say this disease, I don't have it. It's just a little annoying. At this point, Wang Dequan stopped talking. Principal Zheng holds Dr. Chen in the highest esteem, and often tells me that your skills have never been seen before, and probably will never be seen again. How about, Dr. Chen shows me his hand? I, Wang, have prepared $1 million in consultation fees today. If Dr. Chen is really as powerful as Principal Zhang says, the $1 million, it's all yours. After saying that, Wang Dequan added that he didn't mean anything else. It's just less insightful. Want to open your eyes? I hadn't dealt with a psychiatrist before and wanted to see how a psychiatrist could give people relief. We as doctors will not refuse a patient's reasonable request. But there are rules for the treatment room. Chen Yu picked up the collection QR code and lit up the words behind it. Legal business, scientific treatment, payment in advance, no credit. Wang Dequan looked at Zheng Jian with a complicated gaze. You haven't even shown your skills, and now you're asking for money? Street hustlers, charlatans. I'm afraid I'm not as anxious as Chen Yu. I'll. Zhang Construction took out his cell phone, so he wanted to pay instead of Wang Dequan. Although he did not understand Chen Yu's intentions, but he was 100% convinced that Chen Yu wasn't doing this for money. Principal Zhang, you can't pay for this. Chen Yu covered the collection code with one hand. Whoever sees the patient pays. That's the rule. Dr. Chen, rules can be broken. Zhang Jianzhan laughed bitterly. There are rules for everything, and I have rules here that cannot be broken. Chen Yu didn't want to make it so troublesome either. No way. Tenjizi said it all. Merit and chi belong to their own. Karma, 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 karma. And there's a rule for everything. I'll pay. Wang Dequan laughed. Ask about how much you need to pay up front. Chen Yu said indifferently. If it's just a medical consultation, the fee is 5,000. If you need treatment, add another 5,000. Wang Dequan paid a lump sum of $10,000. Dr. Chen, can we start now? Wang Dequan smiled. Wang Dequan, who prided himself on reading countless people, was confident that he only needed to listen to Chen Yu for a few minutes. Is the other person a true god or a liar? Immediately distinguishable. Sure. Chen Yu sat back behind his desk. Unlike other tens of billions of dollars or borrowing from family connections, or get a lot of startup money, you had nothing when you started your business. At those words, Wang Dequan's heart was very unimpressed. These are public news. Anyone who knows how to surf the internet can look it up. You were born in a poor area, and since your hometown is located in the middle of the mountains, most of the land is not suitable for growing food. The grain beaten from the earth each year is barely enough to fill your family's stomachs. Other than that, there is not a single point left. At a very young age, I started following my parents and learning how to go up the mountains to pick herbs. When I was 13, my parents fell off a cliff while picking herbs, and both of them died. You're the oldest in the family, and you shoulder the burden of providing for your family without question. With a couple of young siblings, I struggled to help my parents with the afterlife. Then I dropped out of school and carried the herbal medicine stretcher left behind by my parents, selling herbs on the streets. Decades have passed, and you've gone from opening a pair of flatbreads to being one of the top 10 richest people in Hangzhou. After listening to Chen Yu's words, Wang Dequan was overwhelmed with emotion. It wasn't a matter of lamenting Chen Yu's accurate calculations. Instead, they lament that life is like a dream, even to this day. Sometimes, I can't believe it myself. A 13-year-old kid back then. Not only will several younger siblings, care of each become a pillar of talent, even himself. You can also be a mega-rich person worth over $10 billion. As for what Chen Yu said, it's really true. It's all parroting though. After fame, I don't know how many interviews Wang Dequan has given, attended countless speeches. Every time he spoke, he would tell the story of his own experience. On the one hand, it is used to encourage others. On the other hand, it's not easy to manifest one's fortune. Is Dr. Chen finished? Wang Dequan decided that Chen Yu was even capable. It definitely wouldn't be as awesome as Zhang Jian said either. Not yet. Chen Yu smiled faintly. To say why you can be a $10 billion tycoon, although it is not related to your own efforts, but it's a relationship that is not that big. Aha! As these words came out of Chen Yu's mouth, there was a clear change of emotion on Wang Dequan's face. Wang Dequan fixed his eyes on Chen Yu, brows furrowed together. When you were 17, on your way home from selling medicine, you picked up a brass statue the size of a child's hand. You plan to sell it as copper when you go to town the next day to sell your medicine. I didn't realize that the next day, you went to town to sell medicine, and the sky was the limit for you. An old man brushes past you and suddenly falls to the ground unconscious. 40-odd years ago the folk were so simple that you didn't think twice about choking someone to wake him up. It was later learned that the old man identified himself as the owner of a large pharmacy in town. Out of gratitude to you, the old man not only sent you $10,000 as a token of appreciation, but also asked you to deliver exclusively to his pharmacy from now on. Since then, your herb business has gotten better and better. Under 30, he's already worth over $100 million. You can make a fortune, ostensibly by getting good karma for your good heart. You should know in your heart what the real situation is, right? Chen Yu paused and asked, want to continue listening? Wang Dequan's entire body was dumbfounded at the moment. If anything, what Chen Yu said earlier was parroted. Now then, it has deeply shaken Wang Dequan's heart. Zhang Jian looked at Wang Dequan in consternation. The history of Wang Dequan's fortune is well known. It was even written as a bestseller at one point. A dropout doll from the mountains who started raising a family at age 13. I have to take care of several young siblings and also find time to go up the mountain to collect herbs. With hard work and perseverance, ended up being a 10 billionaire. Never in a million years. There is also this kind of catnip hidden in it. The day after picking up the brass statue, luck began to take a turn for the worse. Can't help but think about it more. How did you know? After holding back for half a day, Wang Dequan only wanted to know about the brass statue. How much more does Chen Yu really know? Certainly one that is seen through scientific diagnosis and treatment. Chen Yu's smile did not diminish. The brass statue is somehow equivalent to your life to you. In the beginning, you didn't think it was the brass statue that blessed you with a fortune. Until one night, in your sleep, you dreamed of 5 gods with golden light coming from their bodies. 5 deities reside in mid-air, looking at you with solemn faces. The thought of exactly 5 people carved above the brass statue jolts you out of your sleep. Since then, you have treated the brass statue with the 5 deities carved into it as something as valuable as your own life. Sneaking in worship every day. Your business is really growing. Then you bought the villa and built an incense hall in the basement dedicated to this brass statue. Fear that someone else will learn the secret of your fortune and in turn take your lifeblood. It's something you haven't told anyone about, including your siblings, and the pillow man. Wang Dequan staggered backwards. The gaze that looked at Chen Yu was filled with shock. Secrets hidden inside for decades. It was stripped clean by Chen Yu in one go. This man is not a see-through eye. It must also be possible to predict the future past. Unfortunately, flowers don't last 1,000 days. In the last few years, your business has started to shrink. Even if you bathe and change your clothes every day and kowtow and pray to a brass statue, business is still not picking up. In desperation, you widely invite all kinds of so-called masters, real people, to help you practice to change your luck. The business decline has eased, but not much. Wang Dequan fell to his knees. Master, help me to show me the way. Looking at Wang Dequan, who was kneeling on the ground, Chen Yu said with a dissatisfied face, there is no master here. This patient, you get up quickly. After saying that, Chen Yu signaled with his eyes for Zhang Jian to help Wang Dequan up. I'm not sure, Wang Dequan said with a respectful expression as he pushed Zhang Jian away. Master, what you said is all right. I was able to make my fortune really with the help of the brass idol, and my own efforts. Not so much. These are things I don't even tell my loved ones. If you can say it plainly, who is a master if not you? Most successful business people have a skeptical nature. Wang Dequan is naturally no exception. But there is a saying, could see the secrets that lurked within him, and young and so light. It was already enough to prove Chen Yu's ability. And the decline of Wang Dequan's business. It's on the verge of being urgent. The surface looks flowery. One of the full internal crises. Once collapsed, the whole group will be in ashes in no time. Kneeling is both an expression of admiration for the higher power. At the same time there is a bit of selfishness. Playing pitifully, he begged the other party to make a quick move and save himself from the fire. Patient, I understand the pain of your condition, but if you don't get up, I'm going to have to order you out. Chen Yu had a serious condition on his face. Bring it up again. There are no gurus in this place. This is the counseling room. Chen Yu works as a counselor. Everything is diagnosed and analyzed according to science. There is no such thing as weirdness. Wang Dequan looked at Chen Yu with a puzzled expression. At this point, Why is Chun Yu still pretending with himself? Can a psychiatrist predict the future past? Still aware of the brass statue? On the contrary, Zhang Jianzhang more or less understood some of Chun Yu's meaning. Just now, he remembered what his father had once said. Chun Yu is a man of the world. For some reason it's not convenient to reveal the real body, borrowing the identity of a psychiatrist to hide among the people. Immediately, Zhang Jian leaned over and rushed to whisper a few words in Wang Diquan's ear. Wang Diquan first looked surprised, then nodded frequently. Immediately after that, Wang Diquan stood up from the ground. Dr. Chun, I'm sorry. I was too excited just now and took you for one of those charlatans. I'll do whatever you want me to do as long as you're not mad at me. Sit down first. Chen Yu made a gesture of invitation. Wang Diquan has completely changed. Behave yourself and sit in the chair. The expression was as honest as a student listening to a lecture. Chen Yu caught himself a glass of water to wet his throat. Starting 3 years ago, a number of your domestic clients were poached. But these lost clients, for you, can only be described as minor, not to the point of breaking the bank. This year, all your overseas clients have been meaning to cancel their contracts with you. That's right. Wang Diquan subconsciously tried to stand up. Sit down and talk. The alarm is not good for your condition. Yes. Wang Diquan respectfully said. Since the beginning of this year, the herbs I supply to my foreign customers have been experiencing problems of varying degrees. Wang Diquan opened his mouth and told about his biggest crisis. Rely on the help of the brass idol. Wang Diquan's herbal medicine business is doing well. As his assets expanded, Wang Diquan's ambitions gradually became bigger. Instead of being satisfied with domestic development, the company is gradually looking beyond its borders, with luck unmatched by anyone. Within a year, Wang Diquan took the right to sell herbal medicine in 5 neighboring countries. I thought the good fortune would last forever. I never thought that the situation would fall apart just like that. As Chen Yu said in his words, the gradual loss of customers began 3 years ago, January of this year. Herbs sent abroad were found to have quality problems respectively. Several shipments were all destroyed by customs. Wang Diquan, who ate the bitter end, immediately organized manpower for replenishment, personally supervised the quality of the herbs. Then, again, customs discovered the entrapment of inferior herbs. Several times in a row, the fines handed over to customs alone amounted to more than $1 billion. Not to mention the liquidated damages compensated to the customer for not being able to deliver on schedule. I, Wang Diquan, dare to swear to the heavens that except for the first batch of herbs at the beginning of the year, which I did not inspect, the subsequent batches of herbs were all inspected by me personally. The more Wang Diquan said, the lower his mood became. Failure to check once or twice can be attributed to carelessness. It can't be every time. For the sake of years of cooperation, several major foreign clients, for the time being, are not making things public, but it can't be hidden for much longer. If the quality and quantity of the supply cannot be restored, Wang Diquan not only to completely lose the foreign market, things will still come to light. And such strange things. Zhang Jianjin interjected. Hasn't it ever occurred to Mr. Wang that there will be someone who will make trouble out of this? How could it not have occurred to me? Wang Diquan said with a sobbing face. In order to find out if someone is up to no good, I've secretly sent a member of my inner circle, the Deputy Director of Product Quality, to conduct an investigation. The findings are all in order. The quality of the herbs was good to say the least, and when they arrived abroad they suddenly went bad. He suspects a foreign client, but I don't think so. Several of the major clients are strong presences in their respective countries. There's no need to take advantage of that, even if they do try to screw up. Nor is it possible to buy off customs in all countries. That's true. The goods were found to be a problem by customs, not the customer himself. So much for that. It had to be resolved by Chen Yu himself. Dr. Chen, that's how the situation is. Those of us in big business are actually more cautious than small business owners. Once the cards are down, it's definitely not a joke. The bigger the company, the more it fears public pressure. Negative impacts bring more than just damaged brand credibility. It will also affect the company's share price. Once the stock price is shaken, the group's market capitalization is about to go down in flames. Tens of billions of dollars of conglomerates that say they're finished. Chen Yu crossed his hands and said in a cloudy manner, I have a complete understanding of your situation. You suffer from a very serious case of pathological delusions of grandeur. I'm delusional? Wang Diquan froze. Your own business is damaged and your luck is down. What the fuck does that have to do with pathological delusions of grandeur? Dr. Chen, I'm not delusional. Wang Diquan has been very irritable lately and has been in a low mood. But that's nothing to do with paranoia, is it? No, you do. Chen Yu wore a lofty smile on his face. You are pure in nature, caring for your younger siblings, and equally good to your wife. All of a sudden, you're getting very grumpy. temperamental in his attitude toward his loved ones, and in his work, unable to tolerate the slightest opposition from his men. When your men give you straight advice, you burst into a rage. You know full well that cross-border business is risky. An inexplicable surge of self-belief prompted you to make a single statement and explore overseas markets. And all these changes in mood happened after getting the brass statue. Wang Dequan froze in place. The floodgates of memories in his brain opened. All at once. One is, in fact, really not an ambitious person, doing business with only a small fortune in mind. But I don't know why. Whenever it feels like everything is enough, and a surge, an unquenchable ambition emerges from within. For siblings, wives, friends, Wang Dequan also became very cold, mean, bitter and cruel. Every time he hurt them, Wang Dedu would regret it, then go apologize to them. But it doesn't take long for one to become arrogant and self-righteous again. Years later, his younger siblings turned away from him. Wang Dequan also gradually got used to this eccentric character. Think it's not that you've changed. Rather, successful people are lonely. Ordinary people can't understand the decision-making and style of the higher-ups. Am I really sick? Wang Dequan muttered. Tick-tock. The ringing of the cell phone breaks Wang Dequan's self-recollection. Dr. Chan, my condition will be discussed later. What exactly is the solution that will preserve the foundation of my group? The director of public relations sent a message that there has been a small public outcry online. Some people use the spring and fall penmanship. The allusion to Wang Dequan's overseas medicinal herb export business has met its Waterloo. If you want to keep the company, you have to uncover the mole first. The mole. Wang Dequan was shocked at his words and said, "Who is the mole?" "That's a lot." Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, "The first mole. Your right-hand man, the general manager of the group." "What has he done?" Wang Dequan tensed. Reason told Wang Dequan, "GMs don't betray themselves." But these words came out of Chen Yu's mouth. Wang Dequan must believe. "In your name, you ordered the CFO to make a large number of false accounts, and privately transferred the group's assets. More or less, there should be $3 or $4 billion. So much." Wang Dequan's eyes went straight. "And that's just for starters. In addition to using your name to cook the books, he's also going to the major banks to get loans on your behalf. The total amount comes to $7 billion. A month later, several foreign customers were again informed that the shipment you had shipped over had been detained by customs. The last bit of trust in you is gone. Has chosen to hold a press conference to denounce your unethical behavior. This press conference, like the first sign of a domino, has created a chain reaction. Goodwill takes a serious hit. Group shares fall wildly. The banks are worried that they won't be able to collect on their loans and are coming after you in droves to collect on their debts. Various partner companies in the country have chosen to terminate their contracts with you. At a time of internal and external difficulties, a whistleblower letter was sent to the regulator that you were suspected of falsifying accounts. Hearing the latter, Wanda's full face became hideous and terrifying. "Son of a bitch, I'll get him. Calm down." As Chen Yu's voice reached his ears, Wang Dequan's body shook. Immediately after, Wang Dequan's face returned to normal, shocked by the thought he had just had. Why would one think to take out the GM's entire family? Dr. Chen. Besides him, who else betrayed me? Wang Dequan asked anxiously. In addition to the general manager, there's the director of operations, the deputy director of quality control, the deputy director of finance, and your driver, the secretary to the board. Zhang Jianzhong's heart was in a state of shock. To not be so exciting, though he's never been in business. And yet, I know how important all of these positions are. The general manager, the finance department and the business department formed the group's decision-making troika. It's amazing that the main heads of the three departments are all going to be sent in. This shows that these people through and through have done the lawlessness. The betrayal of Wang Dequan. Beyond that, the boss's driver is the boss's beloved of beloveds, holds tons of secrets about the boss. The secretary of the board is not a secretary in the usual sense. He is a senior executive of the listed group and is responsible for communicating between the group and the stock exchange, harmonize the interests of the various shareholders, the equivalent of a grand master on a board of directors. These are the people that make up the core framework of a group. Their positions are too important to be Wang Dequan's inner circle. Absolutely no way to get to the top. This group of people teamed up to make a game, and it was hard for Wang Dequan not to fall for it. Wang Dequan opened his mouth wide and said in a difficult tone, "They all betrayed me? Right. Was it because of money, or were they encouraged and bribed by others?" The latter. Hearing that these people were encouraged and bribed by others to betray themselves, Wang Dequan once again changed his face, only to see Wang Dequan gritting his teeth. Dr. Chen, you quickly tell me, it was that bastard who bribed all of my minders to bring me down and make such a big deal out of it. I must know who he is. Li Xiuji. My wife. Wang Dequan was first shocked, then a violent coughing fit, almost choked on my breath. Zhang Jianjiang similarly revealed a shocked expression. Nice guy, really nice guy. Even the most dogged screenwriter couldn't write a script like this. Could he? Decades-old married wife who backstabbed her husband. And the tactics are so brilliant. Bought out a large number of the group's core executives. Wang Dequan surprisingly didn't notice at all. It doesn't take much to figure it out. Those herbal medicines exported overseas are faulty, and they must have messed them up as well. The purchasing, handling, and supervising are all done by Li Xiuji's people. Wang Dequan would be damned if he could identify the problem. Zhang Jinzhuang peeked at Wang Dequan. Wang Dequan is just like the old man in the wind. The whole body kept shivering. Zhang Jian could not help but feel sympathy and compassion. This is something that if it were up to you, I'm afraid I'd have passed out by this time. Why don't we call it a day? Chen Yu looked at Wang Dequan's emotions, one step away from collapse. No, Dr. Chen Yu, go on. Why did Li Xiuji do such a heartless thing? Wang Dequan vowed to find out today. Where did he or she apologize to her? It's amazing that he's trying to drive him to his death. At one point, your brother-in-law presented you with a, well, very wise investment case. Various executives of the group feel that this investment is promising. You were about to sign off on it, and suddenly it's like you're a different person, putting down his investment case as nothing and taking him to task for his high school education. You trampled his dignity underfoot and exasperated your brother-in-law to address you on the spot. Wang Dequan's face was as if it was on fire. I see. Brother-in-law left the group before his feet. Wang Dequan immediately calmed down. Unfortunately, my brother-in-law is a strong character. Even if Wang Dequan 3 times to apologize and make amends, and finally did not let the brother-in-law back to his heart. You don't get it. Chen Yu smiled lightly. Your wife backstabbing you is not just because of her brother. And because of what? Wang Dequan asked. You've done nothing but trample on the dignity of your brother-in-law. Company employees, friends and clients. The one who was hurt the most by yours was your wife, Li Xiuji. Chen Yu nodded the table. Chen Yu said, in the last 20 years, the more you look at your country-born wife, the worse you look. There have been times when I've had to divorce her, and then I've felt crazy afterward. Immediately confess and apologize to your wife. But then thoughts of divorce arise. Whenever you come home from a high-class party, there's always all kinds of sarcasm that your wife can't hold a candle to. Other people's wives are either graduates of prestigious universities, good-looking, or come from wealthy families. Your wife graduated from elementary school, like you, and grew up in the same village as you. Chen Yu word for word, listening to Wang Dequan change his face and color. The last straw that prompted your wife to backstab you was a comment you made in public when you took her to a reception a few years ago. Wang Dequan said with an uneasy expression. What words? Hens that can't lay eggs. Just because of that statement, she can disregard our decades of marriage. Wang Dequan froze for a moment, raised his hand and slapped himself hard. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? Seeing that Wang Dequan wanted to fight again, Zhang Jinjian rushed over to pull him back. I'm not human. Wang Dequan cursed himself in pain. He really doesn't get it. Why do you have to constantly satirize your own wife? It's like an addiction. Every once in a while, be sarcastic about the wife, ridiculing her as unworthy of such great kings of commerce as himself, desperately trying to make up for it after the fact. Buy your wife tons of designer clothes, expensive jewelry, overpriced bags, week after week, making amends and apologizing over and over again. Unawareness. The number of various top-notch luxury items in the house is piling up. The amount is close to $600 million. Without her, there would be no Wang Dequan for me today. Wang Dequan choked. But I really can't control myself. Dr. Chen, what does Mr. Wang mean by that? Zhang Jianqing didn't get it. What do you mean without her? There would be no Wang Dequan today. The reason his wife couldn't have a baby wasn't her own health. One winter, he went to the river to catch a fish and accidentally fell in. Having found him in the water, Li Xiuji braved the bone-chilling cold and jumped into the river to save him, falling prey to lifelong infertility. He knows all of this. After saying that, Chen Yu looked at the pained Wang Dequan. Wang Dequan pushed Zhang Jianjian away and slapped himself once again. Chen Yu had a heart of gold. If I hadn't taken something I shouldn't have. These are injuries that could have been avoided. In front of a crowd of celebrities, you satirized her for not being able to have children. It's her backbone, and you've crossed the line. Speaking of this, Chen Yu asked Wang Dequan to take out his cell phone, access the National Academic Calendar Network, use his wife's ID number and check for education. My God! Looking at the electronic degree written with his wife's name and hung with her photo, Wang Dequan was struck by lightning. Without Wang Dequan's complete knowledge, Li Xiuji not only self-tested her junior and senior high school diplomas, and also take the entrance exams, What he found most unbelievable was Li Xiuji's MBA degree. She spends a great deal of time working on her personal abilities and education. It was meant to be a surprise and you completely broke her heart, causing your wife to start blacking out. Chen Yu's words changed. He also asked Wang Dequan to check the background of a group called Lanji Lancel Group, founded 3 years ago. The registered capital is $300 million. The registered business scope is herbal medicine sales, processing and export. In the last year, large sums of money have been credited to the group's account. The total number is close to 10 billion. The luxuries in the check room of your villa are all fake. The real ones were sold by your wife, and the funds obtained were used to register the Lancel Group. Do you know why you did it this year? Chen Yu asked. Wang Dequan shook his head woodenly. Is it because a company must be established for 3 years before it can go public? Zhang Jianzhang interjected. Yes, that's the reason. Chen Yu acknowledged Zhang Jianwei's speculation. Meanwhile, she spent the last 3 years gathering a lot of dirt on your inner circle, threatened them with this blackmail, and promised that when it's done, these people will have the same positions and 5 times the pay. These people are afraid of losing their names on the one hand, and salivating at the promise of your wife on the other. Half-heartedly agreed. Wang Dequan couldn't count on it in 1,000 ways. The wife is not only taking private exams to improve her personal temperament and abilities, and blacked out so hard. Coercion and borrowing chickens and eggs were played by her with skill and ease. All those domestic clients he had lost over the past 3 years were only poached by his wife. The personal chauffeur was her man. What secrecy is there to be found in one's trade secrets? Dr. Chen, I know I've wronged her, but what she did was too harsh. Please help me keep the group. Wang Dequan knew very well that now was not the time for emotions. Keeping the group is the priority. Take control of these executives. Search them for evidence of contact with your wife, and then just showdown. Upon hearing this, Wang Dequan said half-heartedly, it's that simple? She may not say yes after all she's done. She will, Chen Yu said. Corporate funds transferred to the Lancaster Group. Recovery waived. Resisting a loan. The general manager took out a loan from the bank, though the move would cost the group half of its genesis. But it makes your wife feel as if you've had a moment. Abandon the suppression of your group for the time being, Chen Yu added. Actually, your wife isn't completely desperate for you. Wang Dequan let out a long sigh. Convinced believers. All of them are fucking 250 eaters. Wang Dequan suddenly remembered a sentence, forgetting where he had heard it. It's all undercover. Except for yourself. Just do it. Wang Dequan decided to go with Chen Yu's approach. Negotiate a showdown. Self-inflicted bitterness eats itself. Dr. Chen, after this is accomplished, I, Wang Dequan, will be grateful. Wang Dequan had wanted to pay $1 million as a token of appreciation. On second thought, I don't think so. If everything was as accurate as Chen Yu expected, 1 million was simply not enough to express gratitude, and wanting to maybe be in Chen Yu's good graces, one would have to come up with a heavy enough thank you gift. Wang Dequan asked Zhang Jian to be a witness. Once this matter is resolved successfully, he would like to offer a promise as a token of appreciation. Promise that in the future, no matter what trouble Chen Yu encounters, or maybe there's a need, Wang Dedu will all help out. Ask for money, give people. Chen Yu wore a high and deep smile on his face as he said, I accept this promise. But you can't leave yet. Isn't my problem solved? Wang Dequan said in disbelief. The problem of the group's bankruptcy has been solved, and your illness, but not yet cured. Chen Yu smiled slightly. Only after you are cured can your wife forgive you completely. Yes, I want a cure. Think of that morbidly addictive and generally eccentric temper of yours. Wang Dequan's gaze became incomparably urgent. Both the great wealth and the great change of character that followed were due to external influences. As for what foreign object it is, you should already have an inkling in your mind, right? Chen Yu crossed his arms and looked at Wang Dequan in a good manner. Could it be the idol? Wang Dequan blurted out. Chen Yu nodded and said, in your opinion, it was this idol that turned you from a poor country boy into a famous Hangzhou big shot. It is also this idol that allows you to possess wealth that others may not be able to possess in several lifetimes, or even dozens of lifetimes. But there is all kinds of things that are not as simple as the eye sees and the mind thinks. That so-called idol is actually a dangerous object. Dangerous goods? Wang Dequan flinched. A few moments later, Wang Dequan came to a realization. By dangerous goods, Chen Yu probably meant evil weapons. Since getting rich by relying on the blessing of the idol, Wang Dequan was interested in feng shui metaphysics. In addition to the world, there are magic weapons that can protect the blessings of life. Amulets. There are so many other evil to the point of evil weapons. Chen Yu's ability. Wang Dequan had already seen it. He said the idol was dangerous. Doesn't that mean that this thing could be an evil weapon? Dr. Chen, you're saying this is unclean, right? Thinking so, Wang Dequan had to double check. Chen Yu nodded with a smile. The one that looks like a child. Ugh. Wang Dequan let out a long sigh. It is said that the authorities are in the dark and the onlookers are in the dark. After being instructed by Chen Yu's sidekick, where could Wang Dequan not understand? No wonder his personality changed 180 degrees along with him after he got rich. Thought it was because he'd become a big shot, caught the big man's disease, lonely and dictatorial, not allowing others to question their authority. I never thought it would be because of the idol. Dr. Chan, if this thing is unclean, why can it make me rich? Wang Dequan for that matter. Bastard. After getting the statue, his wealth snowballed. Lots of luck with that too. Just as well. I'll talk to you more closely about it. By pointing it out, Wang Dequan may not be able to understand it clearly. Chen Yu takes a reserved, modified approach. Tell what exactly the idol is. The bronze statue is carved with 5 figures, which is known as the 5 apparent deities in folklore. It is also known as the 5 tongues of the gods. Although there is a word god in Wutong Shen, he is by no means a deity. Instead, it was 5 demonic ghosts. In ancient times, there were many foolish men and women who would worship something as a god if they saw it manifesting itself. I don't know. There are true gods and false gods among them. It will even be interspersed with a large number of demons, ghosts and evil spirits. The latter is the case with the 5 general spirits. In the image of the folk god of wealth to obtain the faith of the people to worship. Give the people wealth and riches at the same time. The demonic ghosts within silently devour the essence, chi, emotions and everything else on the people. It is used to enhance one's strength cultivation. From the Tang dynasty to the end of the Qing dynasty, Wutongshan was always classified as an evil god by the imperial court. As soon as the folk were found to have made offerings, the temples were destroyed, the idols destroyed, and the people making the offerings arrested. To this day, there are very few areas where the Wutong evil god is worshipped. Most people don't know that there are such evil things in the world. To say whether Wang Dequan's luck is good or not, the answer is good, but only a good one. All his life, he was just a man of modest means. As he picked up the 5 passes evil god, his fortune was catapulted to the top on his body. In contrast, it was Wang Dequan's 5 emotions that began to decay. Affection, friendship, love of family and country, and compassion for others. The 5 emotions decay. People can become extremely apathetic. He is proud and arrogant and does not allow others to advise him. Ambition and self-confidence are inflated. The end result is the loss of everything that is basic to being human. Until by the evil god of the 5 passes, sucking up all the merits and chi and blessed essence that they seem to have value. Half an hour later, Wang Dequan was drenched in sweat. Even Zhang Jinjiang was shocked out of his cold sweat. Chen Yu said it rather euphemistically. Not a single word related to demonic metaphysics was mentioned. Not a word about ghosts or gods. Sentences again have this meaning. Wang Dequan thought that he had picked up a spiritual treasure that could enhance his fortune. Without realizing it, it's actually a ticking time bomb. Or the kind that both kills people. The special bomb, which is the special bomb that makes you lose your humanity before you lose your family and friends. Dr. Chen, please prescribe medicine for my illness. I can't wait a moment. Don't be in a hurry. The disease, surely, can be cured. Chen Yu waved his hand, signaling Wang Dequan to be at ease. Did you get a lot more into the house before the brass statue failed? Yeah. I bought tons more spells. Wang Dequan began to narrate without even thinking about it. The fortune brought to Wang Dequan by the 5 passes evil god has not yet stopped before. His inflated ambition had felt irrepressible. The thought of having an idol in your home can make you a 10 billionaire. What if we offer 10? 100? Definitely could ask to be the richest man in the country. Or even the world. That's all. Ambition and greed. Wang Dequan did a laughable thing. Took out a huge amount of money and bought a bunch of so-called magic weapons. This was why. Chen Yu said that the brass idol was dangerous. Wang Dequan instantly thought of the evil weapon. It is natural to buy more and have more experience in this area. It's just nonsense, Chen Yu said seriously. Spells, amulets, or idols are all products of feudal superstition. At best, it can provide some heartfelt comfort. Other people buy 1 or 2 at most. But you've bought hundreds. And how do you know that there are no other hazardous materials in it? Wang Dequan's heart thumped. Murphy bought all these spells, and they are all problematic as well. When you get back, get a helicopter and drop the brass statue into the ocean. After speaking, Chen Yu added, throw it far away, preferably to the center of the sea. Understood. I'll arrange for someone to do it in a moment. Wang Dequan nodded his head like a peck of rice. So the rest of those, throw them in the sea too? Wang Dequan tried. The sea is not a garbage dump. How can you afford to throw so many scraps at once? Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Chen Yu said indifferently. You can leave it to me to help deal with it. Or you can deal with it on your own. Then it's better to leave it in your hands, so I can feel a little more at ease. Wang Dequan wiped a cold sweat from his head. Master Chen, this disease of mine? Chen Yu said in a serious manner. Throwing away the brass statue is the same as pulling out the root of your disease. But you've been sick for a long time, and even if you're not sick anymore, your body is still weak to the core. It's not easy to make a full recovery. You can use the spiritual solace method among psychology to condition your body. What is the law of spiritual consolation? Wang Dequan asked busily. Chen Yu said with a straight face, spiritual solace is also called spiritual comfort. By doing something for spiritual pleasure, you get both physical and mental fulfillment. When the mind and body are free, the disease is cured. You can get that fulfillment by donating to charity, to help the lonely, sick and disabled, changing the face of poor mountain areas, build bridges and roads, build nursing homes, orphanages. Chen Yu said word for word, these good deeds can both make the recipients feel warm, and also make the people who give money get the happiness of helping others. Get tons of happiness from doing more good. And you're still afraid you won't get better from your mental illness? When you get better from mental illness, you can get your life back on track. Friends and family you've hurt, business associates, and your wife, feeling you become healthy again all slowly forgives you. Wang Dequan listened carefully, lest he missed a word. Chen Yu was asking himself to do good deeds and accumulate merit. A tall man is a tall man. The approach given is so insightful. Charity is the kind of thing that makes you sweat when you talk about it. Until now, Wang Dequan has never donated a single penny. Whenever he had such a thought, a voice in his head told him, those people are poor because they are lazy bones. There's no point in helping people like this who don't want to get ahead. Now that I think about it, it is clear that I am under the impression of an evil god. The evil god did not want to see Wang Dequan do anything that had the light of humanity, pushing him toward ruthlessness, cold-blooded, cruel walk of no return. Dr. Chen, I have the liberty to ask, how much money can I donate in order for my disease to be completely cured? Wang Dequan asked carefully. Doing good is a matter of heart, not money, and you're on your own. Ah, Wang Dequan's mouth opened wide all of a sudden. On your own? How does he know how much to donate? A penny donation is a donation. A donation of $10 billion is also a donation. Mr. Wang, of course you should do more charity. Zhang Jianjian too is a wonderful person. It is recommended that Wang Dequan set up a charitable fund. Each year, a portion of the group's earnings is donated in his name. Okay, that's it. Wang Dequan heavily emphasized his head. Although the amount of money donated to charity each year can run into the hundreds of millions or billions, but as long as one's body is fine, wife, family, friends can forgive themselves. For the money, it's worth it. Dr. Chen, I go back first. Those things, I will arrange someone to send you soon. Wang Dequan's side has too many things to do immediately. Catch the 250 who betrayed him. Throw away the statue of the evil god of the 5 passes. Go and have a showdown with your own wife. Go on. Chen Yu watched Wang Dequan leave. Chen Yu then looked at Zhang Jianjiang who was deep in thought. Headmaster Zhang might as well say what he has to say. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian said with some embarrassment, Dr. Chen, I would like to buy some of the healing tools you have here. What do you think I should buy? Since meeting Chen Yu, Zhang Jian's inherent worldview shattered to pieces, turning to start believing that there are, indeed, ghosts and gods in the world, especially hearing the things that Wang Dequan encountered. Zhang Jianjiang planned to buy a magic weapon from Chen Yu's place to use for his own personal use. You can never go wrong with prevention. You've been in pretty good shape lately, so you don't need me to choose your medicine for you for a while. Look for yourself and buy whatever you find pleasing. Chen Yu smiled. Got it. Zhang Jianjiang understood Chen Yu's meaning in seconds. Not being sick lately means that you won't be experiencing strange and unlucky things lately. In that case, see for yourself. Walking to the front of the shelf, Zhang Jian first looked at the psychological drugs. Again, he put his eyes on the psychotherapeutic apparatus. Most of the items are marked at $100,000. There are only a few that are priced higher than that. Dr. Chen, what effect does this thing have? Not long after, Zhang Jian held a pleasant goat mask in his hand. Chen Yu looked up and introduced. Wesley's character is resourceful and determined, and he is courageous and resourceful. Putting it on and mentally suggesting that you're a pleasant goat can raise your IQ. Suitable for researchers. Zhang Jianqing looked at the pleasant goat mask in his hand in surprise. A magic weapon can also raise your IQ? To not be so counterintuitive. Looking at it, out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Jianzhong glanced at the top of an item with a price tag of $400,000. Altman. The pleasant goat mask sells for $300,000. Altman is bidding $400,000. Obviously none of it is ordinary. Dr. Chen, What about this? This is a big one. Chen Yu said. Ultraman represents light. Do you believe in light? Zhang Jianqing was stumped by the question. Why should one trust the light for a good reason? You might as well take the Wesley mask. Each and every one of these things that Chen Yu had created had been infused with aura by him, and it gives unique characteristics. The effect is oxymoronic while not being available to everyone. Everything is a matter of fate. Zhang Jianzhang doesn't believe in light, which means he has no connection with Ultraman. Instead, it's a pleasant goat mask that fits him perfectly. Well used. Zhang Jian's career will have a second spring. Zhang Jianzhang follows Chen Yu's advice and spends $300,000 to buy the pleasant goat mask. Hold your horses. Chen Yu called out to Zhang Jianzhuan, who was excusing himself and preparing to leave. Instructions for use. I'll dictate them to you. There's an instruction manual for this thing? Zhang Jianzhang called out good guy straight in his heart. Make it look real. The first precaution is that no filth should be allowed to stain it. Second note. Before you wear it for the first time, you need to bleed a little. And with the blood, on the back of the mask, you need to write your name and the date of your birth, down to the exact time and hour. Third note, keep it safe and never lend it to others. Speaking of the third point of caution, Chen Yu's tone became very serious. Zhang Jianzhuang hurriedly assured. Even if his son wanted it, he wouldn't give it. That's fine. Chen Yu asked. Do you have any more questions? Yes. Zhang Jianzhang smiled bitterly. Dr. Chen, I probably understand the first and third points you mentioned, but this second point, I just can't figure it out. Why do you have to write your birth date in blood? Anti-theft. What? Anti-burglary. Zhang Jianzhuan was confused. Chen Yu said in a matter-of-fact tone. You spent $300,000 on the mask, right? Right. It belongs to the valuables. I guess. Belongs. It makes sense, doesn't it? To add some loss and theft prevention measures for valuables. Chen Yu spread his hands. Zhang Jianqing shook his head. What Chen Yu said makes so much sense. But why blood? Forget it. Bleeding is bleeding. It would be troublesome if he asked Chen Yu if he was unhappy and didn't sell it to himself. Zhang Jianzhang took the pleasant goat mask and left the psychological counseling room in a joyful manner. An hour passed and a black commercial car drove up to the front of the store. 4 security guards got out of the car. Several people successively moved about 10 large suitcases into the store. After these people left, Chen Yu couldn't wait to open these suitcases. It was filled with all sorts of spells, even 4-in-1s. Ha ha ha, here comes the chance. Chen Yu walked to a suitcase and stood still. With that, Chen Yu took out a palm-sized, small bronze tripod from inside. A dozen suitcases, hundreds of artifacts, all fakes. Only this small tripod is unusual. There were dense inscriptions written around the small tripod. The interior is even more unique. Deducing through the Tianji Su, this small tripod was a true spiritual object. What is a spiritual object? Having an aura in itself, it is both a spirit. As for the inscriptions around the body, they were actually countless general outlines of formations. A certain ancient cultivator used this object as a formation tripod, and the materials used in the forging of this object. Same source as the 9 tripods of Dayu. This was the chance that Chen Yu had waited for so long. Man waits for chance, and chance likewise waits for man. Chen Yu smiled slightly. This object has a bond with itself. Just now, during the diagnosis and treatment, it was limited by certain uncultivatable heavenly opportunities. Chen Yu didn't say it all. The reason why the statue of the evil god of the 5 passes stopped giving Wang Dequan his fortune was due to the interference of this tripod. The aura restrained the evil aura of the 5 passages evil god. Also because of this object. Only then did Wang Dequan more or less regain some of his humanity. To be able to come and see oneself. To be liberated from the back. After spending some time, Chen Yu familiarized himself with the contents of the text above the formation tripod. Take out your cell phone and start placing your order. The contents of the formation above the formation tripod were profound. Kill formation, protection formation, fate formation, maze formation, illusion formation. The list goes on and on. The breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage is imminent. Chen Yu needed a spell formation that could infinitely increase the chance of success. Perimeter spirit gathering formation. The main materials for setting up this formation are available online. Only a few core materials that Chen Yu had to find personally. As for how to find it, naturally, it's divinatory maneuvers. Disposing of the suitcases, Chen Yu began to maneuver the location of the required items. Confirmation. Call Zhang Jianjian, Wang Dequan respectively. These 2 men are a university president and a top 10 billionaire. Strong connections, and a fan of his own. Best for running errands. Having received the assurances from both of them, Chen Yu was completely relieved. Sitting back in his chair, he thought leisurely about his breakthrough in a few days. Breakthrough to foundation stage. Put it in the era of abundant aura. The encounter is like a stone thrown into the sea, hardly making a wave. But, this time and that time, nowadays, the aura is thin. Not to mention the foundation stage. Billions of people around the world. Chi refining stage cultivators. Could they come up with 100? I'm afraid they all have to write a big question mark. Just now, Chen Yu had obtained a massive amount of merit and chi. All of this merit and chi came from Wang Dequan. Instruct Wang Dequan to throw away the statue of the evil god of the 5 passes. Teach him to repair damaged essence through good deeds. It belongs to the category of rescuing people from suffering and helping them to accumulate goodness. Chen Yu again disguised to help Wang Dequan regain all kinds of lost humanity. Again, it is meritorious. With so many merits added together, the aura in his body was already enough to impact the foundation establishment stage. A few days later, Wang Digui and Zhang Jian, respectively, sent the materials Chen Yu needed. Use these core materials to act as formation guts, formation eyes, and formation gates. The weekly Heavenly Spirit Gathering formation was a great success. It looks like a big effort. In fact, the completed phalanx was only 2 meters in length and width. Sitting cross-legged at the position of the formation gallbladder, Chen Yu's chi traveled the circumference of the sky. Empty your mind. Reiki converges in the Xianguan Divine Mansion. The human flower, the ground flower, and the heavenly flower, the 3 flowers are gathered together. Then came the 5 chi. The aura that was transformed into merit and chi was firmly confined within the spell formation by the perimeter gathering spirit formation. Rumble. On the other hand, a strange scene appeared in Hangzhou. A large number of thunderclouds converged for a short period of time over the Hufang Street area. Elsewhere, it's a cloudless landscape. A muffled sound came from the cloud. It was as if there was a rainstorm about to pour. Tourists coming and going pick up the pace. No one noticed what these thunderclouds really represented. Ka-ching! It was too late. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and the sound of thunder was endless. Purple lightning thunder. A man standing on top of a large tree at the top of Qinglong Mountain in the far outskirts of Hangzhou. Expressions of surprise, completely in disbelief of the scene my eyes saw. In accordance with the old, between heaven and earth, once purple lightning and thunder appeared. It represented the emergence of a great power. River Place Street. Countless tourists tilted their heads and looked at the spectacle in the sky. It was as if purple thunderbolts kept flashing in the air. It was like a long dragon circling and crisscrossing. Offhand, not a single drop of rain fell. Many people took out their cell phones and filmed the scene overhead. A video of a large number of purple thunderbolts appearing on River Street has spread like the wind across the internet. The old man is just transiting the tribulation. Why should you juniors be alarmed? Thunderbolt help me. Split the old man's love rival. What ferrying? It's clearly Saul traveling to Hangzhou. Could it be that some scumbag swore countless poisonous oaths and got his comeuppance? What a clean angle upstairs. Transition that old senior. VI50. Brighten up the strength. All kinds of comments and messages directly pushed this video to the top of the hot search. Then an expert came out with a suggestion. Netizens are advised to refrain from rumors. Never confuse natural phenomena with feudal superstitions. Not to mention the wide range of opinions out there. Chen Yu opened his eyes only a day later. Call this breakthrough a layup all the way. The weekly Sky Spirit Gathering formation firmly locked in the aura. Not a trace of aura leaked out. Looking at his hands, Chen Yu could not help but be in a bit of a trance. It wasn't that long ago that this was a pair of hard-working little hands that beat the workers. Now, these hands have become the hands that turn the clouds. Literally flip-flopping. It's all been low-key enough, but I didn't expect it to still cause an uproar. Chen Yu, who was preparing to go out for some fresh air, just opened the door and was immediately startled by the scene in front of him. Hufang Street, which was already crowded with people, seems to be a New Year's Eve temple fair today. The streets are full of people, 90% of them with cell phones. No need to guess. It's either the anchors or the netizens who come over to hunt. Slipped and slipped. Chen Yu immediately closed the door. If you go out at this time, you'll have to be squeezed to death. It seems like it's been a couple days since I've gone to play with the patients. After thinking about it, Chen Yu went back behind his desk and turned on his computer to start broadcasting live. Joy to the world. Missing live returns. It must have been a birthday present from God knowing that I had a birthday today. One day's absence is like 3 autumns. Anchor, we haven't seen each other for 18 years. Did Dr. Chen just remember this, his account number and password? Chen Yu's live broadcast has just begun. The number of people in the live room immediately turned into 150,000 people. Not an instant influx. Instead, there are 100,000 plus water users every day, squatting in the live stream. Corresponding to this, other anchors live. The number of people pissed down like a slide. Extrapolating from the time period in which Chen Yu has been on the air a few times, most of the anchors, Know that Chen Yu likes to open the live broadcast in the morning or at noon. Anchors who are on at this time of year have changed their start times. It's all about avoiding being Chen Yu. Once it collided with Chen Yu's live broadcast, the popularity would at least be sucked away by more than half. There's no shortage of people with iron heads in the world. Today, at noon, a big anchor opened a game. Just getting the popularity together. Millions of watching aquatic friends, as if fleeing, left the live broadcast room. Good noon patience. Chen Yu waved and greeted his water friends, explaining that he has been busy with real work for the past 2 days and that's why he hasn't been on the air. Mentally sighing that you get what you pay for. A $5,000 ergonomic chair is indeed comfortable. Sit upright for long periods of time. The old back won't be sore anymore. You lie. A special effects pop-up legend passed by. You haven't been busy working the last few days, but you've done something big that's taken you off your feet. Chen Yu's heart fluttered. Did he expose himself? What great things has Dr. Chen done? I smell gossip. Could it be that the anchor actually went on a blind date in the past 2 days? Dr. Chen, we agreed to be single for the rest of our lives, but you abandoned us. Can we still have fun in the future? Thinking that someone was going to expose Chen Yu again, the water users were instantly happy. Soon, the owner of that pop-up sent a new one. Dr. Chen went for a facelift. One moment, hundreds of thousands of eyes, glued to the screen. Not to mention, Dr. Chen has indeed become more handsome than before. You see, his skin is fair as a bell. The eyes, the whole thing must be the eyes. They're so deep and beautiful. No, it's the nose. I didn't think that Dr. Chen would be exempt from taking the road of no return to plastic surgery. Seeking recommendations for hospitals. I also want to have my nose done. Ask for recommendations +1. Practicing 15 years of plastic surgeon statement. Dr. Chen is definitely not in the domestic plastic surgery. His face can be said to the degree of the perfect 5 senses. This technology cannot be reached domestically. Foreign only those top cosmetic surgery hospitals can do. The cost of at least $1 million or more. Is there a possibility that Dr. Chen has beauty on? Looking at the water friends brainstorming pop-ups, Chen Yu secretly sighed in relief. I thought it was obvious, but it was. But it's also true. Chen Yu was indeed off the charts. It is only at the foundation stage that one can be considered a cultivator in the true sense of the word. Your features, body shape, skin and temperament will all change drastically. If you go a step further, eliminate the remaining toxins in your body. The I Ching Felling. It can make the body more refined. No jokes everyone, it's the same old rule. 3 times a day. I'll give out red envelopes later. Chen Yu picked up the mouse and maneuvered the keyboard to enter a number. A few minutes later, the first 3 packs of the red packet were freshly made. Chen Yu said, please invite the first patient. A waterbender called. I'm going ashore. Appeared on the screen. The first waterbender was about 24 or 25 years old and wore dark-rimmed glasses. Gives off a literate vibe. Hello Dr. Chen. I couldn't be happier. Being able to connect to your mic is the third great thing I've come across this year. I want to go ashore cannot help but be overjoyed. And keep greeting Chen Yu. Why does a faint sadness appear in my heart when I see this screen name? You deserve to go ashore without balding your hair. 3 years and 3 years, and the old man is drowning. In a pinch, this dude is here to ask when he's going ashore. Chen Yu looked at the pop-ups of the water friends, and then looked at the seal of I want to go ashore. A smile rose to the corners of his mouth. Hello this patient, please state your condition. Chen Yu said, Dr. Chen, I've done something wrong to my wife. How can I make her forgive me? I'm going ashore with a smile fading from my face. Chen Yu smiled. You love your wife very much. Of course, I love her more than I love myself. I want to go ashore without waiting for Chen Yu to say again. Bamboo tube poor beans like. Telling stories about him and his wife. The two met through a matchmaking agency. About 5 or 6 interactions and then sex. Not long after, the woman found out she was pregnant. Demand that I go ashore and take charge. It wasn't long before the two were married. Not only does my wife not want a dowry, and knows I'm busy studying, she goes to every pregnancy test on her own, and is still very understanding of me, housework, and cooking, she does it all. Can such a good woman not deserve my love? I'm going ashore said. The first small wave of climaxes occurred in the broadcast room when this statement was made. Nima, is there any justice left? How come all the good wives are someone else's? My daughter-in-law is like a landlady, commanding me to do things every day. I'm even worse. Seeing as I'm idle at home, I'm told to get out more. And once I do, I'm scolded for not being home every day. What a bloodbath for married women and men. Wives who don't want a dowry these days are scarcer than pandas. Aren't you guys curious as to what he did to wrong his wife? The water boys snapped to attention. I'm going ashore to come on the air to ask Chen Yu to help him out. Get your wife's forgiveness. That means I'm going ashore to do something very hurtful to my wife. He can't coax himself at all. See the waterboy asking what he has done to upset his wife. I'm going ashore with a face of shame. Like a schoolboy who had made a mistake, he put his head down. This patient, since you have chosen to come to me for relief, you should not be psychologically pressurized. Chen Yu spoke in a comforting tone. A doctor's mission is to treat the patient's condition. No matter what you've done, I won't laugh at you. Thank you, Dr. Chen. I'm going ashore, slowly gathering my courage, and said, I cheated. Good lord. So it's a scumbag. I was never expecting that you would have the face to come to Dr. Chen to help you. Cheating is unforgivable. A cheating marriage is a blanket death sentence with no chance of redemption. Dr. Chen, you can't help it. Everyday fear of marriage. A firm belief in singleness for life. He who betrays his marriage does not deserve forgiveness. I'm going to shore this derailment as if I had stirred up a hornet's nest. The vast majority of the pop-ups were spraying him. The remaining pop-ups were all begging Chen Yu to never help him. There are only 0 and countless times to cheat. To help him is to harm another. No, it's not what you think. I'm going ashore with an agitated expression and argued. I never thought of cheating on my wife. What I said about cheating was a complete accident. All be quiet. Chen Yu tapped the table with the back of his fingers. The expression was serious. The water friends who stood on the moral high ground all saw that Chen Yu was unhappy. At once, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were 90% less. Chen Yu said, "You continue." After spending a minute or two, I'm going ashore to compose myself. Talk about a cheating experience that rivals that of a sinus. Not long ago, my wife had to travel for a day and called me in the evening. Said her BFF Lin got dumped by her boyfriend and is staying home alone and drinking. Please, I'm going over to help persuade her. I'm afraid Lin will drink too much and do something stupid. I didn't think much of it and immediately took a cab to Lin's house. The further down the line I go, the more bitter the tone of my wanting to go ashore becomes. Following the door code given to me by my wife, I'm going ashore to enter Lin's house. Just inside, he smelled the pungent odor of alcohol. Lin was sprawled out on the couch, looking royally drunk. He opened the window to ventilate the room while he cleaned the vomit from Lin's body. After about 2 hours of persuasion, I saw that Lin was almost stabilized, so I thought I'd send her back to her room to rest, and then I'd go home and rest too. I didn't realize that Lin had to force me to drink the last 2 beers with her. She won't go to sleep until she finishes it. Unable to resist Lin's pestering, I took a couple of token sips. Then, speaking of which, I'm going ashore with a guilty expression and put my head down. The words stopped coming out of his mouth. The plot is too cliched to be drunk and disorderly. All drunkenness is premeditated. There's no drunkenness. There's just drunkenness. There are too many people who use that excuse. A scumbag is a scumbag and doesn't accept explanations. Anyone who's ever had a drink knows that you can't do that when you're drunk. Wine is character. Even if I have to stop in the middle of disembarkation without speaking, it's not hard for waterbenders to brainstorm. What happened back there? Chen Yu comforted. Since you chose to come to me to seek medical advice, it means you believe in my medical skills. There's no need to cover up when you're dealing with a doctor. The only way to get full treatment is to talk about the things that have built up in your heart. At that, I'm going ashore and biting my lip. Dr. Chen, I can swear to God, I'm really not that kind of villain who takes advantage of people's danger. I don't know why, but after 2 sips of wine, I couldn't help myself. There was only one thing on his mind: possessing Lin. Feeling the encouragement in Chen Yu's words, I want to go ashore and finish the latter in one breath. 2 sips of wine. I'm going ashore to completely lose my nature. I don't know how long it took, but I had to go ashore to be awakened by a splash of cool water. Seeing Lin, who was shaking into a ball and covered in tears, as well as standing by the bed, the wife with the extremely pained face. My wife was uneasy about Lin and took the midnight train to get back to the area. Arriving at Lin's house and bumping into my ugly ass. Didn't say anything after that, slammed the door and left her house. I'm going ashore with tears of remorse streaming down my face. From that day on, the wife never came home again, and blacked out his various contacts. Yesterday evening, I'm going ashore to receive a delivery. When I opened it, it was a subpoena from the court. The wife is suing for divorce. Dr. Chen, 1,000 mistakes are my fault, but I really don't want to divorce my wife. I'd give anything not to lose my wife. I'm going ashore. Moods gradually become agitated. 5 carnivals in a row were rewarded to express the sincerity of the request for help. Doing something wrong to your wife and having the face to get her back. The bottom man is disgusting, no matter what the reason. Cheating is cheating and can never be forgiven. If he were my husband, I would have wasted him. The 5 carnivals I'm going ashore to give away have completely ignited the ire of the waterboys. His wife trusts him before she asks him to help comfort her love-struck best friend. Never in a million years. I can't believe he would do such a beastly thing. Such a lowlife. And he has the nerve to ask for forgiveness. A lot of married female sailors. Their lungs are going to explode. The male waterboys were equally pissed off. What a world. By what scum? Sven's scum. Often you can find a gentle and virtuous wife. They, the honest people, are not being receivers. It's about being sent the good guy card. Your condition is clear to me. You suffer from mild paranoia, which is mainly characterized by suspicion and a great distrust of the women around you. As soon as Chen Yu's words left his mouth, "I want to go ashore" was directly dumbfounded. Chen Yu couldn't be wrong. Could he? It's obvious that his wife doesn't trust him. How could he not trust the women around him? For their part, the watermen came in unison. The water friends who often watch Chen Yu's live broadcast gradually summarize 2 laws. Once Chen Yu has finished handing down the diagnosis of his condition, the next moment will be the melon-tossing moment, commonly known as the whole job. Dr. Chen, I know you look down on me. If I wasn't desperate, I wouldn't have come to you for help. Confessing my scandalous deeds in public means I really know I'm wrong. I'm going ashore to wipe my eyes. From the moment we received the court summons, I'm going ashore and I know that my wife's heart is broken. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone straight to court. Think about it. I want to go ashore to think of the recent internet, the famous miracle doctor Chen Yu. According to the analysis of those online posts, Chen Yu named psychiatrist, a master fortune teller. Actually, there's nothing he can't fix if he's willing to help. You have misunderstood this patient. The diagnosis I have given you is based on the results of your condition. There is not the slightest hint of mockery in the words, Chen Yu said with a serious expression. Also, you don't need to bother about the cheating. You're drunk and disorderly because the wine was drugged. I'm going to go ashore and sniff in amazement. You mean there's something wrong with the bottle of wine I drank? Chen Yu nodded. The wine was slipped a very potent love potion. Not to mention drinking it, even a whiff of the odor will make you go apeshit in spring. The pop-ups that kept scrolling in the live broadcast room appeared to stagnate for a short period of time. I'm going ashore after being treated like scum by my water friends. After all, it's the victim. This reversal is not a slap in the face. The saying about fireproofing against girlfriends is really true. Why did Lin do that? The man is plain looking and doesn't dress like a rich man. Why else? Can't see anyone else doing well. I seriously doubt that Lin's lost love and drunkenness was a setup at all. I'm going ashore with my wife coming back to see her in the middle of the night, and I guess Lin has expected it. The water friends have been transformed into little detectives, pulling the strings and analyzing Lin's purpose. I want to go ashore and say with grief and indignation, my wife is an orphan, and ever since I met Lin, I've treated her like my own sister. Every time my family has dinner, we call Lin and buy all kinds of things and leave her a share. Why would she want to hurt a friend who thinks of her as her own sister by drugging me? Chen Yu said indifferently, you've got 2 issues wrong. First, it wasn't Lin who drugged you. Secondly, Lin and your wife are not sisters in love, per se. I'm going ashore with my brain about to explode. The wife is clearly an orphan. How come you're related to Lin? And, if Lin hadn't drugged herself, who could it be? The water boy was equally full of questions. The live stream just started and such a big melon was thrown. People aren't ready for this. It's hard to believe his wife drugged him. Quite possibly. The new water. The waterman and I are going ashore dazed. This routine is so deep that it's off the charts. The water boys couldn't break their heads. Except I'm going ashore. Each person around him hides 100 hearts and minds. A wife is not a wife. She's a con woman. Lin is not his wife's best friend, but actually a real sister and accomplice. Even my own father, who was going ashore, didn't even tell him that the house would be a future subway station start point. Is it true that my crappy house will be converted into a subway station? I'm going ashore feeling dizzy in the head. Juan did not expect the shabby house that he disliked to the core. One day it will turn into a golden lump. Chen Yu said indifferently, if you don't believe me, you can call and ask your father. Or maybe it's waiting. Before long, the authorities will hold a press conference to publicize the construction of the subway. Chen Yu clearly told me to go ashore. Soon he will be a multimillionaire. But what goes around comes around. Your father would have been arrested for illegally obtaining secret information, and thus late in life. Everything is karmic. The reason I'm going ashore is that I'm being targeted by female scammers. It looked like it was because his father had talked too much. It aroused the suspicion of the crooks. The root cause. I'm going ashore. Life doesn't have a great deal of fortune in it. Once you acquire a huge fortune that you can't afford, the result is that other areas suffer. Dr. Chan, I don't want my father to go to jail. Help me save him. I'm going ashore pleading. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu said with a smile on his face, if you want your father to stay out of jail, I do have a way. What way? I'm going ashore excitedly. Deliver this house to the proper authorities at the original purchase price. In this way, the authorities will maximize the leniency of your father's sentence, and it will cure you. Chun Yu looked at a glance. I want to go ashore. Still think you're not delusional now? Seeing Chun Yu mention paranoia again. I'm going ashore crying and shaking my head. Ever since I learned that people around me hide their hearts. I'm going ashore feeling like trust is too cheap. The father kept the house a secret. Probably worried that he had no way to keep it a secret. There are extenuating circumstances. The wife you trusted with your own heart and soul. Surprisingly, it's a female liar. Lin, the best BFF in the mouth, is equally a liar. Convinced that I'm not delusional, I'm going ashore. Inexplicably, the more beautiful the woman, the less she can be trusted. If you choose not to surrender the 300 square feet of house in your name, you will receive a compensation payment of at least $20 million. When you have money, your paranoia gets worse. Any woman who comes near you, or even speaks to you, you'll suspect they're up to something else. Living a lifetime of delusional speculation. A lot of money, but you can't trust anyone. At this point, Chun Yu turned to what it would have been like to go ashore without a house. Actually, it's not a lack of ability that you keep failing the public exams. The reason? Too much tension. Whenever I get to the interview, I either stutter or stumble. You're afraid of being humiliated, so you excuse yourself every time with a few bad grades. Along with your initiative to turn in your unjustly enriched house, you have become an excellent model for media coverage. You'll still be stumbling in your next public interview. Your high spirits, however, managed to score you a lot of points, and you barely passed the interview. Chun Yu's side of the story is about the situation after I have to disembark and turn in my house. The water boys in the live room. They can't hold their little hands down anymore. Dr. Chen is bullish. There really just isn't anything you can't solve. It was worth it to lose tens of millions of dollars. But my father didn't have to go to jail, and I was able to go ashore myself. I graduated and disembarked. School and workplace were seamless, and life wasn't interesting at all. Surprise, Master Versailles. Doesn't any of you care that I'm going ashore? That cheating wife? Almost forgot about her. Dr. Chen. What will happen to the two female crooks in that agency? The water boys came back to their senses. I was so focused on kibitzing and chatting about going ashore, I almost forgot about the scammers. Chun Yu said, it's quite interesting to say what happens to these crooks. Assuming this patient hadn't come to me, the end result would have been their divorce case, which went to court for adjudication. Female liar produces video to act as evidence that her husband cheated on her in marriage. The court decreed that the two were divorced and the female liar got the house as she wanted. Then, Chun Yu said, it will be your father's turn to make a move. My father? I'm going ashore flabbergasted and said, what did he do? When your father saw that the mountain of gold that he had prepared for you was divided among your wife, he went to her to discuss buying back the house. The lady liar and your father, both of them are the best of men. Through some conversation, he saw the identity of the female liar and guessed some of the original story. In order to keep the con woman from succeeding, your father chose to call the police. Ask the police to come and check the identity of the female liar. While the Civil Affairs Bureau can't see the authenticity of documents, the police can. In this same way, the gang of female liars was sent to prison. As for the house, it was forfeited outright because it was in the name of the female liar. Chun Yu paused and picked up a glass of water to moisten his throat. Ginger is really old. The Grand Master is mighty. Any way you look at it, it's more cost-effective to voluntarily turn in your house. That's not even close. It simply is. Dr. Chen. I'm going ashore already knowing the identity of the female liar. And what's going to happen to that liar? Seeing this inquiry pop up, an odd smile appeared at the corner of Chun Yu's mouth. The two water boys on the air have driven to the police station. The water friends immediately understood what Chun Yu meant. Ha ha ha. Dr. Chen's live broadcast room is never short of fun. I didn't realize that the two ex-husband brothers were also fans of Dr. Chen. This time the lady liar is miserable. When this broadcast ends today, I guess the matchmaking company will have to roll up their bags and run away. Serves them right. They're the worst. That pair of sister scammers out to scam people probably had a hard time with it. 2. Bagpipes from afar. End times kill the virgin first. I want to go ashore with a sincere expression. Dr. Chen, you have not only cured my disease, but also pointed out my future. Thank you. Having said that, I'm going to go ashore and finish paying the fee through the bounty system. Choose to go down to the wheat to do the work of the father. Hello Dr. Chen, I'm glad to get your streak. I want to go ashore the front foot off the mic. The back foot will be someone seamlessly linked to Chun Yu's live room. Seeing this person, Chun Yu frowned slightly. The water friend who linked up with Chun Yu. His net name is Akun Fancy Kidnapping Cats and Dogs. It seemed like he had just gotten up and was wearing pajamas. It's him, little Quinquin the love anchor. Wow, this little brother is so handsome. Watch out upstairs sister. This guy is a head kidnapper. That's right, I'm even a veteran kidnapper. No way. How dare the kidnappers seek out Dr. Chen's medical care and not be afraid of arrest if they are exposed? Ha ha ha, the honest man is caught alive. Don't get it wrong if you don't know little Quinkin's water friends. Kidnapper is a playful term for him from our old fans. He's actually the head of a caring pet hospital and often talks about kidnapping instead of purchasing, so we call him the head kidnapper. The reality of Akun's fancy kidnapping of cats and dogs is revealed after a hot water friend introduces him. Many female water lovers who like cats and dogs have clicked on the attention on Akun's avatar. Due to his baby face, fans who follow Akun call him Little Koen. In the beginning, Akun went for the cute anchor style, regular daily live streaming of the family's pet dogs and cats. About 2 years ago, Koen started to do cat and dog rescue. We rescue and adopt stray dogs and cats every day, rain or shine. As more and more stray dogs and cats are adopted, Koen sold his house and opened a caring pet hospital that integrates adoption, treatment and delivery. Eyes opened. At last we see the male version, having money to spend on a bunch of animals instead of honoring your parents. What a way to bring filial piety. Selling a house to save a bunch of animals. Is this man seriously ill? You're the ones who are sick. Quin doesn't spend your family's money to rescue stray animals. Bunch of yin-yangs. No love for yourselves. Calling people saints. Wishing you'd be reincarnated as animals in your next life. Quin, don't mind them. Has your pet hospital reached a balance lately? How can it be balanced? Since we know that little Quinkin's hospital adopts pets, I don't know how many unscrupulous owners have abandoned their baby pets in front of the hospital. The large number of water users who supported their favorite Akun was like a giant wave that swallowed the black fans and keyboard warriors cleanly. No more black fans and keyboard warriors to interfere. The watermen started asking again about the operation of the caring pet hospital. Families, please, everyone just keep quiet. Don't make a mess of the live room because of me. The slightest bitterness appeared on Akun's dull face. Repeatedly, I urge people not to argue and spray people. He had linked up with Chunyu for an extremely important matter. The water friends continue to make a lot of noise, and it would be troublesome to piss off Chunyu and cause him to go off the air. Anchor, you must hold on. Whoever questions you in the future, you let out money to rescue stray cats and dogs. Just move your mouth and not pay. It's not as good as a dog. Instead of blaming the unscrupulous owners who abandon their pets, these little hacks ridicule rescuers and wish they would just explode in place. Scolding is definitely receiving black money. It is estimated that the small Koen their local other pet hospital boss instructed. It's definitely the work of your peers, hating you for undercutting your furry kids and influencing them to make big bucks. Movie insurance is something that is not understood by many people, and it can only be described as cold. Looking at the large number of encouraging pop-ups on the screen, Koen kept thanking everyone. Dr. Chan, can we start now? Chenyu nodded and said, let's talk about your condition first. Dr. Chen, let me say sorry to you first. I'm not linking up with you for a cure. I want to use your live feed to ask people if anyone wants to adopt a small animal. Koen first expressed his sincere apologies to Chenyu, then straight to the point. Pet hospitals are adopting more and more stray cats and dogs, and are already at full capacity. In order to continuously rescue stray cats and dogs, Koen urgently needs caring people to adopt the current batch of stray cats and dogs, and most of his fans on the air have pets at home. In desperation, Koen thought of using the momentum of publicity. I just saw a live room where the number of viewers exceeded 1 million in a short period of time, although no attention had been paid to Chenyu. But in order to publicize the adoption of a pet, he came in anyway. I didn't expect to have so much luck. Become the man of the streak. Dr. Chen, could you please give me a few minutes? In a moment I'll take your live room, put it on my follow list, and promise to come see you live often. Please, just give me a few minutes of publicity. Will you? Koen folded his hands and kept sending pleas to Chenyu. Chenyu's expression became somewhat subtle, raising his hand in a casual gesture. Koen said thank you and took out a large number of photos of stray cats and dogs in need of adoption. The stray dogs and cats in the photo are very cute. Draws out a lot of pop-ups about them. Some people ask for what they want. Some people give it up like it's nothing. Quinn, can I adopt a kitten? Cats and dogs are the creator's best friends to mankind. If I were a millionaire, I would absolutely adopt them all. These little cuties are really so healing. People who don't own pets will never know how much fur kids long for a safe and warm home. Can you kill me without a pet knife? Each one is so cute. What if I want to adopt them all? There were about 50 pets in the photo, and the number of water users who sent pop-ups wanting to adopt them exceeded hundreds. A number of sailors have their eyes on the same pet and fight over it non-stop. I don't know who led the way, but they were going to bid on it. Adopting a pet is an act of love. No monetary gain is involved. Please live within your means. Caring for pets is not an easy task. Since I chose to adopt, I have to be prepared to take care of him for the rest of his life. Pets also have to be regularly wormed, bathed, vaccinated, spayed or neutered, etc. Caring people who are not in a position to do so for the time being may be affecting themselves and their pets. In both directions, if they rashly adopt a pet. After roughly recounting some of the do's and don'ts, Akun then tells the caring people who are really capable to adopt pets. Adopting a pet only requires an adoption contract, leave home address, contact info. Akun will make regular phone calls or direct home visits, determine if these pets are properly cared for. If the crowd is thinking about it, they can come to Akon's live stream. He'll pull people into an adoption group to detail more adoption do's and don'ts, confirm that there are no errors and sign the electronic contract. Dr. Chen, I'm done. Thank you for your tolerance and love. I'll go back first. Akon said, about to get off the mic. Chen Yu faintly said, before you get off the mic, you might as well pull open the right pajama sleeve. Right hand pajama sleeve? Quinn flinched and used his left hand to roll up his right sleeve hand above his arm. Ah, what's going on here? Gon jumped in shock. In the middle of the small arm of his right hand, a black patch appeared. The markings were black and creepy, blacker than thick ink. Holy shit, what is this disease and why are the spots so big? Could it be a birthmark? Eyes useless can be donated to the needy. Their own body has no birthmarks. Little Cohen will not know. The water boys had thought that the streak, at this point, would be over, which was the second before little Quinn got off the mic. Pointed out by Chen Yu that there is something wrong with his arm. It looks like the markings came out of nowhere. Otherwise, why would little Quinn be so alarmed? Dr. Chan, how do you know I have a mark on my arm? Surprised, Akon remembered another problem. I didn't even know myself that such a thing appeared on my arm. How could Chen Yu not see it? He can't be unaware. What Dr. Chen does, can he? If that's true, this is going to be fun to watch. I remember that during the time when Dr. Chen was on fire all over the internet, Cohen seemed to have gone to the countryside to rescue animals. No wonder I don't know what Dr. Chen is capable of. Seeing his water friends posting all sorts of pop-ups about Chen Yu's ability, Cohen was once again dumbfounded. They're sure they're talking about Chen Wu, not an omnipotent deity? Live streaming the robbers, solving an old case. The real estate mogul committed suicide. By Chen Wu. What's this all about? The inexplicable appearance of a mark on his arm was enough to surprise Gon. Hundreds of explanatory pop-ups from his water friends made Gon feel like he had entered a madhouse. This patient, you have a complex condition that is likely to be life-threatening if not treated in a timely manner. Chen Yu looked at Akon on the opposite side of the screen and said slowly, of course, you can choose to stay in my live room to receive treatment, or you can just get off the mic. That's your patient's right, and I have no right as a doctor to interfere. Cohen said, Dr. Chen, aren't you a psychiatrist? You can also see skin diseases? Chen Yu smiled lightly. The blemishes on your arm are not a skin disease. Come to think of it, things have been going on around me lately that common sense can't explain. What common sense can't explain? Quinn muttered, tasting the meaning of Chen Yu's words. Chen Yu crossed his arms and leaned forward slightly. Come to think of it? Come to think of it, something out of the ordinary does happen around me. Quinn frowned. Tell Dr. Chen, he'll be able to help you. That's right, Dr. Chen has great skills, and those who have received his help have been able to turn their lives around in the end. Don't ever hide it from Dr. Chen, or you'll be in big trouble. Dr. Chen doesn't see mental illnesses today, he sees physical illnesses instead. Countless pop-ups were praising Chen Yu for his great medical skills, as Chen Yu strictly prohibited in the live broadcast, mentioning all kinds of gods and ghosts. The water friends could only describe Chen Yu's skill as a great healer. I don't know why, but my mental state has become very poor lately, producing hallucinations and visions. Unable to resist the persuasion of the water friends, Cohen began to talk about the recent, strange things that happened around him. It started about half a month ago. Quinn is always midnight and sees black shadows drifting by. Every now and then, the sound of laughter like that of a child could be heard near the ear. Thinking that you are so busy working that you are wearing your body out. Cohen went down to the countryside the other day to rescue cats and dogs, also for a change of scenery. Relax your mind. He came back in the middle of the night yesterday. Before changing pajamas, there were no such spots on the hands. After listening to Cohen's self-description of his condition, Chen Yu looked at his wrist again. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Did he touch something dirty? I think I know where the bruises came from. Begging for science. You guys look up Gue Pinch Green with does. Geez, Gue Pinch Green and little Quinn seem to be in the same situation. No way. No way. There's really something like that in the world? Watching Chen Yu live for so long, the water friends are the first to hold back so hard. worried about being blackballed by Chinyu and not being able to see the wonderful live broadcast behind. The water friends don't dare to type ghost characters. Either use phonetics instead, or use filth to express the meaning instead. Ghost pinching green refers to a ghost approaching a living person at night, pinching and pinching with ghostly hands on people. One does not feel any pain. The next day, I would wake up with tons of bruises on my body where I had been pinched and pinched. See the scene where the water boys want to say something but don't dare. Chenyu mentally guffawed. Before the treatment, let me make one thing clear again. There are no ghosts in the world. The so-called ghosts are actually a scientific phenomenon. The waterman listened with interest. More and more. I'm enjoying Chanwa's serious nonsense. There is a magnetic field that comes with the creature. After the death of the creature, this magnetic field will turn into another wave of free electricity. Freewheeling waves are capable of instantaneous aggregation and dispersion. And when they encounter other magnetic influences, the energy body will change. The Earth is full of all kinds of magnetic fields, which is why there are all kinds of ghost sightings. What the living see as a ghost is actually an energy body. Chenyu did not change his face and heartbeat, explaining the existence of ghosts in scientific terms. Quinn listened in awe. It feels like half the sentence is missing. Knowledge is power. This is true. Knowing that the anchor is talking nonsense, I can't even refute it. Dr. Chen, does this ghost thing fall under the category of evolution? Do they need to follow the laws of cosmic physics? Does gravity, temperature, space, and time have an effect on them? You can't be unbelievable when you've been through something. Dude, tell your story. Science can only prove what's there, not what's not there. And to summarize, there are still ghosts in the world. I understand the reasoning. I should still be afraid. Chenyu open broadcast strictly prohibit water friends to mention anything related to feudal superstitions, gods and ghosts. He took it upon himself to say so, and it was like the water boys were unsealed, trying to get all kinds of whole jobs. The waterbenders who came in afterward were all confused, wondering if I'm in the wrong live room. The screen is filled with all sorts of lofty-looking philosophical theories, physical terms. There are even tons of English pop-ups. Not only are the new waterbenders getting screwed won't. Even Cohen, who looked like I was poorly read. The exaggerated look of you guys bullying me. Dr. Chen, can we see the doctor first and talk about something else later? Gon laughed bitterly. The heart simply doesn't believe in ghosts in this world. Longtime anchor Cohen knows a thing or two about that. Take the waterboy's word for it easily. Then you lose. Little Cohen. Dr. Chen has already diagnosed you. Dr. Chen never talks about ghosts and gods. Today he made an exception and talked about what a ghost is. Don't you understand? Showdown. Quinn, you hit a ghost. Cohen does not understand Chenyu's style. The old water friends each door offered to explain what a ghost is. The implication of Chenyu's words was clear enough. Seeing the pop-ups, Quinn scoffed. No wonder Chenyu's live broadcast was so hot. You really put your money where your mouth is by hiring so many trustees to help warm up the crowd. Chenyu said, your bruises are indeed related to this type of energy body. Need therapy? Are there really ghosts in this world? What the hell? It's clearly an energy body. Little Quinn hasn't done anything bad. Why would evil spirits bully him? Who told you that if you haven't done anything bad you won't hit a ghost? My fourth uncle's neighbor's third grandpa's youngest grandson is only 5 years old, and he heard that he hit an evil spirit not too long ago. I am afraid of ghosts, and they do not hurt me a bit. We future receivers are not afraid of ghosts. Just trust the light and the ghosts won't dare hurt you. My mom said if I could lose weight, I'd have a ghost, and then I believed in ghosts. The water users were sending pop-ups more frequently at the moment than in any previous live broadcast, for no other reason. Stimulation. Everyone has heard of such things as ghosts. Whether there is or isn't is another world problem that no one can say for sure. Now, Chenyu admits that Cohen is being haunted by a ghost. It's simply too exciting. Dr. Chenyu said I met a ghost. You should tell me why the ghost is haunting me first, right? Also, how did you see the mark on my arm through my shirt? Archon's tone gradually became grave. What a joke. Humans are going to the moon and there are still people claiming that there are ghosts in the world. If there really are ghosts, surely there will be gods as well. Where's Chang'e? Where's Wu Gang? The moon is nothing but craters. Chenyu compartmentalized. Who is this fooling? As a professional doctor, is it strange to see problems in a patient's body? Chenyu asked rhetorically. No surprise. No surprise. Dr. Chen is the way. Dr. Chen is the reason. Kuan, listen to my advice. Don't doubt Dr. Chen. The first two people who suspected Dr. Chen, one has already gone to hell, and the other is about to report to hell. Little Cohen, hurry up and apologize to Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen will definitely help you. Being possessed is no joke. Save your life. It's really a long time coming. and there are still people who don't believe in Dr. Chen in today's tigerfish platform anchors. The look of distrust on Gon's face was all too obvious. Fear that Akun will question Chenyu and in turn send himself away. Kind-hearted water friends have advised Akun. Whatever Chenyu said, he just listened. Afterward, ask Chenyu for help. Get rid of the ghost and be done with it. Chenyu glanced at Akun's erect neck and said, the reason why you stumbled upon the energy body came from the pendant on your neck. Hearing this, Kun subconsciously touched his neck with his hand. Chenyu said, you take out the stuff first. I'm talking to you slowly. Gon thought for a moment and unbuttoned his shirt. It would be interesting to see what Chenyu could ultimately say. From the neck of his erection, he took off a small jade plaque carved with the image of Buddha. This is a Buddha sign, right? Seems like yeah. I saw stores selling this stuff on my last trip to Siam. Aren't Buddha cards good luck? How can they still attract ghosts? Many watermen who have traveled to Siam have successively recognized it. This thing is a Buddha sign. The Buddha medallion belongs to the local protective Buddha unique to Siam. There is a wide variety of materials used to make them, carved with different molded Buddha statues and blessed with temple incense. It can bring the wearer good luck in wealth, marriage, career and other good fortune. I don't know if it's well publicized or if it's really spiritual. In short, the fame of the Buddha brand is growing. 10 foreign tourists traveling to Siam. At least 3 or 4 of them will be admiringly buying Buddha cards. Everyone's right. It was out of curiosity that I bought a Buddha sign to act as an amulet when I traveled to Siam. A few years ago, Kun Jr. and his girlfriend traveled to Siam. I heard from the locals that a temple in this area sells Buddha medals that are particularly effective. Out of curiosity, the two went around the temple. I saw a lot of people buying it and the price was fair. Little Quinquin just bought one too. I just googled it. And some of the local ill-intentioned temples in Siam will use human bones to make Buddhist medals to save money. Little Quinquin's being possessed is most likely still due to the fact that his Buddha medallion, which is also made of human bone, is being targeted by the ghosts of the dead. 2 consecutive special effects pop-ups floated across the screen. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. A large number of waterbenders followed suit and went online to look it up. It's a real shock not to check. The water amongst the Buddha's cards is ridiculously deep. Siam besides has world-renowned skills in metamorphic surgery. Tourism, likewise, is world-renowned. Millions of tourists patronize Siam every year. The number of Buddha cards sold can be imagined, as the proper Buddha cards need to be enlightened by the temple for 49 days. This results in the availability of goods from time to time. It's like the water boy just said. All sorts of bizarre and inexplicable tactics began to appear in order to amass wealth. Some temples use human bones instead of jade to manufacture Buddha medals. Save money while eliminating the opening of the light as a part of the process. Some voodoo mages are trying to make a buck out of it too. The so-called Buddha cards, which have been tried and true, have been made by evil means. Not only do these things above not bring good luck, once worn, all sorts of trouble can ensue. The water friends are certain that this Buddha medal bought by Akoan is definitely not the real thing. Dr. Chen, you're not saying that there's something wrong with this Buddha medal I'm wearing, are you? Archon was more than a little panicked by the descriptions of his water friends. The sound of his voice began to tremble as he spoke. Chenyu nodded and said, there is indeed something wrong with this item you are wearing. Get a candle and light it. Then place it half a centimeter from the candle flame. Gon ran to the small store outside his house and bought a red candle. Back in front of the computer, Quinn lit the candle. Carefully hang the Buddha sign above the candle flame. In the next second, a black smoke came out of the Buddha sign. A stream of shrill and eerie howls rang out from Akun's house for no reason. Did everyone hear that? It seems like a baby's cry. There really are ghosts in the world. Why do I feel so scared when I'm obviously across the net? You're not the only one who's scared. I've got goosebumps. Little Quinquin, how are you? Say something if you're okay. Don't scare us. The black smoke was accompanied by screams that scared the guts out of a number of watermen. There was a sense of immersive horror in what was clearly an extreme separation. The water boys are still just scared through the screen. Cohen, who was at the scene, was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The Buddha medallion came off and fell to the ground. His face as pale as if he were a dead man. Crap, there really are ghosts in the world. Dr. Chan, help. How the hell do I get rid of it? Quinn's baby face wore a palpable sense of trepidation, unease, and impatience. It didn't matter whether Chenyu was a psychiatrist or a ghost-catching Taoist priest. Just save your own life. It's not hard to get rid of him, but it only treats the symptoms, not the cause. Chenyu spoke slowly. You have a deep bond with the energy body. If you don't unlock the key to it, you're still going to run into this stuff again and again. And soon, your life will not be your own. Dr. Chen, don't sell me short. As long as I can get it to stop pestering me, I'll do whatever I'm told. Cohen forced down his nervousness and uneasiness and assured himself in front of countless water friends, as long as Chunyu helps himself to destroy this ghost, let him do whatever he wants. Not many people in the world are not afraid of ghosts, especially after knowing that ghosts are real. The thought of a ghost on his side makes Quinn want to run away from his home. I don't need you to do anything for me. You ask. I see. You and me. That's it. Chen Yu's words carried a hint of indifference. This energy body that haunts you is connected to your bloodline. Are you sure you want me to exterminate it? When these words came out, Cohen's gaze turned extremely shocked. He fell back into his chair with a weak foot. Dr. Chen, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by bloodline connection? What's not to understand about that? The bloodline means they're related. OMG. What a big melon this is. A loved one turned into a ghost to victimize a loved one. How much revenge must there be between them? No way. Little Cohen has such a good character and is so caring. He shouldn't have a grudge against anyone. Dr. Chen might as well put words and make them clearer. The water lovers felt like they were on a cloud. Turning into a ghost is all it takes to harm Quan. What's the grudge? What's the feud between the two? Cohen seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes skimmed timidly over the Buddha medallion on the ground. Chen Yu said indifferently, looks like you've already thought of it. Not bad. It's him. No. Cohen stood up violently, yelling, impossible. He didn't even come to be born. How could he become a ghost? There are no certain rules for the formation of energy bodies. Even before they are born as adults, the fetus can be turned into an energy body just as well. It's true that the thing you're wearing around your neck isn't a Buddha sign, but it's not some messed up thing either. It's just an ordinary jade tablet. It is often said that jade has an aura that nourishes people. According to the scientific explanation, jade is a mineral, which also carries a magnetic field. The magnetic field of your jade is more powerful, and the baby's energy body in the fetal demise naturally intermingled with it. The baby's energy body isn't really strong, and at first you can't hear or see him. It wasn't until recently that he absorbed enough of the jade's magnetic energy to start affecting your sensory hearing. After explaining all this, Chen Yu felt tired himself. Something that could have come out clear in a few words. Once you put on the scientific veneer, it's a lot of work to say. In metaphysical terms, Cohen killed the unborn child. A wisp of the baby's soul floated into the jade, borrowing the jade aura to nourish his own body. His power began to grow stronger. The ability to affect the human visual senses. You hear and see ghosts and strange noises. All from him, your son. The shock value of these words. No less than an atomic explosion. I didn't want to. I really didn't mean to. Don suddenly fell to his knees and held his face as he bawled. I didn't even know she was pregnant when I fought with her. I never would have done it if I had known. Quinn choked. Little Cohen, don't cry first. What's going on? Tell everyone. This ghost, is it really your son? I was wrong about you. I didn't realize you were this kind of person. Even your own child is harmed. Fans, especially women, couldn't believe their ears. Cohen, who is full of love for small animals, has done this kind of thing in reality. No. I really didn't mean it. Quinn touched 2 tears, began to explain the reason for the middle. One day when the hospital was paying rent and I went home to get my bank card to withdraw the money, my girlfriend suddenly gave me an ultimatum. If I continue to stick money into the hospital for the rest of my life, I won't be able to save up the dowry her parents want. Then my girlfriend asked me to make a choice. It's continuing to stick money into the bottomless pit that is the hospital, choosing her and breaking up, or close the hospital and marry her and start a family. I love the critters as much as I love her, and I don't want to choose either one, Cohen stated tearfully. His heart was in turmoil. Never thought the day would come when his girlfriend would ask him to make a trade-off between the two. In the face of his girlfriend's relentless pressing, Gon could only choose to look the other way. Pay this installment of hospital rent first. Give him some time to think it over. Unfortunately, the girlfriend doesn't agree at all. Force him to make a decision right away. At that exact moment, the landlord called and pressed for when the rent would be called in. Cohen can only pay the rent first, and then slowly undo the girlfriend's work. The girlfriend pulls Cohen to death to keep him from leaving. Distracted, Cohen used to push his girlfriend a little. I didn't realize that my girlfriend hit the corner of the table and proceeded to bleed a lot from underneath. It was only at this time that Cohen realized that his girlfriend was already 4 months pregnant. Forcing him to make a choice is trying to give the child a stable living environment in the future. By the time I know, it'll be too late. Quinn regrets it, but his girlfriend no longer forgives him. Shortly thereafter, she left the area. The previous pop-ups claiming Gon disappeared. There was silence in the live room. Cohen invariably kills the unborn child. This thing can't be washed away. But then again, in that situation, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for any water user to remain calm. The landlord is rushing him and his girlfriend is harping on him to make a choice. It is normal for people to become emotional in such situations, choosing between a hobby and a loved one. This question is too hard. Perhaps having voiced the remorse that had been pent up in his heart for so long, Cohen's mood improved. At the very least, the legs stopped shaking. Before, I didn't know that this ghost was my child before I asked you, Dr. Chen, to destroy it. Now I will take responsibility for him. Dr. Chen, can you find him a proper home? Cohen politely requested. Chen ran to think of something. Can you take this poor child and transcend him to hell or something like that? Get a good berth in your next life. Chen Yu nodded. Tell Cohen to call a courier to his door right now and express deliver this Buddha medal to him. The address. Chen Yu has sent a private message to Cohen. A dozen or so minutes later, a neighborhood courier guy came to the door to pick up the package. Dr. Chan, will all my problems be solved by couriering the Buddha medals to you? Quinn asked. Chen Yu shook his head. Not really. What? Quinn was surprised. What else is wrong with me? It seems that what I just said didn't register with you. Just as well. I'll tell you again. Chen Yu once again spoke about what he had just said. Quinn has a deep bond with the Energizer. Akun said blankly, what do you mean by bondage? I'll give you a heads up. Chen Yu said without haste. How did Li Xiaohua die? Hearing this word death in Chen Yu's words, the live broadcast instantly boiled. With a name like Li Xiaohua, it seems like a girl. No way. The anchor is going to solve the case online again? Geez, did little Quinn kill someone? Don't talk nonsense upstairs sand sculpture. Li Xiaohua is not a person. It is a puppy. Wasn't Little Flower adopted? How could Dr. Chen say it's dead? Chen Yu live broadcast. There are a lot of water friends have paid attention to Akuan. A portion of Akuan's old fans quickly remembered Li Xiaohua. As the pop-up said, Li Xiaohua is not a human being. It's a stray dog rescued by Kuan. There was a flower spot on his face, and his name was Li, hence the name Li Xiaohua. Talk about a dangerous situation. At that time, Cohen was still a budding pet anchor, taking the family's one cat and one dog to the countryside on weekends. Not a moment later, Quinn heard the faintly audible sound of a dog barking. A small, not very large dog is being entangled in a cobra. If ordinary people saw it, they would run as far away as they could. Quinn was not. Not only did he not run, but he fought off the cobra with the support of his water friends. Saved this poor stray dog. Akun then realized that the puppy had visible teeth marks on its body. It means it was bitten by a cobra. Even so, Akun didn't give up on the rescue. Turn off the live stream and head to the vet with your puppy. For a while afterward, Cohen posted daily videos of the puppy receiving treatment at the vet hospital. Quinn spent tens of thousands of dollars and eventually cured the snake venom in the puppy, and found it an owner. It didn't take long for Quinn to start transitioning from budgie anchor to animal rescue anchor. Quinn is so caring, touchy-feely. Something's wrong. Li Xiaohua was adopted by her owner in good health. How could she die again? Everything happens for a reason. So get it downstairs. Pick up your sister. Dr. Chen. Tell everyone, what happened to Li Xiaohua? Knowing what Li Xiaohua had been through, new curiosity flooded the minds of the waterbenders. According to Gon's fans, the stray dog Li Xiaohua was saved by Gon from the mouth of a poisonous snake. Again, he paid out of his own pocket to detoxify and nourish his body. It was then given to a loving adopter. The whole process is full of human feelings and love. How can this word death be involved? This patient, since you chose to come to me for treatment, you should know my rules. It's important to be secretive, and to be truthful in order to get proper treatment. Chen Yu stared at Cohen on the screen as if he had a point. Cohen said with a bewildered look on his face. Dr. Chen, I really don't understand what you're saying. It's true that little Flower Li was rescued by me, but I gave him up for adoption over a year ago. Then the adopter took Li Xiaohua to work out of town and we gradually lost contact. Chen Yu sighed at his words. Since you're not willing to open up to me, that's a question that will be put aside for now. Next, it's time for the diagnosis of your mental illness. Mental illness? Cohen said offhandedly. Dr. Chen, running into ghosts is not a mental illness, is it? Chen Yu sneered. All sorts of things, all originated from your mental illness. What mental illness do I have? Cohen said half-heartedly. Fetish for lies. The screen was nearly covered in pop-ups at this statement. I don't know when it started, but every time Chen Yu threw out the name of a mental illness, there will always be a large number of waterbenders clamoring for answers. The water group jokingly called it a snatch. For my part, liophilia falls under the category of eccentric personality disorder, which roughly means an addiction to lying that, in the middle to late stages, makes 9 out of 10 sentences false. Liarophiliacs enjoy lying to deceive people, achieve inner satisfaction, and are good at acting. There are 5 different types of lie fetishes, and the situations vary. A lot of science pop-ups floated by, followed by countless question marks. Chen Yu said Cohen has a penchant for lies. Is it hard to believe that Cohen has been lying and cheating all along? Dr. Chen, your joke is a bit much. Quinn frowned unhappily. I never joke around during the clinic. Chen Yu said seriously. According to the analysis of psychological theories, your condition belongs to the selfish domination type of lie fetish. In layman's terms, lying is a way to satisfy one's own personal interests for the purpose of making money. After saying that, Chen Yu lowered his head and drummed up his cell phone. Dr. Chen, you've gone too far. Don's tone gradually became angry. I respect you as a capable and great anchor, but you can't just make bad jokes like that. Such unsupported words. Please don't say them again. Still, I want to thank you for helping me with the weirdness around me, Quinn said as he paid for this time in the form of a bounty, getting ready to leave the live feed. What if I have proof? Chen Yu asked coldly. Then please show it, Quinn said. Chen Yu nodded and pointed his cell phone screen at the camera. Isn't this the live video of Cohen rescuing Li Xiaohua? Yes. I have this live recording screen in my collection, and every time I'm depressed I take it out to see and feel the love in the world. Do people think Gon really has a fetish for lies? If anyone else says that, Auntie will make sure she sprays him in the face with salt spray, and replace him with Dr. Chen. And I don't know anymore. In the name of the deaf pupil, I think Dr. Chen has a point. The cell phone screen played a video. A green meadow in a bird-smelling suburb. Cohen is all smiles as he plays with his cat and dog. Immediately afterward, the screen became sharply wobbly. After a few dozen seconds, the screen stops shaking. In front of the camera is a grassy area. An arm-thick cobra, about a meter long, was wrapped in a death grip around a whimpering puppy. As opposed to the usual selfish dominant lying fetish, you have some expressive personality embedded in your condition. When the budding live broadcast hit the internet, you thought of making a fortune out of it and using it to raise the dowry demanded by your mother-in-law. I didn't realize that I had just entered the circle, and the winds of the budding live streaming came to an end. After working hard every day to broadcast live for a few months, the bounty received is only enough to buy some cat food and dog food. The other day, you saw a news story about a dog's mouth saving a cat's life hit the news. The news draws the attention of millions of people, and you're instantly counting on it. I decided to transition to a pet rescue anchor, but it's not easy to hit the ground running. Thinking about it, you come up with a poisonous plan. This video and the puppy recuperation video you took afterward were deliberately filmed in reverse order by you. Li Xiaohua died half an hour after being bitten. Those images in the vet hospital were taken by you ahead of time with Li Xiaohua. After taking these follow-up shots, you drop it into the snake's mouth. That cobra, by the way, you bought it too. Crap, this Cohen is an animal. It's okay to not love, but don't hurt. He's not just hurting, he's killing. The question that has been bothering me for a long time has finally been solved. And I've always wondered how the vet hospital got cobra serum. Little Cohen, tell us honestly, did you or did you not throw Li Xiaohua in front of the snake's mouth? The air shakes cold, hell is empty and the devil is on earth. I'm speechless. Pet rescue anchors can collapse a house. It's not like the Waterboys haven't seen animal cruelty assholes before. However, such means as Chen Yu described was simply unheard of. Reverse the order of the video with a shift. First, take Li Xiaohua to the vet for treatment and record enough material. Immediately throw it in front of the cobra. The scariest thing is that the cobra is still bought by Cohen. Family, please believe me. I really didn't kill Li Xiaohua. Don swore tearfully. If he harms Li Xiaohua, he'll die a horrible death. The head is real iron. Chen Yu sighed darkly in his heart. This poisonous oath was made in front of countless people, and half of Cohen's body was considered to be in the ground. His life fire was not strong by nature. The body has lost a great deal of virtue again. Dr. Chen, I don't know why you're falsely accusing me. There are only two things I can say. Clean up your act and be yourself. If people don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Gon wiped his eyes. I'm sure a lot of people have seen my live broadcasts of rescuing small animals over the years. Do you believe Dr. Chen when he says I played tricks? Hearing this, many of Akun's water friends who questioned the tirade were a bit confused. One after another, Cohen saved hundreds of small animals. Some were rescued from high rooftops, some from under car tires. On several occasions, Cohen risked being bitten by dogs, saving poor Kitty from the dog's mouth. These live streams have been watched by many people throughout. Waiting for Cohen to stop defending himself, Chen Yu said nonchalantly, in that video I just played, you made an obvious blunder. While being entangled in the snake, Li Xiaohua's body was bruised and battered, but the coat is clean. The video taken by the hospital shows Li with a lot of knotted hair all over her body and a lot of eye boogers in her eyes. Because it's your first time doing this kind of thing, and you're still inexperienced. When it comes down to it, you've got a lot of experience. As Chen Yu spoke, Countless netizens used their cell phones or computers. A fine comparison of the differences between these videos. It really doesn't compare. Chinyu is absolutely right. Water lovers with cat ownership experience are well aware of this. Stray cats are exposed to wind and rain for a long time and their hair will be knotted extensively. Domestic cats do not. Also, cats can't eat salty things. Once ingested, a lot of eye boogers and tear stains appear in the eyes. These are clearly reflected in the follow-up video. And in the video of the cobra attack, Lee's fur is silky smooth and she has no eye boogers. There are also very few tear tracks. Indicates that it has received good care. With these posing videos, you managed to complete the transition. And it gained over 100,000 followers at once. The bounties received on the days the videos were sent were at least 10,000 per day. Afterward, you found quite a few shooting loopholes, but you didn't realize the water boys were so gullible. Instead of feeling guilty, you think it's just too easy to make money by lying. Love, which became your traffic code, became even more of a way to enrich yourself. With Chen Yu's in-depth narration, Cohen looked like he had lost his soul. Eyes gazed at the computer screen in horror. This horror was even deeper than the black smoke and ghostly screams he had seen earlier. What did Li Xiaohua do wrong for you to treat it like this? There is retribution for killing living beings. I'm such a pig brain, how can there be a cobra in the outskirts of a city? The phrase human face with a heart of gold is so true of this son of a bitch. People do what people do, and retribution will surely come. Seeing this pop-up that cursed Cohen with retribution, Chen Yu had a playful expression on his face. Whenever a waterbender questioned your rescue video, you would defend yourself with all kinds of lies. Plus you have a baby face that blinds a large number of uninformed waterbenders, thinking that anyone who questions you is a black fan, offering to help you defend and clarify. You have a growing following and receive tons of love bounties donated to dogs and cats every day. But soon, you realize you're too much of a loss. Work hard to make so many tricks. Change the way to lie and deceive the water friends. And the reward obtained will also be partly divided by the platform. You've decided to take out your entire savings and open a pet hospital. On the one hand, they are able to diversify their wealth more. And on the other hand, they are able to avoid the drawbacks of the platform's rewards. Upon hearing this, the waterbenders woke up as if in a dream. The reason why Cohen opened the Love Pet Hospital is damn well not to better adopt, rescue stray cats and dogs. Rather, it's a better way to amass wealth. According to the platform, Tigerfish will take a 50% cut of any monetary gifts that aquatic friends simply reward the anchor with. If it is a public service bounty, the platform will not take any cut. Many of the water friends who had donated money to Akun's charity were so angry that their lungs exploded. No, none of this is true. Don kept shaking his head. The shock on his face turned to aggravation. There are tons of volunteers at the hospital, and if I were using it to enrich myself, they would have exposed me long ago. If I was really one of those little people who valued money as much as I did, I would have saved up enough to marry my girlfriend a long time ago, and she's not going to force me to make a choice because of it. I'm much less likely to slip up and push her and lose our baby. Cohen's aggravated look, coupled with a seemingly reasonable defense. Once again, the water boys are divided. Chen Yu raised a finger and said indifferently, "First, you are not getting married not because you don't have the money to pay the dowry, but you are unable to justify yourself. You will always talk, consciously or unconsciously, about the fact that your mother-in-law asked you for a huge dowry in order to further gain everyone's sympathy and goodwill, and all your money goes into animal rescue, hospital operations. In this way, water lovers will see you as a staunch animal advocate." Chen Yu once again raised a finger. "Second, your girlfriend did have a big fight with you, but not to make you choose. Rather, it's to get you to stop doing things that hurt small animals. Every time an animal is in distress, you make it up. She's afraid of retribution and begs you to do some good for the baby you're about to have. As for the miscarriage, it wasn't caused by you accidentally pushing her. Your girlfriend says karma on the left and retribution on the right. You were so tired of hearing about it that you kicked your girlfriend in the stomach in a fit of anger, threatening that the child is no more and there is no fear of retribution." Cohen's shamelessness and cold-bloodedness once again refreshed the water friends' three views. Just what all the water boys didn't expect. Something more refreshing to their three views was yet to come. Less than 10 true words have come out of your mouth since you entered my broadcast. Other than the fact that you've never paid any attention to me, the few remaining true statements are descriptions of hearing and seeing weird movements and shadows. Akun's addiction to lies has reached a point of accumulation. With every few sentences that Chen Yu spoke, the anger of the waterbenders increased by one more. "You came on my air, indeed, looking for someone to adopt a small animal, but the goal is not to give them a warm home. Rather, you want to achieve your ulterior goal of enrichment through the seemingly loving act of kindness that is adoption. You take a lustful approach, repeatedly prompting water lovers who are interested in adopting a small animal to think twice. In this way, people will just think you are both caring and responsible at the same time. Unbeknownst to you, you're doing this for two purposes. First, create a persona for yourself. Second, screen out those who are economically disadvantaged. Under the Tianji-su, demons, monsters, evil and good people have nothing to hide. Koan's sneaky tricks can be hidden from others, but not from Chun Yu. It's also his bad luck. Seeing Chun Yu's live broadcast suddenly on fire. Koan's financial obsession headlong into it, in a vain attempt to drive some traffic to myself. But I don't know that heaven's retribution is today. Every once in a while, you go to the dog and cat dealers and buy sick cats and dogs that don't live long. When you buy one, you pick one at random and use it as a prop to rescue the dog or cat. It's a move that earns you attention, and it gives them a legitimate provenance. When this batch of cats and dogs are done with your rescue, you will then encourage caring water users to adopt them, citing reasons such as no vacancies in hospitals and your own recent drop in live streaming income. It doesn't look like there's anything wrong with your offer to adopt, but in the end it's all about the money. After everything is settled, you add a rider to the contract for various reasons such as fear of the adopter being a dog or cat dealer, preventing the adopter from abusing the dog or cat, and so on. Adopters are required to post a certain amount of deposit. After 3 or 4 months, make sure the dog and cat are in good health, and you guarantee a full refund of the deposit. Since many animal adoption organizations charge such a deposit, most watermen are not suspicious, but they would never dream of adopting stray animals from you, all of them carrying diseases. Most are terminally ill, and in some cases the pet has died just as the abnormality is discovered. Even if you see a problem in the first place, it's hard to save it in the end. When Chen Yu spoke, Koan's entire body felt like he was electrocuted. A violent tremor ran through his body. Where did Chen Yu know about such a hidden thing? Did the bitch tell him? Fucking bitch. I didn't realize it was so vicious. He himself had merely aborted her child. It's amazing how she leaks so many secrets to others. This scumbag is really capable of doing anything for money. It's not hard to tell a lie or two. This loser's mouth is full of fucking ghost words. No wonder he's haunted. Isn't he haunted because he's the murderer of his own child? Hurry up and call the police to arrest him. It won't work. The law says that an unborn fetus is not considered a full natural person, and kicking the baby out is not a crime. Chen Yu in the mouth of sick cats and dogs. Have had pets of water friends are not strange. The name is Cat Dog of the Week. This refers to pets that are seriously ill and can only live for a week or two. A Kun creates an aura of love for himself with falsehoods, coupled with the meticulous layout. Most of the water users who fell for it didn't come after him. It is believed that stray cats and dogs already have diseases in them, and they can only blame their own bad luck. A small number of water friends to find out Koan theory. He was labeled as a big hat of black powder. It drew a lot of attacks and abuse from uninformed fans. Now that the truth of the matter has come out, the water boys are furious. Quinn charges a $2,000 deposit for a dog or cat. So long down the line, the margin he swallowed was estimated by the crowd to be at least in the millions. And that's not even counting everyone's love donations. Dr. Chen, the volunteers in the hospital, are they also his accomplices? Is that even a question? 100%. Damn it, my 150 IQ has made a fool out of this liar. Goddamn demons, brothers and sisters, can I cyberstorm him? For the first time, I realized that the cannibalistic flowers of the motherland are also quite cute. You can't charge him with murder. You can charge him with fraud, right? Witty as you are. A waterbender posted a pop-up to sue for fraud, and there was a flurry of activity. Bitch, I'm gonna kill you. I'm going to kill you. Gon knew he was completely finished. Once the waterboy calls the police, the guys in the hospital are probably going to be honest. They are not only the social loafers that Koan found and posed as volunteers, it also participated, on several occasions, in the fake rescue videos filmed by a Kun. Chen Yu reminded this patient, you'd better calm down first, otherwise, our treatment cannot continue. And healing my ass, Quinn growled. I'm on the verge of being treated to jail time by you. Surname Chen. How much favor did Wang Lu give you to screw me over like this? They say that a one-night stand is a good thing, and I've been with her for 5 years, but I didn't expect her to have a heart like a poisonous scorpion. Even if I kick the baby out, she's not a clean woman. She didn't spend any of the dirty money the old man earned. Descending into madness, Quinn calls his ex-girlfriend by her name and curses her. This guy's a rabid dog, isn't he? This is what happens when bad people come to Dr. Chen Lev. Retribution. One more question. Is it really Gon's ex-girlfriend who broke the news? How did his ex-girlfriend know that Koan would come to see Dr. Chen? Chen Yu quietly looked at the frenzied Koan behind the screen. Your ex-girlfriend never came to me, and all the things you've done, I saw through a scientific and systematic psychiatric consultation. Waiting until Akkoin got tired of cursing, Chenyu said in a serious manner, "Now listen up. Your disease is not hopeless. There are ways to work around the same bonds you have with your energy body. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not." What way? The thought that he might run into a ghost again calmed the insane gone down somewhat. After all, as horrible as jail is, at least you're still alive. He's a fraud, not a murderer, but if you run into a ghost, you might be dead. Turn yourself in and go to jail. Surname Chen, you dare to trick me. Gon moved his chair and was about to smash the computer. Woof woof woof. Meow, meow. In the next moment, the sound of cats and dogs barking rose and fell around Akkoin. There are no other animals in the house except Koen. There was only one person in the room, and it seemed as if the dogs and cats were barking close at hand, together with the hideous, insane-looking Koen. This scene is as creepy as it gets. Many timid female water users are ready to shut down the live streaming software at any time. After Chenyu's earlier narration and the black smoke seeping out of the jade, the staunchest atheist keeps beating the drum in his heart. Lest that kind of thing appear around Akkoin in the next second. Brothers and sisters, send out a bullet shield. I don't know who posted such a pop-up, and the waterbenders went on a pop-up spree. Use pop-ups to block the screen to prevent yourself from seeing the horror. Surname, Chen, what are you up to again? Being in the creepy scene, Koen was more scared than any of his water friends. He was so trembling that he began to tremble when he spoke. These cat and dog barks are your restraints, Chenyu said in a deep voice. You used the rescue of stray animals as a pretext to defraud people of their money. If that's all it is, it's a violation of the law at best. You're trying to create a persona, a playbook, by hurting animals. In order to create a tragic picture of stray animals, you cruelly make all kinds of injuries on them. Many small animals that end up dying from their injuries. People turn into energy bodies when they die, and the same can happen to animals when they die. As soon as these words were uttered, the chair in Akkoin's hand fell to the ground with a bam. You're lying. How can an animal turn into a ghost? It's impossible. Quinn growled. You can still save a life if you turn yourself in now. If you're bent on it, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Chenyu did not have the slightest bit of pity in his gaze towards Akkoin. There's just an infinite amount of sympathy for these little creatures. Everything has a spirit. It is true that animals may become ghosts after death, only in very small numbers due to their own psychic problems. There are too many animals that have died by the brutal killing of Akkoin. After accumulating a certain amount, Akkoin will eventually reap the consequences. Not only will his ghost son not leave him alone, even the spirits of these beasts will not spare Gon. The only way to live is to turn yourself in at the police station. Prisons have always been a place of great evil, not to mention the souls of beasts. Ordinary lonely ghosts would have to retreat. As he spoke, the barking of cats and dogs around Akkoin grew louder and louder. The temperature inside the house also began to drop dramatically. 3 minutes to go. Chenyu looked at the time. Suddenly, Gon made a surprising move. Running to the bed and pulling out a couple bank cards, he dashed for the door to his room. Since they didn't turn off the connecting mic, the water friends and Chenyu could see clearly. Chenyu shook his head and used the mouse to close the continuous mode. I'm so mad at him. I can't believe I let him get away. This son of a bitch can't get away. I've called the police. I also played and sent the recording screen piece. Dr. Chan, will Koen be caught? Is there any need to ask? With Skynet everywhere and the need for identity registration for all kinds of transportation, it's estimated that he'll be caught in the net in the next 2 days. If I'm around him, I promise to only maim and not kill. Grumpy old man 666666. It's just pity for the cats and dogs that he uses as a tool to earn money. Water friends on the one hand, vocally cursing Akkoin shall not die, and on the other hand, began to sympathize with those cats and dogs in the hospital of Akkoin. Chenyu tapped the desktop, and the pop-ups immediately began to decrease. Everyone pay more attention to the social news in the past 2 days. As for the cats and dogs, if people are able and caring, they can also choose to adopt. Doing more good will keep the mood happy and away from mental illness. Chenyu said, okay, we have our third patient. Immediately after that, the live broadcasting mode that had just been turned off was turned on again. This time, the serialized water user who appeared was known by the screen name of Senna Titan, a middle-aged older man wearing nearsighted glasses with a gentle and elegant demeanor. Look at that screen name. It looks like an old literati. Ajushi is so classy. He. Missy, I'm also very temperamental. How about some in-depth communication? By virtue of you also deserve to compare with others' middle-aged uncle, in addition to the age disadvantage, which point they are not better than you young people. Crap, tie up the iron. It's just old men. Look at you all. You've never seen the world. An older man is a man with a mature and stable temperament. Slightly older. That's an excellent explanation. With the appearance of the third waterbender, The waterbenders began the routine ritual of the whole job, commenting on the looks and temperament of the middle-aged man. There was speculation about what mental illnesses Chen Yu could diagnose him with. Quiet. Chen Yu not lightly clicked the table, and the water friends immediately subsided. Hello Dr. Chen. It's an honor to be your patient. Senateta's vocals are very good, mature with a hint of huskiness. Hello. Chen Yu nodded and said indifferently, tell us about your condition. I have a very bad case of OCD and I have to top it off with medication every day. One less meal and the condition will flare up. I know that Dr. Chen is not an ordinary psychiatrist, and I would like to ask you to prescribe me a kind of special medicine that can completely cure OCD. Senateta's tone became unusually bitter, took out his tablet and played a video. In the video, Senateta frantically wipes down the various furnishings in her home, like a robot, repeating an action over and over. This is the footage captured on my home security camera. In addition to OCD, I have a bit of a cleanliness fetish. His OCD began over a decade ago. Saw numerous psychiatrists at the beginning of my illness. Various psychotherapies have been tried, but it was ineffective. There's no way around it but to maintain it on medication for a long period of time. Long-term reliance on medication to suppress his condition has led to a strong drug dependency. This uncle is so miserable. Is OCD really so terrible? Not only is it scary, it's painful. A good reminder to waterbenders that you should never go overboard with OCD information without OCD or you are likely to be affected. 10 years of OCD now. Many sufferers have to take medication for life, and I'm one of them. The only thing that can fight OCD is lazy cancer. Is being lazy and compulsive a terminal disease? Obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, is a word that almost all watermen have heard. Yet it's the first time I've seen an obsessive-compulsive person up close. Then came a flurry of encouraging pop-ups. Thank you for the encouragement from the majority of the water friends. In fact, I came to see Dr. Chen after a long mental struggle. Senateta smiled. Dr. Chen, do you have a special medicine for OCD? Chen Yu said, yes, but you don't need it. Senateta froze for a moment, then gave a look of realization, bowing his head in silence for a moment. Senateta smiled bitterly. Dr. Chen, you've already seen it? IQ high water friends take a bubble. What kind of dumb riddles are Dr. Chen and Uncle playing? Dr. Chen said Uncle doesn't need special medicine. Is he faking it? In my analysis from years of watching Shinigami Elementary as well as Kendaichi, there is something else going on. The brain CPU is going up in smoke. Uncle, are you sick or not? The question and answer between Chen Yu and Senateta confused the aquanauts. What do you mean there's medicine? You don't need it. What the hell is it that the Tower of Sane says you've already seen? Chen Yu laughed. Since you did a long mental struggle before coming to me, it shows that you know my medical skills very well, so why bother asking more questions? Indeed, Senateta said with a smile on her face. Dr. Chen is right. If you didn't have this kind of ability, I wouldn't have come to you. After all, I'm a bit complicated. The waterbenders were in a hurry. Can't talk properly about people. The cloudy mountains and foggy riddles are playing dumb riddles, taking advantage of people's lack of culture. Uncle, you have a loyal face. You must be a sincere person. Can you not talk in this way? We are all children. We do not understand. Can a man speak? For the first time, I think that cultured people are so abrasive in their speech. Uncle, how is your identity complicated? It can't be some big shot, right? He's not a celebrity. I just took a screenshot and did a face scan. There's no picture of him online. Seeing that the water friends couldn't wait to find out what the two meant by their words, Senateta smiled with a complicated expression. Master Chen, what do you think? Senateta cast an inquiring glance at Chen Yu. Chen Yu raised his hand in a pleased gesture. You're the patient. It's your right to speak or not. At that, Senateta took a deep breath. Water lovers should have heard of the serial demolition incident in Liangbei City 20 years ago, right? I'm the fraudulent mastermind. When these words came out, the live broadcast room immediately went haywire. Nima, this gentle uncle is actually that godly liar from back then? Reality is more magical than the movies, says he. I remember so many movies that were written with him in mind. Cowboys are everywhere, and today they're all around me. Uncle, what a legend. Hearing the words Liangbei City serial demolition, many older water friends immediately awakened dusty memories. Young watermen have also been using the dojo to find out what the words mean. 20 years ago, a group of con artists posed as foreign businessmen from the island, traveled to Liangbei City to meet with the relevant authorities. A building is to be constructed on an area of 6,000 acres with an investment of tens of billions of dollars. It is a comprehensive residential area covering residential buildings, tourism and sightseeing, leisure shopping and special experience. All sorts of clever scams are used by them to great effect. A large number of buildings were demolished by blasting to make way for a residential complex. A year passed after that, and the crooks were landing all over the place. Due to the significance of the case, the court held its hearings in camera. Never in a million years. The gentle-looking Senatita with his magnetic voice turned out to be the mastermind. People must never learn from me. My foolishness back then brought me 15 years behind bars. Seeing someone call himself a legend. Someone who wants to follow his deception. Senatita's expression was extremely bitter. I've lost not only my freedom, but my health, love, and affection. Then, Senatita recounts what this amazing deception has brought him. Back in the day, Senatita was young and not content with a little hustle. Decided to do a big job. When you're done, wash your hands in gold and take your wife abroad for a better life. The plan worked, but he was also quickly caught. It was only during the trial that he realized that his wife was more than 3 months pregnant. He was later sentenced to life imprisonment. His wife also divorced him. All kinds of pain and remorse, as if it were a poisonous insect eating away at him. It didn't take long for the Senate towers to develop obsessive-compulsive disorder. As a result of good remodeling, the indefinite period turned into a definite period. 20 years becomes 15. 5 years ago, he got out of prison. Life is finally getting back on track with the help of a hairdresser. But the condition also became worse. You must take the medication 3 times a day to stabilize it. After one episode, a friend carried me to a nearby psychiatric clinic. The doctor told me that medication alone would not cure me. The warmth of the family, the care of loved ones, was the cure. My friends also advised me to visit my ex-wife and children. I took my friend's advice and went to my ex-wife's house. She still hates me as much as she did back then. And not only does she shut me out, she doesn't say a word to me. Just as I lost my way to the bus stop, a girl came after me and it turned out to be my daughter. Happiness surfaced on Senatita's face. His wife refuses to forgive him, but his daughter has little animosity toward him. Leave contact info and talk to him often. Learning that the sane tower is obsessive-compulsive, the daughter convinces her mom, planning to move in and stay with the Senate towers for a while. Help her with her condition. Speaking of this, Senatita paused, her expression becoming complicated. I was suffering from a lot of heartburn and wanted her to come over very badly, but I was afraid that an obsessive-compulsive episode would scare my daughter. The time spent in phone contact with my daughter has eased Senatita's OCD. It felt like the doctor was right. The best cure is affection. But he was afraid, in case he had a sudden attack one day without his medication. What if I scare my daughter? For this reason, he purposely went without medication during his seizures and recorded his insanity via surveillance. Whoever sees it will be taken aback. Dr. Chen, I came to see you because there's no other way. I was afraid of having a seizure and scaring my daughter, and I was desperate to get her back to herself. There was no choice but to come over and ask for your medicine. Dr. Chen, can you give me advice on whether I should take it or not? The Senate Tower, who was able to pull off a shocking scam, had already checked out Chun Yu's explicit bottom line. Chun Yu possessed the ability to see things before they happen, but anything that has been done can never be hidden from him. And that's why the Senate Towers took so long to mentally prepare. After all, once you connect with Chen Yu, the inevitable exposure of a bad past. But he was willing to do it for his daughter. Chen Yu said nonchalantly, as I said just now, I do have the special medicine to treat you here, but you don't need to take it because it will make you worse. What does that mean? Senatita said in disbelief. Dr. Chen's medicine, does it have side effects? Chen Yu shook his head and said, my medicine does not have any toxic side effects. The presence of your daughter is, in itself, a sure cure for you. If you take my medicine and then your daughter lives in your home, the two medicines blend together and your condition goes to the other extreme. What extremes? Senatita was feeling a little uneasy. Death. Jussie, don't buy the medicine. After you take it, your life will be gone. Have you guys noticed that Dr. Chen's live broadcasts are getting more and more brain-burning? Dr. Chen might as well make it clearer. Can I take it this way? After taking Dr. Chen's medicine, the uncle will be in danger of his life by living with his daughter? Is that what it's supposed to mean? The fans gave their own interpretations through the pop-ups. Senatita's face changed face. Even if he once pulled off a shocking scam and had an IQ of 170, nor could he figure out what extra words were hidden in Chen Yu's words. Suddenly, something occurred to Senatita. Is it true that if I don't take the medicine prescribed by you, Dr. Chen, my life won't be in danger after I'm reunited with my daughter? Exactly. Chen Yu nodded. Senatita added, Dr. Chen, I'd like to ask again, can my daughter and I live in harmony? In his whole life, the only thing he owed more than his wife was his daughter. Today, his daughter is willing to voluntarily live with him for a while. The Senate Towers harbor a few concerns in addition to happiness. No. Sure enough, Senatita's face was bitter. I knew that a young person of her age couldn't handle the bad press I was getting from the outside world. At this point in the story, Senatita let out a long sigh. I've come to seek medical treatment from Chen Yu today. He was mentally prepared for his identity to be exposed. Chen Yu's live broadcasting room gathered millions of water friends. Today's broadcast ends. News about him is sure to flood the middle of the internet. Young people of my daughter's age spend almost every day on the internet. Once you see negative comments about yourself, your mind can't take it. Chen Yu said slowly, the unpleasantness between you and your daughter is not because of the negative comments about you on the internet. Not for that reason? Senatita froze and blurted out. And because of what? Chen Yu said with an odd expression on his face. As you can imagine, in a few hours, information about your background and what you have done will appear in large numbers on the internet. Even how old you were when you started and how many people you've conned. It all comes out clean. But, instead of having any contempt for you when she reads this, your daughter thinks you are a great artist of fraud. I'm great. The Senate towers were dumbfounded. Rao had devised many pie-in-the-sky deceptions before, but he could never have imagined that his daughter's attitude would be like this. What kind of netherworld daughter is this? Nima. Fraud is even called art. Could it be that the child grew up without a father and is a bit paranoid in his thinking? That's what Dr. Chen said. If anyone else said that, I'd have to spray him with salt vapor. It's a child's nature to adore his father. But then again, he shouldn't think that liars are great. Don't say the waterboy's jaws dropped. The sane tower was even more thunderstruck. The ex-wife is a proper woman and should not be biased in raising her children. How did your daughter become like this? Could it be reaching puberty and developing some sort of reverse psychology? Chen Yu continued. After reading the various exposing news about you, instead of disliking you and being hostile to you, your daughter will still take the initiative to pester you to teach her the art of deception. No, that's not true. Senatetta was extremely pale. How did the daughter have to learn to cheat? This road by itself is a dead end. She shouldn't make the same mistake. This patient, if she can't handle the analysis of the next treatment, she can choose to just cut the wheat. After all, the following treatment will be more painful. Chen Yu kindly reminded Sena of Tata. The next period belongs to the critical period of analyzing the condition. Senatita's face was stony. I want to hear it. After a couple of minutes, Senatita said in a determined tone, I want to know why she's going down my old path. Why do you think this is different from the ordinary? Okay, let's move on. Senatita was in a special situation, and Chen Yu had already given him a chance. Since he insisted on hearing it, it could only mean that it was God's will. You love your daughter more than your own life. When you learned that she was going to learn deception with you, you threw a thunderous fit for the first time in your life. Unfortunately, no amount of anger or threats will change your daughter's mind. A few days later, your daughter threatened to die with pesticides and you finally compromised. Taught her a bit of very crude deception, thinking that by letting her hit the wall and suffer a little, she might be able to give up this morbid idea. I hadn't realized that her deception had been successful time and again. Not one of the few people she scammed found out that they were fooled. Upon hearing this, Senatetta's eyes went wide. I can't believe it, but it's impossible not to believe it. Chen Yu had no grievances with himself, and it was impossible to pull a stunt with this kind of thing. Plus, Chen Yu's skills were divine. What he is talking about must be the reality of the future. Holy shit, is that genetic? Liars have genetics too. Eye-opener. I see. It could be because of the criminal gene. Lots of words upstairs. Believe you. What's a crime gene? Ha! The science mini-class is in session. A waterbender posted multiple pop-ups in a row explaining the so-called crime gene in detail. Criminal genes belong to a special type of genetic inheritance. If parents are criminals, the next generation born is likely to inherit their criminal genes, also turned into a criminal. This has been scientifically proven. Only the odds are very small, but it doesn't prove that it doesn't. The entirety of the cenotaph was in pain at the sight of the sci-fi pop-up sent out by this waterbender. I'm the one who victimized my daughter. I am not human. I'm not human. Senatetta accuses while slapping herself over and over. This patient should calm down for a moment. Chen Yu opened his mouth to interrupt Senateta's line of self-doubt. Your daughter doesn't have the criminal gene. The Senate towers froze. Without a criminal gene, what would make a daughter so interested in deception? And having just learned the ropes, what about the ability to fool people? Isn't that a genetic gift? Chen Yu said indifferently. Firstly, your daughter learning deception from you has nothing to do with the so-called hereditary criminal gene. Second, she's doing this to set the stage for what's coming next. What's the plan? Senatita asked busily. Activate one of your innermost conceits to further teach her the art of deception. Chen Yu said as if he had a point. The idea is hidden among your screen name. Senatita sniffed in alarm. How did she know? Senatita was surprised. Not because Chen Yu had discovered the secret in his screen name. Chen Yu was not an ordinary person, and it was not surprising that he knew any secrets. Surprised how my daughter knew. Brainstorm and analyze. What's the secret of Uncle's screen name? The screen name, Seine Tower, refers, I believe, to the Eiffel Tower, which is located on the banks of the Seine River. What secret has to do with the tower? It's so nifty and brain-burning that it feels easier to watch a suspenseful drama than this. Brainstorming is fun. The watermen were divided, racking their brains to guess what kind of secret was hidden in the name Senatetta. Scanning the waterfriend's speculative pop-ups, Chen Yu said, since you were a child, you have had an unusual interest and talent for deception. At the age of 10, he began testing his deception techniques on the students around him. As you get older, you not only cheat well, but at the same time you yearn for those who have cheated before you, always thinking of making something that would rival them as an amazing hoax. After years of scheming, you pulled off the Liangbei city's serial demolition. To others, this has been a shocking deception, but to yourself, it's an imperfect operation. You used the Tower of Seine as your screen name, in honor of your idol, world-famous con man, Victor Lustig. Upon hearing the name Victor Lustig, it dawned on a number of waterbenders. Victor Lustig, one of the world's most recognizable con artists, relying on a high level of deception, he twice impersonated an official. A large amount of money was swindled on the pretext of selling the Eiffel Tower. The tower is a national landmark in Gaul, and no one in their right mind would believe that it would be sold off. On the contrary, Victor Laszlo did. Not only did it lull the gullible into believing that the towers would be sold, it also lulled them into believing that the towers would be sold, and pulled the same scam twice. Definitely qualifies as a genius among liars. Dr. Chen, please continue on. Senatita had mixed feelings in her mind. Previously, it was only thought that Chen Yu could only tell what others had done. I hadn't realized that even my inner thoughts were visible. This was no longer a master of metaphysics. It was simply a man of God. It's done, and the Senate towers have looked away, just wondering why on earth his daughter was trying to conjure up thoughts that were buried so deep in his mind that they were about to disappear. One day, about a month later, your daughter found the diary from under the floorboards. From this, I was informed that you have been outlining a scheme of deception since your release from prison. Return to the cool north and cheat again with the same tactics. This time, the water boys were straight up dumbfounded. How many guts does the Senate towers really have? When that incident was in full swing, it's amazing that he tried to cheat in the same way, in the same place. Really think the Liangbei police are vegetarians, but to think that he idolized that world master of deception. It seems strange to have such thoughts. Sold the Eiffel Tower twice in a row. Isn't it equally dangerous to be on fire? In favor, Victor Rathphysique succeeded. Of course, you never thought of doing that even though you wrote a complete plan of deception. On the one hand, you know deep down that fraud doesn't end well. On the other hand, you don't want to rival your predecessor at all times. After reading your diary, my daughter once again praised you as a scam artist and pestered you to teach her better scams. You lectured her on what she shouldn't do with your mouth, but you became alive in your heart, intentionally or unintentionally. I talked to my daughter about the finer points of deception and show off my greatness. Having been taught your essence, your daughter is once again out to deceive. Only this time, she's in big trouble. The man she scammed was a socialite who came to your house the next day and threatened to pay you $1 million or he'd go to the police. Just as you were about to go back to your old ways, your daughter suddenly hit him with a table lamp. Feeling that the other person has no breath left, you fear that your daughter is condemned to death and immediately begin to flee with her. Upon hearing that his daughter had killed someone, the light had gone out of Senatita's eyes. The mind was overwhelmed with remorse. If she didn't teach her daughter to cheat, she wouldn't have gotten this far. That's what cheating is all about. From a small scam to a big scam, the more skill you possess, the faster your heart expands. Wasn't that the case back in your own day? Even after years of jail time, the pride in deception has not diminished in the slightest. Can I say she had it coming? That should do it. I've seen people who have made death. I haven't seen the likes of his daughter, who has sent herself to her death step by step. Waterbenders sobbed when they learned that the daughter of Senna Titan ended up being a murderer. Knowing that this is the future though, still, it was hard to hide the pity in his heart. A teenage girl who should have some great future ahead of her. Just because you learn to cheat, you end up on death row. As the crowd sighed, Chen Yu's narration continued. Your father and daughter were just about to flee when you were blocked in by this sociopath's minions. You watched with your own eyes as Du's daughter was killed by the other side with a knife, tried to go up and fight for her life, and was knocked out by the other side. When you wake up, appear in a wilderness. You're feeling all disillusioned and have been this way your whole life because of a deception. Deception cost you your family, your freedom, your health, and it cost you your daughter. Just as you're about to die a death, the phone rings on you. Everything you've been through is actually fake. Chen Yu said unhurriedly, the socialites are fake. And the several victims who were swindled by your daughter in the first place are all fake as well. All fake? Senatita's eyes snapped open. Chen Yu nodded his head and said, all of this was arranged by that hairy guy of yours. Is he? Senatron's mind was blown. Immediately after, he seemed to understand why the other man did what he did. When I was a kid, I didn't take this hairdresser by surprise in order to hone my cheating skills. Whenever the other person fell for a trick, Senatita felt an immense sense of satisfaction, laughing at Harry's IQ shortage and not being able to see such a simple scam. Got it. I got it all. The Senate Tower sighs a long sigh. Tell how. As a child, he bullied this hairdresser. On the day of his own release, Harry volunteered to pick him up at the prison, and he offered to arrange a place to live and a job for him. All sorts of things, all for revenge. Set up a scam for him, a professional con man. Let him have a taste of what it's like to be swindled. 2. Dr. Chen. The reason my daughter was able to find the diary I hid was because Harry had installed surveillance in my room. Right? Right. Chen Yu nodded and said, but there's one thing you've misunderstood. What did I misunderstand? Senatita asked. Though you have punked him many times, this hairdresser has never hated you. Surveillance was installed just in case there was an accident during your attack. As for this scam, Chen Yu paused and said, it's a special treatment he designed for you after asking multiple experienced psychologists. Senatita was completely baffled by Chen Yu's words. Don't say he has an IQ of 170, even 270, he could not understand the meaning of Chen Yu's words. You grew up addicted to deception, and you grew up to the point where it became even more difficult to get out of it. You go to jail for cheating, your wife divorces you, and your kids end up not being kept. The baby wasn't saved? Senatita let out a heartbreaking shriek. The baby's gone? Unlike the average waterbender, Senatita had never questioned Chen Yu's ability from the very beginning. He was 100% convinced that everything Chen Yu said was true. Being a professional liar. Is the other person a real guru or a fake liar? Where others could not see it, the Senate Towers could penetrate it with a single glance. At this moment, how Senatita wished that Chen Yu was also a liar. Chen Yu nodded and continued. After you went to jail, the surrounding neighbors thought that your ex-wife was no good either. You're usually so cynical in your meetings, and in your private life you treat her as if she's your accomplice. Guard her like a thief. A combination of factors caused your ex-wife to have a miscarriage. Upon hearing this, Senatita holds her head down and hyperventilates. The last vestige of the heart was gone. Chen Yu said with some reluctance, as for your obsessive-compulsive disorder, it is also due to the mental illness caused by your addiction to deception. The mindset of the Senate Towers is at an extremely delicate and critical time. If Chen Yu doesn't continue, it's likely to take him to complete extremes. After you went to prison, you swore you would never cheat again in your life. But you can't just say that when you want to quit cheating. As soon as the urge to cheat arises in your mind, you force yourself to suppress such thoughts with something else. Over time, the urge to cheat is no longer strong in your head, but you've also developed a mental illness called obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, because you're constantly forcing yourself to do something else. As you said yourself, affection, love, freedom, health, are all lost because of this word deceit. But again, you're lucky that while you've lost all that, you still have a friendship around you. Chen Yu paused, looking at the head-holding self-condemning Senatita. The Senate Towers cheated people and created countless sins back in the day, while accepting the law. Heaven, too, will punish him in its own way. But heaven is also just. The imposition of retribution to punish Senatita leaves him with another silver lining. This thread of life is his only friend. Dr. Chen, humble little waterboy, ventured to ask a question. Was that friend of his really not setting up the situation to get back at him? A special effects pop-up appeared on the screen. This question represents the unanswered questions in the minds of countless watermen. Of course not. Chen Yu smiled and explained. There is a folk saying called fighting poison with poison. And in our line of psychotherapy, we likewise have shock therapy. When a person is mentally ill and it gets to the point where it's hard to control themselves, they need to be drugged. The effective treatment is achieved through a major blow from some quarter that strikes right at the cause of the patient's inner disease. The hairy guy from Senatita grew up with him. During his 10 years in prison, only this friend visited him from time to time, then was counting on Sena Titan to clean up his act and make a fresh start. It turned out to be a big disappointment for him. The monitoring was installed because of the fear that Senatita would have a seizure and he would not be able to get over there in time to help. Didn't think about it after the surveillance observation. Let him find out that Senatita still has an obsession with fraud. Whenever it's late at night, Senatita would sit at her desk, mouthing words and writing and drawing in her hand. None of it has anything to do with fraud. Your friend really doesn't understand why, after a dozen years in prison and losing everything to fraud, you'd even think about something like that. After getting past the initial anger, This friend of yours gradually calmed down and decided that you were probably suffering from a mental illness. With that, he went to a number of leading psychologists in town and understood that you have a pathological obsession with fraud. Your obsessive-compulsive disorder, too, could be a result of this. Upon hearing this, Senatata looked up with a tear-stained face. Why did he help me when I hurt him over and over again as a child? Because you helped him, Chen Yu said indifferently. You grew up together, and although you often lied to him, once you had something delicious and fun, you would also share it with him, and has helped him out and taught the older kids who bullied him a lesson. Friendship is a complicated emotion. Not everyone will dislike you, and this friend of yours calls himself a true friend that is rare in the world. It's not just the same tower that saddened. The waterman, who listened with rapt attention, was equally emotional. It's called a soulmate, isn't it? That kind of friend only exists around other people, and I won't be able to touch one in my lifetime anyway. The friends of my soul are bills, and everyone I lose hurts me. So do I. From what you guys are saying, it's like I don't have any friends around. I don't have one either, and I can only come to Dr. Chen's live room every day to squat and watch you guys live your days out in their entirety. No one expected that. On the surface, it looks like the cenotaph, which has lost everything, has a beam of light around it. A true friend who is unfailingly devoted to him. Looking at the pop-ups of his water friends, he recalled what Chen Yu had just said. The Senate Tower had a mixture of sadness and joy in its heart. At the same time, he also gradually understood the meaning of Chen Yu's words at the very beginning. Under the influence of the condition, Senatita has always been in an anxious and confused state of mind. On the one hand, I hate cheating. On the one hand, there is always the urge to go beyond what has gone before. If you were to leave a colorful mark on the history of fraud, looking at the expression on the Senatita's face, Chen Yu was relieved. Looks like you figured it out, Chen Yu asked. Senatita adjusted his emotions and asked, Dr. Chen, you said at the very beginning that if I took your special medicine and then entered this bureau of my friends, the consequence could be death. Can I so understand that the shock therapy my friend used on me backfired on me when my mind was back to normal? You got it, Chen Yu said. If you take my medicine, your mental state becomes very healthy and you will soon be able to recognize the trap set by your friend. Senatita nodded. A friend sets up a situation that sounds complicated, but in the eyes of a professional liar like him, it's not hard to see through it. When you realize that all of this is a scam that your friend has pulled off, you will fall into a deep despair. The only friendship you had left you, and you completely lost the courage to live. The Senate Towers let out a long sigh. Once he is informed that his friend has betrayed him, Senatita may not really survive. I don't know why. These contents of the future that Chen Yu had recounted, it was as if Senatita had experienced them firsthand. Section by section, scene by scene, it was as if it were a lie before his eyes. After witnessing the murder of your fake daughter and you fall into a breakdown, you get a call from a friend. A friend tells you that everything is a lie. At this time, your heart is as painful as a knife stabbing. My friend goes on to tell you that you are living in a pathetic obsession. The obsession has broken your family and turned you against the people. It's also the obsession that puts you in a state of perpetual self-torture. You pride yourself on being a fraud artist, but you're being fooled by an amateur like him. It's time for this obsession of yours to wake up. The words narrated by Chen Yu were like a flood of bells. Senatita was trembling unceasingly. It is indeed time to wake up yourself. Suppose the fake daughter is the real one. What would one do if she was really interested in fraud? What's next? Will it be the same desperate situation? Take a step back. The daughter is not interested in fraud, but when she cannot suppress her own heart, she is ready to create an amazing scam. Will those victimized victims take revenge on their daughters? Think of all the horrible consequences. Senatita's body shook even more. Once again, he held his head in his hands. Could Dr. Chen also be performing some sort of crash therapy again? Very much so. Luckily, Senatita found Dr. Chen. Or the disease can be cured. Ha ha ha. Upstairs amuses me. U1S1. I feel that Dr. Chen's treatment is a bit better. At least I don't have to go through so much pain. After experiencing all kinds of tragedies in life, in times of despair one is able to break through instead. As hateful as he is, when I think of the price he's paid for it, I can't hate him anymore. Affinity is the best scam of all, but also the best antidote. Some psychology majors, or waterbenders who have experienced life's great joys and sorrows. There have been a number of presentations. Senetta was able to enter the game. On the one hand, without defending himself against his friends. On the other hand, his mental illness at this time was already very serious. Long ago, he lost the alertness that a crook should have. The girl claimed to be his daughter. The fact that there was not the slightest doubt about the same tower speaks volumes. But if he took Chen Yu's medicine today, will become shrewd and calm again. Soon enough, the whole situation, and the so-called daughter, will become apparent. The intimacy represented by the fake daughter throughout the scam is both the key centerpiece of the scam. It's also the only character that can change Senateta's mindset. His daughter took a step towards his old ways and ended up dying from deception. The Senate towers if they don't come to their senses again. Let's just say he's really incorrigible. Dr. Chan. Thank you. Senateta stood up and bowed respectfully to Chinyu. A waterbender said something that Senataf thought deeply about. Affection. The best antidote. One can only realize how hateful a scammer can be if one has been scammed. Looking back at the first half of my life, the same tower has always been a lie. Even when he went to jail, he didn't give up cheating. Only it's no longer someone else who's lying. It's you. By tricking yourself into diverting your attention, you can beat the addiction to deception. I don't know. It is nothing but self-deception. You don't need to thank me. It's supposed to be a doctor's job to help patients. Chen Yu's face was bland. If you really want to thank someone, thank your friends. I will. Senateta bowed again to thank Chen Yu and paid the required fee for the treatment. The second before he broke his mic, Chen Yu once again looked at this person's face. The sadness and agitation in the corners of his eyes had disappeared. 3 visits are over for today. We'll see you next time. Chen Yu waved his hand and went straight off the air to rest. 3 life healing sessions. 3 life forms. While Chen Yu gave them help, he himself also gained a lot of merit. This Cohen guy deserves what he gets. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still a chance of survival, Chen Yu wouldn't care about him. Just after the broadcast, 2 powerful streams of chi and merit converged around Chen Yu. Chen Yu, who was already familiar with this, quickly absorbed the surrounding merits. Aha! After absorbing the merits for but 3 to 5 seconds, Chen Yu's heart fluttered. Fingers pinched slightly. In the next moment, a complex expression appeared on Chen Yu's face. Hangzhou, Yunling Street, an ordinary-looking old neighborhood. During the day, you don't see many people on the streets, but at night, especially late at night, this place is going to be buzzing. After 12 midnight, the streets were lit up. The crowds were bustling as if it were a New Year's Eve temple fair. There are countless stalls dotted from street to street. Antiques and jades, fine herbs, gold and silver jewelry are everywhere. This is the most mysterious market in Hangzhou, Ghost Market. At this moment, Chen Yu squeezed into the crowd on the street, looking east and west. Not long after, Chen Yu's eyes fixed on a stall in the middle of the street. The fat stallholder was selling all kinds of antiques that looked decent. However, very few people stopped to watch. Boy, I've got all the finest antiques here, just pulled out of the old mansion. If there's one you like, just take it and I'll make sure you get a discounted price. The fat vendor who smoked saw someone come to the door and immediately began to talk out of turn, gushing about the origins of the antiques in the booth. I want you to wear that thing around your neck. Chen Yu smiled faintly. Hearing this, the stall owner couldn't help but stare, resurveying Chen Yu. What? No? Chen Yu asked. What a good eye, young man. This is a treasure that can't be found. With that, the stall owner yanked something straight off his neck. It was a black bead that had been punched with fine holes and threaded with red string. Immediately afterward, the stall owner began to loudly praise the black bead's extraordinary nature. It is a rare treasure in the world. The South Sea Black Pearl. You're a connoisseur, young man, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of nightshade, but you've never seen a black pearl like this, even if you've seen a lot of them, have you? The stall owner said without a hint of amusement. Look at that. Such a big black pearl. Buying it is earning it. $300,000. Just to make a friend. The stallholder held out 3 fingers. A look of meeting a good friend and holding back. Chen Yu smiled faintly and said, 300,000 is too low. I will make an offer of 1 million. A million? The stallholder was outright confused. This kid seems pretty normal, not like he's sick in the head. How is it possible to reverse the cut? Boy, are you sure you want to buy it for $1 million? The stallholder asked tentatively. You've got one thing wrong. You're the one who offered me $1 million to take the black bead. Chen Yu spoke out of turn, and the stall owner's nose almost went askew. Kid, do you have nothing better to do than to come here on purpose to make fun of me? The fat stall owner had displeasure written all over his face. No wonder Chen Yu reverse cut the price. After all this, it turns out that he is using himself as a monkey. Giving antiques away for nothing doesn't count, and another $1 million to the other side. Is this something a normal person could do? Chen Yu said indifferently. I can help you get rid of your suffering. If you believe in it, then follow what I say. If you don't believe me, then good riddance. After saying this, Chen Yu took a step to leave. Just wait a minute. The fat stall owner felt that there was something in Chen Yu's words. What does it mean to help yourself out of your misery? Just to be clear, what the hell are you doing here? Chen Yu turned around and said, I came here to save you from the sea of suffering. Upon hearing this, The fat stall owner resized Shenyu. Shenyu is dressed in ordinary clothes, can't see any valuable stuff on his body, shouldn't be the kind of dude who is idle and intentionally taking people for fun. The expression on his face is deep, not like he's brain dead, thinking left and right. The fat stall owner wasn't sure what this person in front of him was up to. The fat stall owner called Shenyu back while savoring what he had said. You're in deep crisis and you don't even know it. No one but me can solve your troubles. After 2 or 3 seconds, Shenyu unhurriedly said, come to think of it, you've been experiencing all those strange things lately. You, what the hell are you? As soon as the word strange came out, the fat stall owner looked like a different person. The foxiness on his face disappeared without a trace. In its place was a strong sense of panic. These last few months have been nothing short of a bad luck mother opening the door to bad luck for the fat stall owner. Bad luck. Get this rare black pearl without spending a dime. The fat stall owner believes that it is a sign from his ancestors that he has made a fortune. Never thought that all kinds of weird and strange things would come to him. Looking at Chenyu's lofty appearance, the fat stall owner's heart stirred. The fat stall owner was all smiles as he pulled out his cigarettes and handed them over. My name is Shenyu. Shenyu blocked the cigarette back. For the last time, are you going to give me that thing? Mr. Chen, can we talk somewhere else? Good. The fat stallholder sought to have a known stallholder watch his stall for him. Lead Shenyu to the end of the street. Confirming that there was no one nearby, the fat stall owner lowered his voice and said, Mr. Chen, can you tell me first, where are you from? Is it a mage, or a warlock, or a fortune teller? We're not related. Why have you come to guide me? I'm a psychiatrist. Shenyu explained himself. Looking at your face, it feels like you have some kind of heart disease. Out of professional ethics, I've taken a look at you in a psychiatric clinic. Shenyu is in full acting mode, said the fat stall owner. The fat stall owner was convinced that Shenyu was a Taoist master. Instead, Shenyu says he's a psychiatrist. Psychiatrists. When did you study God and Goddess? The fat stallholder's mouth was agape, unsure of what to say. Through scientific and systematic psychological observation, your mental illness is inextricably linked to this black bead around your neck. You can't tell from this? The fat stall owner automatically blocked out the previous words. Hearing the words related to the black beads, once again, his expression became uneasy. I cure your mental illness and you pay $1 million for the treatment. And, I'll take the bead. Do you have any questions? Shenyu asked in a deserving tone. It's okay to pay for abatement. But, the fat stallholder opened his mouth, always feeling that the picture was not right. Mr. Chen, don't tease me. There are no outsiders here. Tell me the truth. Are you a mage or not? Don't worry, I will never report you. Shenyu said seriously, the one who should tell the truth is you, not me. Besides, what I said was supposed to be the truth. Shenyu looked towards the black beads held in the fat stall owner's hand. This patient, let me advise you as a doctor. Being secretive only makes it worse, and being truthful is the only way to get rid of it. At this moment, the fat stall owner was 1,000,000% sure. There's no way Shenyu is a psychiatrist. Is it so impossible for a psychiatrist to see that the beads have something to do with the weirdness? I guess I'm afraid of the recent special campaign against feudal superstition. Deliberate excuses were made. Still making such lame excuses. The fat stall owner was spitting mad in his mind. If it wasn't for the sake of settling karma, Shenyu wouldn't have bothered to run here in the middle of the night. Doesn't it smell good when you're lying in bed playing with your cell phone? What? You don't want to talk about it yet? I say. Running into someone with a mysterious identity and who could point out the key to the problem. The fat stall owner didn't care if Shenyu was a master or a psychiatrist. Let's get the weirdness out of the way first. A few months ago, the fat stallholder went to the countryside with tens of thousands of dollars to collect antiques. Like him, such a treacherous businessman. Collect antiques to take the way. Usually even cheat. When it comes to farmers who don't know what they're doing, the price can be pushed down as low as it can go. If you meet someone who knows what they're talking about, all kinds of crap comes out of their mouths. He received half a broken porcelain from a villager this time. From the texture and shape, it looks very much like Tang San Kai. Unlike the various imitation Tang San Kai crafts on the market, Tang San Kai had only one role in ancient times, acting as a burial object. The fat stall owner was keenly aware that something must have come out of the tomb. Relying on his years of practiced perception, he inquired that the stuff was indeed picked up from the grave. This villager was working in the field and found a hole near his farmland. It's deep inside. Out of curiosity, he called a couple of his companions to go down with him. There was actually an ancient tomb down there. The chamber was empty, and in the center was a coffin without a lid. There was a dry body lying inside. The surrounding walls seemed to be painted with murals. After a few farmers went down there, they were afraid to stay long for fear that the place was haunted. Picked up some random tiles and climbed up. Upon hearing the news, the fat stall owner, obsessed with money, asked for the location and immediately dug in. The black bead, which he found in the corpse's mouth. Guess it should be the night pearl used by the ancients for burial. Shortly after getting this black bead, all sorts of weird things started to happen consistently. First, the house inexplicably caught fire. Then the wife and child were injured by all sorts of unthinkable things. What amazed the fat stallholder even more was yet to come. One day, he came out to set up a stall, and in no time the man fainted. Woke up lying in the hospital. The doctor examined the body and said there was a tumor growing inside. It's going in a vicious direction. How dare you take anything from a dead man's mouth? The guts are not normal. Chen Yu sneered in his heart. That's the way it is with crooked dealers. For the sake of money, you can even give up your life. Thought it was black nightshade, not realizing that it almost killed him. It's not a nightshade at all. It belongs to the Jinshi bead. That's about the way it happened. Since I got the bead, I've had some kind of fucking bad luck. The fat stall owner's face was more fearful than depressed. All kinds of strange things happened after the appearance of the night pearl. Thinking that the night pearl was evil, he wanted to throw it away. I didn't realize that after each throw, the nightshade will always somehow appear in front of it again, just to remove the tumor. The surgery cost me half my savings. All sorts of weirdness still continued after that. Either I walk and get hit by a flower pot, or I go into a trance and feel like I'm going to be in big trouble. The fat stallholder grumbled. According to the explanation of Tenjizi, all corpses that have the Jinshi bead appearing in their mouths were all great evils in their lives. After death, a body's demonic energy will not be dispersed, and it will turn into a corpse at any time. In order to prevent necrophilia, the descendants of the deceased will put a Jinshi bead in the mouth of the corpse, to suppress the fury within the body. Over the years, the pearl has absorbed a lot of evil energy, once touched by a living person, not to mention instant death. All kinds of bad luck will come. Mr. Chen, what's going on here? What's so evil about the beads? Why did it come back on its own? The fat stallholder issued a series of inquiries. Chen Yu said with a straight face, according to psychology, you belong to the category of being suspicious. Breaking the law is certainly not something you usually do. You threw the bead away, but then picked it back up on your own as your mental illness took hold. At these words, the fat stall owner's expression became extremely stunned. Picked it up yourself? What a joke. I'll get rid of the black beads for you and prescribe you a psychotherapeutic drug medication for $1 million for the consultation. But, the fat stall owner wore a difficult expression. But $1 million is too much. How about 10,000? $1 million was cut down to 10,000 by the other party. Chen Yu was about to be pissed off and laugh. You spent half your savings on a lumpectomy. Why didn't you try to bargain with the hospital? The fat stall owner was speechless by Chen Yu. When you went down to the crypt, you took a good look at the paintings on the walls, didn't you? Yes. The fat stall owner was busy saying. The mural paints what looks like a scene from hell. Describe it carefully. Although he did not know why Chen Yu would be interested in the murals, the fat stall owner still followed the instructions and carefully recalled them. Talk about the look of a few murals. There are 6 murals on the walls. 5 of the panels, each of which shows green-faced, fanged brats using various tortures to torment the living. In one of the frescoes, a small child is holding a large pair of scissors. A living man is controlled by 2 brats with his tongue pulled out of his mouth. In another mural, a man with his hands and feet chained together lies flat on a stone platform. The kid cut his stomach open with a knife. Take out the inside of the heart. There are a couple murals back there that pretty much say the same thing. The fat stallholder thought for a moment and said, either burn the person to death or pull their intestines out. What's the 5th mural? Chen Yu asked coldly. The 5th mural depicts the living being frozen into a block of ice, and the kid holding a sledgehammer as if to smash the ice. After talking about the content of the 5th mural, the fat stallholder talked about the 6th mural. The 6th mural scene is very strange. There is a large mound in the painting. 4 people stood in each of the 4 directions, southeast, northwest, and north. There was also a man lying flat in the center. There were a few auspicious clouds in the sky above the heads of several people. Above the auspicious clouds, there was another person. Got it all. A realization dawned in Chen Yu's heart. The heavenly chances guided Chen Yu to this place. It was to get the real reason why several of the dead were killed from the fat stallholder. The fat stall owner said in a consultative tone, Mr. Chen, do you think this will work? You take this bead away for now. Give me a few days. I'll raise the money and then go to your store to buy the medicine. Could be. Chen Yu left the address of his counseling office. The fat stallholder was given a week to raise the money. It wasn't hard for Chen Yu to see. The fat stall owner was trying to see if the beads would come back to him. After the trial, let's talk about the money. Since seeing the photos of the deceased and knowing the content of the case, Chen Yu has been causally linked to this matter. Today, I absorbed a large share of merit chi. Chen Yu's perception of causal bonds became even sharper. Follow Tendo's directions to Cloud Ridge Street. Again, from the mouth of the fat stallholder, he was given key information about the murder. In this era of aura depletion, evil sects can really use any means in order to enhance their cultivation, even against the sky. The dare to do anything to change the cause and effect of the situation. Receiving the black beads, Chen Yu prepared to fight his way back home. The end of the street is adjacent to a residential area, and you can't get a cab in the neighborhood. If you want to go back, you have to walk down the street to stop a car. As he was about to walk down the street, Chen Yu violently stopped in his tracks. Turning around, he looked to the stall next to him. The owner of the stall was an older man, about 70 years old. The stall was set up with several herbs. How much is this ginseng, old man? Chen Yu reached out and grabbed a ginseng from the stall. Ginseng is the size and thickness of a baby's arm. The old man held out 5 fingers. $500,000. No two ways about it. Young man, you went straight for this ginseng, which means you are a connoisseur. At this price of $500,000, it's definitely worth every penny. Value for money indeed. Chen Yu smiled and said, "Old sir, you even have 100 years of ginseng, so you can get other herbs with strange medicinal effects, right? What else do you want?" The old man asked casually. 100-year fire Ganoderma, 100-year Hishowu that combines male and female, and the blood wind vine that grows on a cliff face and blooms only after 50 years. I still need one more. The flower in the snow that grows in the great snowy mountains to act as a guide for the medicine. The old man's face instantly changed drastically, and his 2 eyes tightly stared at Chen Yu. "Young man, may I ask what immortal mountain treasure you come from? Do you want these things, or do the other elders need them?" The old man's tone began to become polite. There was an extra trace of gravity in the gaze that looked at Chen Yu. "Of course I want it," Chen Yu said with an undiminished smile. "You're too polite to talk, old man. My counseling room is not exactly a fairy mountain." "Counseling room?" The old man's mouth twitched. "You're a psychiatrist?" After saying this, the old man's expression was indescribably odd. "Yeah, I'm a psychiatrist." Chen Yu fiddled with the 100-year ginseng in his hand. "Do psychiatrists have a problem shopping for herbs?" The old man was completely speechless. Doctors have no problem shopping for herbs, but there was something wrong with what Chen Yu said. Let's not talk about the price and difficulty of finding those drugs he talks about. These are medicines that are simply not for ordinary people. Fire Ganoderma, male and female Hishowu, blood wind vine. There are also snowdrops in the snowy mountains that act as a medicine. Together, they serve only one purpose: alchemy. The old man was 100% certain that Chen Yu was by no means a counselor, being able to name all these herbs used to make pills as if they were in a family. And why hide your head and face? What about refusing to show your true identity? None of the stallholders who dared to set up stalls and do business in the Cloud Ridge Street Ghost Market were simple characters. The fat stall owner that Chen Yu had previously contacted looked human and unharmed. In his early years, he was a skillful grave robber. He later married and had a child before he went gold. The old man has been dealing with herbs for decades. What the other side was going to do with the herbs, he could see with a beat of his eyes. "Old man, you don't have any of these herbs I need, do you or don't you?" Chen Yu opened his mouth. Yes. Since the other party wanted to play dumb with himself, the old man decided not to reveal Chen Yu's identity for the time being. Let's see what else this person does next. "There are, but these herbs you want are rare and exotic in the world. The vintage aspect is not as good as you would like it to be. This is the only ginseng for 100 years, and I can find you a 60-year vintage of fire Ganoderma. The blood wind vine may not be intact. The male and female Huchera are even lower in vintage, only 35 years old. All right. It was already considered lucky that Chen Yu was able to come across it. Demanding too much is overkill. Everything happens as it should. You can't force it." Seeing that Chen Yu agreed painfully, the old man left him to wait here for a moment. There was no worry at all about Chen Yu taking the medicinal herbs from the stall and just left straight away. Didn't even call for help to watch the stalls. These herbs that Chen Yu needed were indeed used for alchemy. According to the Tianji Kai, every time Chen Yu broke through the ranks, the danger would increase exponentially. Through live broadcasting to help people solve their problems and show them the way, they can obtain merit and chi luck in a continuous stream. As to whether or not one can transform these merits and fortunes into one's own power, and use it as an opportunity to break the level limit, it was up to Chen Yu himself. The last time I broke through from the chi practicing stage to the foundation establishment stage, Chen Yu was given a ray of opportunity to set up the circumstantial spirit gathering formation. Only then did the party lock the aura firmly around the body. With this tricky approach, a breakthrough was made. Next, Chen Yu had to break through the middle stage of foundation establishment. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. The Cloud Ridge Ghost Market is really something. Chen Yu waited for about 20 minutes or so, It's amazing that no one stole anything from the booth during that time. After another 10 minutes, the old man finally came back. There was an extra black travel handbag in his hand. Like some kind of crooked business joint, he made Chen Yu come over to look at it. Unzipping the top zipper revealed various medicinal herbs that Chen Yu needed. I've always done business as a boy and a girl, and I'll do what I have to do. Their actual vintage is not the least bit different from what I just told you. Counting that 100-year ginseng, these herbs total 88 million. Chen Yu skimmed his mouth. It's really 3 years without opening and 3 years of eating. A large pharmacy may not even be able to generate $880,000 in revenue in a month. Spitting on it, Chen Yu eventually swiped his card and bought it. Perhaps it was the crispness of Chen Yu's payment. The old man came with the same giveaway. Black travel leather bag for herbs. The Tianjisu is endlessly mysterious and contains countless Xiansek techniques within it. Alchemy, naturally, is not lacking. Returning to his store, Chen Yu locked the door behind him. Carrying his things, he walked quickly up to the second floor. On the corner of the second floor, the formation tripod that Chen Yu had obtained from Wang Diquan was placed. The formation tripod is a spiritual object, used to refine pills, although it will not be alchemy furnace effect is good. But the self-contained aura can serve another purpose. Maintain the medicinal properties without dispersing. Say it and do it. Chen Yu placed the formation tripod in the center of the second floor. Taking out the herbs in the bag one by one, he carefully placed them into the tripod. Tianjisa provided a variety of alchemy methods, and Chen Yu chose one, the quickest and most convenient. Fire alchemy does not require the addition of water, and heats the array pot by releasing aura. Make the internal temperature gradually become hot. The herbs were then baked and left to dry completely. Inputting Reiki again caused the herbs inside to slowly melt. After that it's like making wine, taking the best and removing the worst. It finally condenses into a pill. It looks simple, but you can't go wrong with every step. One wrong step, or the herbs will be completely wasted, or it will cause the Dan furnace to explode. Out of caution, Chen Yu reviewed the single party above Tianjisu again and again. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he placed his hands underneath the two ears of the formation tripod, little by little, inputting Reiki towards the inside. 20 minutes passed, and the formation tripod was heated by the aura to the point where its circumference was red. Chen Yu removed his hand and emptied his mind. Performed the second step, alchemy. Soon, Chen Yu entered the realm of oblivion where the sea of consciousness was ethereal and there was nothing in his mind. Focus on alchemy. Where are the dignitaries that dare to sneak up on my lord? When the alchemy proceeded to the last step, Chen Yu jumped up violently. Both eyes quickly scanned around. Retrieved the aura that was inputted into the formation tripod. The second floor was empty, half of them invisible. Just now, a bizarre force that was extremely mean and cold sneaked up on Chen Yu without any warning, if not for Chen Yu's timely reaction. At this point, I'm afraid I've been hit. After shouting several times in a row, the person behind the scene did not appear. Chen Yu unleashed his divine thoughts. The aura spread quickly, enveloping the entire store. The first and second floors were completely wrapped in aura. No human scent. What the hell is this? Chen Yu was a bit confused. On the first and second floors, there is no stranger's breath. Where did the eerie power come from? Could it be that it's messed up? In the next moment, Chen Yu quickly reached into his pocket, pulling out the Jinshi bead that he had been keeping in his pocket. The previously flat and uneventful Jinshi bead had a black aura rising around it. Chen Yu once again released his divine thoughts. The divine thoughts passed through the peripheral baneful chi and went straight into the interior of the bane-suppressing bead. What a strong fury and resentment! After a few breaths, Chen Yu was secretly surprised. In the midst of this Jinshi bead, there was a strand of soul that had survived. And it's an extremely vicious and evil spirit. That cold and weird power was not meant to attack himself. Chen Yu drifted off. It was most likely to take advantage of Chen Yu's opportunity to empty his mind to seize and occupy the body in a sneak attack. Thinking so, Chen Yu's face began to darken. Ever since obtaining the Tianjisu inheritance, Chen Yu possessed an open-ended cultivation speed. In this era of thin aura, Chen Yu was confident that very few people could match himself. The lone soul hiding in the Jinshi bead. What kind of existence is it? It was actually able to prevent itself from detecting its sneak attack in the first place. The divine idea entered the Jinshi bead as if it had entered the underworld. Besides feeling cold, the rest was endless resentment. If you want to take over Little Master will refine you first. Chen Yu counted on it. Tie the red cord of this quelling bead to a nail in the wall. From the first floor storage room, another folding table was brought in. Get yellow paper, vermilion sand, and a brush and start drawing the talisman. As Chen Yu mouthed the spell, a talisman was created. Sensing the danger, the night color Jinshi bead suddenly began to sway automatically. It's too late to be afraid. Chen Yu laughed sardonically. As the words fell, Chen Yu straightly pasted this bane-banishing talisman onto the top of the bead. After doing so, Chen Yu reconcocted the pills. Fortunately, he was not in danger, and although he drew back his aura, he did not stir up the steps of alchemy. Half an hour later, a reddish color as if it was vermilion appeared in Chen Yu's hand. The elixir was only the size of an adult's fingernail. Although it was small, it could help Chen Yu strengthen his own chi and blood, respond to the next breakthrough. Finishing the alchemy, Chen Yu picked up the formation tripod on the ground and placed it on top of the table. Moved the table again to underneath the Jinshu bead. In another 7 days, if you still dare to bare your teeth with me, I, Chen Yu, will pick my thumb and call you a big brother. After a full and thrilling night, Chen Yu slept until noon the next day. If I hadn't been woken up by the ringing phone, I would have been guaranteed to sleep for a few more hours. Looking at the caller ID, Chen Yu yawned and pressed speakerphone. Excuse me, are you Master Chen? A man's voice came over the phone. There is no Master Chen here, only Dr. Chen. Yes, I'm looking for Dr. Chen. The man asked urgently. Dr. Chen, may I ask if you are in the store now? If so, can I send someone to pick you up? What do you do? Chen Yu asked. I'm sorry, I was just so excited to hear your voice. Introduce yourself. My name is Lu Kai. I'm the owner of our Imperial City Club. Chen Yu rubbed his temples, but he did know about the Imperial City Clubhouse. Imperial City Club is a high-end business club. The people who come out and go in are either bosses or executives of large companies. Dr. Chen, you sound like you just woke up. Why don't I send someone to pick you up later? Mr. Lu, I'm already awake, so just say what's up. It's like this. I'm in a bit of trouble, and I heard from Mr. Wang Dequan that Dr. Chen can help me out in this area. Hearing that the other party was a guest introduced by Wang Dequan, Chen Yu's heart stirred. Pinch a few fingers. Immediately afterward, Chen Yu revealed a dazed expression. Karmic ties are truly a chain of events. It's more complicated than a large intestine wrapped in a small intestine. You send the men over. I'll go down and wash up now. Okay Dr. Chen. I'll have the driver go over to pick you up. The voice on the phone faded into joy. Hanging up his cell phone, Chen Yu came to the first floor to wash and brush his teeth, and combed his chicken nest head. 20 minutes or so later, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the store. The driver, dressed in a suit as if greeting a VIP, jogged out of the car and pulled open the rear door. Dr. Chen, please get in the car. Not long after, the limousine drove up to the entrance of the clubhouse. Mr. Lu, the owner of the Imperial City Clubhouse, had been waiting for a long time. I don't know what Chen Yu likes. The table was set with an assortment of drinks. White wine, red wine, beer. There are as many as a dozen types of cigarettes. This could be a tobacco and alcohol expo. Chen Yu smiled faintly. Say, what's the matter with you? Mr. Lu said cautiously. Dr. Chen, are there really ghosts in this world? Mr. Lu, if you keep saying that, I'm going to leave. Chen Yu boarded up his face. There are no ghosts in the world. When you see people who are gods and goddesses, more than half of them are imagined by people. The other small half belongs to the energy bodies common to the scientific community. It's really the same as what Mr. Wang said. Listen to Chen Yu's words in reverse. Chen Yu said that there are no ghosts in the world, and Mr. Lu automatically brainstormed that there are ghosts in the world. The ghosts most people see are real ghosts. It's the few who are the ones who are looking the other way. Dr. Chen's lesson is that there are no ghosts in the world, and we shouldn't believe in feudal superstitions. So I beg you to help me solve the trouble I've encountered from a scientific point of view. Mr. Lu was very uptight and never mentioned anything about being possessed or exorcising ghosts. He invited Chen Yu from the parlor into his office. As soon as he entered, Chen Yu immediately frowned. In the corner of the office sits a safe. Above and below the safe, tons of yellow talismans were attached. It looks similar to an urn in a ghost movie. Mr. Lu walked towards the safe while looking back at Chen Yu, trying to get courage from Chen Yu. Coming to the safe, Mr. Lu shivered and entered the password. Ka-ching! The safe made a small sound, and Lu sat on his butt. Chen Yu helped him up and said, the trouble you encountered has something to do with the yellow cloth bag inside, right? Yeah. Mr. Lu nodded his head like a peck of rice. Opening the safe had drained the guts out of him. Trouble Chen Yu to get the stuff out yourself. Mr. Lu is not afraid of anything but ghosts. Chen Yu stretched out a hand and took out the yellow cloth bag inside. The yellow cloth bag was light and fluffy, holding what looked like a plate. There was yellow cloth on it, clearly the lining of a monk's robe, and there's more than one layer of lining. It took Chen Yu 3 minutes to open it. The wrapping alone took 5 layers of surplus yellow lining. It's a bronze mirror. The obverse side is no different from a normal copper mirror. In the back, there are some names. Behind the bronze mirror, a hideous human face was drawn. The human face opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to devour someone. Mr. Lu said warily, Dr. Chen, my trouble comes from this thing. He was not the first owner of the Imperial City Club. About a month or so ago, after being introduced by a friend, Mr. Lu spent $300 million and bought this Imperial City Clubhouse. It's said that new people are new. When you change owners, the staff as well as the decor has to follow suit. It took a week to poach dozens of trained attendants from other clubs. Mr. Lu commanded them and adjusted the internal facilities as well as the decoration of the clubhouse. Directed men to replace crystal chandelier in hallway. At this time, the bronze mirror suddenly fell from the sky. It hit a waiter in the head on the spot. Mr. Lu felt that it was like an antique and didn't let anyone throw it away. It hangs in his office as a decoration. Yesterday, Wang Dequan brought a few clients here to relax. The once top 10 billionaires arrived, and Mr. Lu naturally had to personally entertain them. During the chat, Mr. Lu learns of a customer who runs a large antique business. Then he blurted out that on the ceiling, an antique bronze mirror had fallen. Several people were very curious. A piece to visit Mr. Lu's office. When Mr. Lu took the bronze mirror down, Wang Dequan shouted MOMO. Explain that a human face is not a human face. Instead, it's the face of the Ian Martial Ghost King of Hell. Chen Yu said, Mr. Wang is right. This is indeed the face of the top 10 Ian Martials in the Hell. The Ghost King. In folklore, the Ian Martial Ghost King represents death and killing, but this is all folklore based on blackmail and cannot be taken as true. Saying this on his lips, Chen Yu's heart flooded with mutterings. Wang Dequan believed in feng shui fortune telling for half of his life. Didn't help himself, though, but then again, there's still something to be said for familiarizing yourself with the 300 Tang poems. Ordinary people couldn't recognize it, but Wang Dequan instantly recognized it as the Ian Martial Ghost King of Hell. And unlike folklore, the Ghost King does not stand for killing and death, but actually means something else. The duty is to suppress the vicious ghosts of hell. If the face of the Ian Shui Ghost King was made into a magic weapon, the effect would be similar to the Jin Shi bead. All of them are used to suppress the corpses and prevent them from turning into corpses. Chen Yu said, You continue. If someone else had said that there was something wrong with this, I definitely wouldn't have believed it, but when it was Mr. Wang who said it, I couldn't help but believe it. Almost all of the upper circles in Hangzhou knew that Wang Dequan belonged to half of the feng shui masters, plus it's been smooth sailing since he got rich. His words couldn't help but get Mr. Lu's attention. Wang Dequan suggested that Mr. Lu hurry to find Chen Yu to find a way. As for this thing, find something with magic power to wrap it in, lest it be a disaster. Mr. Lu was also sick and desperate. Ran overnight to a Taoist temple located in a scenic area. No matter what, he bought all the charms he saw. Outside, I saw another monk temple. Thinking that I needed something to wrap the brass mirror in, I bought 5 surplices. Mr. Lu, you don't have to be so scared. Mr. Lu's legs are trembling. Chen Yu does not say something, probably he can scare himself to pass out. As I said earlier, there are no ghosts in the world. There are just suspicious ghosts. As the old saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of the ghosts. You're shivering now. You're simply scaring yourself. Chen Yu patiently comforted the other party with a few words and gave Mr. Lu 2 choices. First, since the bronze mirror fell from the ceiling, just put it back where it came from. Second, take it into your own hands. Dr. Chen, it's better if you take it. I wouldn't have the guts to put it back again, much less keep it in the store. Mr. Lu's head shook like a rattle. Once a person is afraid of something, he can't sleep with his eyes closed. Begging Chen Yu to hurry up and take the bronze mirror away. Take as far as you can and don't worry about the cost. Mr. Lu has prepared $10,000 in cash. Since you strongly urge me to take it away, I'll take it away for now. Chen Yu said, if anything else strange happens in the store, you can call me. Mr. Lu's legs almost fell to his knees. The bronze mirror was taken away by Chen Yu. Why is there still something strange going on in the store? Dr. Chan, let's get one thing straight. Without it, what else would happen in my store? That's impossible to say. Chen Yu revealed a complex demeanor. Mr. Lu took out his cell phone and ordered the treasurer to bring $10,000 in cash. He sidestepped the question. Dr. Chan, if something weird really happens, will it kill me? As long as you haven't done anything wrong, it won't kill you. A few minutes later, the treasurer entered the office with a stack of bills. It's not that Mr. Lu is stingy. He learned from Wang Dequan that although Chen Yu's style of doing things was unintelligible, but there's one way to say it, and the payoff is as much as it should be. Want to give more? They don't want it yet. Sending Chen Yu away. Mr. Lu stayed alone in the hall on the first floor to mope. Then, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Boss, it's already starting to serve customers. You see? After sitting for an unknown period of time, the foreman's voice came from beside Mr. Lu's ear. I can't believe I sat there all afternoon. Go about your business. I'll sit here for a while and go home to rest after 12. Mr. Lu waved his hand. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten this cheap. Sending the foreman away. Mr. Lu wiped his face vigorously. At that time, when he heard the news of the clubhouse sale, Mr. Lu was ecstatic. Thought I picked up a bargain for $300 million. Now it seems, where is the cheapness? It is simply a hot potato. It's fine if nothing happens, but if it does, he's screwed. The time turned to midnight. Mr. Lu stretches his back, ready to go home and rest. In a flash, a heartbreaking scream came from one of the private rooms inside. Mr. Lu cackled and shouted, "Come on people, where did the security guards go?" A few moments later, Mr. Lu led a dozen security guards and followed the sound into the last private room. The security guard kicked the door open, and Mr. Lu breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a ghost that was screaming, it was a waitress who was cleaning up the private room. The waitress looked pale, as if she had no bones, and collapsed on the floor. Mr. Lu, there are other people talking in the house. Are you hallucinating? You're the only one in this private room. Where is anyone talking? Mr. Lu looked around. Top clubs have their own top clubs. The soundproofing of the private room is comparable to that of a professional recording studio. Not to mention talking inside. Even if you were to beat the drums inside, the next room would not hear you. Mr. Lu, you believe me? Really? I really heard someone talking. He said it was nice and cold and asked me to leave him alone. Mr. Lu's legs began to tremble. The TVs and playback systems in the private rooms are all turned off. The sound couldn't have come from here. Repeatedly questioning the waitress, the other cursed and swore that she had heard absolutely nothing wrong. Go down and rest. You don't have to work tonight. Mr. Lu turned around and walked out of this private room. I've decided to call Chen Yu as soon as it's light out. At dawn, Chen Yu was once again awakened by a phone call. Dr. Chen, you're right. Something really strange has happened. Come on over here. Make sure you help me out completely, yeah. On the phone, Mr. Lu used an almost pleading tone, pleading for Chen Yu to come over as quickly as he could. Business clubs pay the most attention to wind ratings. Once the reputation is ruined, so is the business. Not to mention the rumors of hauntings. Just a little bit of poor service would drastically affect business. Coupled with the fact that Mr. Lu grew up afraid of ghosts, he is now like a headless fly. It is important to nip all problems in the bud before rumors of hauntings spread. I'll be there in half an hour. At this moment, Chen Yu in the eyes of Mr. Lu, just like becoming the only life-saving straw. Let him do whatever he wants as long as it solves the trouble. Even a shout out to Dad would do. When he arrived at the door of the private room, Mr. Lu spoke in detail about last night's events. Chen Yu pushed the door and looked at it, turning back and saying, "Trouble? What's the trouble?" Mr. Lu asked. "Don't open for business today. Go to the construction site and find a few workers who are good at digging pits and digging soil. Tell them to bring their tools and come over here to listen to my command." "Okay, I'll make the arrangements." Not long after, 6 civilian workers wearing construction site uniforms, carrying hammers and shovels, and holding impact drills, appeared in front of Chen Yu. Chen Yu said, "In a moment, the 6 of you will go in and pry open the floor of this private room for me. Then dig down from the center. Next, you may see something that will give you the creeps." Speaking of this, Chen Yu glanced at General Manager Lu. Mr. Lu understood Chen Yu's meaning in a second and said, $100,000 per person. Dr. Chen didn't let you go. Even if there's a tiger in front of you, you're not allowed to escape. A migrant worker with a foreign accent asked with an excited expression. "Boss, are you really willing to pay each of us $100,000? I'll have finance get the money now." A few minutes later, $600,000 in cash appeared in front of the eyes of several civilian workers. The few people who were engaged in the lowest end of manual labor were all hot and bothered. They're not afraid of lions and tigers, or ghosts and vampires. Excavate. Chen Yu gave an order. The crowd scrambled into the private room, using the tools at hand to smash through the ground floor, knocked out another tile under the floor. All at once, the dirt was exposed. Holy shit! With a murderous cry, several people who had been working feverishly fell to the ground in unison. Hearing the sound, Mr. Lu boldly probed and looked. Then, Mr. Lu leaned straight backward. Chen Yu held him up as he rushed inside and said, Keep digging, boss. No more digging. The earliest civilian laborer who spoke first stammered. There are bodies buried under the bottom. This is a case of human life. It's not like you guys killed them. Besides, there are surveillance probes around. No one can find you guys. Keep digging. Chen Yu pinched Mr. Lu's middle. Mr. Lu shivered as if he was electrocuted and stood up straight. Take a step and run. Chen Yu said. This is your store. If you run away, this store will be completely finished. Mr. Lu stopped at his words and bit his lip hard. Try to use pain to overcome fear. He had lived for decades and had never seen such a horrible sight. There were two heads hidden in the dirt underneath the private room. The body of the head, by the looks of it, should still be buried underneath. Which one of these lacks great virtue? Anyway, this place was chosen to build the cemetery. Mr. Lu shook his head. There should be a coffin in the grave, and have never seen it, burying their ancestors headfirst. The head was still intact, indicating that it hadn't been buried long. Chen Yu reminded. Mr. Lu, there will be a brave man under heavy reward. I know. Mr. Lu let out a few deep breaths. Brothers, please work harder. I'll double your pay later. $200,000 each. The saying that heavy rewards will bring out the best in people is manifested at this moment. Although I know this place is evil, I'm faced with a reward of $200,000. The Minutemen threw their fears into the recesses of the mountains. Keep digging down hard. As the digging went deeper, an even more horrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Instead of two bodies buried underneath, there were four, and all four bodies, in a standing position, were buried underneath. Boss, there seems to be another body under here. The civilian using the shovel felt the head of the shovel hit something soft. I'm guessing there's another body lying or slumping below. You may go. Chen Yu waved his hand towards the back. 6 folk left the private room in a fishtail. Walking to the edge of the pit, Chen Yu bent down and muttered, cold ice prison, fiery fire prison, disembowelment prison, tongue-plucking prison, and at the bottom should be the heart-digging prison. 5 prisons complete. Son of a bitch ran here to experiment on living people. Dr. Chen, what the hell are you talking about? What experiment? Chen Yu said without looking back. Call the police and contact the major crimes team. But my store, Li Changjun, the captain of the serious crimes team, knows what to do. You don't have to worry about word getting out. Okay, I'll try to make contact. Things have come to a head. Mr. Lu can only choose to believe Chen Yu. Chen Yu said something weird would happen here. And something weird really happened in the middle of the night. Just came over and said there's something under the private room. Sure enough, there were 4 buried. No, 5 bodies. Not long after, a number of black cars appeared in front of the clubhouse. Li Changjun, wearing a trenchcoat and a bearded man, strides in. Dr. Chen, why are you here? Li Changjun was surprised. On the 911 call, Mr. Lu said that the body was found in the private room of the clubhouse. Things had nothing to do with him, requesting the major crimes team to come out to the scene. Named the team to be led by Li Changjun. The Imperial City Club is the top entertainment venue in the area, and multiple bodies appear at once. Even if Mr. Lu doesn't say anything, the serious crimes team will intervene in the investigation. I just didn't expect to see Chen Yu here. Chen Yu said. Captain Li, take a closer look. What is the difference between this and the photo you showed me earlier? Photos. Li Changjun's memory immediately returned to a few days ago. He squatted down while saying, Dr. Chen, these bodies, they won't be the same as those people. Next, Chen Yu no longer needed to answer. Li Changjun's eyes were right in line with the face of a corpse. The corpse's forehead had been drawn in blood, with a few odd lines. Li Changjun put on white gloves and broke open the mouth of this corpse. There's no tongue in it. It should have been clipped or severed from the base of the tongue. Walking around to another corpse, Li Changjun's face was frighteningly gloomy. The bodies were exactly the same as those of the 4 previous victims. I know you have a lot of questions right now. So tonight, meet me in my counseling room. Dr. Chen, do you already know who the murderer is? Without a word, Chen Yu left the palace clubhouse. From the crypt, the killer got a secret method, but only the skin, not the essence. With little knowledge, they began to experiment on living people. The 5 corpses, as well as the 4 dead who had perished earlier, were his experiments. If this experiment fails, this person will continue to experiment, until it succeeds, or is retributed. Grandpa, do you have the latest version of the Ultraman sticker here? School lets out at 4 p.m. At the first elementary school in downtown HZ, a large number of elementary school children poured out of the school. Across the street from the school is a store that sells a variety of toys and snacks. The owner was in his 50s, wearing a tank top and shorts. and reclining in a recliner fanning himself. It hasn't arrived yet, so come by next Monday. When Ultraman didn't arrive, the elementary school student spent 50 cents and left with a pack of chili fries. It wasn't long before a few more schoolchildren arrived. Also get the Ultraman stickers. I've told you it hasn't arrived. Why do you come asking every day? The owner had an impatient expression on his face. Come back next Monday for more. With that, the owner waved his bushel and shooed away a few schoolchildren. Continue to close your eyes in the recliner. Boss, do you believe in light? Believe it? My ass. The owner said unhappily. It's not over, is it, you little brats? You've only grown in size but not in brains. I've got it all written out there. Next week at. The owner cursed and stood up, realizing that it wasn't a schoolboy who had spoken. Instead, it's an adult. You're getting Ultraman stickers too? Do you believe in light? Chen Yu continued to ask. Go go go. Stay there where it's cool. Kids believe this. You adults believe it too. The hell with believing in light. Chen Yu sighed. Your self-defeating mental illness is really getting worse. Chen Yu said. You don't believe in light, but you believe in immortality and think you can become a god. The boss retorted. You, what are you babbling about? Where are the immortals these days? Immortality is all a lie. If you don't believe in anything, why did you hit the south wall and refuse to turn back? Tonight, it's time to kill the fifth elf, right? As the words landed, the rather lewd-looking boss released a chilling aura from his body. The pupils of both eyes contracted violently. The fingers of his left hand transformed into sword fingers. Before you do it, don't you want to know why you fail repeatedly? Chen Yu said with a smirk. Who the hell are you? A layer of dense beads of sweat appeared on the lewd boss's forehead. The mind was tense. Who the hell is this man? It sounds like an off-key sentence, but it means something. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, Chen Yu paused and said, under the heavens, only I know how to sacrifice the 5 prisons, and become an immortal through necrosis. When these words came out, the lewd boss sucked in a breath of cold air. This person had indeed come for this matter. Chen Yu seemed as if he did not see the lewd boss's gradually panicked expression. Speak for yourself. You're a person who is bad from head to toe, but I have to say that in the cultivation path, you're still very talented. At the age of 10, I began to follow my family to make a living as a grave robber, and at the age of 13, I picked up a tattered cultivation technique from a grave. Relying on the tattered and incomplete cultivation method on it, it has hardened you to have a proud skill. Unfortunately, you're too greedy for your own good. Obviously, he already has a skill that surpasses ordinary people, but he still doesn't know how to be satisfied. The last page of the Gong method has dozens of tattered and incomplete ancient characters, and it took you years to read and comprehend them. After that, they went about it in accordance with the law, in the vain hope of disintegrating their corpses into immortality and achieving immortality. With every word Chen Yu said, the lewd boss's face tensed up. By the time he reached the back, the lewd boss was drenched in sweat. How do you know the contents of these? Chen Yu went into too much detail. It was so detailed that some of it was almost forgotten by the lewd boss. Chen Yu lightly smiled and said, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chen Yu. I am a psychiatrist. If you've been online a lot, you should have heard of me. You're that strange man Chen Yu? The lewd boss was inwardly shocked once again. Although he didn't watch the live broadcast, he was no stranger to Chen Yu's name. It's next to a school, and he's in the student business. Every now and then, you could hear elementary school students talking about a webcaster named Chen Yu. He said that this man is the reincarnation of a god, and that there is nothing under the sun that he doesn't know. The sleazy boss scoffed at this. Guess it would be some kind of metaphysical magician, pretending to be a god and fooling the ignorant common people with divination methods. Never thought that one day Chen Yu would appear in front of him. Strange man to talk about. Just plain old psychiatrist. Is it wrong for a psychiatrist to see into people's hearts? Chen Yu asked rhetorically. The lewd boss frowned a few times and said, fellow Daoist, you, stop. Chen Yu interrupted the lewd boss. I told you, I'm a psychiatrist, not some dog. Chen Yu corrected. The sleazy boss called out MMP straight away. This man is not sick. While talking about metaphysical secrets, he tells people that he is a psychiatrist, not a metaphysical practitioner. Brain fart. They're all 1,000-year-old foxes. What the fuck are they pretending to be chatty about? Dr. Chen, what exactly do you intend to do when you come to see me? The lewd boss asked the biggest unanswered question on his mind. If the other person is looking for trouble, they should do it just as soon as they meet. It's impossible to say so much. Instead of doing it, reveal those hidden pasts of your own. Presumably, there is something to be desired. Of course I'm here to see you. Chen Yu told the lewd boss with a tone of entitlement. As a doctor, you should be compassionate. Seeing that the lewd boss was seriously ill, it was only natural to come over and help. Hearing this, The loot boss was completely speechless. If it wasn't for that earlier comment, he assured me that Chen Yu had turned into a corpse. The cause of your illness comes from the last few dozen words of that kung fu. And to make the condition completely unmanageable, it originated from another ancient tomb. Chen Yu was like a roundworm in the loot boss's stomach. He told me what he had experienced in his life. Word for word. The dozens of tattered ancient texts written on the end page of the Gongfu roughly described how people who practiced the art surpassed themselves and attained immortality. The loot boss was never allowed to do so due to a number of textual mutilations. Thinking about it, he had an idea. Keep robbing graves, specializing in stealing the tombs of those who cultivate. Perhaps some relevant accounts can be found in it. Kung Fu is not a bad idea. A dozen or so tombs of cultivators have been stolen in a row. He saw several murals. The scene drawn above coincided with what was written in the Kung Fu. With all the illustrations, the sleazy boss thought he had everything he needed. A series of killings began. The loot boss said in a deep tone, "Does Dr. Chen really know the original reason for my repeated failures?" "Sure." Chen Yu smiled. "The Shenmen have many accounts of corpses dissolving into immortals, and you are convinced of this. The so-called corpse dissolution into immortality refers to the cultivation of the body to a certain extent. Those who practiced the art of cultivation accomplished their merits and ascended to heaven in the daytime. And to get to that point, it requires the cultivator to consolidate the essence of the body, also do more good deeds and accumulate merit, eventually reaching the realm of celestial unity." The sleazy boss nodded. Chen Yu was right. It's easy to say, but throughout the ages, how many people have been able to do it? In the ancient times when the spiritual qi was still abundant, there were only a few seniors who were able to fly up in the daytime and become immortals with the dissolution of their corpses. To modern times when the aura is thinning, even if you do good deeds for the rest of your life and spend your whole life practicing kung fu, in the end, it would only turn into a mess of dry bones, with the flesh dissipating between heaven and earth. The obscene boss was not willing to be annihilated like this. He wanted to become immortal. And even more so, he wanted to achieve immortality. "You did as you were told and searched for 5 evil-doing mandrills, as written in the Kung Fu. Next, you killed them brutally according to the frescoes, following the way the 5 prisons punish the wicked. Having accomplished this, you then placed them in the pit as depicted in the last mural and opened the altar to break hell, trying to send the 5 elves to hell, and by doing so, obtaining feats that will enable them to ascend. It is not to be expected that after you have done this, instead of gaining any merit yourself, you will be haunted by these 5 evil spirits. It took a lot of work for you to beat the 5 evil souls to death." Chen Yu looked at the loot boss whose face changed color. The sleazy boss looked at himself without blinking. "It's as if you're mesmerized by what you're hearing. You're convinced you can't be wrong. There must be a problem with one of the steps. For this reason, you keep looking for evil-doing elves, and you keep killing them. Hundreds of elves have been killed by you over the years. The so-called experiments, through and through, ended in failure. Know why you can't make it?" Chen Yu asked. "Why?" the loot boss said with an urgent expression. "Because you're sick," Chen Yu said seriously. The loot boss was so angry that his lungs exploded. "I'm not teasing you. Your failure is directly related to your condition," Chen Yu said indifferently. "You have a serious case of hypochondria." "What is hypochondria?" In order to get the reason for his repeated failures, the loot boss could only suppress his anger for the time being even if he was about to explode with anger. Chen Yu said, "The pathology of hypochondriasis manifests itself in the patient's withdrawn personality and stubbornness, overly self-focused and very sensitive, always self-centered. The stubbornness and overfocus on self in it is the main cause of your illness. It took you nearly 30 years to develop an extraordinary technique, gradually becoming self-centered and believing themselves to be beyond the realm of ordinary people, and don't want to turn to dust like ordinary people 100 years from now. At the same time, again, your oversensitivity leads you to believe that the repeated failures of the approach can only be the result of a faulty methodology, not a problem with the approach itself. Everyone else hits the wall once and then turns back. You hit your head on the wall and don't think it can't be broken. Think you don't have a hard enough head." Chen Yu's tone took on a faint mockery. "There's no shortcut to practicing to become an immortal. And if this approach really worked, how would those people have turned into withered bones in their graves?" The sleazy boss froze. "Does this approach really not work?" "It works." The sleazy boss almost stumbled and fell. "Chen Yu, you're fucking sick." The loot boss was really pissed off this time. "Nima, is it fun to take a big breath?" It made him almost think he had done nothing all these years. "I'm not sick." "You are." Chen Yu smiled lightly and said, "When I say it works, I do not mean that this method can really make one immortal, but I mean the true meaning that this method represents, what it really means." Once again, the loot boss came to life. "Chen Yu, first of all, this way does not come from Shenmen, but from ancient witchcraft. Secondly, Killing an elf to offer it does not acquire merit. The murderous golem was sacrificed to the 5 prisons. In order for the golem to take away your own many sins. Only when one's body is free of sins can one avoid the cycle of karma and take over another's body to continue one's cultivation in another body. What? Taking over the flesh? The lewd boss was horrified. Chen Yu nodded and said, there is a time when manpower is exhausted, and heaven's will is difficult to fulfill. By constant sacrifice, by constant taking of the body, some degree of immortality can be achieved. The longer you live, the deeper your sense of cultivation becomes. Perhaps one day, it will be possible to actually attain the Tao of physical dissolution and ascend. Right. Chen Yu paused and said, whether it's the mural or the gongfu, a step has been missed. Which step? Missed the 7th one. Chen Yu said, to completely complete the ritual, apart from needing the 5 elves, and you, the one who casts the spell, a 7th is still needed. The people of the same palace of the sun and moon act as your soldiers' interpreters. Looking at the lewd boss with a stunned face, Chen Yu explained, sun and moon in the same palace refers to a person who has the 2 destinies of Tai Yin and Sun. The Yin and the Yang share the same fate in order to complete the final step of the ritual. The sleazy boss came to a realization. No wonder I've tried so many times and ended up failing every time. Turns out it was missing the most crucial one. With that, a question appeared in his mind. According to Chen Yu, this step, or person, is very important. It's about whether or not the entire ceremony will be completed. If that's the case, why didn't the person who wrote the technique, or the owner of the mural, record this step? That's because they don't want you to succeed at all. Chen Yu saw through what the lewd boss had in mind at a glance. Don't want me to succeed. The sleazy boss couldn't believe it. This kind of ritual is counterintuitive and evil, but any cultivator with a normal mind would not believe it, much less try to kill someone to become immortal. Only someone with a radical, self-centered personality like you would do something like this that goes against the heavenly way and human decency. In order to achieve your goal, you treat human life like grass, and those seniors before you, would they be any kind of good men and women? Chen Yu sneered. You treat them as a guiding light, not realizing that people with deceitful natures will continue to harm others even if they die. Pity you were fooled by you and didn't know it. The sleazy boss is so ruthless that killing him on the spot wouldn't be an option. But then again, it's always a pity party too. With the idea of waste in mind, Chen Yu also planned to do an experiment with him. Try to inspire guilt in the demon's heart and voluntarily turn yourself in at the police station. Look at the way people are led to repentance at the end of their lives. The ability to gain merit and chi. Learning that he had been punked by 2 dead men, the lewd boss's face was as gloomy as it could be. If I find someone who possesses the destiny of the sun and the moon in the same palace and acts as my Hyrule man, will I be able to take over someone else's physical body? The sleazy boss asked fiercely. Chen Yu nodded. The experiment failed. Thanks a lot. In the next second, the lewd boss's left hand once again formed a sword finger. With a lightning-fast momentum, he pointed towards Chen Yu. Immediately afterward, the lewd boss was dumbfounded. Chen Yu looked at himself with a gaze like he was looking at an idiot. Surprisingly, nothing happened. How? Undeterred, the lewd boss nodded at Chen Yu once again. I advise you to check your own aura first. Hearing this, the lewd boss immediately toned down his internal aura. This check doesn't matter. The sleazy boss fell on his ass. The aura in the body was imprisoned by some kind of power. Elders, spare your life. Without saying a word, the lewd boss immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. There was only Chen Yu and himself here. The aura must have been forbidden by him. Being able to confine the aura in one's body without one realizing it. It was evident that Chen Yu's cultivation was far above him. Chen Yu shook his head and said, "Get up." Yes. The lewd boss didn't dare to disobey and carefully stood up. That Ghost King bronze mirror. Where did you get it? Chen Yu asked. I bought it from a fellow Taoist. As he is not allowed to do so, the lewd boss is haunted by evil spirits every time he kills a mandrill. It couldn't be a threat to him, but it annoyed the hell out of him. After some planning, he found a Taoist friend who was good at making magic weapons. Every time the ritual failed, he would use the spell to suppress the evil spirits. The palace clubhouse is part of a feng shui site. The former owner of the palace club, and the hit man, are your men, aren't they? Chen Yu asked again. The lewd boss explained. They are all my disciples. Master is an asshole, and the disciples he chooses are likewise no good. Chen Yu stretched out a finger. At the fingertips, the aura surrounded them. In an instant, the aura shot out and straight into the lewd boss's hall of seals. Bam! The lewd boss's body leaned straight back. Next, it's the turn of the laws of the world of men to punish you. Chen Yu clapped his hands and turned around to leave the place, without taking a cloud. Those who do evil will be punished by God. Chen Yu was representing the heavenly Tao at this moment, inflicting punishment on this person. waste the demonic Taoist's cultivation, knock him off the clouds and down to the ground. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Changjun stormed into the store. Not bothering to catch his breath, Li Changjun hurriedly said, Dr. Chen, do you already know who's the mastermind behind this? Where is he now? Captain Li, take it easy. Drink a glass of water first. People can't run away. Chen Yu smiled faintly. A cup of steaming tea is pushed forward. Seeing this, Li Changjun sat down at his desk with a sense of urgency, picked up his teacup and drank it in one gulp. Just putting the teacup down, Li Changjun found a note on the table. There's an address written on it. Take it. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Li Changjun was ecstatic. He had dealt with Chen Yu many times and had come to a conclusion. Although Chen Yu likes to do things in the clouds and mountains, his skills are no match. This note is probably the address of the killer. Ha! Li Changjun picked up the note and was about to take a closer look when there was an address behind the note. Dr. Chen, why are there two addresses on it? The front address is the location of the mastermind behind the scenes, and the back address, the hiding place of one of his associates. The other accomplice in Chen Yu's mouth was the former owner of the Palace Club. The demonic path has killed 100 lives over the years in search of the mandrill. Worried that one day the police would find out who he really was, he got up the idea of recruiting his men. Exiled to Hangzhou, he chose two disciples. One is the same fighter from earlier. The other, the owner of the Palace Club. The fighters are ruthless and the club owner is powerful. In the next kill, the two of them did a lot for the Demon Road. The owner of the Palace Clubhouse specializes in helping the demon doctors collect clues about the human elf. The Demon Road didn't treat each other poorly either. The society was able to do a great job, and the demonic path helped a lot behind the scenes. The fighters acted as murderers and killed innocents indiscriminately under the guidance of the demon path. As for why they didn't hide the body after killing it, the answer is simple. Times are different now. In the early years, there weren't too many probes around. Today, the Skynet system is present in every city in the country. Especially in a big city like Hangzhou, surveillance probes are as dense as a spider's web. Demon Road can make a hitter invisible, but there's no guarantee that the removal of the body won't reveal itself. The body was simply dumped at the scene and left in the hands of the police for the time being. When the fifth mandrill is killed, the demonic path will take these bodies from the funeral parlor, perform the so-called rituals. The owner of the Palace Club is not a good person, but he has more or less some brains. Seeing the demonic Taoist killing people, he was afraid that one day a great disaster would come. Can't help but have second thoughts, especially since there are 5 bodies buried in their own store. As if a time bomb could detonate at any moment, he sold the Palace Club at a bargain price and ran away from disaster with a huge sum of $300 million. All of these contents were seen by Chen Yu through the heavenly chance. In the whole world, he was the only one who knew. Li Changjun moved his lips, wanting to ask for some more details. Thinking about Chen Yu's eccentric character again, he decided that it was better to catch the person first. It's been a long time since I've opened a live broadcast, so I'm in a good mood today to find a few lucky people to trade for merit. Saying that, Chen Yu stretched his back. Order a takeout to fill your stomach first. We'll start live after dinner. Joy to the world. The missing person is back. What kind of luck did I have today? Just as soon as I went online, I saw Dr. Chen on the air. All you lucky people, why don't you go buy a lottery ticket? Maybe you'll hit the jackpot tonight. The live broadcasting room, which was already very lively, was like a boiling pot of water as Chen Yu started broadcasting. Unlike other anchors, there has always been a set time for Chen Yu to be on the air. Downcast was right on time. Only 3 patients are seen per broadcast. When you're done, get off the air right away. Won't stay a minute longer. The delighted watermen called out to their friends. In less than 5 minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room jumped from over 100,000 to over 1 million. The numbers are still growing. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, which belonged to the moment when the live broadcast platform had the most traffic. The usual rule, draw a red packet for the streak. Chen Yu also does not nonsense. Casually sent out 100 yuan red packet. In just 10 seconds, the red packets were snapped up. 3 lucky winners that appeared on the public screen. Holy crap, how come the first in line is Mo? Mo, hurry up. It's not too late to run. It's over. It's over. My favorite anchor woman is going to flip. What do you mean upstairs? Do you think Missy will have a black history? I don't know if she has a black history or not, but as long as she's linked up with Dr. Chen, she's going to be more or less made to look bad. While the water friends were divided, a girl with the screen name of Go Girl Zhou Mengmeng had already connected with Chen Yu on the microphone. The girl is about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a white t-shirt with a double ponytail. The look is pure and innocent, as if she were a neighborly sister. Hello Dr. Chen, I'm glad to get the chance to connect with you. Zhou Mengmeng, the Go Girl, greeted Chen Yu with a smile on her face. also apologizing to the water boys. He entered Chen Yu's live broadcast room by himself, originally wanting to try his luck. I didn't expect to be so lucky and really connect with Chen Yu on the mic. A live Go teaching broadcast that is fixed to start at 8:20 p.m. It's going to be delayed backward a couple of minutes. I hope that you will understand. Understanding. Whatever Mo says is right. Look, Mom. The world champion apologized to me. Mo, I bought a plane ticket to the International Go Championship next month, so I'll be there to cheer you on. And I bought tickets for spectators for all of Mo's games in addition to my plane ticket. Can someone please take care of the water friends who don't care about Go? What does this anchor do? Gosh, there are still people who don't recognize Zhou Mengmeng? Why do you have to know her? It's not like she's a big deal. As this pop-up appeared, the next pop-ups were either flirtatious or sarcastic. This water boy has eyes to see. Go girl Zhou Mengmeng is not only a big shot, but also a genius in the Go world that is rare to find in 100 years. Zhou Mengmeng learned chess at the age of 4 and competed in amateur tournaments at the age of 7. At the age of 9.5, he became a professional chess player. 16 years old beat her teacher, a Go 9 Dan in former Go sage. After that, he participated in the World Go Championship for 3 consecutive years, winning the championship every time. At the age of less than 20, he became the youngest 9 Dan national player. No one would doubt it. Give Zhou Mengmeng a few more years and she will become the youngest world chess saint, breaking the previous record of 9 consecutive wins. In the face of the overwhelming pop-ups of praise, Chen Mengmeng, who was only 19 years old, revealed a shy expression. Everyone be quiet. Chen Yu tapped the desktop. The pop-up disappeared at once. This patient, please state your condition. I seem to be poisoned. Zhou Mengmeng, a young Go girl, hesitantly tells the reason why she linked up with Chen Yu. Suspect that you've been poisoned. The aquanauts in the live room were amazed. No one would have thought that Chen Mengmeng's linking up with Chen Yu would be due to poisoning. Mo, you're not kidding everyone, are you? Which one of these murderous bastards dared to poison our country's future Go sage? Mo, if you knew you were poisoned, why didn't you call the police? Go to the hospital. Don't let it affect the next international competition. What do you care about the competition at this time of year? Focusing on getting better is the right thing to do. Dr. Chen, you must cure Mengmeng. If Zhou Mengmeng were to have 3 deaths, it would be a great loss for our country. Mo, think about what you ate and drank before you had the weird feeling. The watermen have offered their advice. Those who have studied toxicology are ready to organize a group to give Zhou Mengmeng a consultation. Before Chen Yu could say anything, Zhou Mengmeng immediately began to explain. There's no need for everyone to be so nervous. I just suspected I was poisoned. I'm not sure it was necessarily poisoning. During this recent period of time, Zhou Mengmeng's mood was very off, exuberant at times, sad at others. It is accompanied by weakness, nausea and vomiting, insomnia, panic and other phenomena. After feeling that something was wrong, Zhou Mengmeng went to the hospital for a series of tests. The test results showed that nothing happened to Zhou Mengmeng, both physically and psychologically. Doctors believe that Zhou Mengmeng's abnormal reaction may be due to the preparation for international competitions, resulting in excessive mental stress. Zhou Mengmeng is advised to go out for a walk properly, do more things of interest. Maybe it will ease the mental stress. Say so. No matter what Zhou Mengmeng did, she couldn't change this weird low mood. In addition to being the chief of the national Go team, she also runs an online live stream, teaching water lovers about Go and promoting the game. There are 2 anchors on the internet who, within a short time of being online, have gathered millions of fans. One Zhou Mengmeng, the other is Chen Yu. Out of curiosity about Chen Yu, Zhou Mengmeng had watched quite a few of his live recordings. Seeing the first live recording, Zhou Mengmeng feels that her symptoms are very similar to those of Zhou Kersen, hence the suspicion that someone has secretly poisoned himself. Hearing Mo say that, the situation does seem to be somewhat similar to Sister Zhou. I see. Someone must have been jealous of Mengmeng's achievement, or an opponent who was afraid that Mengmeng would beat herself in the competition and meanly poisoned her. Mo, you should hurry to a hospital that's qualified to do toxicology tests. Maybe we can find out why. She's already mic'd up with Dr. Chen. There's no need to go to the hospital. With Dr. Chen at the helm, what disease can't be detected? Dr. Chen, you quickly help Mengmeng to have a checkup. I'll pay for the treatment. Aside from a small number of melon-eating aquatic friends, most of the aquatic friends were highly concerned about Zhou Mengmeng's situation. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's cell phone kept ringing. Looking at the contents of the cell phone, Chen Yu cried and laughed. Zhou Mengmeng's influence really wasn't a casual remark. After a while, dozens of waterbenders passed the bounty, paying for Zhou Mengmeng's medical fees and treatment. People, don't give me any more money. I'll return the money you gave me earlier the way it was meant to be returned in a moment. Chen Yu said with a straight face. I can tell you unequivocally that this patient is not poisoned. Hearing that Zhou Mengmeng is not poisoned, the water friends have been relieved. It's good that it's not poisoning. Even if it was really poisoned, Chen Yu could cure Zhou Mengmeng in minutes. Zhou Mengmeng said half-heartedly, Dr. Chen, if I am not poisoned, why do I always feel out of sorts these days? The hospital couldn't find any cause. Could it really be psychological stress? Chen Yu said, your condition is indeed related to psychological reasons, but it's not stress. It's that you're schizophrenic. That statement was like a bomb. Not only did it blow Zhou Mengmeng out of the water, it's even blown up with countless pop-ups. Dr. Chen, do you have to be so ruthless? If you don't say it, then you've set someone up for schizophrenia. But for one less live broadcast, I wouldn't have believed what Dr. Chen said. How can Mo be so young and schizophrenic? I've heard that schizophrenia splits two personalities. Are we seeing the first Zhou Mengmeng? Or the second? What first and second? Zhou Mengmeng isn't schizophrenic at all. Zhou Mengmeng's entire body was stunned. The initial intention was to ask Chen Yu to help see if he had been poisoned. Instead, Chen Yu diagnosed her with a schizophrenic. What's all this? As a sport that requires long periods of concentration and physical fitness, all professional Go players, at regular intervals, are required to undergo physical examinations. Zhou Mengmeng is the chief player of the national team and is always accompanied by two personal doctors, one for mental and one for physical. If there's schizophrenia, there's no way a doctor can't see it. And half a month ago, Zhou Mengmeng just went to the hospital for a checkup. Nothing's going on. Where does schizophrenia begin? Instantly, the water friends in the live broadcast room split into two camps. One camp insists that Zhou Mengmeng must be schizophrenic. The other camp begged Chen Yu bitterly to cure Zhou Mengmeng. Among the water users who like Zhou Mengmeng, except some of them follow her because of her face value, most watermen have a common identity. Go enthusiast. Go is a niche sport. The people in the country do not pay much attention to it. Ever since Zhou Mengmeng, the genius girl, came out of nowhere, the country's interest in Go is growing by the day. Once something happens to Zhou Mengmeng, the sport of Go, which has just been given a second spring, may fall into the doldrums again. Seeing Chen Yu's delay in speaking, Zhou Mengmeng's little heart beat faster and faster. The water boy's talking points were focused on schizophrenia through and through. None of the water friends questioned Chen Yu's diagnosis. It was evident that Chen Yu's ability had been recognized by everyone. Is it possible that one is really schizophrenic? Zhou Mengmeng cried out with a sobbing tone in her voice. Dr. Chen, if I choose to receive treatment after the match, is it too late? Too late. Chen Yu said indifferently. If you don't receive treatment today, in another 10 days, your friends and family will be able to eat the banquet. Chen Yu got this sentence, once again showing the personal style of not being shocked by words. That means Mo will live for another 10 days? No way. Isn't it the day of the funeral that you can only have a banquet? Funerals are held 7 days after a person's death. Could it be that Mo will die the day after tomorrow? Nima, Dr. Chen is also too ruthless. Diagnosing schizophrenia doesn't count. But he also intends to send Mengmeng away directly. The water friends and Zhou Mengmeng both panicked. Zhou Mengmeng cried and said, Dr. Chen, you don't scare me. I'm timid. No one was not afraid of death. And naturally Zhou Mengmeng was no exception. I'm not scaring you, telling the truth, Chen Yu said with a straight face. 3 days later, at 7 o'clock in the afternoon, on the rooftop of your house, you will take a leap of faith. The tears in Zhou Mengmeng's eyes fell out drop by drop. The heart is aggravated. What's going on here? He himself had merely come to ask if the recent mental malaise was due to poisoning. Chen Yu first told her she was schizophrenic. With that, she also said that in a few days, she would be GA. I have a feeling that Dr. Chen has, lately, been trending towards being a funeral anchor. Not to mention, 2 days ago that uncle came to see Dr. Chen, who also said he might die. Please, can you focus on the point? Mo is in danger. Old-timers, Dr. Chen is saying that Mengmeng is going to jump from the rooftop in 3 days, right? With my comprehension skills from years of being a language rep, that's what it means. Unlike the previous various whole jobs, the focus of the water friends this time, almost all centered on the life and death of Zhou Mengmeng. A number of psychology and medical students in related programs have shown up. Schizophrenia is a serious mental illness though, but compared to depression, the suicide rate is not that high. Unless the schizophrenia develops into delusions of persecution, then death thoughts will occur. A number of people were confused again by the explanation. Zhou Mengmeng has a sunny disposition. Unlike some other child stars, teen idols, who have a little bit of fame and then have no one in their sights, Zhou Mengmeng, who is 19 years old, not only is he a national Go player, but he is also the chief of the national team and the future Go sage favored by countless people. Count yourself among the world's celebrities. Even so, Zhou Mengmeng character is as modest and kind as ever. On days when there is no competition, Zhou Mengmeng opens the live broadcast every day. In addition to teaching Go enthusiasts the art for free, we also talk about how to adjust your mindset in the middle of a game. How to think calmly about equalizing the situation when faced with an unfavorable situation. All in all, Zhou Mengmeng is not schizophrenic, much less commit suicide because of schizophrenia. On the contrary, these words came out of Chen Yu's mouth. Anyone else says that, they're gonna get cyberbombed in a minute. Once Chen Yu said that, things looked very strange. Oh, Dr. Chen, can I not die? Zhou Mengmeng said pitifully. Sure, Chen use this can, as if a warm sunshine irradiated into the dark clouds of the live room. 666, 6666. Dr. Chen is Dr. Chen. He really plays well with repressing first and then raising. Meng don't cry. Dr. Chen has a way to save you. Why do I get the feeling that Dr. Chen is joking with Meng, agreeing too quickly? Who cares if it's fast or not? As long as our talented girl is safe. Water lovers rejoice. One by one, they acted even happier than Zhou Mengmeng. Zhou Mengmeng's sobbing expression came to an abrupt end. In its place was deep confusion. As a water user said, Chen Yu agreed too quickly. It was so fast that Zhou Mengmeng couldn't react at all. I really don't have to die? Zhou Mengmeng asked cautiously. Sure. Chen Yu smiled lightly and said, a doctor's responsibility is to truthfully inform the patient of his condition and speak clearly about why the patient is suffering from this disease. After that, depending on the condition, appropriate treatment programs are given to help the patient get rid of the disease. Zhou Mengmeng nodded numbly. The reasoning is this, but in his own heart, he always felt that something was wrong. Other people say that Chen Yu is not a doctor at all. Rather, they are metaphysical gurus in the guise of doctors. As for the reasons, there are also many different opinions. After thinking about it, Zhou Mengmeng decided to ignore these messy things for now. Save your little life first. Dr. Chen, wait for a moment. I'll contact the team and start receiving your treatment. Zhou Mengmeng pulled out her cell phone. Prepare to contact the leader. Announced his withdrawal from the International Go Championship in a month's time. She hadn't been exposed to mental illness treatment, but she'd seen a pig run before she'd eaten one. It is expected that, as with physical illnesses, a long treatment period will be required. I'm afraid I won't be able to go to next month's game. The water friends unanimously felt sorry for Zhou Mengmeng. She has won 3 championships, 7 more wins, and will break the previous world record. Now, I'm afraid we'll have to start all over again. Go players, like other sports players, retire. A game is physically and energetically exhausting for a Go player. If it's a chess match, after hours of gaming, it is common for players to be physically weak. Most Go players, therefore, choose to retire around the age of 30. Zhou Mengmeng started from scratch. Any further attempts to break the 9-game winning streak of her predecessor would leave her with only 11 years to go. Chen Yu said lightly, you don't need to call for a vacation. The healing process doesn't take long. It won't delay your next race? It won't hold up the game? Zhou Mengmeng was once again shocked. Chen Yu smiled. As long as you follow my treatment, I guarantee that you will be cured in a minute. 1 minute. Zhou Mengmeng stared with an exaggerated expression. What the hell is this? A 1-minute cure for schizophrenia? Even a cut finger and a band-aid would take longer than that, right? Equally stunned were the water boys. A 1-minute cure for mental illness. Can you believe that? And it also treats the most difficult of mental illnesses, schizophrenia. Knowing that the climax is coming, the water boys have one to count. One by one, they opened their eyes wide and waited for Chen Yu to show off his power. Watching Chen Yu live is not a day or two. The people were convinced of what he said and the skill he exerted. Zhou Mengmeng looked at Chen Yu with half surprise, half shock. Dr. Chen, hurry up and treat me. Good. Chen Yu responded lightly, signaling Zhou Mengmeng to raise her right hand up. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mengmeng obediently raised her right arm. Take off the bracelet on your wrist. Only then did the water friends see clearly that Zhou Mengmeng's right hand had white t-shirt sleeves in addition. At the wrist, there was a bracelet of unknown material. Zhou Mengmeng took down the bracelet and said, and then? Your schizophrenia stems from this bracelet. After you take it, you can choose to discard it far away. Or maybe send it to me for disposal. Just stop wearing it and your schizophrenia will never kick in. Just after Chen Yu's words, Zhou Mengmeng's entire body was blinded. First time I've heard that bracelet jewelry can turn someone schizophrenic. Even if Chen Yu's skills were more powerful, he shouldn't take himself as a 3-year-old to fool around, right? What? Don't believe it? Chen Yu asked with a smile. It's not unbelievable. It's just kind of unbelievable. How can a bracelet make me go schizophrenic? Zhou Mengmeng didn't know what to say. It's just so unbelievable anyway. Because it's not an ordinary bracelet. The material is human bone, Chen Yu said in a deep voice. The words directly set off a magnitude 9 earthquake in the live room. Spare a thought as witty as a sailor. The ornament Zhou Mengmeng was wearing was actually made from human bones. It was even more unexpected that this stuff would give Zhou Mengmeng schizophrenic symptoms. If it wasn't for the fact that he had seen Chen Yu's skills countless times, at least half of the water boys started rolling up their arms and sleeves, feet on stools and spraying straight away. Nima, this is too exciting. Bones can still make jewelry? I'm counting on my fingers. It's not jewelry. It might be some kind of evil weapon. Fellow Daoist has a point. This place must be an ominous object. I'm reporting that someone is engaging in feudal superstition in Dr. Chen's live room. Report your ass. Dr. Chen said the stuff is made of human bones. Can it be a proper thing? My goodness. Will it carry a curse and that's why it's making Mo schizophrenic? Witty as you are. I second the motion. Zhou Mengmeng's afterglow glanced at the screen pop-up. The descriptions of the water boys were more exaggerated than one another. Some people even say there may be evil spirits in the bracelet. Everyone stop talking. Zhou Mengmeng shouted, as if throwing hot potatoes, snapped and dropped the bracelet to the floor. Keep spreading superstition, and you won't be able to watch the rest of the broadcast, Chen Yu said in a deep voice. Fearing that Chen Yu would engage in bulk blackout, the number of pop-ups decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. First of all, there are neither evil dead souls nor curses on the bracelet. Secondly, the human bone bracelet itself does not directly cause schizophrenia, but can expand the negative emotions within humans indefinitely. The water boys cried and laughed. Chen Yu is only allowing the state officials to set fire, not the people. Let's start with not letting people get into the closet on the air. The next thing he said was not a word about feudal superstition. Normal things that amplify negative emotions within a person? It's a fool's errand. Zhou Mengmeng shed tears once again. Is this bracelet really something unclean? Is it the reason I'm in a bad mood? And I'm even going to kill myself because of it? Chen Yu nodded his head. In a live broadcast a while back, I explained to you that so-called ghost sightings are really just encounters with energy bodies that are very common in science. Human bones are part of the human body and are naturally included in the energy body. Jewelry made from human bones contains a magnetic field of energy that indirectly affects the wearer's psychological state. Saying this on his lips, Chen Yu was thinking something else in his heart. Water boys are a bunch of little witches. That's right. The bracelet Zhou Mengmeng was wearing on her hand was indeed an evil weapon. And with this evil weapon, Chen Yu still had a sense of déjà vu. Evil weapons belong to a type of magic weapon. The reason why it is called evil. The reason for this is that its main function is to help people to do evil, or to cause them to fall prey to evil. Human bone bracelets fall into the latter category. Itself carries a great deal of ominous energy. If the wearer's heart is as strong as iron and free from negative emotions, even if you wear it for the rest of your life, you won't be affected. But people are not saints. How many people in the whole world can do without negative emotions in their hearts? What about not having thoughts that shouldn't be there? As long as a little bit emerged, it would be infinitely expanded by the ominous chi in the human bone bracelet, eventually going to extremes. He said it's an ivory bracelet. Zhou Mengmeng muttered. Hearing this, many responsive water users sent pop-ups to ask Zhou Mengmeng, where did you buy this bracelet? Whoever sold her the bracelet was definitely not a good person. Obviously it is a human bone bracelet, but said ivory bracelet simply intentionally want to harm Zhou Mengmeng. This patient, you don't have to have any hesitations or concerns. Know what to say. A doctor's responsibility is both to treat patients and to help them with their problems. Chen Yu revealed a sunny smile. In addition to treating mental illnesses, psychiatrists also provide therapy by talking to patients. Help patients strengthen their confidence and courage. Be the best you can be. Dr. Chen, thank you for your encouragement. Then I'll speak. Zhou Mengmeng timidly glanced at the human bone bracelet that was thrown on the ground. This bracelet was given to me by a fan. A little over a month ago, Zhou Mengmeng represented her province in the national Go competition. Unsurprisingly, it was an easy win. After the interview with the reporter, Zhou Mengmeng was about to go back to the hotel to rest. The head of the organizers will call her to stop. Introduced a VIP guest to Zhou Mengmeng. The guest claimed to be a fan of Zhou Mengmeng's chess. Traveled all the way from Hangzhou to cheer on Zhou Mengmeng at the competition. The fan then gave Zhou Mengmeng a gift and exchanged WeChat with her again. Mo, you're too kind. How can you just wear something given by a stranger? A fan who can be introduced by the organizers must not have a simple identity. Why would he want to harm Mo? What else could it be? Either you hate Mo or you have another agenda. Missy, did that person contact you afterward and tell you anything? Don't be afraid. Missy, not only can Master Chen cure you, he will definitely protect you as well. The water friends began to cheer Zhou Mengmeng. Let her tell Chen Yu everything she knows. Thank you all for your concern. After the fan gave her the bracelet, She offered to go out with Joe Mengmeng, but she turned her down. With that, the fan added that he was joking with Joe Mengmeng and told her not to get hung up on it. I was so busy with the game that I didn't think much about that aspect and just thought of him as a regular friend. Every time the other person sends a message, I have the courtesy of sending a couple back. Joe Mengmeng answered the netizens' inquiries while recalling in her head why the other party wanted to harm herself. Before that match, Joe Mengmeng could be certain that she hadn't seen this person. There's no injustice, so why do it? A special effects pop-up appeared on the screen. It must be that Mengmeng rejected his advances, and this person felt hatred in his heart and used some way to activate this bracelet. Another special effects pop-up floated by. Big brother, this isn't a remote control airplane. How can it be started when you say it's started and shut down when you say it's shut down? Mengmeng, send out that person's screen name. There are so many water friends in the live broadcast room. Everyone will definitely do you justice. A waterbender said in a pop-up. Joe Mengmeng opened her cell phone and pulled up WeChat. Information on the one found. Nima. So it's him. If it's him, there's no escape. The anchors who have been courted by him have all met with misfortune. I hear. Guys, the son of a bitch is on. Everyone follow me. The fan is on Joe Mengmeng's WeChat friends list, and his name is Zhao Gongzi. Through Zhao Gongzi's personal avatar, water lovers recognized his other identity. Tigerfish platform famous for showing off their wealth anchor. The net name is My House Has a House in a Field. Life is so boring. Show-offs plus the Sea King persona. Mr. Zhao's parents died and left him a multi-billion-dollar inheritance. He doesn't hide the fact that he has money to show off his wealth and likes beautiful women as a Neptune character. According to the grapevine, several beautiful hostesses who had been chatted up by Mr. Zhao had met with misfortune one after another. As for what happened, no one is sure. It is only clear that they all chose to withdraw from the network. One of them, a young lady, is a $1 million otaku dance area anchor. Thinking of the unfortunate female anchors, and associated with Joe Mengmeng's situation, the water friends are certain that the murderer is Mr. Zhao. Zhao Gongzi's courtship fails and he uses evil means to assassinate Joe Mengmeng. Guess it's not the first time we've done this. Several female anchors, too, were pitched by him in this manner. In an instant, a large number of water friends killed Zhao Gongzi's live room. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhao is showing off his wealth. Showing off the fancy red wine you just bought from abroad. Wine costs $100, 000 per bottle. Crystal goblets are a set of handcrafted gems created by foreign artisans. It costs more than a case of red wine. In the kitchen, luxury is everywhere. The life of the rich is always so dull and boring. Boring, so boring. Sometimes I want to live as a poor old man, but my strength won't allow it. Duke Xiao, wearing silk pajamas and leather slippers, opened a bottle of red wine with an exaggerated expression. Pour into the side winemaker and begin to wake up. The Tigerfish platform has a plethora of anchor styles. The show-off stream was kind of pioneered by him. Each live broadcast is as little as 200, 000 to 300, 000. More often, it can be 600, 000 to 700, 000. Zhao Gongzi glanced at the live stream heat. The number of people is increasing dramatically. A poor man is a poor man. He can't afford to buy it himself, but he wants to have a good time. Ugh, life is so boring. Mr. Zhao smiled smugly. Zhao, your end is near. How dare you harm Mengmeng? We'll take your last name if we don't spray you off the net. Mo rejected your advances and you're going to get her killed. Son of a bitch, your heart is black. Turn yourself in now, or I'll call the police on you. Trash scum. I scolded you. Have the ability to hurt each other? Looking at the screen's overwhelmingly abusive pop-ups, the smug smile on Zhao Gongzi's face came to an abrupt end. What's wrong with these little poor people? Jealousy kicking in and coming here to get over their heads? Mr. Zhao was about to strike back. It was discovered that quite a few of the trolling pop-ups carried Joe Mengmeng's name. Shut up all you little poor people. Knowing roughly what happened, Zhao Gongzi knocked on the table. When did this Gongzi harm Joe Mengmeng? I'm telling you guys, you're legally liable for slander. Surname Zhao, just pretend here. Among the scum, you're considered the very best. To think of harming people in this way? Shameless piker. Honestly, those anchor ladies who dropped out of the network, did you use the same way to deal with them? The human bone bracelet you gave Mo has been recognized by Dr. Chun. There are quite a few anchors on the Tigerfish platform who are called doctors, and the only one known as Dr. Chen is Chen Yu, with Chen Yu bursting into flames. The three words, Dr. Chen, became his exclusive term. Other doctors with the last name of Chen are referred to by their fans as doctors. Without the last name, the angry water friends did not give Zhao Gongzi a chance to explain or retort. There are more invective pop-ups than I can count. Too lazy to explain to you little poor people. Exasperated, Zhao chose to shut down the livestream. After thinking about it, he entered Chen Yu's livestream. Dr. Chen, he's here. Zhou Mengmeng was startled. As the heir to billions of assets, the last thing Mr. Zhao lacked was money. Just got into the livestream. Paid for tons of special effects props that are starting to come into play. The words "my family has a house and a field" appeared on the water list with a special effects halo. Surname Chen. I didn't invite you or mess with you. What are you doing throwing dirty water on me? Dare you to link up with me? Zhao Gongzi sent 2 special effects pop-ups in a row. At this time, Chen Yu received a request from Zhao Gongzi to connect to the mic. The live broadcast room allows for multiple people to connect, and even if you connect with Zhao Gongzi, you won't be able to squeeze Zhou Mengmeng down. Chen Yu smiled faintly and clicked to agree to the streak. In the next second, the screen appeared with the image of Mr. Zhao, standing in the lavish kitchen of his home. Mr. Zhao held a glass of red wine in his hand. The other hand pointed at the screen. Surname Chen. I hate being falsely accused in my life. If you don't make this clear, I guarantee you'll receive at least 10 lawyer letters tomorrow. Not only does Mr. Zhao like to show off his wealth, his temper isn't exactly good either. Just connected to the mic and yelled at the yell. In addition to demanding an apology from Chen Yu, you also have to write an apology and hang it on the air for at least a month. Chen Yu said, you mouthed for me to apologize. What should I apologize for? Of course the bracelet thing, Zhao Gongzi said without thinking. The bracelet isn't even made of human bone. It's made of top quality ivory. I bought it at a local auction house when I traveled abroad a few months ago for $500,000. What is it? If not slander, when you say it is made of human bone? After hearing this, Chen Yu did not make any indication and his eyes looked towards Zhou Mengmeng. This patient, would you please pick up the bracelet that was thrown on the floor and bring it to the camera for him to take a closer look? Even if the heart is scared to death, Zhou Mengmeng still had the courage to pick up the bracelet on the ground. Mr. Zhao had a very agitated attitude. It really looks like it's been aggravated. Zhou Mengmeng also tried to figure out whether the bracelet was ivory or human bone. Soon, Zhou Mengmeng pointed her bracelet at the camera. Mr. Zhao looked at it and said, that's right, this is the ivory bracelet that I gave to Miss Zhou not long ago. It's not made of human bones at all. Miss Zhou, you've been tricked by this asshole. Zhou Mengmeng pursed her lips. Duke Xiao's words were filled with confidence. It doesn't look like a weak heart in any way, much less like a sophomoric argument. Chen Yu laughed. To prove whether this bracelet is human bone or ivory, it's actually very simple. Find a larger antique store and have an appraiser get his hands on it and touch it to tell if it's human bone or ivory. Yeah, it's not easy to identify what material it's made of. Zhou Mengmeng's heart was clear. There's no point in dwelling on such things. Using her cell phone on the spot, Zhou Mengmeng checks out one of the largest antique stores in the area. Paid to have the other party's appraiser come to your home. Half an hour later, the appraisal results came in. According to this appraiser's analysis, the bracelet is in no way ivory. It is indeed human bone. How? Zhao Gongzi was struck by lightning. The appraisal is done in front of a camera and the whole process amounts to a live broadcast. There is not the slightest possibility of faking. Chen Yu said, you got one thing wrong from the start. I only said that the bracelet was a human bone. I didn't say that you were the one who wanted to harm Zhou Mengmeng. After Chen Yu said this, the water friends successively thought about it. Indeed, Chen Yu only said that the material of the bracelet was human bone. This thing amplified the negative emotions in Zhou Mengmeng's heart. That's what caused her to go schizophrenic and then to seek death. But not a word was said that it was Mr. Zhao who wanted to harm Zhou Mengmeng. But then again, who is it if not Mr. Zhao? After all, this bracelet was given to Zhou Mengmeng by him. At this moment, Mr. Zhao was also baffled. An equally puzzled Zhou Mengmeng said, Dr. Chen, what is going on here? If you say it wasn't Mr. Zhao who tried to harm me, then who was it? Chen Yu said, the human bone bracelet is made according to the style of the ivory bracelet. The workmanship is somewhat similar to the ivory. After a little processing, it can reach the level of fake. Who would want to steal something away from the owner of the bracelet? I know, it's that bitch. Zhao Gongzi was furious. She's the only one who can get into my house. She must have done it. Bitch, I feed you and clothe you, and this is how you repay me. Zhao Gongzi became furious and picked up his cell phone to make a call. The watermen were full of confusion, but they were watching with great interest. Today's episode was a real peak, and it's the first time multiple people have linked up. It looks like Mr. Zhao has guessed who changed the bracelet, and call for someone to be called. Next, there's more fun to be had. 20 minutes or so later, a tall, beautiful woman appeared in front of the camera. Hubby, you called me over in such a hurry. Are you trying to, again, pop? Before the woman could finish her sentence, Mr. Zhao directly slapped her. The slap was so fast and hard that the defenseless woman was whipped straight to the ground. Zhou Mengmeng, Zhao Gongzi, and Chen Yu, each has a huge fan base. The three of them collectively linked up to watch the view. The number of water friends watching the live broadcast up to 4 million. At this moment, the crowd was stunned by Mr. Zhao's slap. No one expected that. Mr. Zhao is not only hot-tempered and likes to show off his wealth, he also has a tendency to be violent. Say hit a woman and hit a woman. The woman covered her face with her hands and said in shock, "Honey, why are you hitting me? Bitch, did you switch the ivory bracelet I bought with a human bone bracelet? You know all about it?" The sultry woman blurted out, right hand tightly over mouth. "You really did it." Mr. Zhao bent down and grabbed the woman's hair. "Over the years, I've given you whatever you wanted. Even when your family went bankrupt, I didn't resent you. Those women on the tigerfish platform ignored me. It was all you're doing too, wasn't it? It's me." The woman was a changed person, her face devoid of aggression. It turned into a thick rage. "It's true that my family is broke, and you haven't spent a lot of money on me over the years, but I deserve all of this. If it wasn't for my family pulling your family's leg back then, you would have been on the streets, and you wouldn't have the brocade today. We were engaged at 18. I was your legal fiancé and devoted to you. But what about you? Since your mom and dad died, there's no one to discipline you, and you're out womanizing every day. Plenty of demonic bitches surround you, wanting to be Mrs. Cho. Why can't I defend my position as your legal fiancé?" The woman hissed. "So you're going to use evil methods against them?" Zhao Gongzi asked grimly. "You like to give people expensive gifts, so I'll add something to yours. Let's give you a taste of what it means to lose both your money and your family." Hearing this, Mr. Zhao was so angry that he wanted to fight again. From the computer came Chen Yu's voice. "It's against the law to hit someone. Even if she's done something wrong, you have no right to hit her." Zhao Gongzi then remembered that the scene was still on live. "You get the hell out of here. Right now. Let me see that again and I'm done with you." Mr. Zhao was more or less sensible. "Keep fighting and you can't get a nosy waterboy to call the police." The woman struggled to get up from the ground and glared at Zhao Gongzi with a malicious gaze. Stumbles away from the camera. "I'm sorry waterboys. I was just so angry I just couldn't help myself. If this kind of thing were to happen to you, I'm sure you'd do the same as me." Mr. Zhao explained. "Normally, I'm a very civilized character, never hitting anyone, much less doing anything to hurt them." What an insight! Beating up a woman in front of millions of water users and having the face to call yourself a civilized person. There's one thing to be said for it. If I had a girlfriend like that, I wouldn't be able to resist punching her. It's so pitiful. I know it's not right to say that. I got the idea to sympathize with that woman. Relationships in the upper class are so damn messy. It's better to lie down honestly and be comfortable. It's not in vain that I stood my boyfriend up tonight. If I miss this broadcast, I'll regret it for at least a year. Aside from a small number of waterbenders who were used to the whole job, most of the waterbenders launched pop-ups regarding what had just happened, or accusing Mr. Cho of assaulting a woman, or discuss who is more at fault between him and the woman. "Miss Cho, I'm really sorry for giving you a fright." Mr. Zhao's expression apologized. "I never would have kept her around if I knew she was like that. I really didn't think she'd take my gift to you and switch it to something this evil." Zhou Mengmeng looked at Chen Yu. The violent scene that Mr. Zhao just appeared in. It led to Zhou Mengmeng's fear. "Thankfully, I don't like him. If you were to date Mr. Zhao, would you one day end up like that woman?" Chen Yu seemed to smile. "This patient, your condition has reached the point of no delay. Being able to connect to my mic is proof of karma. Do you need me to heal you?" "Humph, I know what you're going to say. I'm not violent." Mr. Zhao was cold. "Those messed up tactics of yours, don't use them on me. I'm not even sick and I don't need you to treat me." "No, you're sick. And you're very sick," Chen Yu said. "There is a strong element of violence lurking within you. It is not permissible for others to disobey you and arrange for you to do things you don't like. Anyone else would have either rejected it on the spot or gone past it in a masculine manner. And you're different. You won't say anything with your mouth, but in your heart you treat these people as enemies. You have a pathological mental illness that you can't even suppress." Duke Zhao angrily rebuked Chen Yu. "If you dare to say one more word of nonsense, I will organize a team of lawyers and sue you into jail." "It's someone who's going to jail, but it's not me, it's you." Chen Yu's gaze suddenly became sharp. "You have a sick mind. Somewhere between an antisocial personality and a cold-blooded psychopath. People who force you to do things you don't like are hated by you through and through. You either make them lose their reputation, or just physically, make them disappear from the world. The innermost repugnance, or rather the greatest abhorrence, is the engagement to that woman." "You shut up, shut up," Duke Xiao shouted angrily. I can keep my mouth shut, but that driver may not shut up, Chun Yu slowly said. Chun Yu, I don't know why you're falsely accusing me, but I think among them, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. How about we talk in private later? Mr. Zhao looked calm, where the camera doesn't shine. He's pinching his thighs hard with his hands. Keep your brain calm through the pain. Just now, a large number of descriptions of Chun Yu's skills surfaced in his mind. All the water friends who were connected to Chun Yu's live broadcast, the secrets in their hearts were almost all dug out. Duke Xiao had previously been treating Chun Yu with respect and distance. No matter what the fans in the live broadcast said, they did not step into Chun Yu's live broadcast room. It was a dizzying day. In order to prove his innocence, he took the initiative to run to Chun Yu's live broadcast. Now there's trouble. I've never known you before, so what's the misunderstanding? Chun Yu crossed his arms, elbows on the desktop, hands resting on his chin. Seemingly smiling, he looked at Zhao Gongzi in the screen. Millions of fans felt the creepy vibe. Duke Zhao was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, furious and angry at Chun Yu. Any way you look at it, it looks like a ghost in the heart. Dr. Chan, don't be so secretive. Has this man done something bad? That's not even a question. Look at the pissed off look on his face. Having done something wrong, I'm naturally afraid of being told by Dr. Chun. Dr. Chen, tell us the evil deeds he has done. We will do justice for heaven. The water users were furious, speculating that Zhao Gongzi had done something hurtful. Waiting with bated breath for Chun Yu to throw out the big melon, Zhou Mengmeng had been completely reduced to a small transparency. The crowd almost forgot. The protagonist of this live streak was Zhou Mengmeng, not Mr. Cho. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Zhou Mengmeng spoke up. Dr. Chen, what bad things did he do? Chen Yu faintly said, killing father and mother. I sprouted relentlessly. You're a heartless bastard. You could kill your father and mother. Palace power dramas really do come from life. Always said the upper class is messed up. Thought it was a literary creation. Convinced. If this was in ancient times, even if Mr. Zhao was a royal relative, he would be lynched. The water boys were shocked. This time it was a real shock. Is the Golden City demon ruthless? It's all outsiders who kill. 2. I didn't kill my parents. You're bloodthirsty. Duke Xiao argued sternly. My mom and dad died in a car accident, and over the years I've been looking for the driver who hit them. The resourceful waterman immediately associated one thing with it. Duke Xiao demanded that Chen Yu shut up, and Chen Yu replied to his opponent without changing his face. One can shut up, but the driver may not. Could it be that the driver, as Chen Yu described him, was the murderer? On the other side, Mr. Zhao continued to defend himself. After his parents died, he took a large sum of money as a reward. Every year, I go to the police station to inquire about the progress of the case. The driver of the car is too cunning and possesses experience in counter-investigation. The police searched for him for several years without finding him. Some people really believe this defense of Mr. Zhao. Tom is his gold-digging brainiac. Mr. Zhao, people trust you. My husband would never do such a hurtful thing. Chen Yu is simply jealous of my family's husband, who is multi-golden and handsome. Big pig's hooves using their fame to malign Mr. Zhao. Disgusting. Surname Chen. Won't your conscience hurt if you get famous by stepping on others to get to the top in this way? If this murder thing is taken seriously, do you know what kind of repercussions it will have? By Mr. Zhao. Sisters, report Chen Yu's live room with me. I thought Chen Yu was interesting, but it turns out he's a keyboard warrior with a high mouth. Pulling the rug out from under him, looking at the overwhelming accusatory pop-ups, Chen Yu's face did not change color. Growing up, you were a good kid to your parents, smart and obedient with a sweet mouth. No one knows that at a young age you already know about people. The better behaved one is, the more pocket money and trust one gets. In person you're a good boy, someone's family's child in other people's mouths, but in real life you're cranky and see money as your life. On top of that, you have a strong desire to be in control. As a teenager, the family business was in trouble and on the verge of bankruptcy. The good thing is that your parents have built up some contacts, and a company split a large sum of money to help your family get by. Your parents are returning the favor by getting you engaged to this family's only daughter. A promise that the first child born of the marriage will take the woman's surname. You are furious at this and secretly hold back. When you were 20, you got into the corporate business, buying up a whole bunch of the company's backbone. You'll be able to smooth things over and take over the company and the family business without your parents paying a driver to drive a truck into your parents' car, killing them instantly. Afterward, you arrange for the truck driver to flee the scene, confident that no one in the world can catch the driver, except with peace of mind what your parents left behind. These words of Chun Yu were like a sharp sword, stab after stab into Zhao's chest. Mr. Zhao's face was white and bloodless. He won't stand still. As for breaking the mic and leaving, it's a no-no. To break the wheat and leave now would only be seen by a few as being furious, or angry. The vast majority of waterbenders would think he was a thief. Your condition is somewhere between a variety of malignant mental illnesses and is one of the more unusual cases. I'll diagnose you for free and send you a free treatment plan. Chen Yu opened his mouth and said, turn yourself in, accept the law, and maybe you can still gain a chance of survival. If you are obsessed, the condition will flare up and send you plummeting to the depths of hell. Killing your father and mother is not justifiable. If you can repent, you can be reincarnated someday, obsessed and sunk for eternity. Even if reincarnated, it is impossible to become human. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, earthworms and ants, not related to the word human anyway. Duke Xiao gritted his teeth and said, Chen Yu, you're really a genius at making up stories. I only scolded you a few times, and you made up this vicious nonsense. Does it have to be my undoing before you're satisfied? As he spoke, Zhao Gongzi looked down and fiddled with his cell phone. Use a previously registered trumpet to enter Chen Yu live. Keep sending private messages to Chen Yu. Price whatever he wants. Just ask to be let off the hook. Zhou Mengmeng coldly asked, Dr. Chen, where is the driver now? Chen Yu said, prison. Zhou Mengmeng was baffled. One asks where the hit-and-run driver is hiding. Chen Yu replied about the prison. It doesn't even make logical sense. The water boys all had black question marks on their faces as well. Water users who have watched Zhao Gongzi's live broadcast know that the hit-and-run driver was never caught. Even if he puts out a $10 million reward, no one can find the driver who caused the accident. People, how can they be in jail? Wonderful. Just wonderful. Sure is wonderful. What are the two upstairs talking about? It was a brilliant move to put the murderer in jail to hide. Reverse thinking little genius. Mr. Zhao is an animal, yet he is also a genius among animals. The water friends who know how to think in reverse in the live broadcast room mocked Zhao Gongzi in a conspiratorial manner. A proud talent for doing bad things. Chen Yu smiled and said, with the current means of detection, catching the driver does not require much effort. Wherever he hides, it's hard to escape. There's only one place to get away from police detection. Prison. Chen Yu paused. I had hoped to gain double merit and chi, but it seems that the idea was still too good to be true. To clear the wrongs of the dead, one can gain merit and chi. Persuading an evil person to surrender should also result in some merit and chi. Pity. The vast majority of evildoers are cunning and unrepentant. Forget it. God's will was such that Chen Yu was too lazy to care about Mr. Zhao's death or life anymore. Chen Yu shook his head and continued. A few years ago, there were some places where the household registration management was rather chaotic. You seized the loophole and created a set of false identities for the driver at fault. Another sea of favors to tempt the driver into a few years in jail. You promised to have taken care of everything and that the driver wouldn't be bullied by anyone when he got to jail. Squat for 7 or 8 years and get out again and most people will forget about it. The local police won't be as tight on him as they were in the beginning. And he gets, as well, the $20 million you promised. After nearly 10 years of freedom for $20 million, he compromised. As Chen Yu narrated, the skins that Mr. Zhao had draped over his body were peeled off one by one. Time is the best forgetting agent. Prisons are the most guarded and secure places in the world. The murderer is in prison, not only to let the outside world forget a little bit about what happened back then. No matter how clever the local police are, they can't figure it out, much less find out what's going on inside the prison. Is there really anyone willing to send themselves to jail for money? Why no? A friend of mine was scammed out of thousands of dollars by listening to the little ads on the telephone poles for substitute jail time. That friend, that wouldn't be you, would it? Brother Deity, tell your story and entertain us all. It's true that the police can't find him if he's in jail under a false identity. Hi, really hi. What did Dr. Chen mean when he first said he could shut up, but the driver might not? A special effect pop-up drifted past Chen Yu's eyes. Chen Yu smiled slightly. Only those who have been in prison know how hard life is on the inside. Drivers can carry on for money at first, but over time, no amount of money is as valuable as freedom. The driver who changed his face and went into prison to peddle a sewing machine for more than 5 years is 2 years away from being released. Shortly thereafter, he was given an additional 2 years for fighting in prison. Chen Yu clearly told the crowd. The additional 2 years added to the sentence was the final straw that broke the driver's back. He couldn't hold out any longer and decided to reveal his secret. In exchange for a chance at a reduced sentence, Mr. Zhao's expensive pajamas were already wet with sweat. The whole thing seemed to come up out of the water. If it weren't for the hand propped up on the table, one would be paralyzed with fear. Dr. Chen, I've already called the police, so don't screw me over. I called the police too, and my uncle said he'd be right there. What an animal. Where are those little brainiacs who defended surname Zhao earlier? Come out and walk around twice. Sandy brainiacs. It's silly to look at people with money and think that the surname Zhao is a good person. How can you be a fan of Mr. Zhao without a few years of cerebral thrombosis? Ding dong, ding dong. On Zhao Gong's side, there was a doorbell ringing. Zhao stumbled out of the shot with a wobbly body. Claptrap. The next thing you know, the sound of glass shattering rang out in the broadcast room. I didn't commit a crime. You guys let me go. Arresting people without evidence. I'm going to file a complaint against you. I didn't try to run away. Packing for a trip out of town. The crowd couldn't see what the hell Mr. Zhao looked like, but they could understand by listening. Mr. Zhao packed up his things and got ready to run. The uncles broke the window and caught him in the act. Not long after, an older police officer walks up to the camera. Saluted at the camera. Dr. Chen, do you know which prison that man is in? The old police officer does not watch the live broadcast, but usually do not hear a lot of under the young police officers talk about Chen Yu. Prison 6. Now under the pseudonym Li Xiaofa. Thanks a lot. After saying that, the old police officer shut down Mr. Zhao's computer. The live feeds were jumping for joy. Today, not only did I meet the Go player, but I also saw with my own eyes that Chen Yu was once again breaking cases online. Bring to justice the beasts who killed their fathers and mothers. Zhou Mengmeng never dreamed of it. The live feed will be so peaky. Down and out. Dr. Chen, thank you for ridding the people of evil and for saving my life. Zhou Mengmeng thanked Chen Yu from the bottom of her heart. Don't thank me. It's all I'm supposed to do. Now have you decided? Decision made. Zhou Mengmeng dryly said. Trouble you to private message the address to me. I'll call the courier boy in a while, and send the stuff to you. Chen Yu laughed. I wish you to keep your best condition all the way through the next matches and win glory for our country. Looking at the time, Zhou Mengmeng planned to break the mic and leave. As the mouse was about to click to end the streak, Zhou Mengmeng thought of something. Immediately, Zhou Mengmeng looked at Chen Yu with a lustful expression. Chen Yu said in a pleasant manner, you will achieve what you wish. Hearing this, Zhou Mengmeng was happy. He kept thanking Chen Yu. Having seen Chen Yu's ability with her own eyes, Zhou Mengmeng treated him as half a god. It's not that weird to be able to tell what you're trying to say. Chen Yu was able to accomplish what he wanted, and the last bit of Zhou Mengmeng's pressure was gone. At this time, the second water user started to connect with Chen Yu. The screen name is called Happy Life. It's a mediocre, middle-aged man. Hello Dr. Chen. Let me state up front that I'm not here to see you for medical treatment or for my own business. Happily ever after is straight to the point. I did some ridiculous things when I was younger, but they were harmless little things. This time I'm linking up with you because I have a couple of sons and daughters who are about to take the college entrance exam this year. Will they be able to go to college and honor my family? Upon hearing this, a strange smile hung at the corner of Chen Yu's mouth. A slight shake of the head. The water user noticed, one after another, Chen Yu's odd smile. One thought emerged uncharacteristically. Next, Chen Yu may have to throw big melons. Every time such a smile appeared on Chen Yu's face, patients are about to become unlucky. Could it be that a pair of children in a happy life would both fail in the entrance exams? It shouldn't. Is there anyone who can't go to college these days? Happily ever after was made apprehensive by the pop-ups. He also saw Chen Yu's strange smiling expression. Plus Chen Yu shook his head again. The heart of a happy life is in his throat. Dr. Chen, my son and daughter, can they really not get into college? What is the reason? Is it an early love affair or a failure to play well? You tell me. Happily ever after said, wiping the sweat from his head. Obviously, extremely concerned about the future of their children and their happy lives. In less than a minute, his face was all sweaty with tension. You misunderstand this patient. I'm shaking my head not to say that your son or daughter won't get into college, but, how can you honor your family when you have no children at all? A bolt from the blue descended, splintered to the point where a happy life nearly collapsed. The words were like a barrel of gasoline. The already boisterous live broadcast room, once again appeared a large tide of pop-ups. I give Dr. Chen full marks for this answer. Without sons and daughters, does. Uncle is so pitiful that the children of his heart are not his own. The green grass is not as green as the hat on his head. As long as I don't get married or fall in love, the cuckold has nothing to do with me. Doesn't anyone sympathize with this uncle? What kind of world is this, where honest people deserve to be bullied? Once again, the water boys were divided into two camps. A camp with all sorts of whole jobs looking for fun. The other half of the water friends have sympathized with the happy life. The happy man grew a simple face, honest at first sight. Fate and screen names, so much worse. Happy Life was dumbfounded, looking at Chen Yu across the screen. Immediately after, Happy Life stumbled. What do you mean? My wife, she really cuckolded me? Chen Yu nodded and said, this patient, If you want to cure your depression, better start by telling me what you've done before. The only way to get some relief is to talk about what is weighing on your heart. Cooperate with my treatment and you can be restored to health. Happily ever after's face turns green when she hears she's depressed. I'll talk about me later. First my wife. Happily ever after's expression changed. Once again, he asked about his wife cheating on him. Happy life is obedient to his wife. Why did she cuckold him? 2 children. None of them his? Chen Yu said. First of all, the 2 children are not related to you in any way. And secondly, why your wife is cuckolding you? It's because you can't. Nonsense. I'm good. The happy man reddened in anger. Don't look at me in my 40s this year. I usually pay great attention to body maintenance, going up and down a dozen floors every day without even taking a breath, and working out 3 or 4 days a week. Chen Yu said something else. Happy life wouldn't have been so excited. Saying he can't is not tolerated in a happy life. Men hate being told no. Chen Yu said indifferently. You've misunderstood again. When I say you can't, I mean the other side. Did you and your wife not move at all in the first 3 years of your marriage? It's true that for the first 3 years of her marriage, there was no movement at all in her belly. But what does that mean? When I think back to the first few years of my marriage, a happy life with mixed emotions, I am inexplicably born with a touch of smugness. He was a goddamn little man in those days. Don't know what exhaustion is at all? And I don't know what's going on. 3 whole years and not a peep. Well, in the 4th year, my wife finally conceived a child. The next year another one was conceived. Could it be that she hooked up with someone else around that time? Happily ever after said offhandedly. I see you've remembered. Shortly before the birth of your first child, your wife had an affair. Chen Yu said in a calm tone. Your wife, at the very beginning, did not have a mind to cheat. The reason it's come to this is because for 3 years there was no movement in the stomach at all. Worried that something was wrong with her health, your wife went behind your back and went to the hospital for a full physical examination. The test results show that she is in perfect health. It's not her. It can only be you. Happiness in life is like being struck by lightning. One stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Chen Yu spoke euphemistically. The meaning is expressed but clearly. I couldn't conceive a child for the first 3 years because there was something wrong with my body. This big brother is also too miserable. Not only did he let his wife wear a cuckold, but he himself couldn't give birth to a child. I'm sure big brother has never stumbled when he walks at night. With a hat so bright on your head, how can you stumble walking at night? Tragedy. Even if you can't have a baby, that's no reason for a wife to cheat. Playful as they were, the waterboys were still very sympathetic to what happened to Happy Life. As one of the waterbenders said, even if happily ever after is infertile, his wife, who is his pillow, shouldn't do this to him. Looking at the pop-ups on the screen, Chen Yu smiled slightly. If it was just infertility, it wouldn't be enough to make his wife cheat on him. This patient's wife simply felt unlucky and thought about divorcing him. It was only with another incident that strengthened her resolve to cheat. The waterboys neatly sent in their pop-ups. What is it? Exactly. That can make a woman choose to cheat. Husband cheated heavily in marriage. At the moment, Happily Ever After could not wait to find a crack in the ground. He took precautions when the continuous wheat first started. Fearful of being uncovered by Chen Yu, he showed in advance that he didn't need Chen Yu to say what was going on with him. Thinking of a quick fix, after asking my son and daughter if they could go to college, I immediately retreated down the line. 1,000 calculations. I didn't count on the old days, but they were still revealed. Depression occurs for a variety of reasons, and the depression in you stems from bad things you did when you were young. Chen Yu didn't slow down to speak. Starting in middle school, Happily Ever After reveals the qualities of King Neptune and scum. Know how to please a girl without a teacher. In my junior year of high school, I had 3 girlfriends at the same time. It's the equivalent of having your foot in 3 boats. In college military training, you set your sights on a girl in the next class. This girl is beautiful and from a good family. You're confident that with your experience in picking up girls, it'll be easy to take her down. By having the daughter of such a rich family as your girlfriend, you will not only have endless money to spend, but you will also be able to climb up the ladder and get out of the class you are in. What happened back there was all in your anticipation. By relying on the experience of pursuing it over several years, from high school through college, military training just ended, and you chased her into your arms. During that time, you noticed that the girl is a bit of a contrary character. Once again, without a teacher, she was struck with all kinds of blows mentally. More than 20 years ago, you had CPU master potential. Chen Yu seemed to smile and continued on. With the rich girl firmly in hand, Happily Ever After set her sights on another girl. Sophomore year, a girl was forced by him to have an abortion. Almost lifelong infertility. There was another girl who was similarly forced by Happily Ever After to have an abortion. The girl who couldn't swallow this was ready to go to school and expose the other. Happy life backwards. Using the money he got from the rich girl, he hired a number of people to smear her on campus. This is a perfect match between a scummy man and a scummy woman. Knowing how to treat people's CPU over 20 years ago, a predecessor among the scum. I wish him a bumpy ride and a heel step in the future. According to Chin Yu's account, in the 4 years of college, as many as a dozen girls were toyed with or abandoned by happily ever after. Instead of being ashamed, he felt honored. That is, until the rich girl's parents, who find out that happily ever after is secretly dating their daughter. A background check was sent out. I just realized that my daughter's boyfriend is a total scumbag. They forced their daughter to study abroad. After that, they got a load of bakers and pulled happily ever after into a factory. Play for a full 2 hours. Happily ever after was laid up in the hospital for 6 months. The woman's parents then used their connections to get the school to expel him for truancy. Even so, you still don't change your scummy behavior. After the earlier lesson, you have more or less tightened up and know how to put a false mask on yourself. In person, he was a wonderful husband who doted on his wife and worked hard. Behind the scenes the days go by with as much flair as they want. Bam! Chen Yu had just finished speaking when happy life fell to the ground. It took a long time to get up. He's passed out, hasn't he? Obviously. This kind of scum. Why don't you get struck to death by lightning? He deserves to be a cuckold. Well done, ma'am. Do bad things and get what's coming to you. I have a feeling that today might be a retribution special. That makes sense. The third unlucky one might be exposed by Master Chen as well. Ha ha ha. Upstairs knows how to analyze too well. Mr. Zhao was arrested. And the scumbag scared himself unconscious. So guess how the third unlucky guy will be unlucky? While the water friends were talking, Chen Yu used the mouse to close the streak. A slight heartbeat. The expression became complicated. Cough cough cough. A third waterbender comes online. And the waterbender's eyes widen in disbelief. The live room environment is a hospital room. The ward was lined with various therapeutic instruments. Waterbenders who identify as medical students as well as working physicians see it. This is an intensive care unit. The values on the heart rate monitor showed that the water user was extremely weak. It's gotten to the point of being very sick. What's with the screen name Farmer's Son? That's too cheesy. How is a farmer's son tacky? Your grandfathers, didn't they come from the countryside? If I'm not mistaken, he should be trying to ask Dr. Chen to save his life, right? 100%. The situation at hand was really unexpected. Chen Yu, those iron fans? A live broadcast did not fall. All of the new water users had seen the recorded screen of Chen Yu's live broadcast. The water friends who linked up with Chen Yu contained all walks of life. The live backgrounds are even more varied. The only thing I've never seen is someone linking up with Chen Yu in a hospital room. The ward in which it is located is still an intensive care unit specializing in the treatment of critically ill patients. The sailor lying in the hospital bed looked very old. The face is as withered and the body is thin. The hair is almost gone. The chart card hanging over the bed showed that the waterman was only 56 years old. The name is Li Wei. The condition is advanced liver cancer. Cough cough cough. With a violent cough, a nurse appears in front of the camera. Moving gently, he slowly assisted Li Wei to sit up. Li Wei said in a weak voice, Dr. Chen, you are good. Hello. Chen Yu responded, Dr. Chen, I, cough cough. Within a few words, Levi began to cough violently. The nurse on the side said, your physical condition will not support long conversations with people. If you want to say something, it's better if I say it for you. No, this is my business, and I have to speak for myself to show my respect for Dr. Chen. Li Wei raised one hand with a hard face, interrupting the nurse's next words. God has not been kind to me, letting me have the honor of linking up with you before I die to fulfill my last wish. I know who he is. He's the chairman of the Happiness Group. Crap, I thought I had the same name. He's the caring entrepreneur who gives 1/3 of his income each year to benefit his disabled employees. I've heard people say that 60% of his business, 60% of his employees are disabled. How could such a good man get liver cancer? My mom and dad are both disabled. And if it weren't for the Happiness Group, they wouldn't have had the money to send me to school and study. I just opened up the doohickey and searched for the Happiness Group, and looking at it made me cry. God is not long for good people. How can a good person have no good reward? Happiness Group is a well-known and caring company in China. At the time of its establishment, it began to recruit a large number of employees with disabilities. Over the years, the number of employees with disabilities recruited by the Happiness Group numbered in the thousands. Not only to solve their employment, the group also helps these disabled employees to solve problems such as housing and schooling for their children. All the outside world knows is that the owner of the Happiness Group is named Li Wei. Li Wei has a low-key personality and doesn't like to show his face. Interviews and appearances at public events are replaced by the group's vice president, and a few directors. Other bosses do good things out of some kind of interest. The happiness group has been helping people with disabilities for many years. The water friends began to comfort Li Wei. Chunyu will definitely be able to cure him. The happiness group is not only one of the private companies that hires the most disabled employees, and extraordinarily boneheaded, rejected the acquisition of foreign companies on several occasions, stick to products that are good value for money. For this reason, several foreign companies that occupy a monopoly position in the market treat the happiness group as a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh. All kinds of suppression of the happiness group. In the face of aggressive foreign capital, the happiness group didn't budge one bit, adhere to the policy of self-management, nor has the group downsized or fired disabled employees because of the unfavorable situation. What was done to them before is done to them now. All be quiet. Chen Yu nodded down the table. This patient, tell your business. Thank you Dr. Chun. Levi squeezed out a smile. The doctor said I only have 3 months to live. I'm not afraid to die. The only thing I can't let go of is disabled employees. I really don't have a clue in my mind whether the group will still adhere to my business philosophy when I'm gone. I would like to ask Dr. Chen to take a look for me. After I die, who will be able to pick up the slack for the group's development? What about continuing to contribute to people with disabilities? Chen Yu said slowly, other than you, no one can keep it up all the time. Hearing these words, Li Wei's already pale face lost even the last trace of blood color. Several vice presidents and directors in the group, can't they inherit my ideals? Many sailors have felt their noses turn. The happiness group, under the leadership of David Lee, recruits disabled employees year-round, solving the problem of employment of a large number of persons with disabilities for society and the state. Li Wei is a low-key person. Along with the entire group, style is equally low-key, rarely appear in the TV news reports. If it weren't for the fact that 2 years ago, a couple of anchors made a couple of videos about the happiness group, most people are still unaware that there is such a conscientious company in the country. Today, the head of the business, Li Wei, is terminally ill and has a short life expectancy. The only thing I couldn't let go of on my deathbed wasn't whether or not I had a chance to be cured, much less how to distribute the assets in hand. Rather, it's the employees in the group, those with disabilities who have had a rough fate. Oh, why don't good people have good rewards? As this pop-up appeared, it led to more pop-ups. I used to believe that good things happen to good people, but I don't anymore. A good man needs to go through 9,981 difficulties before he can be made whole. Shit, when it pays off, people leave the world. Alas. But do good and ask no questions. Countless water lovers began to spit out that God was not fair, doing good things instead of dying young. Those who do bad things often get away with it, especially the unscrupulous traffickers. If God really wants to take people, they are the ones who should take them the most. Looking at some of the pop-ups on the screen, Li Wei's gaze suddenly became dark and lifeless. Chen Yu said indifferently, Sir, the reason why you are so sick is because you spend most of your daily energy on your work. Even when I felt sick, I didn't take it seriously. Now, do you regret it? Li Wei's pale, bloodless face forced out a smile. Life is a few short decades, and to be able to do something meaningful is already worth it in my opinion. As for Dr. Chun Yu said about having no regrets afterwards, Levi shook his head gently. About 6 months or so ago, I was already feeling severe liver discomfort. The men advised me to go to the hospital to have my health carefully examined and to stay there for a while to recuperate before working. At that time I already had a vague suspicion that I might be seriously ill. After all, if it's a normal minor illness or disease, how can it last so long? But it can't be helped. I can't leave the group, and there's no way I can leave. Thinking back to a few months ago, Li Wei couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion. At that time, the group was facing the stranglehold of several foreign companies. A little carelessness, it could lead to the entire group being subsumed by the other side, or outright defeated. As the head and founder of the group, Li Wei had to stick to his post. It wasn't until he collapsed in his office that he was taken to the hospital by his staff. Immediately afterward, the bad news came from a sunny day. Li Wei was found to have liver cancer and it was in an advanced stage. By the time he got to this point, Levi was gasping for air. The little nurse next to him immediately put an oxygen mask on him. Lying down next to Levi's ear again, he spoke softly. Chen Yu said, I'll say the next words for you. At those words, Li Wei nodded. During his treatment for liver cancer, Levi endured a great deal of pain. Xiana, who is kind, often talks to Li Wei in order to help distract him from his pain. After Chen Yu caught fire, Xiana organized the live recording and played it to relieve Li Wei's boredom. After seeing more, Li Wei had the same idea as most people. Chen Yu's mysterious identity possesses great abilities. That's why, at the last moment of his life, he asked Chen Yu for guidance. For a happy group without him, select a qualified successor. Chen Yu slowly said, what you are most relieved about besides the disabled employees inside the group. there is also your brother, right? At these words, the values on the heartbeat monitor began to rise and fall. Dr. Chen, you're mistaken, aren't you? Li Wei Xiana explained as she calmed Li Wei and turned back to the screen. Li Wei is an only child with no siblings. This is clearly stated above the admission information. No, he has a brother. Chen Yu said indifferently. It's just that when he was a child, his younger brother was abducted by human traffickers. The words fell out of her mouth, and Xiana was more than a little staggered. The heartbeat monitor was, once again, getting up and down. Anyone who has studied medicine in the water can tell that Li Wei is in a very emotional state. This showed that Chen Yu was right. Levi did have a brother and was literally abducted by human traffickers. I don't think anyone disagrees that human traffickers are caught shooting first and asking questions later. Punishing human traffickers also depends on antiquity. The masterminds of the traffickers will be hanged and their accomplices will be executed. The law is really too compassionate these days when it comes to dealing with human traffickers. I didn't realize that Mr. Li was a victim of human trafficking. Once again, I believe that good people don't have good rewards and that God has no eyes. While netizens denounced the human traffickers as unscrupulous, Li Wei had tears in his eyes. Mr. Li, was your brother really abducted by human traffickers? Xiana said carefully. Li Wei nodded tearfully and struggled to get up, and reached down to get ready to take off the oxygen mask. This patient, just calm down. Chen Yu waved his hand to signal Li Wei not to get up. Although you won't die from the disease, you can still be in some danger if you get too emotional. The appearance of these words was like a bolt from the blue. Not only Mr. Li, but Nurse Shona was filled with confusion. The water boys on the air were equally confused. What does Dr. Chen mean by that? Literally. I see. Dr. Chen is going to make a move to cure General Li. I get it too. Dr. Chen can even deal with that. A mere liver cancer is naturally nothing. I'm back to believing that good things happen to good people. Funny how you kids repeatedly jump across the room. Isn't it? Isn't it a good thing that Mr. Li was able to meet Dr. Chen? Guessing that Chen Yu was planning to come to the rescue, the atmosphere of the live broadcast room swept away the previous dead air. It's full of joy. Nurse Xiana is also a longtime fan of Chen Yu, and her mood is just as happy as her water friends. Dr. Chen, what can you do to help Mr. Li? Xiana couldn't wait to ask Chen Yu. It's to deliver medicine to Li Wei, or come to the hospital in person for treatment. Neither. Chen Yu shook his head and said, when I said that this patient would not die from his illness, I was not referring to the fact that I would treat him. Rather, what he has. It's not even advanced liver cancer. It's not even liver cancer. Not liver cancer? Donna was thunderstruck by what she heard. How is this possible? At the beginning of his hospitalization, Li Wei received a full range of specialist consultations, determined that the liver cancer is advanced without a doubt. Liver cancer is a common disease. A general practitioner, not to mention a specialist, can find out very quickly. Donna was baffled, and her water friends were even more confused. It's not hard to tell which hospital Li Wei was admitted to by the medical record card at his bedside. The local watermen are well aware that this is a large and well-known tertiary hospital in the province. How could a major hospital not be able to tell if a patient has liver cancer? Besides, only patients with terminal illnesses show signs of rapid physical aging. Dr. Chen, is there any basis for what you're saying? Xiana is an iron fan of Chen Yu's live broadcast. He had faith in Chen Yu's ability. But there is one thing to say. When it comes to the hospital where she works, Xiana is more than a little incredulous. The specialists who conducted the consultation for Li Wei were none of the hospital's subject leaders. A misdiagnosis by a specialist can be justified. All 5 experts looked away. It's no longer unthinkable. It's simply not possible. Chen Yu adjusted a comfortable posture and explained. This patient's condition manifests itself in a rather special way, which is highly deceptive. Coupled with the paucity of clinical information in the country, it is not surprising that your experts looked away. The specialists have tentatively determined that he has advanced liver cancer and are planning to go deeper into treatment. But when it got here, it was rejected by the patient. Xiana looked at Li Wei with a puzzled expression. Because of the tachycardia, Li Wei is unable to speak for the time being. Donna helplessly turned her attention to the screen. Dr. Chen, Mr. Li is unable to speak for the time being. Can you continue on? Could be. Chen Yu tells of the specialists treating Li Wei's condition as advanced liver cancer. When he was ready for further treatment, Levi refused. The success rate for curing advanced liver cancer is considered to be very low. Not only do you have to suffer all kinds of treatment pain yourself, but you also have to spend a lot of money. The amount could be in the millions. A few million is nothing to a business owner. But in Levi's opinion, a few million can do much more for people with disabilities. He thinks he's a dying man and doesn't need to spend so much money on his body. It was only at his insistence that the hospital chose to treat him conservatively without further treatment or analysis. Donna realized as she listened. Li Wei has been in her care since he was hospitalized. The medications and treatments used by Levi seem to be conservative. As for the second point, Chen Yu frowned, because of the remorse in his heart. Between Chen Yu's pauses, a large number of pop-ups appeared in the live broadcast. He's coming. Dr. Chen's big job is coming. Has Dr. Chen been reading any philosophy books lately? Why is his speech always cloudy? What does psychological blame have to do with curing or not curing? Confused. IQ Heights explains. Dr. Chen said that Li always had a brother who was abducted by traffickers. Could the self-blame have anything to do with this? Upstairs you have a point. Analyze a little more if you can. The waterman is transformed into a little analyzer. In accordance with these words of Chen Yu, start doing the reading comprehension. Cough cough cough. Li Wei stabilized a bit, took off his oxygen mask and coughed violently a few times. Donna said, "You sir, you're not very stable right now, so if there's anything you want to say, I'll say it for you." Li Wei said with a frank face. The netizens don't need to guess. Dr. Chen is right. I was against further treatment, partly because I didn't want to waste money on it, and partly because I wanted to go down there and join my parents sooner. After resting for a while, Li Wei had more or less regained his breath. Taking conservative treatment just to buy myself a little time. Select a qualified successor. It's naturally best to find out. If he couldn't find it, Li Wei would have resigned himself to his fate. Looking at Xiana, who wanted to speak, Li Wei said, "It's because you're thinking about my brother being abducted and what it has to do with me, right?" Donna nodded awkwardly. "No need to guess. I'll tell you now. It's been weighing on Levi's mind for almost 50 years. It's like a heavy burden. Since the secret was seen by Chen Yu, Li Wei simply told it all. Not only do I come from the countryside, but my father and my mother, they're all disabled. Because of their disabilities, they were incapacitated at a very young age. The family's income is supported by grandpa. My parents had me not long after they were married, and while other small children were enjoying parental pampering and all the advantages of life, I had already begun to work in the fields with my grandfather. When I was 6 years old, my mother became pregnant once again and gave birth to a healthy brother. The whole family was happy about the arrival of my brother, but I was the only one who was not happy at all inside. The young Li Wei learned early about the hardships of life. An extra mouth in the house would put a huge strain on him and grandpa, as well. My parents can't work and my grandfather is getting older every day. Now, add a wailing brother to the mix. There was no joy in Levi's heart. There is only endless trouble. But no matter how much it bothered him, his brother was always his family. Parents can't take care of it. Grandpa doesn't have the energy to take care of it. Li Wei can only be both brother and mom and dad. Carrying my younger brother on my back, I followed my grandfather to work in the fields as usual every day. And so, 4 years passed. Grandpa became ill from hard work and passed away. Li Wei's shoulders, alone, the responsibility of taking care of his father, mother, and brother. Speaking of this, Li Wei revealed a touch of bitterness. My brother grew up smart and could already read at the age of 4. Unlike me, all I do is mope. When he was about 6 years old, he went to the town elementary school with the financial support of his folks. I drop him off at school every morning and pick him up at night. At this moment, Li Wei had mixed feelings inside. Tears fell drop by drop on the hospital bed. Xiana found a tissue and gently wiped Li Wei's tears. Li Wei said with red eyes, "With the opportunity to go to school and study, I think my brother will have a future. Get out of the mountains and don't have to live like me." But it wasn't long before my carelessness caused my brother to leave my mom and dad and me forever. Without warning, Li Wei raised his hand and struck it toward his face. Xiana's quick eyes grabbed Levi's arm. "Mr. Li, we can all hear that you are a good brother. The fact that your brother was abducted by a trafficker can only mean that the trafficker was vicious. And you must not blame yourself unduly." Li Wei agonized. "The human traffickers are indeed vicious, but without my negligence, they might not have been able to get their hands on me." Every morning and evening, Li Wei goes to school to pick up his brother. You have to work in the fields during the day. Take time to go home and take care of your parents. Levi is too tired. On that very day, the sun was especially warm. By mid-afternoon, Levi was feeling lethargic and decided to take a short break. Find a place to lie down in the shade. I didn't realize that this sleep would last until the evening. More than 3 hours had passed since the elementary school in town had let out. Li Wei rushed to the town in a hurry. The school doors were closed and the students had already left. Li Wei searched the town for a full night and did not find his brother. The next day, the school teacher and police accompanied Li Wei a piece of search. A week later, the crowd had to accept reality. Li Wei's brother was abducted. My parents couldn't handle the shock. They both left within a few years. Outside the screen, Li Wei on the bed has cried into tears. If it wasn't for my own mistakes, my brother would never have been abducted by traffickers. The parents wouldn't have passed away a few years later. It feels like all tragedies are self-inflicted. Without his parents, Li Wei stood in the empty home. The more he thought about it, the harder it was in his heart. Feeling like there's no point in living in the world. Find a hemp rope and come to a place where no one is hanging. Unexpectedly, the heavens did not stop Li Wei. The hanging Levi was saved by a passing disabled man. Learning from Li Wei's mouth the reason for his suicide. A kind passerby does not advise Li Wei to look away. It just took Levi to a processing plant. The workers in this small factory are all disabled. A kind passerby, the owner of this processing plant. He told Li Wei to take a closer look. The fate of everyone here is tragic, but everyone stayed strong and survived. Some grew up deformed. Some were born deaf. Some are missing arms and legs. Talk about wanting to die. Everyone in the processing plant has more reason to leave this world than Levi. Looking at the sobbing Li Wei, Chen Yu picked up and said, "At that moment, you were greatly shaken inside. Even though there's still a myriad of guilt in my heart, I don't want to die. The owner of the processing plant takes you in, feeds and houses you, and pays you a monthly salary. Living and eating with many people with disabilities, you further understand their difficulties and hardships." Li Wei had a complicated expression. Only when you know more about it do you realize how difficult it is for people with disabilities to live. The boss told me that there are tens of millions of disabled people in the country. That's the equivalent of 1 in every dozen people with a disability. But it's rare to see them on the street, because they're afraid of strange looks, and because no organization wants to recruit people with disabilities. People with disabilities are like social outcasts, and it's hard to appear normal. Then, Li Wei continued to descend. Seeing them, I feel so small. One should always do something with one's life. Soon after, I took the skills I learned and went to work in the south, where I quickly raked in my first bucket of gold. From small beginnings it has grown into the happy group it is today. Decades had passed, but Li Wei's memories of the past were becoming clearer and clearer. He has helped an unknown number of disabled people, but not himself. He never stopped looking for his brother. In the end, no word was received about the brother. After saying the words that had been pressed in his heart for decades, Li Wei felt lighter all over. Dr. Chen, Mr. Li isn't suffering from advanced liver cancer. So what kind of disease does he have? Xiana, who was immersed in Li Wei's life experience, snapped back to her senses. I was so moved that I forgot the most crucial question. After Xiana asked that, the water boys thought about it. 2. Advanced liver cancer is misdiagnosed. Since it was a misdiagnosis, what exactly did Li Wei have? Some more responsive netizens with memories stretching forward. Thinking about the beginning of the live broadcast, Li Wei asked Chen Yu, with himself gone, who would be able to shoulder the burden of inheriting the happiness group in the future? Chen Yu's answer was, no one but Li Wei can shoulder it. The waterbenders began to brainstorm the meaning of the phrase. I thought it was because of a lack of successors, but now I realize that it is clear that Li Wei will not die, will also continue to run the group. Looking at the assortment of pop-ups on the screen, Chen Yu, who had always maintained a high profile during live broadcasts, it's all a little hard to stop laughing. The witches of the world if there is a stone. The live water friends are divided into 8 buckets. Okay, everyone be quiet. The pop-up army receded quickly. Chen Yu said, as I said earlier, this patient's condition is very special. The problems on the body are very similar to liver cancer. Miss Nurse, a hospital's diagnosis for this patient. Isn't it that a very large tumor has appeared on the left side, near the liver? Donna kept nodding her head. The test results show that your husband has developed a tumor in his left liver that is almost 9 centimeters in diameter. To prove Chen Yu's words, Xiana found another diagnostic image that was kept in the bedside table. The presence of the tumor led to an initial consultation with hospital specialists, which was judged in the direction of malignant liver cancer. If further therapeutic treatment is done, there may not be no one among the experts who can tell that this is not a liver cancer tumor. But as it happened, getting the initial diagnosis, this patient declined in-depth testing and treatment. The hospital treated him with a series of conservative treatments, including chemotherapy, vascular embolization and more. Out of respect for the patient, only when the medicine is right can the disease be cured. If it is not, the result will be what it is now. Chen Yu looked at the dumbfounded Li Wei. The water friends then realized why Li Wei appeared to be dying. It seems as if he will leave this world at any moment. It turned out to be taking the wrong medication and receiving the wrong treatment. Plus there is too much pressure on the mind, physical and mental anguish. Not to mention 50-something Levi. I'm afraid things wouldn't be much better for a 20-year-old. Can I take it that the tumor is similar to a liver cancer tumor and that's why the doctors misdiagnosed it? Xiana thought for a moment and continued, but this non-liver cancer tumor, it still has an effect on the body? Donna, who had caught the point, asked the key question. Advanced liver cancer was ruled out, and in Li Wei's body, there was indeed a 9-centimeter tumor. With a tumor that size, things still don't look good. I'm afraid the tumor has seriously deteriorated after such a long delay. Is Li Wei's life still in danger if he can't be treated in time? It can certainly be interpreted that way. Chen Yu once again spoke about the tumor. The tumor is tightly attached to the liver. Due to the long delay, the tumor continued to grow larger and severely squeeze the liver. Specialists have misdiagnosed this condition as a liver cancer tumor through various films taken during the initial examination. I'm interning at a national hospital in the capital, and if that's the case, not to mention their local tertiary hospital, I'm afraid that even the specialists at the national hospital would have to look away. A special effects pop-up floated by. Multiple special effects pop-ups followed. The owners of the pop-ups were, without exception, doctors from the hospital. The content is much the same. Giant tumors squeeze the liver. No matter how experienced the specialist, all are subject to misdiagnosis. To check it out thoroughly, further tests must be done. Use of CT angiography, 3D reconstruction of tumors, etc. It's only then that you can determine if it's liver cancer or not. Dr. Chen, do I really have a chance of recovery? With the introduction of Chen Yu and his water friends, Li Wei was revitalized. Chen Yu smiled. I suggest that you designate Dr. Wang Kong of the hospital where you are staying to take the lead in removing the tumor for you. Putting my dad in charge of the main surgery? Donna blurted out. Dr. Chen, what is this about? There are so many specialists in the hospital. It's no one's turn but my dad's. Xiana did not feel surprised that Chen Yu knew her father's name. After all, Chen Yu knew everything. The only thing that puzzled her was Chen Yu's intention for such an arrangement. Countless specialists and professors from tertiary hospitals. The father, Kong Wang, was merely the deputy chief of surgery in the oncology department. It's not that the medicine isn't good, but he has multiple surgical oncologists above him, because he's the only one who can restore the patient's health as soon as possible. This explanation from Chen Yu, instead of unraveling the puzzlement in Xiana's heart, instead, it was aggravated by a couple of points. Dad's medical skills, when did they get so good? Donna wondered. Father should be at the hospital. Please call him over. Oh, I'll call him right away. It was impossible to guess Chen Yu's intentions, but Xiana believed that Chen Yu was definitely saying this for Li Wei's benefit. Took out his cell phone and dialed a number. A few minutes later, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat walked in. Xiana briefly explained the situation and rushed to the cell phone resting on the hospital bedstand. Dad, Dr. Chen said that only if you were in charge of the surgery could Mr. Li get the best treatment and recovery. Hello Dr. Chen, how did you determine that the patient has a pseudo-tumor? Wang Kong came to the side of the phone and looked at Chen Yu with a puzzled gaze. Unlike the daughter who held Chen Yu in high regard, Wang Kang's heart was filled with doubts. He rarely watched live broadcasts, and if he did, it was only to watch his hospital peers live. Hearing his daughter's account, Wang Kong almost ventured the word godly man. Unbelievable to the core. Across the screen, Li Wei was diagnosed with pseudo-liver cancer. Does this guy have perspective? Through scientific psychological diagnosis. Of course, with what your hospital has available. It shouldn't be hard to find out if what I'm saying is true or not. Chen Yu said slowly. Always use CT angiography, 3D reconstruction of the tumor. Wang Kang's mind became even more perplexed. Angiography, which shows the relationship of organ lesions to the surrounding tissue. It is indeed a no-brainer to target whether a tumor is cancerous or not. The more you understand, the less you understand. Isn't this man a psychiatrist? How do you know so much about tumor treatment? Wang Kong frowned and asked. And why did you ask me to operate on him? The success rate of the surgery would be more ensured if it was my teacher instead. It's true that he's a better healer than you, but there's one thing he can't do. Unable, as you are, to rehabilitate the patient's body in the shortest possible time. Chen Yu said. Why? At those words, Wang Kong was filled with confusion. The watermen were even more restless. Chen Yu smiled. Let's say a person is sick and hospitalized. If the one who operates on him is a loved one and the operation is a complete success, his mood must be very pleasant, right? In order to live up to all the efforts of my loved ones, I definitely had to work hard with the various post-operative rehabilitation treatments. Makes sense. But, in the next second, Wang Kang's eyes widened. The live room became silent at the same time. Xiana was shocked. Could my dad be Mr. Li's lost brother? Chen Yu laughed. DNA identification can tell you the answer. Donna couldn't believe it in her wildest dreams. The patient she had been taking care of turned out to be her great-uncle. Even more so, I can't believe that there's such a coincidence in heaven. Coincidentally, It's like something out of a TV show. Graduating from nursing school, Donna knew what her grades were like. Not a bit of confidence in getting into this hospital. I didn't expect to get through it all at once. Upon entering the hospital, the first patient cared for was still Li Wei. You're my brother? Li Wei had dismay and shock written all over his face. The idea is roughly the same as Xiana's. In heaven's name, is there really such a coincidence? Wang Kong only felt his mind go blank. Something about being a child that he could never remember. His parents told him to take him to the zoo to see the animals when he was 6 or 7. Being young and mischievous, he got into trouble with a lion. After being roared at by a lion, he was stunned and suffered memory loss. The 3 men in the hospital room, as if they'd been given acupuncture points, standing wide-eyed. Not a word could be said. Chen Yu said, Dr. Wang Kong, I am. Wang Kong subconsciously replied back. The reason you can't remember what happened to you as a child is because after being kidnapped by the traffickers, you were beaten by the traffickers in turn because you couldn't stop crying. It wasn't long before traffickers sold you to your current parents. Arriving in a new environment and having been treated so well by your adoptive parents, you subconsciously resisted that painful experience and in turn forgot all about it. Is all this true? Wang Chen was shocked. Your parents can tell you the answer. After saying that, Chen Yu looked at Li Wei. As for this patient, you have absolutely nothing to worry about with your group. By undergoing the surgery with peace of mind and working with the hospital's treatment and conditioning program, it won't be long before your body heals. At that time, new opportunities for business development will be opened up, and the relevant departments will provide you with great assistance. People who can do good deeds do not immediately welcome good rewards. Once the good karma comes, everything will go well in the future. Doom and trouble, all retreat. Levi's good fortune should come in the second half of his life. It's time for him to enjoy his blessings. Dr. Chen, if all of this is true, I'm willing to give everything I have to repay you. Li Wei was grateful. I'm a doctor. You're a patient. It's my sacred duty to help my patients. You don't need to be overly grateful. You have a lot to do next, so I won't keep you. Chen Yu was ready to end the streak. Dr. Chen, I haven't given you the information fee yet, Li Wei said busily. This treatment, free of charge. After saying that, Chen Yu ended the streak. Dr. Chen, is this the so-called good things happen to good people? The atmosphere is so good today. Dr. Chen, how about adding another game? Hands down. Dr. Chen, you only go live every few days. The brothers can't get enough of it. The waterman couldn't get enough of it and gave all sorts of gifts, just begging Chen Yu to add an extra session. Let them have a good look. Sorry, rules are rules and can't be changed. We'll see you next time. Chen Yu turned off the live broadcast. Then 2 cups of boiling water were made and placed on the table. Glancing in the direction of the closed store door, Chen Yu casually waved his hand. Come on in. Stand on the street in the middle of the night and watch out for people calling the police as bad guys. As the words fell, the door to the store was pushed open. Li Changjun walked in with a complicated expression on his face, followed by a crane-haired old man. The old man is immortal and crane-haired. Unlike the kindly face, the eyes that looked at Chen Yu were filled with disdain. Chapter 101, Humph. This special task force. The poor Taoist doesn't want to stay. Dr. Chen is busy. Li Changjun put away that awkward expression on his face and took the initiative to exchange pleasantries with Chen Yu. After saying 2 sentences of nutrient-less nonsense, Li Changjun began to introduce the old man behind him. Dr. Chen, let me introduce you. This is Taoist White Crane, from the Green Peak Mountain Void Cloud View. He is already 100 years old this year, and is a master of extraordinary skill. The White Crane Taoist had an arrogant demeanor and looked at Chen Yu with even more disdain. Chen Yu lightly smiled and said, Captain Li came over this time, not just to introduce this old gentleman to me, right? Upon hearing this, Li Changjun pulled out a hot red appointment letter from his bag. Dr. Chen really knows what's going on. The higher-ups want to hire you as a consultant for the special task force after studying the matter. The highest authorities, in view of the increasing frequency of paranormal events in various places, a special department was listed. Special Assignments Branch. It also prepares branches in the provinces and special task forces. Li Changjun, who has dealt with paranormal events many times, is part-time deputy team leader. The chief of police is also the head of the organization. The consultant is like an external expert. When we really can't solve the problem, please do us a favor. The cost will make you satisfied. Chen Yu smiled and said, That's fine, but I'll help out once a month. At most. Humph. A discordant cold snort broke the introduction of Li Changjun's mouth. Team Li, you've been tricked. The old man opened his mouth. I'm being lied to? Li Changjun was bewildered. Taoist White Crane, what do you mean by that? Who lied to me? This person in front of you is not a worldly person at all. Just a charlatan who can only show off his lips. The special task force can mobilize various line ministries within a province, under the vertical direction of the Special Missions Service, the equivalent of 1 man, 10,000 men. The Flying Crane Dodger was the first member of the organization's group. I learned that Li Changjun was coming today to invite a worldly man to serve as a special advisor. Daoist Feihe was greatly curious. He was already one of the top metaphysical masters in the province. Who else is more advanced than you? I hadn't realized that it was a yellow mouth. Taoist master. Dr. Chen is not some Jianghu magician. He's a high-ranking person of real value. Guessing that Daoist Feihe might be guilty of judging people by their appearance. Li Changjun rushed over to explain. The poor Taoist has been practicing for more than 90 years, so I can tell if this person is capable. Daoist Feihe told Li Changjun in a disdainful tone. People who cultivate have more or less aura in them. Chen Yu had no aura to speak of, no different from ordinary people. As for the content of those previous live broadcasts, it should have been calculated through the method of divination, with a tone of seeing through everything. Daoist Feihe said that he could do that as well, and do it better than Chen Yu. This person has learned some of the skins of the divination method, and it is still possible to fool ordinary people. In the eyes of the poor Taoist, the overall strength is just a little bit stronger than ordinary people. Daoist Feihe reprimanded. Young man, the poor Taoist advises you a few words. The road to cultivation is bumpy and not easy. Don't think that just because you've learned some skin-deep skills, you think you're a master. Chen Yu said with a wry smile. Old sir, you seem to have gotten one thing wrong. I'm just a general psychiatrist. Never claimed to be any kind of guru. Daoist Feihe laughed coldly after hearing this. Cultivation skills aren't great, but the skillful tongue is first-rate. At this moment, Daoist Feihe was convinced that Chen Yu was vain. Relying on the method of divination, one can calculate a certain degree of misfortune and good fortune for others, and I'm afraid of being exposed by my fellow travelers, deliberately masquerading as a psychiatrist. Daoist, let's go outside and talk. Flying Crane Taoist does not believe in Chen Yu, but Li Changjun is 100% convinced. After all, there was no black cat sheriff given by Chen Yu. Li Changjun is not standing here at the moment. Instead, they were hung on the wall. Daoist Feihe raised his hand to set aside Li Changjun and said solemnly, the poor Taoist was invited to join the special task force in order to get rid of the demons and guard the righteousness and evil. If you insist on hiring this person as a consultant, this special task force, the poor Taoist won't stay. Flying Crane Taoist is the top metaphysical master in the province, and has regarded himself highly throughout his life. To have the poor Taoist in the company of a charlatan is a great shame. Compared to Daoist Feihe, who was full of pomp and circumstance, Chen Yu wore a light smile on his face. The old man is pretty funny. Is there a problem for him? A mid-refiner, to not be able to see through the foundation establishment stage cultivation? Looking at Chen Yu's faint smile, Daoist Feihe felt even more annoyed. The little cleric has a lot of nerve. Still posturing here, the Taoist master rests his anger. There are some things in this that you don't know. Worried that the two parties would fight, Li Changjun stopped Daoist Feihe on one side, all the while flying off the handle about the black cat sheriff stickers. You see, it was that thing that saved my life. Li Changjun raised his hand and pointed to the shelves. The white crane Daoist glanced at it contemptuously. In the next second, Daoist Feihe's eyes were about to glaze over. 3 steps and 2 steps, rushed to the shelves like a gust of wind. Doing so will cause him to lose a great deal of aura. Can it be that he's going to scatter his cultivation and give up transcendence? The white crane Taoist looked up and down at the medicines and equipment on the shelves. The more I look at it, the more I'm amazed. Everything that the shelves hold has some degree of aura to it. The middle ones in particular had more aura than enough to make the white crane Taoist drool. The aura of heaven and earth was extremely thin. In a way, less than pandas. Stepping into the threshold of cultivation, Reiki is equal to the cultivator's second life. It's too late to desperately search for absorption. Which cultivator surely pours aura out of his body? The scene in front of him dried the white crane Taoist's inherent 3 views to pieces, not keeping the aura in the body for cultivation. Instead, they were used to create magic artifacts and spirits. Is this a loser or? There was clearly no aura fluctuation on Chen Yu's body. These spells. No, we should call them spirit weapons. The spells were a pile of scrap compared to them. How could someone with no aura create such a spiritual weapon? The more the white crane Taoist thought about it, the more his mind became confused. For the first time in my life, I encountered something I couldn't guess or understand. Taoist white crane looked shocked to the core. Li Changjun secretly laughed bitterly. When I first saw Chen Yu's ability, how could you not be like that yourself? Chen Yu preempted the death of the 4th victim. Li Changjun almost pulled out his gun and discharged it. A moment later, Taoist white crane walked up to Chen Yu with an odd appearance. Young man, no, No, senior. The poor Taoist has a word I don't know if I should ask or not. The White Crane Taoist's tone became respectful. Go ahead, Chun Yu said. With permission. Taoist White Crane carefully said. Senior, your realm is? You're talking about rank, Chen Yu asked rhetorically. The White Crane Taoist nodded. I'm a nationally certified level 1 counselor. Chun Yu pulled open a drawer and pulled out a professional license. Chapter 102, The Autistic White Crane Taoist. That's right. Counselors are also graded and need to be certified. There are level 1, level 2 and level 3 in total. The White Crane Taoist nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Is this senior in front of me really confused? Or is he pretending to be confused? Ask him what realm. There are several levels of counselors in Copeland. Feeling that the atmosphere was becoming harmonious, Li Changjun interjected. Dr. Chen, my superiors have also explained one more thing to me. To purchase new bulletproof vests in large quantities. Chen Yu said with interest. How much is the large quantity? Li Changjun put up 2 fingers and said. 200. Yes, I'll get you stocked up now. With that, Chen Yu stood up from his chair. Start by taking inventory of the cartoon stickers on the shelves. 60 short of 200. Immediately, Chen Yu walked into the storehouse again. Captain Li, the number of shelves stocked is low, so I went to the stockroom to find you some replacements. The styles are different, but the effect is the same. The substitutes that Chen Yuzhong found were the gourd little King Kong and the Magic Boy Neza stickers. Li Changjun put these stickers away as if they were a treasure. Another $2 million of procurement costs allocated to him by the Bureau were all transferred to Chen Yu. Then, Li Changjun made a personal request. Purchase a Q version of the Sun de Shang keychain that he can't get enough of. For this thing, Li Changjun did his own wife's thought work for a week. Every way he could think of, he used. My wife eventually agreed to take my son's reserve for his prestigious school for the time being. But there's a condition. Within 2 years, it must be made up. Li Changjun patted his chest and assured him. As long as there is a Q version of Sun de Shang, you might be able to make up the money in a year. Punish the evil and become a heroic detective. A promotion. A raise. Nothing. Get it yourself. Thank you Dr. Chen. Li Changjun immediately transferred $300,000, joyfully from the shelves, to find the Q version of Sun de Shang. It's not even warm in your hand. Taoist White Crane snatched it up. Taoist, what's wrong with you? After only 2 glances, the White Cloud Master stumbled, as if he had fallen to the ground. Li Changjun was quick to hold him up. Nima, White Crane Taoist leaders' brain bruises are all over the place. Just looking at the aura of these things, and not scrutinizing their prices. Now that he looked at it, Taoist White Crane couldn't wait to smack himself in the face. The aura contained in Sun de Shang, regardless of the degree of concentration or purity, it was worth the cultivation of Taoist White Crane for most of his life. And this thing? It's only $300. 000. If you buy it, you will absorb the aura above for your own use. The White Crane Taoist grinned and heatedly laughed. Dr. Chen, what's wrong with Taoist White Crane? The immortal-like White Crane Taoist master smiled like a demented man. Li Changjun's heart thumped. Elder wouldn't have been so stimulated that his brain went crazy, would he? Chen Yu smiled lightly and said, Old sir, everything has to be a matter of fate, don't you think so? In a flash, the White Crane Taoist awoke with a jolt. It's like being doused with cold water. It came from head to toe. Indeed, those who practice Buddhism emphasize karma the most. White Crane Taoist sighed longingly and returned the Q version of Sun de Shang to Li Changjun. Chen Yu's meaning was clear. This object is related to Li Changjun. Nothing to do with myself. As for the other stuff, it's also up to fate. It's not all about money. Taoist White Crane, why have you left? The poor Taoist is not feeling well, so I'll go back first. The White Crane Taoist walked to the door without looking back. Can't stay there any longer. It would break my heart to stay any longer. Seeing a whole bunch of treasures on the shelves, favoring your own chance. It's like standing in front of a golden mountain. No digging tools in hand. You can only look at it. You can't take it. The taste is just too torturous. If he stayed a little longer, Taoist White Crane's Tao heart would be stirred to pieces. When the Taoist heart is disturbed, the path of cultivation is also considered to be at an end. Li Changjun hurriedly asked, Taoist, what about that? In a few days, the White Crane Taoist master had disappeared. What can be done about it? Li Changjun scratched his ears, anxious to know what to do. A strange thing happened locally. The White Crane Taoist master is urgently needed. Look at him. He looks like he's been dealt a major blow. Until you get your mind right, it's gonna be hard to do anything else. After thinking about it, Li Changjun cast a look of help towards Chen Yu. I'll take this. Li Changjun froze. Chen Yu hadn't agreed too quickly, had he? Since Chen Yu was willing to help, he was naturally eager to do so. Immediately speak to the summary of the case. More than 3 years ago, real estate developers built a set of opulent villa area in the northern part of Hangzhou. The villa area was completed and the villas were quickly bought up. It didn't take long for rumors of a haunting to spread in the villa area. In less than a couple of months, almost all the residents in the villa area had moved out. Because of the commotion of the matter, the head of the precinct division was personally in charge. Organize a task force to enter the villa area to investigate. Is it really haunted? Or is it a case of someone using blackmail to deliberately destabilize society? Once the investigation began, great progress was made. 2 police dogs, assisting in the investigation, barked furiously at a villa. The officers concerned immediately targeted the villa. A police dog was then brought in to investigate. Coming into the living room, the police dog barked sharper. One of them kept using its front paws, scratching the living room floor. The man in charge sensed that something was wrong and ordered the ground to be smashed open. A white bone was dug out of the ground. Speaking of this, Li Changjuan's face became a few points heavier. Dr. Chen, can you believe that the coroner couldn't find out exactly when this white bone died? Believe, Chen Yu said gently. Forensic scientists are not miracle doctors. They can't give a definitive answer to everything. Li Changjun continued. Besides this white bone, there are some rags next to it. Presumably the clothes on the deceased, who died about a couple of decades ago, judging by how much the fabric was torn. Of course, that's just the analysis. Since no useful clues could be extracted from the bones, the case was hung up for the time being. The task force spent a month in the villa area. In the meantime, half a ghost was not seen, except for this white bone in the ground where the time of death could not be traced. It didn't take long for the task force to pull out of the villa area. The villa area was unsealed and the owners returned to live in the villa area. Within 2 days, the haunting reappeared. This time, the owners said they wouldn't live. The task force entered the villa area to investigate and saw no ghosts. Owner buyers can run into ghosts the same night they go in. Originally, it was to be given to the White Crane Taoist in charge. That had wanted to. The White Crane Taoist priest came to the counseling room. The whole thing is depressed. Dr. Chen, you can be paid $300,000 for solving this problem. After telling the case, Li Changjun began to talk about the benefits. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. It's a good citizen's duty to cooperate with the police. Chen Yu laughed. Dr. Chen, when are we leaving? Tomorrow at noon. Chapter 103, Conquering All with the Weapons of Science. At noon the next day, Li Changjun drove an ordinary car and stopped at the door of the psychological counseling room on time. Chen Yu wore a lightweight sweatshirt and sat in the passenger seat. While fastening his seatbelt, Chen Yu said, "How is the old gentleman doing now?" "Hey, don't mention it," Li Changjun cried and laughed. Going back last night, Li Changjun specially visited White Crane Taoist. The White Crane Taoist is closed to the world, saying that he is in seclusion to cultivate his mind. Let Li Changjun come back to him in half a month. Looks like it's been hit hard this time. It doesn't take 10 days and half a month for the mindset to shift at all. More than half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of a villa area with an elegant and luxurious environment. The two were about to enter when an old man's voice came from behind them in the cold. "Don't go in there. You might not come out." Li Changjun turned around and saw that it was a grocery shopping mom. "Auntie, you know there's something wrong here too?" Li Changjun asked. "Whoever lives in the neighborhood doesn't know," the food lady kindly said. "Listen to my advice. This place is very evil. You can't hold on to the evil easily," said the older woman, looking around, especially the villa where the white bones were dug up. "Auntie heard someone say that the underground is connected to a ghost gate, and whoever goes in will die." Chen Yu smiled and said, "Auntie, you're over 50 years old this year, aren't you?" 56 years old. Chen Yu continued, "Have you ever seen a ghost with your own eyes when you were this old? Look at you say this. Big Mom if meet ghost. Still can stand here to talk to you. I am afraid that would have been. Ba 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 ba." Big Mama spat twice on the ground. "I've never seen it, but others have. Auntie, there are no ghosts in the world, and the other people you're talking about are just some windy rumors." Chen Yu explained to the older woman in a serious manner. "There are neither ghosts nor gods in the world. It is not advisable to spread falsehoods, and it is even more illegal to spread rumors. I don't care if you don't listen. I have to go home and make dinner. I don't have time for this." The older woman held her breath and turned her head in the other direction. From the outside, the villa area is high-end. Entering the interior, Chen Yu found it overgrown with weeds. Many windows were broken. In certain locations, some odd fecal matter can be seen. Dr. Chen, up ahead is the villa where the white bones were dug up. Should we start by checking this side? Li Changjun pointed to a 2-story villa in front of him. The outside of the villa is fenced. The gate was open and the villa's own small yard was overgrown with weeds. This place was used to make a ghost movie. There was no need for a set. Just bring it in and use it. Get in. Upon hearing this, Lee Chang-jun stammered. Dr. Chen. It's daytime now. Ghosts shouldn't dare to come out in the daytime, right? Chen Yu said as he walked. Captain Lee. As a public servant, how can you also believe that there are ghosts in the world? What people call ghosts are actually special energy bodies. Certain haunted places are able to absorb these special energy bodies because they have a specific magnetic field. Lee Chang-jun's jaw dropped as he listened. What's this all about? Chen Yu was invited here to deal with the paranormal. What's all this talk about magnetic fields and energy bodies? Isn't that a physics thing? Chen Yu went on to say, let me give you an analogy. The folk often said that the ghost hit the wall is also a scientific phenomenon. The common belief among the common people is that ghosts beating on the wall is a paranormal event in which a person is blinded by a ghost while walking at night and keeps circling around in the same place. Actually, it's a magnetic field reaction. This, coupled with the ghosts and gods that have been passed down from the old to the new, can create fear in the mind, which is why they keep circling around in the same place. And ghosting, just body spasms. Lee Chang-jun froze after hearing this. Did he come over with Chen Yu to catch ghosts or to listen to a science lecture? Not a word about ghosts. In every sentence, bring science. Are hauntings also scientific phenomena? Sure, Chen Yu said without thinking. All paranormal events are categorized as god and ghost theories because humans don't know enough about science. This is all superstition. And the weapons of science are to be used to overcome everything. Using scientific principles to explain things that seem mind-boggling to ordinary people. Lee Chang-jun was completely speechless. Is it so much fun to be so serious about what you're saying? It's not like this is the first time we've all met. It's not like he's going to arrest him himself. Why is Chen Yu bothering with this nonsense? Claptrap. The two had just put their feet into the villa's living room when the windows, the chandelier, the door to the room, all moved on their own. It made a clattering, piercing sound. Lee Chang-jun's feet went limp and he said in a shocked voice, this is also a scientific phenomenon? The first time I saw this kind of paranormal scene, it would be a lie to say I wasn't afraid. Says there's no ghosts haunting it. Even beating Lee Chang-jun to death didn't believe it. Chen Yu said, the weather forecast shows that there's a force 4 wind today. The cottage door was open and the windows were all open again. It's not unusual for convective winds to come in and wobble. Captain Lee, why don't you go wait for me outside, and I'll wander around here alone. Chen Yu pinched his fingers and already knew what was happening here. I'll meet you at the door then. At this moment, Lee Chang-jun's mentality became the same as all ordinary people, curious about the existence of ghosts, desperate to learn, and the fear of actually seeing a ghost. After a few seconds of mental struggle, Lee Chang-jun finally left the place. Chen Yu took a step to the second floor of the villa and rushed into the air in front of him. I already know about your grievances. I can send you to reincarnate now. As the words fell, a large number of hollow voices appeared beside Chen Yu's ears. Chen Yu was surrounded by dozens of ghosts at least. Ghosts are like market vendors. You and me. Scoffing at Chen Yu's promise. It simply didn't believe that Chen Yu could send them to reincarnation. For special reasons, this group of ghosts no longer have a chance to be reincarnated. Unless Chen Yu is a god. Otherwise, they can only be lonely ghosts for the rest of their lives. Be quiet, all of you. Being noisy by these ghosts. Chen Yu boarded up his face. If you make any more noise, you'll all be lonely souls for the rest of your lives. A dazzling golden light was mapped on his body. The ghosts looked as if Chen Yu had descended from the heavens. There was a dazzling golden light behind him. It carried a terrifying aura that made the sinister things not dare to look directly at it. The brightness of the golden light illuminated the gloomy second floor as if it were day. All the ghosts were shocked at the sight. The golden light is also called the golden light of merit. The evil spirits were enveloped by the golden light and would dissipate in minutes. Run! I don't know which ghost cried out. And the other ghosts, as if they were headless flies, made a show of fleeing for their lives. Chen Yu simply pinched his right hand. The ghosts seemed to be stuck, their bodies suspended in mid-air, unable to move. I'll ask you one more time. Do you want to be reincarnated? Chen Yu said. The golden light behind him disappeared without a trace. Chapter 104, A Peer Who Was Crazy Poor. An old, aged ghost said pitifully, Master, spare your life. We didn't mean to go against you. We are all poor people who only want to be reincarnated in hell after death. The wicked producers have caused us to lose our bodies and bones, and to be turned into lonely ghosts, suffering every day in the world from the wind and the sun. We have never harmed anyone, so please, Master, don't beat our souls out of us. The ghosts chattered about their suffering. They've only ever scared people, but they've never dared to harm anyone's life. There is no alternative to staying here. You guys acted pretty honest when the police entered here earlier to investigate. Once the average person is living there, it immediately scares them again in every way possible. There's no one else to bully. Chen Yu rolled his eyes in contempt. People and ghosts alike have a bully's mindset. A large number of police teams went in to investigate, and these ghosts were as honest as a third-grade student. Your grievances, I will undo them for you. Now it's time for you to go where you're supposed to go. Seeing the 10,000 feet of golden light on Chen Yu's body, how could the ghosts dare to disobey? He thanked Chen Yu profusely. Swear that if there's a life after this one, you'll tie the knot. Be a cow and a horse to repay the favor. More than 20 minutes later, Chen Yu walked out of the villa with his hands in his pockets. Li Changjun, who was smoking outside, quickly dropped his cigarette and walked over. Dr. Chen, did you find anything in there? It's back to normal here. Back to normal. Li Changjun looked toward the inside of the villa. When he went in earlier, Li Changjun felt uncomfortable all over. It's like being watched by a million pairs of eyes. So quickly, Chen Yu let the villa return to normal? With a curious mind, Li Changjun boldly went in. Ha, that weird feeling is gone. After standing in the living room for a while, Li Changjun felt that everything was normal. Ran around to the second floor. Again, no unusual sensations. Dr. Chen, how did you do it? Li Changjun was pleasantly surprised. Using scientific theory, the magnetic field here was adjusted. Chen Yu looked towards, thoughtfully, a villa in the distance. Li Changjun followed Chen Yu's gaze forward. Dr. Chen, could there be a problem with that villa as well? The corner of Chen Yu's mouth turned up. The villa is fine, but the people who live in it are quite interesting. Captain Li, you go back and report to your superiors. Say that everything is normal here, and you can let the people reoccupy. As for how to dispel the neighborhood gossip, the local hangtown folklore, that's up to you. After saying that, Chen Yu took a step towards the front. Seeing Chen Yu walking forward alone, Li Changjun hurriedly asked, Dr. Chen, aren't you going back with me? I'm going to meet a friend. You go ahead. Sending Li Changjun away, Chen Yu's footsteps did not stop. Chen Yu stepped on the moss-strewn stone path and arrived at the villa in front. In the villa area, only this villa can see popularity. Clotheslines are set up in the yard. A few freshly washed clothes were hanging in the morning. Behind the drying rack is a vegetable patch. On the ground on the left-hand side, a number of tools for carpentry work were placed. Ding dong. Chen Yu rang the doorbell. Not long after, the door to the villa room opened. A man in his 50s came out from inside. The man was plainly dressed and had quite a few calluses on his hands. Who are you looking for? Chen Yu's smile did not diminish as he said, Of course I came to look for you. Do I know you? The man hesitated. You don't know me, but I've dealt with your spells, twice. Chen Yu looked around and said indifferently, Although there is no spiritual qi in this place, the yin qi is abundant. Rather, it is very suitable for making evil magic weapons. While others avoid it, you turtled up and know how to take it in your place. Hearing these words, the man was in a state of alarm. The fists couldn't help but clench. Chen Yu said with interest, Before answering this question of yours, can you answer a question of mine first? How did you, the heir to the Luban technique, end up like this? If what was done was known to the old ancestor Lupin, wouldn't you be worried that he'd come to you in the middle of the night to talk to you? At that, the man reacted instead by relaxing a bit. Go over and open the door. So you're from the Xian sect. Chen Yu first uttered the evil magic weapon, followed by a nod to the men. The man saw it roughly. The young man in front of me should be like himself. All of them are Xian men heirs. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know so much inside information. I don't know if the old ancestors will dream about it. All I know is that if I don't do this, my father and my mother won't have any money for their medical bills. My oldest son can't get married if he can't afford to buy a house. The tuition fees for the older 2 and 3 to go to school are also not available. These days, the heir to the Lupin technique has long been worthless. The middle-aged man sat on the threshold with an expression as if he were a disgruntled woman. You're also a member of the Xian sect. Aren't you aware of how miserable we people are now? Luban artisans were considered to be dignitaries when placed in ancient times. But by now, I'm nothing. The middle-aged man's heart held a bellyful of resentment. Among the same Xian men, others rely on exorcisms and ghost-catching, and divination and fortune-telling. It's not a bad way to live when you're looking for a shady house to read feng shui. And the situation of the heirs of the Luban technique can only be described in one word. Misery. Luban Jutsu originated from the Luban technique passed down from Luban. The Lupin book is divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle and lower. The upper book contains the method of creating various types of houses. In the middle book, it is written the method of manufacturing various magic weapons. The next book contains spells incantations. The widely circulated folk art of aversion to victory comes from the art of Luban. In the early days, we had endless jobs to take on and money to make every day. To this day, the houses have long since been converted to reinforced concrete. The man had learned the craft for a small part of his life. It was only after he left the school that he realized that there was no more food for him in the world. In order to support his family, he had to use the Ruben technique to make spells for people. Due to the thinness of the aura, it specializes in making all kinds of evil magic weapons. Seeing that you're dressed well, you should be a disciple of the Taoist sect, studying mountain medicine and fortune-telling, right? The man looked at Chunyu without envy. Or you guys are lucky. A lot of rich people these days are sure about feng shui numerology. Tell their fortunes and get paid at least $10,000. It's not like those of us in the Xian sect outside of the Dao sect are about to go out on the streets to beg for food. Men seem to have an endless supply of whining. After speaking of his own situation, he spoke of the door of the Tao in addition to it. Heir to the Lu Ban technique, a corpse chaser in western Hunan, a rice woman in the south, and a disciple of Exodus in the north. It's all so damn hard to get along. Just came to Hangtown those days. The man saw a god-fighting heir inviting a powerful ghost to possess him, and Nima was moving bricks at a construction site. Stop. Chunyu had to interrupt the man's rambling. Keep letting him talk and he probably won't stop for an hour. Say, what kind of spell are you here to buy? The man asked. I'm not here to buy spells. I'm here to buy you, Chunyu said smilingly. Chapter 105, The Miserable Present Situation of the Xian Sex People. What do you mean? Sick. The days are hard enough. And playing with him. Whether I'm sick or not is not for you to worry about. But you have a serious case of poverty. Chenyu's smile didn't diminish as he said, I came to find you this time because I see a skill in you. Would you be interested in working for me and I'll pay you monthly? You're hiring me? The man realized then. What did Chenyu mean by buying himself? Chenyu smiled faintly. You're not a bad person by nature. It's just that in order to earn money, the means are a bit dishonorable. In order to save money, even digging up people's bones to make magic weapons can be done. Not afraid of the wrath of God. Humph. The man grunted coldly. I have a family of several people who depend on me to earn a living. The living can barely care about the living, and they're still fucking concerned about the wrath of God. If there is really to be heavenly wrath, the ones who should be cleaved to death the most are those treacherous merchants who are unkind to the rich, especially the owner of the developer of this villa area. Chunyu smiled bitterly at his words. The Shenmen lineage does not fear the wrath of heaven. This old man is sort of on is an oddball. A penny for every man's soul. To the point. However, he was right. The old boss of the villa district should, indeed, be condemned by heaven. This is a rare place in the city to gather yin and raise corpses. The earth's veins spawned a large amount of extreme yin chi. The body was buried in this area and was encased in a large amount of yin energy. Gradually, what folk call zombies were formed. At the same time, the soul of the corpse will also be imprisoned. Unless someone breaks the pattern of gathering yin to raise corpses. Otherwise, the soul can never be reincarnated. You know quite a bit about what goes on here. Chunyu smiled. Is it convenient for the party to say more? Anyhow, I've been living here for over a year now, and I haven't run into many of those unlucky people. I've been out working for many years, and I've seen a lot of shady bosses. The only one with the blackest heart is this asshole. It's just as well not to have a feng shui master take a look before starting construction. The excavator dug up the bones, and the son of a bitch, afraid to report the delay, directly threw the excavated bones into the foundation and poured water to seal them dead, completely cutting off the chance of reincarnation for these lonely souls. These ghosts have been dead for more than 100 years, and they've been unlucky. As a member of the Xian Men, although he doesn't know how to catch ghosts and exorcise evil spirits, he can still communicate with ghosts. A slight knowledge of means of avoiding ghostly harassment. The site was originally a mass grave, with a large number of dead bodies buried underneath. Over time, the site became a flat area. The work started. Excavator, pile driver, successively began to work, unintentionally breaking the pattern of the place of gathering yin to raise corpses. The ghosts hadn't had time to be happy. The damn black-hearted boss even threw their bones, all of them, into the foundation to pour and seal. This move is the equivalent of leaving their corpses incomplete. Incomplete bodies are classified as transverse deaths. Cross-dead ghosts can't be reincarnated and have to float around the world. The man glanced at Chunyu. You weren't just messing with me when you said you'd hire me, were you? Chunyu did not talk nonsense and said directly, 20,000 a month. And there will be a year-end bonus at the end of the year. 5% insurance hangs over my psychiatric office. Triple pay on holidays. And there are gifts. Will Chunyu come true? The man rolled his eyes. No. Listening to the man to be refused. Chunyu playful flavor. How? Afraid that I will pit you? You are a member of the Xian sect. And Laozi is likewise. And when it comes to a real fight, it's not certain who will lose and who will win. The man said with a soiled face. Old me learned the entire Lu Ban book, and is considered one of the top experts among the Lu Ban technique heirs. In terms of age, I'm old enough to be your uncle. on the craftsmanship of manufacturing magic weapons. The country dare not say that it can be ranked number 1. In this province, it can definitely be ranked among the top 3. If you want to hire me, you'll have to pay more. When it comes to the word increase, the man's face doesn't change. How much to add? Chen Yu was also sort of speechless. After all that build-up, it's a bargaining chip. Sure is odd, but if you're not an oddball, how dare you live in someone else's house in a dignified manner? Use the bone of gathering in to create magic weapons. Even the vegetable plots are open. The bones of the corpses in the land of gathering in to raise corpses were different from other white bones. The interior contains a large amount of yin qi. It is the perfect choice for refining evil magic weapons. Not long ago, Shou Meng, who is linked to Chen Yu, wears a human bone bracelet made from this white bone. And from this man, the Ghost King's mirror of the obscene demon Taoist suppressing the human elf. Again, the work of this old man. How much do you want? Chen Yu asked. Double it anyhow. The man sticks his chest out and looks up. A look like I'm worth the price of admission. Ha ha ha. Chen Yu cried and laughed as he shook his head. Either, or add 10,000? Men are really poor and scared. Worried that his big mouth will scare away Chen Yu. Offer to tell the price a little bit. No. 40,000 is 40,000. The man in front of him had a cultivation strength that didn't even touch the threshold of qi refining. But there's one thing to be said for it. The ability to refine magic weapons was absolutely top-notch. Not only could it help Chen Yu make magic weapons, what's not to like about having an extra runner on hand? Plus the man's nature isn't that bad. Spending money to draw him to goodness would be a meritorious thing to do. Keep making evil weapons for evil people. Sooner or later there will be retribution. Ha ha ha. Finally I don't have to live a hard life. The man was excited and oblivious. Chen Yu said, half jokingly and half seriously, why don't you ask me what I'm hiring you for? It wouldn't be doing anything bad anyway. The man's face was sure. Oh, Chen Yu said with interest, how are you so sure? We Lupin warlocks are likewise able to open the eyes of yin and yang, and can see people, ghosts, demons, and righteousness and evil. The man pointed to his eyes. From the moment you came over here just now, I opened my eyes. You don't have an aura on you, but you don't have an evil aura either. It means you haven't done anything to hurt the world. Chen Yu smiled. Listen up. You start today. No probationary period. Straight in. The swarms of ghosts that gathered here have already been transcended by me, and this place will soon regain its popularity. So you can't stay here. Come back to the store with me in a few minutes and I'll rent you a house in the neighborhood. There are 3 jobs for you. Make spells for me and I'll provide you with the materials. Second, you're responsible for running errands and poking around for me when I need it. Third, speaking of this, Chen Yu began to ask about the man's name. What is the usual way of selling spells? My name is Meng Dahai. From now on you can call me Old Meng. Meng Dahai said. I'm usually a guest with a guest here. In the future, if anyone comes to you to customize an evil weapon again, you have to inform me in time. Aha! Meng Dahai was surprised. You're asking me to act as an insider for you? Chapter 106, Forgive the Sins of God. Man cannot live with his own sins. You can interpret it that way too. Any guy who comes to you to buy an evil magic weapon, or if you think the other guy is not a good person, I'll take their pictures and give them to me. I'll give you an extra bonus for each one you do. Chen Yu is not good at praising himself. Sometimes, again, you have to flatter yourself that you're a little resourceful. Meng Dahai was recruited as a supernumerary employee, partly because of his skills. On the other hand, it is also for the purpose of inducing people to acquire merit and qi. Along this line of thought, Chen Yu thought of a little trick. In order to combat psychic crimes, the highest authorities set up the Special Missions Division. Each province followed with a special task force. Once the information is obtained from Meng Dahai's side, it is turned around and provided to the special task force. Nip potential evil in the bud. Isn't that also a credit? Not sure how much merit you'll get, but it's worth a try. Meng Dahai said indifferently. You're the boss. Whatever you say is what you say, but don't forget that you must pay me my salary in full every month. Now you pack up and come back to the store with me. Good. Meng Dahai stepped into the villa. It took over an hour to get out. Behind his back was a large canvas travel bag, and over his shoulder was a basket. It holds a variety of kitchen utensils. In his other hand, he carried a yellow bag, written in 2 large, eye-catching letters. Urea. Chen Yu helped Meng Dahai, tidying up the carpentry tools scattered on the floor. Everything was ready. Chen Yu walked while taking out his cell phone to call Ali Changjun. Dr. Chen, what's the matter with you? The reason for the magnetic changes in the villa area is that the owner did something less than harmonious when construction began. In 3 words, Chen Yu tells the story of how, after breaking ground, the boss had the bones of the dug-out corpses thrown into the foundation stone. Something about sealing it with concrete. You're in charge of cases like insulting corpses, right? Of course it belongs. Chen Yu said the cloud mountain fog. Li Changjun heart clear. No wonder there are so many ghosts in the villa area. It turns out that the developer's bosses shoveled the bones of the people. Is this any better? At the same time, Li Changjun understood two other things from Chen Yu's words. Why is it that when you dig up white bones, the coroner can't determine the time of death? The white bones in this place are not ordinary white bones. As for the second thing, why did the task force go into the villa area to investigate and not see half a ghost? The average homeowner goes back and sees it right away. All the members of the task force are law enforcement officers, and they carry with them a sense of righteousness. Lonely souls and ghosts avoid it, dare not appear before their eyes. Hanging up the phone, Li Changjun immediately ordered his subordinates to move out. On the grounds of receiving a report, the owner of the villa and the construction workers concerned were all invited to the bureau for tea. The other side, Meng Dahai and Chen Yu, had returned to the psychiatric consultation room. Entering the house, Meng Dahai had the feeling of Lu entering the Grand View Garden. The eyes looked at Chen Yu oddly. Chen Yu was obviously a person of cultivation. Why did he make his residence so strange? Who is this old man? Seeing the statue of Freud placed by the wall, Meng Dahai was dumbfounded. Chen Yu explained, "This is Freud, the master of psychology, and these people on the wall, they are all master seniors of psychology as well." Meng Dahai looked Chen Yu up and down and said incredulously, "You really make a living by showing people mental illness? Or else?" Chen Yu shrugged his shoulders. "I've told you this several times on the way here, and you just don't believe me. My God." Immediately afterward, Meng Dahai threw the things on his body to the ground with a start and quickly rushed to the shelves. "You don't want to live, or what? How can you spare the aura and enlighten this mess?" Meng Dahai had a meaty expression. What a mess of stuff the shelves hold. Trinkets, drink stickers, plush toy, cartoon character mask. Each of them surrounded a large amount of aura. Meng Dahai felt like his brain was about to short-circuit. That's not the way to defeat a family. Chen Yu said indifferently, "There's no way. Who made me not know how to make magic weapons? We can only use them as spells for the time being, and the problem will be solved when you come." With that, Chen Yu left Meng Dahai to rest in the store and went out to contact the house himself. After spending 3 hours, Chen Yu rented a bungalow for Meng Dahai in a street behind Hufang Street. The back of the house comes with its own small yard, just right for Meng Dahai's operation room. After all this, it was already dark. Chen Yu was casually on the street, finding a small restaurant to fill his stomach. Back at the store, Chen Yu looked at the time. Exactly 8 o'clock at night. It was a good day, earning tons of credits and taking on supernumerary staff. It's time to make the water boys happy along with it. Chen Yu changed into a lightweight housecoat and walked to the first floor to sit behind his desk. "Turn on your computer and go to the live feed. Master Chen. That guy got his comeuppance. Cohen died without a body, and the hairy child got his revenge. It's called Heaven's sins are forgivable and self-inflicted sins are not to be lived. Everything is his own fault. Say, I've hit my dog before. Is it too late to apologize to him? Sit and wait for a seat." Since paying attention to Dr. Chen, I believe once again that there really is retribution in the world. The live feed was flooded with pop-ups. An hour or so on, a breaking news story appeared online. A suburban wilderness ridge in the field. Being man a corpse of nothing but white bones. The local police quickly responded, and after several hours of investigation, the truth came out. By accessing the neighborhood surveillance, the murderer of the deceased was a large number of stray cats and dogs. The scene is so brutal that you can't look at it. Quinn died a miserable death, and many people were terrified. However, at the same time, there were a large number of water users in Chen Yu's live room who felt relieved. Cohen has killed an unknown number of cats and dogs in order to become famous and enrich himself. Take advantage of the love of water lovers and harvest them as leaks. Being exposed to the truth by Chen Yu, Cohen nonetheless did not feel any guilt. Instead, they are thinking of absconding from the country. Everyone stop talking. The man is dead, so you can spare him. Chen Yu said indifferently. It's the same old rules. 3 places, 100 red packets. Red packet grab mode is on. 3 lucky winners were then born. The first water user who linked up with Chen Yu. His screen name is only love one person in a lifetime. Weighing in at about 200 pounds. A big face like Dr. Chen. I'm pressed for time, so I'll keep it short. As soon as he came up, he could not wait to love only one person in his life. I'm going to go and meet my online friend who I've known for more than half a year. Then now, tomorrow, can we be together? Love of a lifetime is highly emotional. Lest I hear a bad answer. A glance at the other man's seal. Chen Yu seemed to smile. You will be together. Only the way you are together may be a little different from what you think. Chapter 107. This disease is a national disease of the pretty country. Dr. Chen. What do you mean it's a little different from what I thought? Hearing the first half of Chun Yu's sentence, love only one person in a lifetime happily picked up his cell phone. Who knows the latter half of the sentence? Straight away he won't. Internet dating anyone? I only accept online dating within a 20-kilometer radius of me. Any farther and my bike won't pedal. Internet love run now often cheated. From now on dead heart no longer love. Being young and not internet dating is a waste of electricity. Isn't online dating a gamble? Scattered and scattered. No winners in a long gamble. Any female water friends? Let's have internet dating. Upstairs little brother exchanging photos. No. I'm 37 years old. While the water friends are living the whole life. Many of them kindly reminded only love one person in a lifetime. Online dating is risky. And you need to be careful when running for cash. It's not uncommon to see reports of online relationships flopping in the news over the years. Plus only love one person in your life this honorable. Many waterboys thought the dude was going to flip. Chen Yu explained, you will be together forever. But you won't be in love all the time. Phew, that scared me. One life to love breathed a long sigh of relief. In the world, how can there be a love that lasts forever? Come up with this screen name, but it was just to show his love for her. According to Ching Yu, the two will fall in love and get married. But love after marriage is expected to fade away. Dr. Chen, thank you for showing me the way. Love only one person in a lifetime, thanked Chen Yu with a smile on his face and began to fiddle with his cell phone with his head down. Babe, I booked a flight to your local area for tomorrow afternoon, so I'll see you then. Mamma mia. Love only one person in your life. With a meaty expression, came this into the cell phone. A vicious chill ran through Chen Yu's heart. A large number of water users have taken to the public screen, typing vomit emoticons. Love of a lifetime closed his cell phone as if he didn't see the vomiting emoji on the screen. Dr. Chen, I'm just too happy today. If you hadn't given me confidence, I wouldn't have made up my mind until now to go and run present with Jia Jia. I'll call you with the money now. Anyone can tell that the love of a lifetime is happily frowned upon. After saying these words, love only one in a lifetime once again opened his cell phone and prepared to recharge his account. That's it? What's wrong with Dr. Chen today? The brothers are just getting into the spirit and the first streak is about to end? When things go wrong, they go wrong. Was he really able to net a successful run now? I have a different focus than you, and am more curious about what kind of woman could like this master? Brother, don't be in a hurry. Tell everyone your love story. Just now, when I heard the words cybersex run now, the water friends were as excited as if they were playing chicken blood. Thought Chen Yu next diagnosis. Can let them see a large overturned scene. That's it? You can be together, but you won't love each other forever. Boring, trite, tedious. Any other anchor would have screwed up like that. The waterboys have long been transformed into yin and yang. Chen Yu glanced at the pop-up. Crossing his arms, he smiled slightly. This patient, you wait for a moment. The rule of my live room is to treat the patient first and pay later. And pay only if you're satisfied after the treatment. No charge if you're not. Chen Yu slowly and methodically, talking about the live broadcasting room charges and rules. Stop it, Dr. Chen. I'm not sick. I came to see you on the mic just to take a reassurance pill. One life to love, said with a smirk. I know you're good at everything. I was raised as an honest child, not to invite disaster or trouble. My parents were extraordinarily good to me and never pushed me, doing things I didn't want to do. Even when I gave up my high school entrance exams and chose to go into chef studies, they didn't object. Moody loves only one person in his life and casually talks about his family. It means that your parents are affectionate and treat you better. There's nothing to think about when you love only one person in person for the rest of your life. All that what dark side of the heart, the unknown vile past, complicated family conflicts do not exist with him, except for being fatter and having a bigger face. Love only one person in your life and have no other worries. Chen Yu said with a straight face. If the patients themselves were able to check whether they were sick or not, there would be no need for the profession of doctor to exist. No. Is there really something wrong with me? Looking at Chen Yu's serious expression, the heart of a person who only loved one person in his life was a little hairy. Self-consciousness feels pretty good. Why did Chen Yu say that? At these words, the listless waterbenders instantly came to life. Yes, and it's going to get worse, Chen Yu said. So what's wrong with me? One life to live, asked nervously. Watched countless live streams of Chen Yu. Love only one person in your life, dare not disbelieve. PTSD. What is this disease? One life to love, scratched his head in bewilderment. Laughing doesn't live on. I told you Dr. Chen wouldn't let everyone down. Why is Dr. Chen coming up with English? What is PTSD? PTSD refers to post-traumatic stress disorder, a mental illness that occurs when a person is severely stimulated. Upstairs, rightly so. This disease belongs to the national disease of the pretty country. Ha ha ha. Upstairs is even more talented. The art of language is utilized by you to the extreme. Goddamn national disease. 666-6666. The term post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, has emerged with a vengeance. The Waterboys first teased Pretty Country about the disease, followed by a brainstorming session. Guess what PTSD can be stimulated by? Immediately after that, most people thought that it should be Ben now flipping his car. The girls are strangely ugly. Or there's something else that makes it unacceptable for men. He couldn't take the shock and in turn developed PTSD. Don't be ridiculous, you guys. It's impossible. Seeing a large number of water friends sneer at the woman is oddly ugly. Only love one person in a lifetime and the lungs are going to explode. Yelling at his water friends to be quiet, he opened his phone to find a picture. See for yourselves. She's Jia. The netizen I'm going to run now. It says it's a photo, but it's actually a screenshot of a video chat. The girl was about 20-something. Can't say it's much prettier, but it's definitely not ugly. Being in a setting that would be a bedroom in a home. The house is very cozy and very neat and clean. You motherfucking single monsters. You can't eat grapes without saying they're sour. Love only one person in your life, smug. It wasn't long after we met that I started video chatting with Jia. She knows what I look like, and I know what she's like. And she's a good girl. And in no way did she have an online relationship with me to get money. Saying that, Love Only One in a Lifetime opened his chat with Jia. It shows that Love Only One in a Lifetime had transferred money to Jia several times. The amount is bigger than once. None of these transfers were received by Jia. Chapter 108, Older Brother's Third Trial of Internet Girlfriends. What kind of routine is this? Which old man explains it a bit. Murphy is putting in for the long haul. This old man doesn't look like he's rich. He made a dozen transfers to Jia. Almost $20. 000. And the scammer was able to resist that temptation. Older brother said he couldn't read it. One Life to Love grunted and said in a smug tone, "Of course you guys can't read it. Because Jia isn't a liar at all. Not only is she not a liar, she's a college senior." Hearing this, many pop-ups began to taunt. Only love one person in a lifetime, bragging about it. Would a high achiever like him with this respect? All quiet. Taking a look at the content of the messy pop-ups, Chen Yu said in a serious tone, "If I find out again that someone is sending pop-ups with personal attacks, I'll pull the plug forever." Instantly, the shady pop-ups were more than half gone. Chen Yu said, "This patient, you also calm down. The water friends have no malice. They just feel curious. I can attest that your online love interest is, indeed, a college senior. Dr. Chen, thank you for proving it for me." Love Only One Person in a Lifetime said, "They don't believe me when I say things. Can I trouble Dr. Chen to tell everyone about how Jia and I fell in love? Are you sure?" Chen Yu asked rhetorically. One Life to Love heaved his head. Chen Yu was omniscient. Something old fans knew. As it happens, Love of a Lifetime is also an old fan. That's why he asked Chen Yu to help him out and tell the story of their love experience. "Since you have this request, patient, I can fulfill it," Chen Yu said indifferently. "You and her met on an internet forum. At the time, you posted a picture of yourself with the gates of a 211 university, saying that if it weren't for your love of chefs, you would have enrolled at this university. Immediately afterward, someone replies to you that she is a graduate of this university. After a while, you chatted quite well, so you added each other as WeChat friends. Gradually, love sprang up between you, but you're worried that online love can't be relied on, and that the woman you're talking to about love is actually stingy. You made an excuse to try to video chat with her. She agreed to your request to actually video you, but you're still unsure and offer to want to see her college diploma. She sent you a picture of your diploma, so follow the number on it and go to the official website. The search results show that the diploma is hers. The second try dispelled most of your suspicions, but you still have a little doubt in your mind. It was decided to conduct a third test. When Chen Yu said this, the live broadcast room began to boil. What a downer. Disgusting. It's okay to try once, but to try someone 3 times, think the other party is a liar, directly pull black. Play such a careful, so that the woman knows how sad it should be. Another day of fear of marriage and love. This can also be punched with a capital letter of conviction. Water lovers don't have to guess. On the third test, it's all about giving money. If Jia accepts the money, I'm afraid she'll be immediately blackballed by Love of a Lifetime. Faced with the accusations of the many female water friends of the bitter rebuke, a lifetime of Love Only One Person slightly embarrassed defense. "I also know that a little too much, but now in this era, behind the network of netizens is a person or a ghost, who can distinguish clearly." After speaking about his own pain in doing so, Love Only One Person in a Lifetime again urged Chen Yu to continue on. The latter comes to the point. After 3 rounds of trial and error, you're thoroughly convinced she's not a liar. In the days that followed, you made your relationship official. You're on your cell phone every day, She does everything you ask of her. Except one thing she can't promise you. It's just coming to your city Ben now. Chun Yu acted as if he had experienced it himself, telling the love story of the two of them word for word. Love only one for life nodded frequently while staring at the acidic pop-ups. Jia is just too good for herself. Not only do they shush him every day, but they also often chat with him to relieve his boredom. One Life to Love learns that Jia is a good girl, more of a dutiful girl. Her family told her to study at ease, and she only focused on her studies for 4 years in college, not even looking for a boyfriend. Not long after finishing college, Jia's uncle opened a travel agency in his hometown. Jia returned to her hometown to help with the business as arranged by her family. Such a good girl. It's almost like you can't find it by beating your head against the wall. I admit I'm sour. What kind of Taoist world is this? I'm also a 211 graduate. How come I can't find a girlfriend? A good man has no good wife. An ugly man marries a flowery branch. The old ancestors have seen it for thousands of years. If Jia is so good, and this old man has tried people many times, why is he still hesitating? Negro question mark. The water friends were envious and very confused. It has been proven that people are not liars, so why are you still squirming and afraid to show up? And it's not because of Jia. And where does the mental illness of loving only one person in your life come from? The water boys can still remember. Chen Yu diagnosed in public. Love only one person in your life. Suffer from PTSD. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Could it be that Jia's parents disapprove of the two and stick it to them? Jia didn't dare to disobey her family. You can only break up with the love of your life. When you think about it, it's quite possible. It doesn't seem surprising that Jia is listening to her family so much in doing this. Seeing the water boys say that, the love of a lifetime tensed up. He hesitated. To a point, in that regard. But then again, not all. Chun Yu looked at love only one person in a lifetime. The reason why you can't make up your mind to run presently is professional. Apart from the situation of the woman's family. Yes, Dr. Chen, you are truly divine. One Life to Love nodded in a hurry. Indeed. I didn't dare to go over there. Both because I was afraid that her parents wouldn't like me. And even more so that I wouldn't be able to support Jia. Love without a financial foundation cannot last long in the end. That's something that only one person in a lifetime knows very well. If you want Jia's parents and relatives to accept you, you have to prove yourself first. The only way to prove competence is to earn it. Chen Yu nodded and added, your occupation is a chef, studying northern cuisine. Jia's old home is in Fujichong, and you're afraid that you won't be able to eat your own handiwork when you get there. The live room suddenly became silent. This silence lasted for dozens of seconds. Then the pop-ups began to go wild. Is this dude going to run for cash or run for his life? How dare he go to the border zone? Dr. Chen, make sure they can be together forever. Why do I suspect this dude is going to have bad luck in the past? Be confident. Don't be skeptical. Old man suddenly feels a chill straight up his loins. The screen was filled with exaggerated, shocked pop-ups. Chapter 109 Because of Love Don't Want Waste. Everything is worth it. The waterbenders felt as if they had been hit over the head with a blow to the head. The city. And fucking right next to the horror. A scary presence on the internet. Dude, that place is not the place to go. Love is precious, but the waste is more expensive. 4 words for you. Kill yourself and don't go. To go is to get killed. It's not good to do something, but to send a waste for 1,000 miles. He's not out of the country, so he shouldn't be in any danger, right? There were tons of pop-ups from the Waterboys, although there was no shortage of whole-life banter. Overwhelmingly, though, it's a good reminder. There has been a lot of news about kidnappings and dangerous encounters out there in the past few years, especially that place. Many of the people involved will also come out and show their faces, expose the tactics of the villains in that place who victimize and harm people. In addition to posting high-paying job openings on the internet and scamming uninformed people into them, there are also tons of scammers that come to the border cities. Under the pretext of working and visiting the house, people are lured outside. Once you've been fooled, it's hard to come back. Even if you escape and come back, there's going to be something missing from your body. And also as a result, the watermen are nothing but scared of that place. There is the same fear for these cities that are close to that place. Only one person in my life looked at it and cried and laughed and said, "Don't worry about it. Just because I'm fat doesn't mean I'm an idiot. How can I go to a place like this and not do my research? Do you guys really think I don't watch the news and am traveling back in time from the old world?" When this comment was made, the persuasive pop-ups from the waterbenders were less than half. Think about it. This guy must have a monkey's head when he tries out his online date 3 times. He connects with Chun Yu and asks if he can be with Jia all the time. Didn't ask if it was dangerous to go. Looks like a lot of homework was done. Dr. Chen, take a break. I'll say a few words. thinking of the water friends who had just taunted themselves and called Jia Jia a liar. Love only one person in your life and decide to teach them a lesson. It's true that there have been quite a few people in the past 2 years who have been tricked into going over there in the border towns. But don't forget that our country won't just sit back and do nothing. A series of crackdowns have long been underway, with strict controls on those operating over there. If you don't believe me, just search the latest news for yourselves. Don't always think you're the only smart ones in the world and everyone else is stupid. Besides, my brain is taught, even if the crooks talk a lot, I'll kill myself not to go over there. What can they do to me? Can't hold me at knife point and force me to go over there. Can you? Said the man of a lifetime, ruffling his hair triumphantly, ruthlessly mocked the water friends. A lifetime of love for only one person in an incredibly beautiful mood. One is not a fool. How can you not know how to avoid risk? Even if it's close to that place. What's wrong? Other people fall for it because they're stupid. He's a little resourceful himself. In the past, it's always been someone else who has been made to live by the waterboys. But today it's really a whirlwind. Dr. Chen, don't you think that's true? Seeing that the water friends were unable to say anything because of their dislike, only one person in a lifetime looked at Chen Yu again. You'll go. In moments, the pop-up curtains rolled in. Ha ha ha, you guys look at the love of a lifetime and your eyes fall out. The punch in the face came unexpectedly. Big talk about how you won't be tricked into leaving the country. Karma comes fast. Can't live with a laugh. Flipping cars faster than I can flip a book. I still prefer his untamed look. No loin could escape from there. Dead fatso. You didn't listen to us when we advised you. And you don't believe Dr. Chen even when he said so? Just now, millions of waterbenders were taunted by the love of a lifetime. Hearing Chen Yu say that he would go to that place, all sorts of whole life pop-ups ensued. Dr. Chen, what did you just say? I'll go over there? Love only one person in a lifetime. The whole thing is dumbfounded. Chen Yu nodded and said, not only will you go, but you will also go willingly without the slightest hesitation. That's impossible. You must be lying to me. Love only one person in your life. Shakes your head desperately. Ever since I learned that Jia Jia's old home was in a city bordering that place, love only one person in your life and do a lot of homework right away. Be sure you won't fall for it anyhow. Now, Chen Yu told him in words, not only will you go yourself, and go willingly, without any hesitation, it's simply not possible. Water friends who have seen my live broadcast know that I, Chen Yu, never lie to patients. As to why you're going, Chen Yu paused and said, because of love. Love only one person in your life just feels like a blank slate, because love goes. Is it Jia Jia? Dr. Chen, what's going on here? Quickly tell everyone. It's all worth it because love doesn't want the loins. Nima, so that's the original song. I can't look at this song straight from now on. I've always thought there was something wrong with this online relationship. How about that? Stone cold. What kind of netherworld love is this? If you love me, give me your loins. Put, upstairs teases me to death. Are you eager to inherit my painting chant? At this moment, loving only one person in your life is like a frosted eggplant. Unbelievable by his online girlfriend who he has tried many times. After all, it was the female liar who was going to send herself to that place to Jia waifu. No, it won't. There's no way Jia could be a liar. There must be something in the middle. Love only one person in a lifetime stubbornly said. How can a liar have a 211 degree and refuse the money I gave her? Dr. Chen, tell me what's going on. I don't believe it was Jia who tricked me into going over there. It must have been something else. Chen Yu said. Before answering this question of yours, you should first take out the saved video of your first video chat with her. How did you know I? Halfway through the sentence. Shut up about only loving one person in your life. Dutifully go to your cell phone and look for the retained video. Soon, including Chen Yu. Everyone saw the first video chat between the two. The content is just normal communication between the two, sharing some interesting things about their lives. There is nothing unusual about it. It wasn't until the video had played for about 3 minutes when Chen Yu suddenly called a halt. Now, you put the volume to the max and keep playing. The video began to continue playing after Love One Life did as it was told. Why do I hear begging? I think I heard it too. Did anyone hear the snap of a whip? Listening to it, the Waterboys felt out of place. The video was nothing but the voices of a lifetime of Love and Jia chatting with each other. There appears to be screaming. Yes? Love of a Lifetime dialed back and re-listened. Ha, it really does sound like that. A lifetime of love stunned. Keep this video to show off with your close friends. Fat guys like him can find women who love them. Usually flip it around and play it for friends around the house. Never noticed any unusual sounds inside. Look guys, why does Jia have such a weird look in her eyes? A waterbender sent a special effects pop-up, signaling everyone to focus on Jia Jia's eyes and expression. I noticed it. her eyes glancing to the left wall every now and then. There seems to be menace and disdain in the expression. Don't tell me. It really seems like it. It's horrible. Could there be a fight going on next door? This looks like a master who kills without blinking an eye, or else his mind wouldn't be so stable. Beating up someone next door and still calmly videoing with others. Do they anesthetize the karma waste? I'm afraid of pain. The reason behind it is a cause for serious burns. With the non-stop reminders from the waterbenders, only one in a lifetime could see that something was wrong. Look closely. Jia's eyes and expression did carry disdain and indifference. The sound of a beating next door and the screams of the person being beaten. It seems to have turned into a whip. One swipe at him at a time. Dr. Chen, if she is a liar, why would you say that she and I can live together forever? Love only one person in your life is covered in cold sweat. There was no longer the smugness and confidence on his face that he had before. It's so white and ghastly. It's as good as dead. This patient, your understanding is a little off. When I say you'll always be together, I don't mean you'll live together. Rather, when they die, they will be buried together. Chen Yu said indifferently. I'm still going to die? Drops of bean-sized sweat trickled down the forehead of the man who had only loved one person in his life. The heart was seething with fear. It was bad enough to be tricked into that place yourself. How can you still be dead? At the same time, loving only one person in one's life completely comprehended the meaning of Chen Yu's words. You'll be together. Just together in a way that might be a little different than you think. Nima, can't be together in life. Buried together after death. Dr. Chen, how did I die? Jia, how did the con woman die again? Asking about the cause of one's death. The love of one's life feels like a pinch. Chen Yu returned. She was killed by you. And as for you, you were hacked to death by a random sword. Chen Yu's answer further aggravates the doubt of loving only one person in a lifetime. Doesn't going to that place mean getting your waist cut off? How can you still get slashed to death? Having said that, love of a lifetime thought about it. Ask Chen Yu to start from the beginning. What would have happened behind the scenes if he had just gotten right off the mic? It just so happens that your condition, too, is a result of this? So let's start at the beginning. Chen Yu picked up the water cup next to his hand and took a sip of water. Talking about the love of a lifetime just getting off the mic and what will happen afterward. After meeting with Jia, she took you on a local tour. Tells about all sorts of folklore and mentions that the place isn't really as scary as people think it is. There's really only a certain area that's in danger. After 7 or 8 days in a row and you haven't come across a single scammer, it does feel like the news on the internet is a bit exaggerated. Shortly afterward, you met Jia's parents. Contrary to what you think, her parents took you in easily. I heard that you haven't found a job yet, so I'll let you work at Uncle Jia's travel agency. Going into a travel agency, you realize that the travel agency business is traveling to that place. The next day, you got the assignment to take 3 people on a trip to that place. Hearing Jia's encouraging words makes you think it's no big deal. Traveling abroad to Europe is a regular activity that is not in danger. That's it. You got into a car with 3 people. Wait. Love only one person in a lifetime, interrupted Chen Yu and said. Dr. Chen, this isn't right. Traveling abroad is indeed a formal activity. And if I lost it in that place, the officials wouldn't be unaware of it. Much less without me. Chen Yu said indifferently. Traveling out of the country from regular channels, everyone's identity will be registered. If one of them doesn't come back, the authorities will certainly conduct a search. But the line you're taking is not a regular channel. You were smuggled across. Love of a lifetime, shocker. Smuggling is against the law. How could I possibly do that? Immediately, Chen Yu gave a lifetime of love to only one person to answer questions and solve problems. The driver took them down a dirt road. When you get near the border, the love of a lifetime creates suspicion. The driver talked about how he didn't have a guide's license and had to take the back roads out of the country. Once caught leading a tour without a license, I, and the travel agency, are subject to huge fines. Jia got a job as soon as possible for the love of her life. Asked his uncle to make an exception for him, who did not have a tour guide's license, to work in a travel agency. Without a tour guide's license, there is naturally no way to leave the country through regular channels. After hearing what happened, you were so moved that you resolutely followed the car and followed the smuggling trail into that place. After crossing the borderline, the driver and 3 tourists immediately changed their faces, tying you up in 5 pieces and handing you over to the connector across the street. Hearing that he had voluntarily gone for the gun, love of a lifetime muttered, could I really be that stupid? Doesn't this kind of thing only happen in movies and TV shows? The Waterboys listened in awe. Reality can be a lot more magical than a movie or TV show. Isn't this like selling piglets in the old world? Those crooks at that place deserve to damn their whole family for thinking up such a damaging tactic as job outsourcing. More or less deserve to be spooked. Snake Heart Beauty. Wise men don't fall in love. Adults wash and massage their feet. And don't laugh at him. But if you were yourselves, dare you promise not to get hit? When they saw this pop up, the water users' hearts went cold. In your place, are you sure you could have dodged the bullet? Countless waterbenders sitting in front of their computers, or playing with their cell phones, chose to shake their heads. The whole plan is a chain of events. Confronted with an assortment of people who adore themselves, an online date with an advanced degree who doesn't want a dime of your money, it's hard not to get hit. Plus going and seeing each other's parents. I'm afraid that caution has long been thrown out the window. Thought there wouldn't be a problem with work assignments. The setup is not normally deep. Get in and you might not get out. Dr. Chen, has no one been able to spot a fraud? A waterbender sent a pop-up question. Yes. Chen, you nodded. The screams you hear in the video come from victims who recognize the scam. It's best if you can be a good boy and get there on your own. If you won't go, you'll have to be crippled and sent there. A wave of cool air ran down the soles of countless water users' feet to the top of their heads. Chen Yu told his water friends in a clear tone. This gang of crooks is cunning and vicious, far beyond the imagination of normal people. For every victim who arrives in the area, there's an extra tale. The female con artist, Jia Jia, is responsible for brainwashing and paralyzing the victim's mind. The scammer's accomplice who trails the victim is responsible for monitoring the victim's every move. As soon as the victim is found to be abnormal, he will be brought under control. Prevent the victim from running away or going to the police station to report the crime. Afterwards, the victim's personal documents are taken away and his or her personal freedom is restricted. Jia stepped in to do some bullying. If the victim resists, the next stage is torture. Even though our personnel have set up a large number of warning signs as well as patrols at various borderlines, it's still hard to do that and spot the stowaways in the first place. Some complex and dangerous areas will be used as excellent smuggling routes by these scammers. Speaking of this, a serious expression appeared on Chen Yu's face. After you were captured by the thugs from that place, you were taken by them to an offshore casino. Bringing me into a casino? What's that for? Love only one person in a lifetime hadn't recovered from his fear and was immediately frozen again by Chen Yu's words. Don't they say that if you go to that place, you have to be karma wasted? Is it possible that the karma waste place is inside the casino? To milk you in many ways. Of course. Next, Chen Yu's words changed. Talk about the tactics of these villains. The domestic accomplice mission does everything it can to trick people into going to that place. The local thugs of that place, on the other hand, would drain the personal value out of every victim in various brutal ways. They threaten you with a weapon. Go into the casino and play a few hands. And win or lose they will let you go. You were so squared away at that point that you could only enter and play a couple of games haphazardly, as they requested. Afterward, they videotaped you gambling, forcing you to sign high outstanding bills. After completing this series of steps, you were put in a room by them. The dozen or so people in there are just as fat as you are for them. Among them are both victims who, like you, were unwittingly tricked into it, and a large number of betting dogs who threw themselves into the net. Speaking here, Chen Yu sighed. Of these people, only a few lucky ones make it out alive. Most of them will become dry bones in a foreign land. Love of a lifetime has scared the hell out of me. Just listening to it gives you the creeps. There was no telling what kind of torture he would be subjected to. Next, the room you were put in is called a bill calling room in the jargon of the villains. A dozen of you, forced to your knees by several armed thugs, called to ask for money from your families. If anyone does not comply, severe torture awaits him. In case the family doesn't believe me, videos documenting your misery, unpaid bills, and gambling videos will be sent to your family. Most watermen just know online that going to that place will kill them. Not only do they lose their money, but they also suffer all kinds of torture. But it was the first time that I had heard in such detail the exact torture that the victims had suffered. For a while, the live broadcast was silent. There were only sporadic pop-ups asking about the fate of these people. A lifetime of love stumbled. I don't think I paid for it, did I? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu nodded and said, thinking that it's not easy for your parents to bring you up. If you ask them for money, it will empty all their savings. At the same time, there's still a glimmer of fluke in your heart. As long as you die yourself, they will never dare to kill you even if they beat you up. In time, seeing that no oil can be extracted from you, these villains may let you go. I don't know. You think too kindly of them. This time, there were tons of pop-ups on the screen. Never expect the devil to be compassionate or kind. A dozen people are being controlled by a few. So why not fight back? Those who say they are resisting don't think about what these villains are holding in their hands. The betting dog deserved to die, but to be held hostage in the past like he was, one can only say it was too unlucky. I'm still too young to think that I'm just going to get karma wasted when I go there. That local authorities, they just keep letting them exist? The bandits, the officials, and the common people over there have been working together for a long time. a modern version of purgatory on earth. Chen Yu's last sentence was echoed by the majority of the water users. Expecting the devil to show mercy is the biggest joke in the world. Shivering, he asked, "What's next?" "Ugh." Chen Yu sighed softly. "Next, a lifetime of love for only one person will be completely known. What it means to be in purgatory. After being punched and clubbed multiple times, you're dead set against calling your parents. You think that they can't do anything about you guys. The next day, you were moved by them to a different room, a forced single room. If the push list room is hell on earth, the push list room is the real hell. When you get there, you're just like everyone else, with both hands handcuffed and in a kneeling position. 2 days in a row, your knees are bloody. Every day, they ate rice filled with special chili peppers and drank water that was piping hot. Once you're too tired to carry on and fall asleep, you'll immediately be woken up by the electric baton. At this moment, even the most heartless water user was scared into a cold sweat. Chen Yu is clearly just recounting the various torments that will befall him in the future if he loves only one person in his life. But I don't know why. These elements are heard in the ears of water lovers as if they were there themselves. There were a number of timid sailors whose bodies began to shake uncontrollably. These gangs of that local thugs have a way of torturing people that rivals that of the ghosts. Thought chili rice, boiling hot water, and electric shocks were scary enough. Didn't think so. Chen Yu's next words let them know. These are just the appetizers. Seeing that you still refuse to pay, they moved you to the dead list room again. Here, it's the last level of hell. To the dead single room. A lifetime of love for one person and all sorts of creepy torments. There's not a good bit of flesh on the body. A dozen bones were broken and all the nails on both hands were pulled out. I'm going to kill her. Love only one person in a lifetime, growled loudly, interrupting Chen Yu's narration. Listening to Chen Yu's narration, the water friends felt as if they were there. The person in question, who had only loved one person in his life, had even earlier brought himself into the future in a tragic way. The thought of being punked by Jia Jia into such an inhuman state. Love only one person in a lifetime in his heart. A monstrous killing intent surged up. Even if he died, he would drag her along with him. No wonder Dr. Chen said he suffers from PTSD. Nima, anyone else who suffered this tragic situation would have a broken heart. I feel like I'm going to be depressed even listening to it, not to mention encountering it. I used to only know that place as a trippy place, but now I realize that it's basically a man-eater. Compared to them, Sun Yang, who sells human meat buns, is considered a bodhisattva. Is there any heavenly justice in charge here? The reality of the human skin in. There's no whole living thing about the pop-ups this time around. There is an infinite amount of emotion and shock. Compared to that place, hell is called heaven on earth. At least, hell only punishes the bad guys. Torture will not be used against good people. Chen Yu said indifferently. This patient, please calm down. If your emotions continue to be agitated, it will accelerate the attack. Love of a lifetime was trembling and couldn't calm down at all, except fatter and with a more confident personality. Love only one person in your life and consider yourself a great young man. Life had just begun and almost fell into the abyss of doom. Waiting for love only one person in a lifetime to stabilize a bit. Chen Yu added. Just as you were being beaten to death, they sent you to a hospital. Entering the hospital, you were treated in every way. Think that's the limit. They really wouldn't dare kill you. Soon, once again, you will see the cruelty of these people. They're not sending you to the hospital to be treated for fear that you'll die, but they're going to hit on your body parts. The waterbenders sucked in a breath of cold air. The devil really is a devil. Anything on the victim's body, they were not prepared to let go. The land of the kahunas, though, is living up to its name. People are getting beat up, and thinking about continuing to take people's loins. When you were pretty much healed, they surgically removed your loins. It's not like they took more than just the loins. Shortly after the removal surgery, they cut out part of your liver one after the other. Chen Yu said in a complicated tone. Medically speaking, so would have a high chance of you dying on the operating table. But to these people, your life is lighter than a molehill. They don't care, as long as it brings them money. If you die, the will for revenge sustained you through it. Seeing how hard your life is, they thought of another use for you. One life to love snapped. They cut away my loins and my liver. What else can I do with them? Fraud, Chen Yu said. Sell them to wire fraud companies to work as horsemen and rip off domestic victims. After all, they bought you for $100,000 from your domestic associates. How could they let you die without squeezing the last bit of residual value out of you? Crap, those sons of bitches. Love of a lifetime is about to be pissed off. Chen Yu said indifferently. That female liar named Jia Jia is in the same gang as the villains in that place though, but they have a clear division of labor and take what they need. Jia Jia's gang is responsible for luring victims and selling them by the head to that local thugs. After the other party receives the goods, whether it is a loss or a profit, it depends on their own skills. as the country's crackdown on that local scam intensifies. Plus the news media, with daily, non-stop coverage reminders. There are far fewer people from the country traveling to that part of the world. Conventional scams are hard enough to work. The owners of the various gangs of thugs in that place began to put up big bucks for their victims. It's clearly marked $100,000 a head. It's natural to spend money on people to get the cost back. Either you can get money to pay the ransom. If you can't get the money, they'll harvest your organs. After being cut, the loins are resold to the next family if they are still viable. Collect the money again. Shivering there. Some people think it's impossible to get into that place as long as they don't get tricked, but they don't know that the Taoist is a good man, and the devil is a good man. Defense is not an option. That place is like a big, fat concentration camp, summarized in place. No one's stupid, and with fewer people going, those demons are sure to come up with another trick. It's a real-life version of landing in a box. After glancing at the pop-ups of his water friends, Chen Yu nodded. With all this off-topic talk, the goal is only one thing: to deepen the awareness of fraud prevention among water users. Himself today with these words. It could help save some waterbenders from an undeserved disaster. Even if it doesn't help all the victims, even if it saves one from being cheated, it is equally meritorious. Okay, back to business. Chen Yu looked to love only one person in a lifetime. That gang of thugs squeezed the last bit of value out of you and helped sell you to a nearby scam company. It's still a life that's worse than death, but at least it's a life. You look for an opportunity to escape and return to the country for revenge. Soon, your chance will come. After escaping, you find Jia, who personally came to deliver the victim on the road. At that moment, thoughts of revenge came to mind. You ignored the henchmen following around Jia and rushed over to her and choked her. She was strangled alive by you, and you were hacked to death with a messy knife. Since they couldn't break your hand, these people simply buried you and Jia together. After recounting the future tragedy of loving only one person for a lifetime, Chen Yu crossed his fingers and said, "It's good that you're vigilant, but remember one thing, overconfidence is equally foolish. Dr. Chen, you not only cured me, but also saved my life. I kowtow to you." Reacting to the love of a lifetime, he pushed back his chair and fell to his knees, kneeled 3 times at the computer. In the past, the water friends must be a whole living flirtation. But today, not a single waterbender sent in a flirtatious pop-up. Change them, probably would have made the same move. Heard a scene from hell with my own ears. For every waterman, there was a sense of heartbreak. You get up, you pay, I see the doctor. It's the natural thing to do. There is no need to ever perform this great honor. After getting up with only one person in his life, Chen Yu added, "What are you going to do next? You know, pulling the plug on a female liar." "No, love only one in a lifetime," gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to report them and bring this gang down in one fell swoop." Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction. "You go straight to the major crimes team and tell their captain about you." "Okay, Dr. Chen, I know." After paying for the consultation, love only one for life immediately ended the streak. "Run out of the house in your slippers." "Dr. Chen, can I cut in and lend me a few minutes of my time to say a few words to the majority of the water users?" Just then, a special effects pop-up crossed the screen. Seeing the name of the waterbender who sent the pop-up, the waterbenders were happy. Turns out it's the fraud artist. Here comes the Sane Tower. Chen Yu smiled and clicked to agree to connect. The next second, the Sane Tower appeared on the screen. "Hello water friends, a few minutes of your time." Dr. Chen linked up with the previous waterbender. "I saw it all, and I sympathize with him for what he's going to encounter in the future. After Dr. Chen's treatment, I've completely gotten rid of my heart disease. Decided to be like Dr. Chen and use my little bit of ability to help the needy sailors out of their predicament." The Senate Tower spoke succinctly and clearly about their current situation, and a big thank you to Chen Yu. The conversation then turned to mentioning that he had applied for a live account yesterday, decided to become an anti-fraud anchor. Half of his life is plagued by obsessions, and he loses all the beauty around him. Now wake up, to do something that is good for the community and good for others. In addition to the main scam, there are many other scams in the community. Many of our young friends are socially inexperienced and often become fat in the eyes of these scammers. People can come to me on the air if they come across a suspected scammer or something that feels counterintuitive. Connect with me or send a private message and I will be the first to help you analyze the situation. Do the best you can to avoid people falling for it. After saying this, Senatita said with a smile on her face, "Dr. Chen, I've finished my words. I'm glad you're finding your way. On behalf of the majority of water users, thank you." Chen Yu returned the same smile. Just as the Senate Tower opened its mouth, a strand of meritorious chi was integrated into Chen Yu's body. It's a real blessing to lead people to goodness. The same tower claims to be the top stream among the crooks. There's this expert who clears up the waterman's doubts. There are bound to be a number of people who will benefit from this and be saved from falling into the trap of scammers. Is this the return of the prodigal son, uncle? With a legend of the scamming world giving us tips, it'll be hard to be fooled in the future. Uncle, we'll go give you some attention after we watch Dr. Chen live. The light of righteousness. The vast majority of the water users had seen that live stream of Chen Yu and Senna Tower at one point or another. Know each other's identity. More than that, I know how awesome the same tower is. People quit cheating and became an anti-fraud anchor again. Everything was due to Chen Yu. In time, a wave of gifts appeared on the public screen. Thank you all for your gifts, and I'd like to invite the second patient to the microphone. Chen Yu laughed. Immediately after that, a female water user named Ms. Shirato appeared on the screen. I'll go. Is this afraid to meet people, or are you afraid of being recognized? Covering your face so tightly, you can't be a wanted man. Ha 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 ha, can't live without laughing. Wanted criminals looking for Dr. Chen to link up. What kind of netherworld operation is this? Although I can't see Missy's face, I bet Missy is definitely a beauty. Upstairs is the one who knows how to identify a beautiful woman. I'll give you 90 points for that body. Miss, how come I seem to know her? The female waterbender named Ms. Shirato drew a lot of pop-ups as soon as she got on the mic. The reason for this, dressing too exotic. She was wearing a well-fitted housecoat and had a slim, demure figure. Only the face, which was heavily covered. A pair of wide sunglasses was worn on his face. Underneath the eyes is a big muzzle. The two items pretty much covered the waterwoman's entire face. The waterboys who participated in the previous streak were murderers and corporate executives, and legends of deception. None of them hid their heads and faces. Even if they are as cunning and vicious as the devil of Jinchang, they still show their true colors. The only one who hides her head and covers her face is Ms. Shirato. It's close to putting a helmet over your head to completely cover your entire face. Dr. Chen, I'm sorry, I have my reasons for doing this. A pleasant and melodious voice, as if it was like a silver bell, came out of Miss Whitevine's young lady's mouth. Taking a look at Miss Shirato's uncovered seal, Chen Yu nodded. It is a patient's right to protect their privacy. I can understand that. You don't need to apologize. After saying that, Chen Yu smiled faintly. This patient, please state your condition. Hearing this, Ms. Shirato was silent for a few seconds. I'm an actress, and I've recently been approached to be the third female in a movie. I'd like to ask Dr. Chen, if I take it, will this film be a hit? Hearing this, the waterboys came to a realization. Turns out he's in show business. No wonder you have to hide your head. Really live a long time to see. A line of red stars afraid of being harassed, wearing sunglasses mask blocking the face even if. A 2 or 3 streams of small stars also engage in this set. Think they are hua. How do you know she's a second or third rate starlet upstairs? A first tier star can play the third female? Not having the life of a line of red stars. Getting the disease of a line of red stars. Whether the movie can be hot or not is also what you should ask. If you want to ask, it's also the people's director, the male and female protagonists to ask. You think too much of yourself as a dish. Ms. Shirato looked at the mass of taunting pop-ups on the screen. A faint sadness appeared in the corners of his eyes. He himself is low-key and doesn't like to make a big deal out of it. He was worried that revealing his true face would cause unnecessary trouble for himself and Chen Yu. I didn't expect to be sneered at by my water friends. Ahem. The sound of a dry cough reached her ears, and Ms. Shirato realized that the taunting pop-ups were missing a large portion of them. Dr. Chen. Thank you. Ms. Shirato had mixed feelings in her mind. This patient, you don't need to be overly stressed. Seeing the origin of Miss Baita's destiny, Chen Yu had the same mixed feelings in his heart. Before I answer the question you just asked, let me say a few words to you from a doctor's perspective. Yes, go ahead. Ms. Shirato said. You had depression and gradually came out of it by your own efforts. But soon, your depression will return. Upon hearing the word depression, Ms. Shirato's pupils instantly dilated. With shock in her eyes, Ms. Shirato said in dismay, my illness will come back after a while? Chen Yu nodded. Close by. Life doesn't come in smooth sailing, and likewise it doesn't come in a downward spiral. I see. Ms. Shirato muttered. If I push this play, the condition shouldn't come back, right? Chen Yu said. Whether or not your condition will relapse has nothing to do with this drama. And because of what? Ms. Shirato is really confused this time. There's no reason with this drama. So what's going on that would affect your emotions and cause an old illness to flare up? Because of a man you loved, but ultimately couldn't come together. My ex-boyfriend? Miss Baitu instantly understood who the man Chen Yu was talking about was. Chen Yu nodded. the next thing he does will involve you in the wind. More than that, it can seriously affect your mood and cause you to relapse into old illnesses. You're saying that my flare-ups are all because of his influence? That's impossible. MS. Shirato was in a trance for a moment, followed by a constant shake of her head. We broke up peacefully a while ago and there was no bad blood in between. How else am I going to let him affect my mood? Could it be that his current girlfriend is trying to target me? Dragging him into deliberately smearing me in front of the media? MS. Shirato thought of multiple possibilities, but didn't have a clue. She and her ex never had any financial, or other, conflicts. Fall in love happily and break up peacefully. I think I know who she is. OMG. We're not thinking of the same thing, are we? That should be her. What the hell are you guys talking about? Think about these key words. Depression. Not long ago. Peaceful breakup. Holy shit, it's her. The million-year-old. More than 10 years of debut. Dozens of film and television dramas as a female number one. On the side of the capital nemesis who cannot read. What kind of class are we to be in the same live room as this strange woman? The one thing that's not missing from the watering hole is a little wit. By depression. Ex-boyfriends. Peaceful breakup. Actresses are a few keywords. Instant lock on MS. Shirato. Wannabe no. One female. Other unlucky people are the ones who have played a good hand to pieces. MS. Shirato is a straight-up handful of hangers-on. Right out of the gate. God gave MS. Shirato a life-winning hangover. Capitals from all walks of life compete to send her resources. And then she sends all the big names to give her a ride. And then there's no more. After the episode was filmed and screened, MS. Shirato was instantly forgotten. The cast and crew were cursed. 10 or so years. Life-winning hangout. Fucked up by MS. Shirato. Completely over the top and reduced to an old transparency that no one cares about. With MS. Shirato's identity revealed. The Waterboys were in the midst of a collective frenzy. It's over the top, but the face is there. And that's strength. It's really pretty. And it's really not acting. Envy my chapter. Movie and TV shows with her in them are bound to suck. Bad movie guiding light. Don't go too far. People don't compete and have a low-key personality. They are already considered to be one of the few clear streams in the entertainment industry. Light as a feather light. I think back then, all kinds of capital for her to worry about. Living capital nemesis. Film and television resources terminator. There is no shortage of people among the water lovers who have seen a large number of MS. Shirato's movies. One by one, they spoke with a fluttering brow and were transformed into tabloid journalists. Ugh. MS. Shirato let out a faintly audible sigh. Patience. Since you're so willing to chat, how about I keep you company? We promise to chat about your spiritual joy, family happiness, career success, filial piety of children, love of husband and wife, and success in life. Saying that, Chunyu raised his finger with a leathery smile. Millions of water users have felt chills on the soles of their feet and sweat on their backs. The little heart was thumping. How it sounded. Chenyu was saying the opposite. If he was chosen by Chenyu, his fate would probably not be good. The overwhelming barrage began to diminish at a rate visible to the naked eye. Chenyu once again created a miracle in the live streaming world. Just a few words. Not a single pop-up could be seen in a live stream of millions of people. Many of the new waterbenders coming in had their eyes glazed over. How come there are no pop-ups when there's obviously no banning on? Millions of zombie fans? Knowing that Chunyu was helping himself out. MS. Shirato sent a heartfelt thank you to Chenyu. Dr. Chen, shall we continue with the question from earlier? Sure. Chenyu crossed his arms and said, although you suffer from mental illness, you are also very strong inside. The next storm will cause your mood, though, to go up and down to some degree. If you can deal with it with a calm heart, not only can you make yourself popular again, but you can also correct the stereotypes that many people have about you. There's also the possibility of reaping the rewards of a huge fan base that you never thought you'd have. Really? MS. Shirato said incredulously. 2 days from now, your name will be consistently on the front page of, well, every major media outlet, even certain mainstream media outlets abroad, will report on you. Your name will be hanging in the top 3 of the major hot search headlines for a long time. It will also be known with 2 other keywords for the whole nation. Shenyu said slowly. The other 2 words? What words? MS. Shirato asked subconsciously. One of them is gambling. Gambling and I would be entwined? Dr. Chen. This is too outrageous. Knowing that her identity had been broken up by her water friends and worried that they would think she liked to gamble. MS. Shirato took off her sunglasses and mask. Repeatedly, he said he never gambled. Not only do they not gamble, but they are very anti-gambling. Anything that had anything to do with gambling, she wouldn't do. This patient, please hear me out first. When I said your name, would be associated with gambling? I wasn't referring to you going gambling. Rather, it's that ex-boyfriend of yours who broke up peacefully. Chen Yu explained. He gambles? MS. Shirato's brain seemed to be about to explode. The time she and her ex-boyfriend were together was not claimed to be much though, but knew him, more or less. World champion, the idol in the hearts of countless young people, entering a prestigious school after retirement. How did the word gambling come to be associated with him? You don't believe it because your ex has crafted a perfect persona for himself. Not only were you kept in the dark, but almost everyone who knew him was kept in the dark. In the past, I was tearing down the east wall to make up for the west wall, but now I have no wall to tear down, so I can only take you to pay off my debt. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. After Chen Yu finished these words, Miss Bai too was completely shocked. Taking me to pay off a debt? This isn't the old world. How could it be so ridiculous? Besides, he's him and I'm me. So who is he to ask me to pay his debts for him? MS. Shirato was so shocked that her voice started to go out of tune. It lives up to its earlier elegance. Anxious to know the truth. He has been filming for more than 10 years and has taken on countless scripts. I've seen all kinds of ridiculous plots. The only thing I've never encountered is something like ginseng. In the heat of the moment, you're going to have some very intimate gestures. All of this content, he filmed, and if he gives them to his creditors, how are you going to live with yourself? MS. Shirato stood up in shock, staggered backward a few steps. Would he really do that to me? Chen Yu said indifferently. Gamblers can even sell their loved ones for money. Not to mention that this ex-boyfriend of yours is a veteran gambler. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a link to the news, and after you read it you'll understand. After saying that, Chen Yu struck the keyboard with both hands. Send MS. Shirato a link by private message.